Barely beat the play clock. Here comes the blitz, and they got him back at the 14. It's McMillan for the second time in this game. Vance Joseph calls the blitz, and his defense delivers. Here's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game. 32 yards. A perfect strike from Nix on a 2nd and 8. 35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
Yeah!
Huge, yeah.
Oh, you want to mix it? You want to mix it, Nelly? That's a big win. Go ahead, mix it, DJ.
I can feel it down in my plums.
Mix it, DJ.
It's been 84 years.
I ain't asking for the world here.
What the holy
Moser.
Big time win. That is a dub.
Bo Nix
Get it.
is special.
Get it.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football tonight.
All right. It's huge. I mean, obviously, it's huge. Was it perfect? Was it this, that? No, and it doesn't matter. You know, I made the promise that I would not have any negative things to say if the Broncos find a way to win. And here's the bottom line. They played their asses off. And everybody did. I thought Bo looked way more comfortable in that game. That he was playing with, I'll call it steady feet. That he wasn't, it didn't look like his clock was sped up. He was doing things on time. At times, he didn't get bailed out by his own wide receivers and still found a way to make huge plays at critical moments. And once again, your defense, despite a couple of big injuries, not having the defensive player of the year, not having one of your starting linebackers opposite of Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton, and they find a way to do that. And what you've just done is something that almost no one has done for 10 years. You have vanquished a beast. Doesn't mean the Chiefs won't make the playoffs. Maybe they will. Or maybe they won't, because that's the kind of place that they're at right now. They now have to go and play the Colts next weekend. That ain't a guarantee. But the Chiefs, every time for the last 10 years, when it feels like they've had their backs up against the wall and they need to get one, they've gotten it. But not yesterday. It's a special quality, what you were able to do. And you felt it, didn't you? Towards the end of the game, Chiefs need to make a play. It's the fourth quarter. You get the 47-yard pass interference call, and you just think to yourself, here we go. This is how it happens. 3-point lead. And the Chiefs start to make plays like this. Then they find Travis Kelce, 21 yards. You're like, oh, look at that. The old trusty, old reliable coming back into play. Find Travis Kelce for the go-ahead touchdown. You block the kick. The extra point keeps it a 3-point game. But you felt it. And at that very moment, you could have done something that everybody else has done, which has been like, damn, thought we had him. But you're able to hold the Chiefs to 2 more 3-and-outs at the end of the game. You get another big return by Marvin Mims, who takes it out to, he gave you, between that and your defense, gave you great field position multiple times in that game. You kick the field goal to tie it, and then huge coyons on Vance Joseph, that final drive of the game to get that sack from Jaquan on that corner blitz. Get the ball back, drive down the field. Not only do you get yourself in position to win the game, you burn clock, and you do this with big plays on third down by Bo Nix. Like massive game-winning plays. And if there's a quality that Bo Nix has had, despite some of the struggles this year offensively, that has been consistent, it's been that. You know, we gave you the stat that was the most. It's funny because they almost both came into play. The Broncos' record against teams who score 20 points against them is 3-8 over the last 2 years. And to be more accurate, it feels more like 1-8 with some screwy stuff that happened in 2 of the wins. The other stat was in games that were one possession. The Chiefs, who were 11-0 last year, entered this game at 0-4, and you were 6-2. Well, it turned out to be a one-possession game, and you finished. The Chiefs didn't, because you're better at that than they are this year. It's huge. Like, I know we can get to the nitty-gritty and specifics and certain plays that happen or certain players in the game and all that different stuff. The overall big picture was that you have accomplished a feat that no one has done in the regular season against Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes has played that game multiple times, and every time they've come out on top. Every time. And you were doing that at a little bit of a deficit. I mean, we know the injuries on defense. It's very obvious not having J.K. Dobbins on offense is going to be an issue. I like Harvey. I like his ability and what his ceiling is. It still feels like he's tiptoeing a little bit before he hits a hole. So that game was even more on the right shoulder of Bo Nix, and I thought Bo played a great game. Again, it wasn't perfect. It's not going to be against Kansas City. I'll tell you the biggest difference in that game, offensively, and where kind of my perspective's at after that win. For weeks, we've come in and said, God, that just looks like a not very good offense. You know, how about this? In the Texans game, because we all remember kind of how that Texans game went and how much of a struggle it was on offense. And the answer I got was, well, that's one of the best defenses in the league. And I go, sure, they still looked really bad. The offense wasn't perfect this week. But that looked like, to me, a decent offense going against a good defense. Like, it was just, it's going to be hard to score against that defense because the defense is good, not because your offense was struggling. I thought the offense played overall like a really good game against a really good defense. And that's just kind of what it looks like. But to do that with the mounting pressure, and make no mistake, this was not a house money game. This was not a game in which if you lost, you go, oh, whatever. Doesn't really matter. We still get the lead in the division because the second that the Chiefs go from, if they win and they go 6-4 and you're 8-3, now all of a sudden look the hell out. Because they find some momentum, and then it's going to be that same Chiefs stuff that we've seen year after year after year. You didn't allow it. And now the Chiefs have to scratch and claw to find a playoff spot. Forget the division. They're out. You got 4 wins on them. That is so big. For, again, at the end of that game, when everything felt like it was shifting momentum-wise to what Kansas City was doing, and they get the call, and make no mistake, that last pass interference of Riley Moss was PI. But because of some ones I think earlier in the game that are a little bit questionable, you're just like, how many different plays or penalties of over 40 yards are the Chiefs going to get? There was a stat from Parker Gabriel after the game. of the Denver Post, Parker Gabriel said the three biggest plays that the Chiefs had in that game was the 61-yard pass to Tyquan Thornton, a 46-yard DPI by Riley Moss, and a 40-yard DPI by Riley Moss. That you held their offense in check, as you usually do against Pat Mahomes. Go back and look at Mahomes' games against the Broncos over the last 3-4 years. He really doesn't have a big day. It was just a matter of, could you make enough plays outside of that to get a dub? But you've done what was previously not done before. You threw a knockout punch at the Chiefs in the regular season. Now, part of me expects the Chiefs still to bounce back and get themselves into a playoff position. But you do this, and then you head into a bye. You're going into the bye with an 8-game win streak. And the other great thing that happened over the weekend was not only did you get that win against the Chiefs, man, did the Chargers get wrecked by the Jags. Like 35-6. And I started to wonder, when are those injuries going to start showing themselves? They've been able to hold on, but you knew it couldn't be there for... It's hard to imagine them doing that over and over and over again with how many injuries they've suffered. And now you've bought separation from them. 2 games up on the Chargers, 3.5, I guess, up on the Chiefs, and you get to head into a bye week with an 8-game win streak. I mean, it's glorious. Couldn't ask for anything better. It was a game I didn't think the Broncos could win, because I didn't think the offense, especially with J.K. Dobbins out, was going to be capable of keeping up with the Chiefs. But part of it was your defense did their job. They were put in some awkward positions in that game at times, and they were able to just come out and make a couple of plays. You know, they stiffened up when the Chiefs got down near the red zone. Again, gave your offense some beautiful field position early in that game that they didn't take advantage of. But you had that moment, end of the game, had this lead. You feel like you had to make some plays in order to like really shut the door. And the Chiefs, when they went back-to-back touchdown drives to take the lead in that game, it felt like that Chiefs thing was happening. And the Broncos came back and threw a punch right back at them. The highest compliment you can pay. There is no doubt about this. In this league, it would be hard to argue against team that plays best in crunch time. Who is it? It's the Denver Broncos. So it's Rally House Victory Monday as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. There is so much to jump into with this game. And the thing that encourages me most, outside of just beating Kansas City the way that you did and what that means for the rest of this season, I think you got especially because the defense it came against. Has Bo Nix had better games this season? Yes. But we're talking the Cowboys and Cincinnati, which are 2 of the worst that you're going to find in the league. He played against an elite-level defense and looked comfortable, in command, made throws with confidence, was stepping up in the pocket, didn't have happy feet. It's one of the best things that you could find heading into a bye week. So, a whole bunch to get to. Everything's open for you. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and prudent and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So, Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
My name's actually Dragon Slayer 67. Thank you. Yeah. Nelly, I sent you something else along the same thing. Look, they obviously use this as motivation. That quote is funny. Hey, and I want to hear this one more time from Adam Troutman. Here, hotkeys.
And by the way, just whenever players talk like that, and then they say, "Oh yeah, we tune out the noise."
Well, yeah, of course.
I don't have any social media apps on my phone. I don't know what people are saying. I'm locked in one game at a time, and then they say stuff like that. They know what's being said online.
Everybody knows.
If any athlete of any sort of caliber is listening right now, stop lying. I know you're on Twitter. Stop acting like you aren't.
One more time. Here's Troutman.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and prudent and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So, Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
By the way, 7-Eleven Slurpees rule. I don't know if you've had one before. They're fantastic. They used, and it's very obvious, I don't know if Sean Payton did this, where it was just a week's worth of him throwing up tweets from people in doubters and stuff like that, because they had a little something extra after the game. It wasn't just him. Garrett Bowles had something to say, too, that we'll get to in a little bit. But totally fine. They want to use that motivation and fuel them to a win like this. Reality was there was a perception of the Denver Broncos that what they were doing was kind of fake. And once they faced a real opponent, that they would get exposed. And to their credit, they shut that narrative down immediately. This was a game that I think most people were picking the Chiefs to win, including myself. I'm guilty of it. I had a healthy amount of skepticism on how they were able to sustain this winning without good offense. And to their credit, things about the offense did change. Bo Nix did change in that game. You are now legitimately one of the best teams in the NFL and one of the teams that's vying for Super Bowl contention. What we saw on the field yesterday is something that can win a title. And it's time that when we talk about parades in this town, and we discuss the Nuggets and the Avs, who also had a good weekend, and we say, hey, man, there's a good chance 2 parades could be coming. The Broncos have now put themselves in that category, the same one as the Avs and the Nuggets have. I'm not even kidding. And I didn't think that this would be the result coming out of the Kansas City game, but it's here. And that team is very, very confident in themselves. No, Texture says the Chiefs are a very mid team this year. They might be, but that doesn't take away anything from that win yesterday. Like, if you ask me what are the Chiefs, I really don't have an answer for you. I have no idea. But bottom line is, the Chiefs, with that guy under center in that moment, don't lose that football game. Ever. Ever. Home, road, Mars, landfill, it doesn't matter. They play that game anywhere. With that guy, they have won. because they knew what was on the line there. You faced one of the best players at the peak of his powers. Mahomes isn't 37 years old. He's not some old man that's just hanging on at the end of his career, which has been an all-timer. This is what's going to go down as one of, if not the best quarterback in the history of the sport, who anytime that this team needed a play to be made in his career, he made it. He's 30 years old. He's in the middle of his prime. He doesn't lose that football game. Ever. He never has.
Brett, I'm so glad you said that, because I remember it was, about 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Tie ball game. Broncos punt the ball back to the Chiefs.
Yep.
I was out here turning coal into diamonds.
Nelly, are you talking about when Chiefs score a touchdown to tie the game, you get a field goal, they score again to take the lead, you have a 3-and-out, and then you're like, here comes the haymaker that knocks you out.
Right, but then the Broncos, they tie the game. It's 19-19.
Yep.
And then they gave the ball back to the Chiefs with about 4 minutes left in the game.
Oh, the last drive, yes.
And I said, this is the Mahomes glory moment.
Yes.
And I had that thought, and I said, if you stop them here, then I will believe that this is a different Broncos team, and this is a different year that has the belief. And that's exactly what they did with the sack on 3rd and 10.
Yep.
Where, oh my God, McMillan just put Mahomes in the dirt.
And again, what a ballsy play call from Vance Joseph to send a corner blitz in a situation where you're going to put your guys out on an island, and Mahomes has got to find the right guy on 3rd down, and you make that play. Because you're so right about this, Nelly. Here's what happened, and this is where it felt like the game was about to get away from you. Because you're right. It was Chiefs 3-point lead after the blocked extra point. Broncos go 3-and-out. And there was that bad intentional grounding that Bo Nix took. And, you got it to a reasonable distance at 4th and 2. They were going to go for it. And McGlinchey has a false start, which forces a punt. The Chiefs then go out, and they have a 3-and-out. When they punted that football, it was another big return by Mims that got you up around the 50-yard line to about the 45. And you go, all right, this is the moment where you got to burn a little bit of clock, try and have an extended drive, and get in the end zone. And it wasn't a 3-and-out. You got a 1st down, but it was only like 19 yards. It was still a pretty long field goal, 54 yards from Lutz. And you're like, please just nail the kick. He hits it, and now it's tied. But you're exactly right, Nelly. They get the ball back with 4 minutes left in a tie ball game. How many times have you seen this movie? The Chiefs just drag out a drive that takes 3 minutes and 58 seconds, and they end up at the 26-yard line. They kick the game winner, and it's ball game. Right in your face. To send the corner blitz from McMillan and for him to get home and make the play was beautiful. But that's one thing. After that, Nelly, you have to be able to close the game out. And this is what makes it all the more impressive. And again, it's the one thing that Bo Nix this year, through ups and downs and super highs and super lows, has been really consistent at. When the game is on the line, he seems to make a play. And that, mixed with an elite defense, is a hell of a recipe to be a contender in this league. The amount of 3rd down, big-time throws when they needed one. 3rd and 15 with 2 minutes left. You don't convert there. You give Mahomes the ball back with under 2 minutes? That feels like it's over. And to hit Sutton on that big play, 20 yards, to extend that drive, and if nothing else, churn a little bit more clock. And then you get another critical 3rd and 5 with about a minute left. Kansas City calls a timeout. Oh, I'm sorry. They called a timeout after this. But you have another critical 3rd and 5 to find Sutton again, to pick it up. It was that awful spot, by the way. Like, I don't know how that wasn't reviewed by the team upstairs. Like, it looked to me, and maybe I'm wrong, it looked like Cortland Sutton cleared that by a full, like, half yard. And they had to bring out the virtual measurement that had, like, basically the itty-bitty tip of the football. Set a pass for a first down. Whatever, at least they got it. But again, to continue to make the plays, and then you find Franklin on the deep bomb, and then it's just about taking the knee and getting the hell out of there with a field goal. By the way, field goal? Nelly, did you tell me, is that the exact same distance as it was the previous year and the one that got blocked?
Yeah, and Nance even said it on the broadcast as they were lining up for that field goal. He said it's the same length as the one that would have beat KC last year that got blocked. And
Man.
And when he said that on the broadcast, I'm like, hey, thanks, Jim. Thanks for saying that as we're lining up to kick here, buddy.
And let me tell you something. We all love Jim Nance around here. Romo's got to calm the hell down. You know, Romo first got in. I was a big Romo guy. I thought it was cool. All of the U's and O's and all that stuff. I thought it was, it was pretty, there was a lot of personality coming through that I liked. Romo's going to calm the hell down. And by the way, we're biased around here. I don't do this very often. I don't pull this card often. So when I do, you know that I mean it, and it was noticeable. He was 1,000% rooting for Kansas City in that game, and there was no question about it. Every single time he could say something about KC, he would.
He's approaching Collinsworth levels of Mahomes worship.
It's crazy,
bad, dude. It's bad.
It's crazy. Like, so over the top. I saw, like, 2 other guys on Twitter during that game going, I have no dog in this fight, so you know that I'm saying the truth. Romo's straight up rooting for the Chiefs to win. And you're like, yeah, it sounds like that to anybody listening. God, he was annoying. Anyway. Bo Nix, I'll tell you an underrated play in this game. And I'm not being critical. You guys all felt this, so don't yell at me. This is all going to be happy. This is sunshine and rainbows today, and I'm fully on board with it. That halfback toss pass from R.J. Harvey to Bo Nix was so incredibly stupid. And thank God Bo Nix basically played the best. He had the best play of any DB in that game, being able to knock that away as Harvey just throws up a moon ball a yard past the line of scrimmage on the opposite side of the field with 2 guys bearing down on Bo Nix. And you're just like, what are we doing? Because that was another one of those, like, the drive looked like it had some rhythm and momentum, and that play happened. So, like, well, what the hell? But thank God Bo Nix makes a play like that. Like, it's just another feather in the cap of Bo Nix for the game that I thought he played, which was fantastic, was making that play to deny an interception to Kansas City.
And Brett, can I kind of take a little bit of a pivot here and ask?
Sure.
I want to ask any texters or Twitchers or YouTubers who are at the game what that flyover was like. Because, so I live pretty close to the Broncos stadium. I live in the Sloan's Lake neighborhood, and I was trying to sneak in a quick shower before the game. I was in the shower, water running, like shampooing, full thing, and I heard past my house. And if I heard, I damn near saw the window rattling in my shower, and I thought, if that's me several blocks away from the stadium, what was it like in that stadium? How those planes must have been hauling, dude.
So I'm trying to figure out, I think those planes came from my neck of the woods. I think it was Buckley Space Force Base. And the only reason I say that is because there were cars lined up around that little landing strip, like all the way down Jewel Street. So I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, it's a hell of a flyover.
Manning is repeater. Oh my God.
Yeah, it sounded just like that. Thanks for saying one of the best flyovers ever. It was bleeping amazing. They were really low. Those boys were low. Yeah, it was cool. Because look, Everything about that game felt like the moment of intensity was matched by everyone. It felt like everybody on the Broncos knew that moment. And they were not, that was not house money. I'm going to say that about 100 more times today. That was not a house money game. That was a game with massive and intense pressure on the Broncos to announce to everybody that they've arrived. It was a chance to tell everyone in the NFL, we are not some team that's pitter-pattering our way along this season, that's sneaking by through the skin of our teeth. We're a real team that needs to be dealt with. Because, and here's another thing I'm going to say 100 more times today, Patrick Mahomes has never lost that game. Not in the regular season. Back against the wall, division opponent, need a win, never happened. And God, did they have the prime opportunity to do the Chiefs thing. Where it was at the end of the game, they had the ball with a chance to throw it directly in your face, and your defense responded, and then your offense doesn't give the ball back and gives it a chance to win. Gives yourself a chance to win with a field goal at the end. I am more than thoroughly impressed with how they played yesterday. So a whole bunch of stuff to do here. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday. You can tune in all day for new keywords every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to Thursday's game against the Rangers. And don't forget, November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month, and the Avs are teaming up with Vitalant, and you can sign up and donate through their link today, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule that blood donation. First of all, 25% of blood donations help people directly in their fight with cancer. It's a great thing to do for your fellow human beings out there is to donate a little bit of blood, and on top of that, you sign up through that link. You got a chance to win an Avs signed jersey. So that's vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info.
And also, by the way, I know the lights are low, so I don't know if you'll be able to see this. But when I donated blood, when we did our company-wide donation, I got a Vitalant beanie. Look, it's purple and black.
Oh, that's nice.
It's Rockies colors.
Yeah, very cool.
So I don't know if they're giving out beanies at all the normal locations, but hey, maybe get yourself a little Vitalant swag to go with entering for that Avs jersey.
So sign up vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. Back after this.
Going into this game, the Chiefs were favored. The country doubted you guys. I know you don't care about that, but does it feel nice to have earned this win here tonight like you did?
Well, what's the country going to say now? They can't say anything. So our record speaks for itself. The guys in this room know who we are, and the only people that we care about is the people in this building, through our owners, through our coaches, to the front office, to the players. Proud of this team, a bunch of fighters, and if nobody else believes in us, we're the only ones that care that believes in us, so everyone else can think what they want.
Spicy Garrett Bowles in the locker room after the game. I love it. You know what? I think this is a perfect opportunity for them to dunk on everybody who did doubt him.
It's spicy.
And if they wanted to walk in the studio right now and say, Brett, you're an idiot, I would be like, all right, you guys, you win. You win. I fully admit I was one of them.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
And it's why I'm so impressed with the way that Bo Nix played in that game. And I think he played well in spite of some things that really went against him. You know, the running game just wasn't there. It wasn't the same as when J.K. Dobbins is in the lineup. And now there's fears that J.K. Dobbins might miss the rest of the season. So R.J. Harvey's got to get up to speed in a hurry. You know, I think that he overcame some drops in that game. And I will say one thing in particular that is becoming a noticeable trend is that Troy Franklin drops the ball a lot. And that is, again, these are things that you need to clean up still, things that they need to get better at, that you can take, you know, this bye week and this 8-game win streak and sit on that for a second. But penalties are still a problem, a big problem. I mean, you got 147 yards in penalties, 10 total, and I know 2 of them were just massive pass interference calls. I got audio from Riley Moss that we'll get to in a bit. But it proves that you are in a position, and especially defensively, you are so good that you can overcome those with elite level play at some positions on the field. Just elite level play. I'll say this about Bo Nix. You are most graded as a quarterback by, first of all, what your win-loss record is. And you guys know the way I feel about this. It was almost like to a fault. I think that we do that too much. But that's how you're judged as a QB. You were also judged about how you play against the best opponents in the league. In 3 games against Kansas City, Bo Nix has an overall record, or at least in the last, well, it's so hard to kind of do this in total. Because the last game, I mean, whatever, it's the 38-0 win against the B team of the Chiefs. But in the 2 real games that you've played, you won this one with a 35-yard kick at the buzzer, and you should have won last year with a 35-yard kick at the buzzer. There is something to be said about the most elite of elite competition that the AFC has to throw at you. Bo Nix comes out and seems to play a good game against Kansas City. Yeah, it's one of those days. You guys want to give us a call? By all means, go ahead. 303-504-0925. Let's talk to Tyson. Hi, Tyson.
Hey, man. Good morning, Brett. How you doing, man?
Good, brother. What's going on?
Good. Hey, it's a good weekend. Nuggets, Avs, Broncos, all of them. Great wins. But I just wanted to mention about the Broncos game. I noticed, and even the broadcast mentioned it, such a huge difference in the flow and the rhythm of the offense.
Yes.
When plays started coming in with 15 seconds left on the line of scrimmage versus hitting the line at 8 seconds left, you know. So just wanted to mention the rhythm. I think it is incredibly true that Bo is so much more comfortable when he can get to the line, maybe kill a play, go to the next play, but just have some options up there at the line of scrimmage. Just wanted to share.
No, I totally agree. It did feel like that was a little bit of a change. and that he had some time to like scan and analyze what the defense was going to do, get a little bit more time to read it. And again, he felt so much more comfortable. Go back and like, I can't wait because we're going to have a week off with the Chiefs to go back and look at this game again. How just the happy feet did not exist in that game. He exited the pocket when he had to exit the pocket, but I saw him step up multiple times. Feet set, hit your back, your drop. Once you hit the drop, step up in the pocket, get in between the tackles, squeeze in, and make a throw with a little bit of oomph behind it. He did that repeatedly in the game, and it was something we haven't seen in a while. For whatever reason, he looked really, really comfortable in that game, which has been different from weeks past. And whatever they did to prepare for this game, bottle that up and keep throwing that out there week after week. Because if you do that, you have like a prime opportunity to end up as the last team standing in the AFC. You know, I just watched, what's that guy's name? Is it Oz? Who's the mental guy?
Oz the Mentalist? Is that it?
Oz, whatever his name is.
Bagdon.
He just did something with the Rams. So he did this whole thing with the Rams that was all screwy. It was, Stafford, throw the ball to this guy. At the end of his thing with the Rams, they predicted that the Rams and Broncos were going to be in the Super Bowl, and that very much looks like it could happen because the Rams got a huge win against Seattle over the weekend. Again, massive ability to step up late in a game against elite competition and win. That is one thing that is the farthest from fluky that you could say about this season. They've done it over and over again against some really good teams, by the way. Eagles, Chiefs, throwing teams or throwing that up at the end of a game to get a dub. Let's get one more call in before the end of the hour. William's up next. Hi, William.
Hey, morning, Brett. So just a couple of things. I'm a lifetime Broncos fan. I'm going to say after that game, I'm starting to buy in more. A couple of takeaways. Early in the game, move the ball down the field. They look great. Having to settle for threes, those are things that they have to focus on. I don't want to be negative. But in the postseason, you're not going to have as many chances. They've got to find a way to punch that ball in. I probably have not screamed at my TV during a Broncos game as loud as I did than when McMillan absolutely walloped Mahomes.
Oh, yeah.
I lost my mind. God, I loved it. Watching Travis Kelce's sad face on the sideline after he ran his mouth all game, I loved that. But the defense, Vance Joseph called an absolute master class of a game. It's an unbelievable game by them overall. And like I said, it's been hard for me to buy in. I didn't think that we'd be better this year than we were last year. I thought we would maybe take a step back but still look good. And every week they're stepping up and getting better and better. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. This is an exciting time right now in sports for Colorado.
Yes, it is. I mean, I can't remember the last time that one of our teams lost. It's been a while. But the whole thing about it is, and you mentioned it, when McMillan made that play at the end of the game, it was shocking because, again, I was just in the mindset of, okay, here comes the Kansas City drive. That's the killer. Because it's what they've always done. And for you to step up late in the game, first of all, make that call from Vance Joseph. And then after he got hit, I don't know if you guys saw it, the first thing that Mahomes does, it gets up and looks at the ref. He hit me in the helmet. It's like, oh, my God, shut up. Shut up. There is nothing more satisfying than that. Like, you guys know how this goes. Your team wins. You are consuming every ounce of content about your team for like the rest of the week. Your team loses, you stay away from everything. Like, this is going to be such a fun week just to look over and over at all the different people and what they're saying about the Broncos, because to what Garrett Bowles said after the game, to what Adam Troutman said after the game, you can't say anything to him now. Like, that game, that win is one that changes everything. And it's Rally House Football Monday. We'll be talking about this all day today. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Safeway. Can order online. They do the rest. Get great deals. Free pickup with that Safeway app. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Man, it's a good day. Broncos, huge win. Avs, win. Nuggets, win. Bunch to talk about. Stick around.
Barely beat the play clock. Here comes the blitz, and they got him back at the 14. It's McMillan for the second time in this game. Vance Joseph calls the blitz, and his defense delivers. Here's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game. 32 yards. A perfect strike from Nix on a 2nd and 8. 35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
Bo Nix is especial.
Mix it. Mix it, DJ. Mix it, DJ.
You got your Justin Fields, baby.
That's it.
Yes,
That's
yes,
it. Did you hear me?
Yes, yes.
That's what it means.
Yes,
That means it stops.
Broncos. Yes.
No, don't start counting.
Bo Nix
Mix
is
it, DJ.
especial.
Mix it.
Yeah.
Life
Oh, boy.
finds a way.
All right. We can get to the specifics, the nitty-gritty, the things that happen in the middle of the game later. I would like to start from the overall view of this and say the most impressive thing about yesterday, Patrick Mahomes in his career has never, ever lost that game. And you slammed the door in his face. In all of the time that Patrick Mahomes has been the quarterback of the Chiefs, they have not faced adversity, but they've had moments in their seasons where it's like they need to win this game in the regular season.
And they usually, they do.
No,
they win that. Yeah,
they've
they win that
never
game.
lost.
Yeah, they win that game. Yeah.
When they're in that position, they have never lost that game. They knew how big this game was. This is, it's a fight to, first of all, keep them in the divisional race. It's another fight. Guys, they got to play the Colts next weekend. They could be 5-6 and really outside looking in of a playoff spot.
Done.
They never lose that game. And at the end, when Mahomes had the ball with a tie game, 4 minutes left, I go, here it comes. This is going to be that 3-minute, 50-second drive that ends with them scoring somehow and the game's over. And you bring it. You bring Jaquan McMillan off a corner blitz who slams Mahomes. I don't know if you guys screamed the way that I screamed when he made that sack. I think everything about that game is beautiful. Dude, I'm telling you, the sound that I made, I didn't know I was capable of hitting that octave.
So let's just fess up, all right? I want you to tell everybody what you told me. You're a squealer.
That's the sound. Yes. Uh-huh.
You're a squealer.
Yeah, it's like I dropped my keys.
Yeah, he's a he's a squealer. Okay, fine. You know what? You know what's so amazing about that? It's like I couldn't believe it happened, and here's why. I thought Mahomes knew that McMillan was coming a mile away.
Yeah, they just showed the replay.
I'm like it's almost like he had zero awareness that Jaquan was blitzing from so far outside. I mean, I can't believe, quote, he took the sack, because typically Patrick Mahomes has a sixth sense in that kind of situation. And McMillan's coming so fast, he just takes a couple steps forward. McMillan blows by, that blah, 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 blah. And he just stood there and got pasted.
Folks, they are killing Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City today.
They should. I think they should.
I listened to some of their post-game stuff.
Yeah.
They said he's playing hero ball. He's not playing team football. He's trying to take the big shot, the big chunks. They blame him for that interception that cost them points. There's a lot of things that they blame Patrick Mahomes for. And the tide has turned in Kansas City.
I've been saying it for years, Vic, that Patrick Mahomes is a bum. I'm glad everybody's coming on my side of things.
Finally recognizing.
Are they really doing that?
100%.
Mahomes suck. Okay, fine.
100%.
But I will say this.
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes. Yeah.
The interception he threw, he did. I'll say this. Look, the guy's gone to how many straight AFC title games? Whatever it is.
He's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. He's a living, breathing, walking Hall of Famer.
But his interception throw was like, inexplicable. I'm like,
no, it's both. Even though, remember the one that got called back?
They got called back. I'm like, what is that guy doing? Because that's not that guy. That's not that guy. But I'll take it all day and all night.
In what world do we find Bo Nix, who's been struggling this season, all right? We've talked about it on this show. In what world does Bo Nix outplay the great Patrick Mahomes? Not only the entire game, but in the clutch portion of the game. Outplayed Patrick Mahomes. And I don't want you to give me QBR or any of that crap. Use your eyeballs. You got them right here. Use your eyeballs. Did you watch the game yesterday? Who outplayed whom at the quarterback position? Bo Nix made all the key plays. He made all the great passes down the stretch. He won the game for his team. Bo Nix outplayed Patrick Mahomes. That's a fact.
I thought Bo was fantastic yesterday. He looked so much more comfortable. Like early in that game, did you guys see him? He was stepping up in the pocket with set feet, making throws with some oomph behind it. It wasn't like panicky. I don't know what they did over the course of this, the 10 days that they had to get that fixed. He looked so much better week to week.
How about that call on 2nd and 8 late in the game? You know, you're sort of moving the ball slowly. You don't want to – it's a risky move for this reason. You don't want to set up 3rd and 8. You don't want to give the ball back to that witch after incompletions.
Yeah.
That's a risky play, and one that, man, it takes cojones to throw it out there, and they got it done, and it won the game. That pass to Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin, who, again, had a tough game. He dropped 2 passes right in his hands.
Yep.
He dropped 2 passes, but when he needed to most, he made the catch.
You know, there's somebody earlier in the appetizer that said the Chiefs are a mid-team, and they might be. Like, I don't know what the Chiefs are, to be honest. They're a 5-5 team. They've lost against the better competition that they've played against this year, and my response is I don't care. I don't care what the Chiefs are, what you think they are. That's a game that Mahomes has never lost in his career in the regular season.
You know what's funny? Somebody texted our postgame show last night and said, well, the biggest complaint against the Broncos is that they haven't beaten enough winning teams. The irony, the sweet irony of that game yesterday is they beat the Chiefs, and the Chiefs dropped to 5-5. They're not a winning team either.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Not now, they're not.
Like, I truly believe that – I don't know if you guys felt the way that I did. The Chiefs had back-to-back touchdown drives late in the game. You got a tie game. Mahomes has the ball back with 4 minutes. And I'm just like, man, this is tailor-made for them to walk out of here with a win. And then for you to get that stop, and then you look at the clock, and at that time, I think there's like 3 minutes left. It was like 2:58 or something like that. The one thing that Bo Nix, through all the ups, the downs, the super highs, the super lows, that he's constantly done is found a way at the end of the game. Like, if we gave you the stats heading into it, there was 2 stats that I thought were going to tell the story of the game, and it depended on which one you thought mattered more. One was that the Broncos have a terrible record against teams who score 20 or more points, and they held the Chiefs to 19. The other was that in one-score games this season, entering that game, the Chiefs were 0-4, and the Broncos were 6-2. And at the end of the game, you again came out on top, and the Chiefs did not.
Yep.
Like, in a real situation, when I look at this over the last 2 years, Bo Nix could feasibly be 3-0 versus Patrick Mahomes. And I know the second game last year didn't really count. But did you guys know that chip shot field goal that Lutz hit to win the game last night was the exact same distance as last year?
Identical.
And how the tide turns from a year ago. That blocked extra point by Crum proved to be vital.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal because
it really did.
It changes the complexion of the game.
What it does is it changes, okay, do we go for it? Do we not? I mean, you're exactly right. It changes what your strategy is. And then who knows, if your strategy has changed, who knows how the game works out from that point on. We've got so much ground to plow today. But I've got to say this to all the Broncos fans out there and people saying, oh, Nick still isn't, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. I was listening to somebody talk about Washington Commanders and why they're in the position they're in. And one, the injury to Jaden Daniels. But two, their schedule this year was a lot more difficult than it was last year. Okay?
Yep.
You can only play who's in front of you. And it really doesn't matter whether the Broncos have been playing not very good teams or whatever the case may be, because they've now positioned themselves where they're going to get to a point here, Broncos fans, where everything is possible. I wouldn't say it's there yet. I still can't get over that hump 11 weeks in, but they're going to put themselves in a position. They're going to be in a spot because the division is looking really damn good. I don't know what the hell the Chargers did yesterday.
The Chargers realized they were hurt.
I reckon. But they're 2 back. Kansas City's a distant memory. Forget about the Chiefs. They're not one in the division. The Chargers are 2 back, and you still have that cushion because you go to L.A. toward the end of the season. You're going to put yourself in a position where all things are available to you in front of you, and you're going,
no, Moser.
Whoa. Hey, these teams are going to have to come to you. They're going to, and if you're playing at home where you haven't lost this year, all things are going to be possible.
No, Moser.
It's just crazy.
I think that win is so big that it now puts the Broncos in the same conversations that I'm having with the Avs and the Nuggets. I'm not even kidding. Like, I think that they have to be up there. They're 9-2. They've won 8 straight games. They're heading into a bye now. Are they a perfect team? No, they aren't perfect. But if you can play defense in that manner and be able to close out games, and if Bo looks that version of himself, I mean, think about what he had to overcome in that game. He got like nothing out of the run game. Okay, J.K. Dobbins being out potentially for the year now is on the table.
Awful. Yeah.
That's going to hurt.
Yep.
So R.J. Harvey's got to get up to speed in a hurry. It looked like he was a little too tiptoey in the backfield instead of hitting a hole. But he didn't have much of a run game. His receivers, especially Troy Franklin, had a case of the dropsies early in that game that didn't help anything. But he looked calm and poised, and Vic said it. He was better than Patrick Mahomes yesterday. Straight up. A better quarterback on the field. Yes, the better quarterback was Bo Nix.
The Chargers are coming here. That's right. Chargers are here. You're at Kansas City. Jacksonville and L.A. are both coming here.
Yes.
Is what's happening.
Fellas, what Denver sports is right now is unprecedented. We've talked about it on this show. And for the kids that are in the back of the car as the parents are driving them to school, I want you to tap your parents on the shoulder, and I want you to say, parents, these are the glory years, and we are enjoying them because we have never seen anything like this, ever. It's November, and the Avs are 13-1-5. It's November. The Denver Nuggets are 10-2. It's November. The Broncos are 9-2. They are a collective 32-5-5. 5 losses among the 3 teams playing as we speak. There's no other city in America that has that kind of domination in November.
Pretty good.
In fact, there's more numbers.
I can't remember the last time anybody lost.
The Nuggets, 10-2, are tied for their best start in history. They're 6-0 at home. The Avalanche, 13-1. I forget the 5 ties because you guys messed things up with the stupid tie category. Second most wins through 19 games. Tied for the most points in that many games in their franchise history. The Broncos 9-2.
First team to 30 or more points in the league this year.
The Broncos at 9-2 are tied for the 3rd best start in their team history. First time since 2015 they've been this good, obviously, and 6-0 at home. No one's lost at home. Wait, have the Avs lost at home?
They have in overtime.
No
I'm
regulation.
not counting the overtimes.
No regulation losses. No.
But so no regulation losses at home by any of the teams in Denver.
Correct.
That's stupid. In fact, kids, you have the day off. Turn around. Turn around. Make your parents turn around and go home.
And do what?
Go outside, nerd.
Just celebrate that.
Just celebrate, okay? Just go home and celebrate however it is you do it.
There's a lot more that we need to get to with this game. And look, man, it's just like one of your teams in town plays, you get the win. It's that simple. It's a simple recipe here. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday. You can tune in all day for new keywords every hour on the 20s and your chance to win tickets to Thursday's game versus the Rangers. A whole bunch to get to with this Broncos win next.
35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
Given the way the game in Kansas City ended last year, I mean, Will's trotting out there. It's the same distance, 35
Yeah, 5
yards
for
and all
5.
that.
He had a great night.
What is it? I mean, the number of big kicks he's made this year, the confidence you have.
Listen, I saw it in New Orleans. That's why he's here.
Tell you what, Sean Payton, that press conference, we got to hear more of that press conference, because that press conference yesterday after the game, he was so snappy and so, well, you know
he's
what?
Feeling it. They're feeling it. Yeah, they're feeling it.
And he has every right. And you know
Yep.
what? That's his personality. His personality is one of arrogance, and that's fine. I've told you guys, I'm perfectly fine with that, because he's a hell of a coach and he's changed the culture of this franchise. Changed it.
I have a lot of respect for Tracy Wolfson. I think she's great. Always
I think
have.
so too. Yeah.
Tracy Wolfson got Payton yesterday. Coming back from halftime.
Yeah.
They head you off at the pass before you can finish your question type of thing.
That is, you know what? That is getting Payton from now on. If you're asking somebody a question, they cut you off, or you get cut off, or whatever. Like, that's getting Payton.
Well, it's because she said your defense, I knew this was coming. I could just feel it as soon as it started to come out of her mouth. Your defense is obviously playing great, but your offense needs to... And he just jumps in. Well, I'm just saying that. And I'm like, yeah, he doesn't... Tracy, you have to ask, and you're doing great. I think you're excellent. But he's going to jump on you. Big time that way. I'm like, here it comes.
You guys know the whole saying, the team takes on the personality of the head coach stuff, right?
Yeah.
Here's Adam Troutman after the game.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building. And we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
We don't listen to the outside noise, but Dragon Slayer did find a way to permeate my little bubble that I keep. Oh, it's not just that. How about Garrett Bowles? Just real quick, how about Garrett Bowles?
Going into this game, the Chiefs were favored. The country doubted you guys. I know you don't care about that, but does it feel nice to have earned this win here tonight like you did?
Well, what's the country going to say now? They can't say anything. So our record speaks for itself. The guys in this room know who we are, and the only people that we care about is the people in this building, through our owners, through our coaches, through the front office, to the players. Proud of this team, a bunch of fighters. And if nobody else believes in us, we're the only ones that care that believes in us. So everyone else can think what they want.
All right, us against the world. I get it. That's cool.
Hey, if Adam Troutman thinks the internet's tough, come hang with the text line one of these days. You want tough. You know, this is where I defend the
from
fans.
now on, all you texters are Dragon Slayer 69.
Exactly.
That's what
right
you are.
in our world. You know, I defend the fans. You have every right to talk smack or to talk trash or be upset if you don't like the way a team is playing or play. I mean, that's what the internet is for. I mean, it's basically one big communication access point. So what is he talking about? You're a coward if you don't say. How many people have access to him to say it to his face? What does he mean by that?
It's just hey, listen, they're sowing their wild oats after a big win.
Exactly.
That's just all it is. I mean,
what does he think? This is the internet is all about cheerleading. If someone wants to say something about an athlete, they have every right to do that. But I love the fact that they're defending each other and they're using this as a way of camaraderie. That's great.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, come on, give me a break.
But it's exactly what Moser's talking about here. By the way, there was somebody last weekend, before the game started, texter that wrote in, this is a house money game. And I think a lot of Broncos fans felt that way. I go, it absolutely is not a house money game. You lose this game to Kansas City, they're all of a sudden, they're a game and a half back you in the division. They get confidence again. They could go on a run. If you get a win, you kill them. And that's not house money. Did they sound like that was a house money game? Or did they sound like that is a game where we're going to shut the entire world up for anybody who's a skeptic. And
that's
look,
correct.
I've been as skeptical as anybody out there. I raise my hand fully. And I think if they don't walk into this studio and call me an idiot, like, they have every right to do it.
You know, the Broncos had every reason to lose that game when you think about it. You've got a desperate Chiefs team. I mean, desperation is there. They have to win. You're missing your best defensive player. You're missing your leading tackler. You're missing your best running back. You have every reason to lose, and they didn't.
Against a team
and they didn't.
that has a quarterback that has never lost that game before. I'm going to keep saying this. Mahomes has never lost a game in the regular season where it felt like they had to win.
At the end of the game, Mahomes had the ball. He goes 3 and out. At the end of the game, Bo had the ball, and he engineers a game-winning drive. Yeah. The end. That's it. That's the game.
Mose, let me ask you something. I know that we have given effusive praise to Vance Joseph over the last couple of years here because he deserves it. Basically, ever since they gave up, it was the 70 burger in Miami, followed by a really bad first half that following week in Chicago. Ever since the second half of that Chicago game, this defense has been so damn good. And let me just ask you something. Would you have the balls, game on the line, third down, Mahomes with the ball, end of game, chance to win, close it out, to send a corner blitz, leave guys on an island when Riley Moss has been flagged twice for 40-plus yard pass interference calls? Would you have the balls to send a blitz in that situation?
I probably would not. I would just try to keep everything in front of me and try to slow them down as much as possible, not let them get into field goal range, which is very difficult to do, but that's a gamble is what it is. You gamble a little bit, and you gambled correctly.
Yep.
And McMillan completely untouched, and he had to start from way out there, Brett.
Yes, he did.
Brett.
Yes.
Vic. He was way out there, man. It felt like when I'm watching him rush, 1,000, 2 1,000, 3, but I'm like, is he going to get there? And I'm like, for sure Mahomes feels him because Mahomes always feels those guys.
But you know what, though? That is a product of the mentality of the team. If you want to beat the witch, that is Kansas City, you have to take chances.
Do something different,
You have to take some chances.
Agreed.
Offensively on 2nd and 8, you have to go 32 yards down the field. You take a chance. On 3rd and long, you have to blitz corner. You take a chance. That's how you beat the witch. And that's how they did it yesterday. Kudos to the coaching staff, to the players. Again, they had every reason to lose. They won. And the reign of terror from Kansas City, my favorite part of the game, guys. And again, don't misinterpret this, some of you softies. This is sports hate. I don't personally hate the guy. He's probably the nicest guy in the world. But I really enjoy Travis Kelce on the sideline with his head
shot
down. After he scored that touchdown and he started pointing to the fans. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the game with his head down. Oh, it's so glorious, Travis. It's so glorious to see pain in your eyes and your face.
It really is. There's 3 ways to get a witch.
Was Tay-Tay there? I didn't see her on TV. I doubt
No, but Kevin Costner was there pregame. Costner was there.
Was he?
Pregame.
Yeah. Yellowstone was represented.
There's 3 ways that I can glean right now. And maybe I'm not currently up on all my witch stuff. But 3 ways. 1, send a corner blitz. This is how you beat a witch. Okay. 2, you drop a house on her or him. Drop a house.
Yeah.
And 3, douse the witch with water.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all I've got to go on here really is Wizard of Oz, okay, and Mahomes. Now the Harry Potter thing, them's a different kind of witch. So I'm not going to get into all that spell and all that kind of thing. But the corner blitz certainly worked. I mean, you've got to be innovative. You've got to be unpredictable. Because typically, if you're more predictable, he's still going to drive down the field and he's going to burn you. He's going to eat up all the clock. They're going to kick. Butker's going to knock it through and you're going to be done.
Hey, man.
It didn't happen, man. Did not happen.
This is a story for another show. There's a really good theory about the Wizard of Oz that the good witch is actually the villain in the movie.
Glenda?
Yeah.
My ass.
The hottie?
That Glenda knew what the ruby slippers were.
Oh, come on.
Put them on Dorothy to eliminate her rivals for her like a cartel boss.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's a good theory. It's a good theory, though.
No, she's too nice, man.
You know, the Chiefs only had 3 big plays. One of them was that pass to Thornton. The other 2 with were PIs by Riley Moss. 3 big plays, 2 of them were PIs.
Second PI was, I think Parker Gabriel had that, Vic, that there was the 3 biggest plays of the game for the Chiefs with the 61-yard throw to Thornton, the 46-yard PI on Moss, and the 40-yard PI on Moss, which the first one was insane. I don't care what anybody says. It's not PI. The second one was very clearly pass interference.
Sure.
But
he did not put up much of a stink after the second one. He knew.
Well,
you know what
he
they're
said
doing
it after
now.
the game. I mean, I got audio. We can get to it later.
You know what they're doing? He's got 9 DPIs on the season. No other player has more than 5. They're monitoring him. Now he's got a bumper sticker that he's wearing, and the referee's going to pay closer attention to him, and he's got to shake that.
Yeah,
because it's going to happen again. If you got to just take your hands off the whatever it takes. You can't grab it. You can't be grabby. You know how Moser. You know how Moser likes to touch when he's talking to you. He's grabby. You can't be grabby.
Don't be a Moser.
I thought you liked it when I was grabby. I guess that was a lie.
We can put something else out there. By the way,
hold on a second. We've got so many people today asking us for Blow Land is Gary.
Yeah, we should probably do it.
No, not. I don't think this is a Gary moment.
That for
yeah, this is
runs.
this is pretty. This is pretty.
Are you guys
pretty
amateurs?
iffy. If in my brain I don't say, oh yeah, we got to get Gary, then you shouldn't get Gary.
We've had Gary 2 times on this show, 2 runs. Avs championship,
That ain't
Nuggets
true.
championship.
No, he's been there after some killer, title wins and that kind of thing.
No,
but
I think this is. Look, this just.
I don't think so.
I think
Moj, we blew him after the Broncos clinched a playoff spot for the first time since the Stone Age. So we did that last January.
All right, so when it happened, when they win the division, okay, and they get the 1 seed or 2 seed,
okay,
Gary will come out. But right now, all you people asking for Gary, chill out. And by the way, there are people out there driving right now going, "What is he talking about? Blowing up Gary?"
It's our wacky inflatable tube man. We bring him out after big things happen. Here's the other thing. I mean, just to add to your list, Vic, our running list of things on the show that could have gone against the Broncos in this game. I mentioned that Patrick Mahomes has never lost that game in his career in the regular season. He's never lost that game. Back against the wall, they need a win. Division opponent. What's his record against the division in his career? 1,000,001 or something like that?
After a bye week?
That's the other thing we didn't mention yet. Andy Reid, after a bye week, is now 27-5 in his career. Like, think about all the things that were going against you in that game, and you're still able to close it out. It's remarkable. And let me just say one other thing. I don't complain about this offense, so I'm allowed to. So when I complain about this isn't the boy who cried wolf. I mean it. Too many of you guys in the text line, you do this every week. Tony Romo's got to shut up. God, he's got to stop. Somebody's got to stop that man from talking, okay? I know people say this all the time, and this is probably the biggest criticism that play-by-play guys get. Now, Mose, you're different because you're calling games for a home team, right? But when you're a national guy, you're supposed to stay down the middle. I have never heard somebody actively root for a team more than Tony Romo is rooting for the Chiefs, and I'm not joking.
I don't hear that. That's so weird.
Vic,
I don't hear that.
It was so bad. So bad. To the point where people who said, I got no dog in the fight in this game, Romo is rooting for the Chiefs right now.
He's rooting for a good game. I honestly don't believe that.
He had a good game.
I don't believe it. People said the same thing about Phil Simms. I just don't hear it. I don't know. Moj, do you hear it? Are your ears clogged? I don't hear it.
I guess I have a different perspective because, I'm in that world. Well, I'm an Avs guy.
Moj, yes or no? Do you hear that?
A little bit, I did. A little bit.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Vic. Vic, how many times have I done this?
A little bit.
How many times have I pulled this card? It's very, very rare. But it was so obvious that he was doing that. He was very much rooting for Mahomes to do something cool.
Give me an example. In what manner? I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to play dumb here.
He would on plays where the Chiefs miss something, he's begging for a call for Mahomes to get from the refs, and it was so many instances of just very blatantly glazing Mahomes in a way that was so noticeable and over the top. That's how I'd say it. Now again, go ahead.
He did call for that PI on Moss, saying you can't grab there. You can't grab there. That's the only element I remember. whatever. That's a television broadcast.
I understand.
I don't
I'm
get
just
bent out of shape about that kind of stuff.
I understand. It was just so blatantly obvious to me, but whatever. The point is, the Broncos just in that situation, and again, you talk about people that had Broncos skepticism. I was somebody who had skepticism because I didn't think the offense could last the way, could score enough against better teams in the league. And I thought the little things that they couldn't do would kill them. 10 penalties for 147 yards is still a problem, and you overcame that?
A problem was all the penalties. A problem was the NFL product. You got to calm down with the flags.
Yeah.
You got to calm down. I've said this before. They're ruining the product. There's too many hall monitors out there with flags. You need to calm the hell down with flags. And that goes for both teams.
It goes for both teams. And it was more egregious on the Broncos side because of the 2 huge PIs. Okay, that's why you had 147 total yards. Otherwise,
10 penalties total is just it's still
but
too
the
much.
Chiefs had the same thing.
Do you
They were
agree with
false
me?
starting all over
they
the
were
place.
too flag happy. The referees in general.
Yeah, yes. But hang on a second. Let me back up Brett here for a second. You just said you're all mad he's been out of shape. Now, I'm probably more in the middle. I'm not been out of shape about Romo yesterday. But this coming from a guy, Vic, you, who gets bent out of shape about turn signals on your steering column and mountains. Okay? You get bent out of shape about some things where I go, why is he so bent out of shape?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Blinker, always with the damn blinker.
Yeah, but in relation to what?
Yeah, in relation, I wouldn't be throwing stones in a bent out of shape house. That's all I'm saying.
What is making you bent out of shape that you're...
No,
it's fine. It's fine.
You're mad at Brett for getting bent out of shape about Romo, yet you
I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad. You have every right to be. I just didn't feel... Maybe because I watched most of the game there, and I didn't get the whole perspective.
You didn't get it, right.
I didn't get it all.
I just felt like I had to mention it because it was so over the top. We can move on. It doesn't matter. How about this? As we get to break, I said this towards the end of the first segment. I want to see if other people agree, if they've reached this point. We have no issue in saying, hey, Nuggets and Avs. People have mentioned double parade, stuff like that. Like, they're really good. They're the elites of their leagues and very real championship contenders.
I'm not sure we have enough fire trucks, bro.
Do you put the Broncos in that category now?
Why not?
I don't think I would have before that game. Yeah. I think I'm ready to do it.
You know,
I think they're there.
Winning ugly is winning. And I don't know what ugly is when you win. But they're capable, and it's funny how our tune has changed, right? You beat the Raiders like they did on Thursday night, and you're like, oh, my God, this is trash. I mean, seriously.
I know.
No,
right?
But that's basing it off of...
It's 2 3-point wins, but one looks so...
One's trash.
One's so beautiful, and one's so trash.
I have the exact reason why I feel differently. The exact reason why, and I'll tell you next.
Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Have you seen the records of those two teams? Spotless at home, winning games on a record pace. Just like Dan Kaplis wins cases. He wins in record-setting ways. Dan Kaplis Law, serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, don't hesitate to call 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com.
Sean, what can you say to us about J.K. Dobbins' injury situation, and if he's...
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Is he out for the season?
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
Next question.
With the running game today,
Next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today?
Thought it was good. Good enough.
My God, dude, you just won. What the hell's going on?
So funny. I mean, it's so funny. Hang on, Nelly. Nelly, have that queued up again. I want to replay that in just a second. Hey, we're on the air, Moj. I want you, and put on your headphones because I want you to hear this.
What's the question?
You want to talk about heading somebody off at the pass, Moj? Listen to what we just heard from Sean Payton after the game.
Sean, what can you say to us about J.K. Dobbins' injury situation, and if he's...
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Is he out for the season?
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
Next question.
With the running game today,
Next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today?
Thought it was good. Good enough.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise.
Man,
Oh my
you know
God.
what? Normally that stuff doesn't. That's disrespectful.
It
Just
is
answer the
disrespectful.
question.
It is.
Man. Calm down.
Here's what I wanted to say, though. Like, I asked the question, do you put the Broncos in the same category that we've had the Avs and the Nuggets in to start the season? The Avs and Nuggets are firmly in they have a very realistic shot of hoisting a title at the end of the season. I think the Broncos are now in that category after yesterday's win, and here's why. The skepticism that I've had in the games that they've won in this 8-game win streak, the skepticism has lied fully in if you play offense that way against good teams, that ain't going to work.
Right.
When you mention a 3-point win against the Raiders, that looked like a really bad offense facing a miserable team, and that's why you won. The game yesterday, I'll tell you what that looked like. That looked like a decent offense facing a really good defense, and that's just kind of what it looks like when you play against a really good defense. Yeah. Like, they looked totally competent offensively. Was it perfect? No. But part of that's because the Chiefs' defense is really, really good.
And you know what? I go back to that Eagles game, and that defense is really, really good too. And you find a way to squeak that one out. Vic, this is why I said it earlier in the program. We're going to have to get to a point, and I think relatively soon. They're on a bye week this week, so they're going to chill out, whatever they're going to do. But we're going to get to a point where we're going to have to start thinking about, okay, home field, who's coming in, this kind of thing. Do we want to go to Buffalo or not? Is Baltimore going to win that stupid division if Aaron Rodgers has a broken hand? Baltimore's won 4 in a row now, and they're right on the heels of the Pittsburgh Steelers in that silly division that's a mess right now. We're going to have to start pivoting our attention to these kinds of details and these kinds of questions, because the reality is they're a 9-2 football team. And I can't for the life of me imagine, golly, are they going to have to go on the road to New England? Maybe. I'd much rather have their second-year quarterback come here than our second-year quarterback go there.
I just look at the rest of the AFC, especially. Everybody's beatable. Everybody. If you look at the 3 teams at the top right now, the 3 teams with 2 losses, Indy, New England, and Denver. One thing Denver has that I think I give Denver the edge, they have the defense. They have a defense that can neutralize anybody.
Yep.
And again, a defense yesterday without its leading tackler and its best defensive player. And they're still good. So when you have that going for you, you can play with anybody, anywhere. There is no, even like I'm reading here, some people think the Rams almost lost to Seattle. Dude, homeboy was picked off 5 times and the Rams barely held on.
Yeah.
Everybody's beatable.
Yeah, they are. But I think we're going to have to start realizing, like we are with the Denver Broncos, that Seattle's probably a pretty damn good football team.
There's a lot of pretty damn good, but there's no dominant team.
I completely
team is what I'm saying.
But what I don't want to do, Vic, is I don't want to poo-poo games like the Rams win, because I think we're starting to now, as we're 11 weeks into the dang season, we're starting to really see, that's a pretty good team. And this is a pretty good team.
Pretty
and that's
good.
A pretty
Those
good
are the
team.
words. There is no dominant football team in the
Agreed.
NFL, and that's great news for the Broncos. That automatically puts them in the mix.
There's something to, I think, offensively yesterday what felt like a little bit of a change. Did you guys notice that the Broncos were getting to the line a little bit quicker than usual?
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like 8 seconds left on the play clock. Let's get up. All right, I'll scan the defense one time, snap the football. They had like 13, 14 seconds left. And it felt like they were playing with a little bit more tempo. Well, that was asked to Sean Payton after the game.
Sean, that third quarter touchdown drive just looked like you guys were moving quicker, a little bit more offensively.
Here comes the tempo question. Let's go.
Okay. What,
I'm going to give you a call sheet.
Did you run? Did you go more?
No. There were 3 plays basically. We tempoed. One, I felt sometimes you hurry to beat maybe a challenge, and so anyway, next question.
Okay. Time out.
What are you supposed to ask? That's not going to elicit
time out.
Why are you so pissy? I would not even. I'm at the point now. Don't even have a press conference. Don't even have one. Don't even hold one. I don't need it.
In the movie Miracle, this is how all this media should feel now. If you recall, it was the Minnesota guys versus the East Coast guys when the Team USA is trying to come together, right? Everybody's getting mad, everybody fighting, all this kind of thing. And then Herb Brooks says to Ralph Cox, this is a camp, where are you from? He goes, I'm from anywhere that's not going to get me punched in the face. Okay? So I feel like if I was a media guy there, I'd go like this, Sean, what question can I ask you where you're not going to jump down my throat with size 11, waffle stomp? You know what I mean? Like
your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
What can I ask you where you're not going to blow up on my face here?
I really and here's the thing, that question is meant to be like complimentary. It's like, hey, you made an adjustment that worked. What made you see, you know what I mean?
Well, you could tell it's bubbling under the skin, the sensitivity to that question, because during the game, who's the sideline reporter again?
Tracy Wolfson.
She reported during the game that Bo's begging for the plays to come in faster.
Yeah, she said that. Yeah, she indicated that he was saying, come on, can we hurry this thing up a little bit? Yeah. And by the way, we got on him about it this past week. I'm like, it's like he's reading the New York City phone book to him. Like, what are we doing here? But look, I guess when you're 9-2 and you have a win like that, you're going to feel yourself. Vic, you'd be feeling yourself after a win like that. It's just that this guy is a perpetual header offer at the passer.
It's not just a local problem too. I've visited with some national announcers. They know who he is.
Yeah.
Then this is not just us in Denver that he picks on, and that's who he is. That's his personality. He's abrasive. He's feisty. But you know what? You can be as abrasive and feisty as you please when your team is 9-2 and leading the conference. You can do whatever the hell you want. He changed the culture of the organization. Would you take that trade-off? If I told you 2 years ago, Sean Payton's going to come in here and cut everybody off and be sort of a jerk in press conferences, but he's going to have his team 9-2 and leading the conference. Would you take it? You're damn right you would.
Yeah, you know what? I would give him permission to assault you if I thought the Broncos could be 9-2.
You can, but at a press conference though, I don't even hold the press conference anymore. What's the point?
So a couple other things. When you talk about the Broncos being like, are they in championship contention or not? I think the answer is absolutely yes, they are. And it's because they've had this all year long, all year. It was a matter of, can you keep up before it goes down this way? Elite defense and ability to close and ability to finish are 2 things that are necessary. You want to be championship contenders. And Bo Nix, through his ups and super highs and super lows, has had one thing, and that has been at the end of the game, if you present an opportunity to win it, he typically does. That throw that he made on 3rd and 15 proves that. It's 3rd and 15 at about 2 minutes left. You don't pick this up, this ball is going back to Patrick Mahomes with under 2 minutes left and probably not getting the ball back, and the game's going to end. Chris Jones, after the game, can you pull this up for me, Nelly? Chris Jones, after the game, talked about that play and something that Bo Nix did. Film study. He recognized the defense that they were in, and he said he changed the play call at the line of scrimmage to that one to Cortland Sutton that picked up the first down. Listen.
I'm listening.
I heard them call it.
Here we go.
Pre-film study for them because they called it out. I heard them calling it out. They actually switched the line. If you watch the film, you can see Bo Nix kind of switched the line. So they knew it. we got to do a better job at disguising.
Said they watched film study, knew the defense they were in, switched up the play, found Cortland Sutton, picked up the third down. Next thing you know, it's the big play to Franklin. You're in field goal position, game over. I mean, at the end of games, he finds a way to win. This is not a fluke anymore. The Broncos have played good games, bad games. They've kind of had the whole gamut of it. But in a season in which they're 9-2, they are 7-2 in one-score games.
That is a quality that you really love out of a quarterback. Because if you watch him late in games, he gets more accurate. He gets more, I don't even know how to quantify it. The ball just floats over the hands of the DB. The ball just finds that little seam right on. You know what I mean? He elevates in a way that is awesome. You're right. It's not a fluke. This is happening time and time again. And it's just got to be that he just goes into this unconscious mode of where he's just playing quarterback and not overanalyzing and overthinking, or the game slows down for him and he can do both at that time.
Yep.
It's really a great quality because some of those throws late, really good. I mean, really, really good throws.
Well, I mean, he did a lot of what Jake Plummer discussed on our show last week. Stepping up in a dirty pocket, anticipating a hit, understanding that it's not going to be free and clear, but still making the throw. And he did that on multiple occasions. I don't know if you guys noticed that. He did.
Yeah.
He stepped up on multiple occasions and stepped into his throws. Man, we can break down Bo every game, and it gets a little repetitive and crazy at times. You know, we don't break down every other player like we break down Bo. We don't. At the end of the day, he outplayed Patrick Mahomes. He outplayed Patrick Mahomes, and he did it in clutch time when Patrick has made a name for himself.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Go ahead, Moj.
Well, I want to remind everybody that last night, by the way, was a great night at Ball Arena. Hockey Fights Cancer Night. Great night. Obviously, the Avs win 4-1 over the Isles.
Yep.
A team that had swept them last year. Won both games.
Including the nice little bleep you goal at the end of the game. Just get a
little Brock Nelson, redirect there. 15 seconds left. Vitalant and the Avalanche are fighting cancer all the time, but certainly in the month of November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant blood donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information.
A lot more to break down with this game. We have Adam Schefter joining the show at 9 o'clock this morning. We have a look around the league at 8:20. Stick around.
When was the last time you heard this? 0% financing for 60 months. I mean, that's huge, and that's back at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. 0% for 60 months on all new F-150 pickups, plus $5,000 off right now, the Broncos Sports, and you can lease one if you want to do that for $299 a month. Silterhar is the best game in town. You've got 5 brands, 3 huge lots, the greatest selection you can possibly find, located easily right there at Wadsworth and Highway 36 in Broomfield. And if you want to shop online ahead of time, just go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
that jersey, bro.
What was your attitude about the Chiefs when you first joined this team?
They were, at the top, and if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And if you're, some say if you're scared, go to church. But I think it's good to, if you're going to play this sport, if you're going to play this game for too long, you can't really be intimidated, or there's really no sense in going out there. If you don't believe you're going to win and eventually get to the top, then I feel like you just waste so much time, throughout the week. But we work hard, and we've put together a great team to win games like tonight, and, it paid off.
But to be the man, you gotta beat the man. Woo!
So Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. You guys want to discuss the biggest hit of the game yesterday? What's the biggest hit?
Was it the Adam Prentice block on the blitzing linebacker?
It was Sean Payton running into the linesman.
Oh, yeah.
Or vice versa.
No. It's the other way around. It's that ref just taking a full truck stick to Sean Payton on the sideline. I mean, it's rare that you see double flags get called like that. Now, I don't know the rule. Like, the coach is allowed to be in the white, I think, when he's calling the play, maybe not during the play. But remember when Mike Tomlin years ago almost had that one, the kick return, where he almost ran into the kick returner? Like, I don't know what the ruling is on that. I don't know if you can be in the white or not, but gosh, he got smoked.
They both trucked each other. Well, it looked like a hit at open ice. Even center ice when both guys don't know the other guy's
like
there.
Their heads are turned in different directions.
Every coach has a get back guy who's
Right.
in charge of making sure the coach is back on the sideline. But dealing with Coach Payton is a different animal, as you guys have learned. Can you imagine the conversation between Payton and the get back guy today?
Oh, my God.
It goes like this. Brett, you're the get back guy. Talk to me.
Hey, coach, get back.
I have it all. Listen, come on. Are we talking about get back now? Is that what we're doing? Here comes the get back question. All right, fine.
I think that he would have a lot of get the bleep off me's that would come with a get back guy. But again, the way that they went about, I think, strategy towards the Chiefs' offense in that game was really solid. You mentioned this earlier, Vic, that Chiefs fans are crushing Mahomes this morning, saying he's playing hero ball. That was a lot of deep shots that really didn't have a chance of getting caught yesterday. A lot of them.
There were also other shots. I think the Broncos, they had their own drops, don't get me wrong. But Rashee Rice had a bad game. I mean, they had some drops where you're like, I guess what we're used to, guys, is that maybe it's not even just the big plays, the bombs early on that they tried this, but they always seem to make that play to continue the drive, to keep things going and so on, and they were not making those plays.
Well, you know what the beauty of this Broncos defense is? In years past, or every time you watch Kansas City, the quick strike ability that Kansas City possesses, right? The quick strike, the lightning strike. Oh, my God. 2 plays, field goal range, or 11 seconds, too much time. Against the Broncos, they don't do that. They got to work.
Yeah.
They got to work. Again, 3 biggest plays of the game. One was the pass to Thornton. That was one big play. The other 2 were PIs. That if you don't commit the PI, those passes aren't going to be caught.
I thought Travis Kelce had a pretty good game.
Well, they had that one drive where they went 3 straight plays, that little one-step slant route, get it to him. He runs for 9 yards, something.
That's what he does.
Let me ask you something. Those deep balls in that game, was the intent of those to get completions or to pick on Riley Moss, who's been flagged a lot?
Hey, they see what we see. Let me tell you something about Riley Moss. As much as I admire his tenacity and his willingness to put himself out there, after the game I heard a couple interviews, and he said, listen, this is the way I play. One of those I shouldn't have done. The other one, he still contends on the first one. It wasn't a PI.
I got that here if you want to listen to it.
Let's listen to him real quick.
Listen, I will absolutely own up to, that last one, the underthrown ball. I can't be grabbing him like that. It's tough. It's already a tough position, and I got to be able to, in those situations, not panic and play the ball and in practice, it's going to be a big emphasis. We're going to put the boxing gloves on me. We're going to tape them up. So there's no chance of, it's a repetitive thing, and, people can have their opinion on it, but, me as a professional athlete, I need to be able to realize, okay, this has happened multiple times. And yeah, it's unfair sometimes and it sucks, but, I can't be in that position, as much as I have been.
Interesting. He mentioned the boxing gloves, and Jake Plummer on our post-game show, Altitude TV, last night said they should put boxing gloves on them. Sounds like they're already doing that. And that's simply so you don't clutch and grab when the ball is in the air.
Right.
Now, like it or not, again, I admire the guy for being an aggressive defensive back. I would rather have somebody err on the side of being aggressive, all right? But he's got to understand his penalties aren't just penalties. They're very loud penalties. 9 DPIs on the season. The next closest has 5 in the NFL. They're very loud. One in Philly came. What was it in Philly? 3rd and 23?
Yeah.
This one yesterday, 3rd and 19. In those situations, you just can't do that.
Right.
Give him more room.
Yeah, he's I think there's a book that's out on Riley Moss that if you get him one-on-one, just kind of throw it up and see if he's going to make a mistake. Because now what comes with that is a reputation. He's got a reputation now with the refs for whatever reason, whether if you're in the Bomani Jones camp of this, that he's being racially profiled by refs.
But you know what I hate about those calls? And this is where I sort of defend Riley Moss. It's just how 50-50 some of those calls are. You guys watch the game. When Thornton made that catch, did he not push off a little bit?
Yeah, he did.
When Troy Franklin made that catch on 2nd and 8, did he not push off a little bit?
A little bit.
Okay, so there's pushing and clutching and grabbing every single play.
There's hand fighting all the time. But look, let me say this. There was hand fighting on the first PI. But if you look at the replay, he literally latched onto his jersey. You don't close your fist on the jersey. Just don't do it. Look, I can talk about it in the NHL all the time. That wasn't a damn slash. That wasn't a hook. But if you get the blade around the hands of the opposition, they're going to call you for it. Like that's not a slash. But they see it and just don't wrap your hand around it. Yeah. You know what they say in hockey? Keep your stick on the ice. You don't have to worry about it. Okay? Right. In there, don't make a fist on a guy's jersey, even if he's hand fighting you as well. Don't grab his jersey. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Also,
go ahead.
While we're on the nitpicking subject, another trick play.
God.
That
Trickery dickory do.
Trickery dickory do. That play was a bunch of poo. It almost got picked. Bo is a dude, and he made a great play.
Bo saved that.
Oh, my God. Dude.
Trickery dickory do play.
Because there was not one but 2 Chiefs there, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, man. That has pick 6 written all over it.
Hang on a second.
What?
I know R.J. Harvey was a former quarterback. The hell is he doing?
It's not his fault.
It's not?
Dick,
he threw a moon ball on the opposite side of the field with 2 guys bearing down on Bo Nix.
He's a rookie. He's told what the play is.
Looked like Derek Carr out there. Little teardrop.
Have some couth. You don't need to throw the football.
I don't blame the player there. It's a bad call. You're moving the ball.
Cortland Sutton, when he got the throw back 2 weeks ago, knew not to throw the ball.
Yeah.
He just sat down.
I mean, but for a split second as I'm watching, and Brett has a point here, though. I mean, the kid's going to run the play that he's told to run. Fine. But it seemed like that ball hung in the air forever.
It was a moon. He lobbed it.
Yeah, and I'm going, oh, my God, no. This is all processing fast in our brains. Like, no. And Nick's able to pound it out of there because that was pick 6 city.
Moj, if there was no glass in between us, okay, in between us and Nelly,
right,
and I threw my wallet. I threw my wallet to Nelly, and I said, Moj, get up. You got to try and pick this pass off. And I threw it 50 feet in the air. I think you could get to Nelly by the time it gets
I'd have
there.
enough recovery time to get to Nelly and bat it away. Yeah.
Vic is going all Goodwill Hunting. RJ. It's not your fault.
Not your fault.
Well, look at me. Look at me. It's not your fault.
It's another really odd play call when you had a drive that was rolling at the time. I mean, it's another one. Now, again,
I like trick
but
plays. I guess I was driving in and I'm listening to you talk a little bit about it. And this is selfish of me. I fully admit it. Hey, Vic, I like trick plays. Okay, I do.
So do I.
When they work. I like them when they work.
Yeah.
I don't like them when it's almost a pick six and I'm having convulsions, all right? That's all I'm saying. But you're able to overcome that right now. I mean, you're doing things during the course of a game. You're overcoming these indiscretions that typically would kill teams or find them on the wrong end. And you're getting it done, period, end of story. So trick away, man. Hey, you want a trickery-dickery-do? Go ahead.
Trickery-dickery-do plays.
Can you go back, Nelly, to the post game when Sean Payton was asked about J.K. Dobbins in the running game? Because, Vic, you're kind of right about this. You know, I always go back to that quote that he had about him cruising around the sushi parking lot after, what was it, like their second win of his tenure? And he asked himself, like we were on his therapy couch for a second, and he goes, why can't I just be happy after we won? Like, it's such a massive win yesterday, and I want you to hear the tone here that he took in the postgame.
Sean, what can you say to us about J.K. Dobbins' injury situation? And if
no updates, I'll keep you posted.
Is he out for the season?
No updates, I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
next question.
With the running game today,
next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today?
Thought it was good enough.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
And by the way, that is your injury report. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
See,
don't ask.
I don't necessarily. How do I put this?
Anybody who's seen the movie Hot Rod will like that.
I like the.
Don't ask. Just bring it.
Bring it. I like the very introspective Sean Payton. The self-admitted, yeah, I'm driving around the sushi parking lot for an hour, freaking out. Why can't I be happy after a win? It was at Green Bay. I think it was Green Bay, right? They beat Green Bay. Why can't I just be happy after a dub, right? That Sean Payton is an introspective, very honest, open-hearted Sean Payton. This Sean Payton is an absolute dillbag. And
is he out for the season?
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
next question.
With the running game today,
next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today?
Thought it was good enough.
Okay. That Sean Payton is like, dude, which is the real Sean Payton? Or are they both the real Sean Payton? It's just a matter of what comes out at what time.
Can you play the role of Sean and I play the role of a media member? Can I try and ask you something?
Guys, I think we'll all agree if this is the only bad thing you get out of 9-2,
yes,
I'll
agreed.
take it. I mean,
Agreed.
I'm not that bent. I think it's a waste of time holding press conferences. Why even hold
agreed,
them?
but
reminds me of Greg Popovich. Greg Popovich did the same thing.
He did.
Popovich, you couldn't hold a press conference with Popovich. It was a waste of time.
Yep. The Will Lutz, his reaction to Will Lutz. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I saw. I know.
He's 5 for 5.
5 for. Yeah. I saw it in New Orleans. Well, you didn't see it? Well, you an idiot? I'm like, come on, dude. It's cool.
I saw it in New Orleans. That's why it's here.
Can I try this? Can you be Sean
That
Payton?
is smarmy.
Can you be Sean Payton and I be a media member and I want to ask you a question?
Well, do you why don't you let Vic be Sean Payton? He's a good imitator.
No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. I think you could do it better. Just cut me off. I'm gonna try and ask you 2 questions. Okay. Hey, Marvin Mims was back from his concussion. First of all,
he's a player for us.
Is he doing
he plays
good
for us.
Yeah, is his head okay and all that?
You saw him out there on the field. What do you think?
Yeah. His return game.
Next question.
When he was in the return game, did you like the special teams?
I've already talked about Marvin Mims. Next question.
My retort would be My retort would be, I don't really have a good next question.
Yeah, I don't have a next one. I had one. Hey, to their credit, special teams was good. They made some big plays, huge returns, blocked extra point.
I give Darren Rizzi and his crew some credit because you're right. The hidden yards proved to be the difference in that game. Marvin Mims was missed more than we know. More than we think.
Well, on special teams, because I don't know if he played offense yesterday, but he certainly missed on special teams.
No, but Vic, you are correct. When I was so afraid on that big 68-yard punt return, and the flag is down.
That was getting called back.
Oh my God, no! I mean, when you got Mims back in the lineup from his concussion, they just, had an unbelievably good return. You're already in field goal range, blah blah blah, and then it's illegal block in the back on the kicking team, which you never ever ever see
I thought
what
that
a
was
huge play.
I thought it 11 yards from the end zone. You got to score against KC. Thank God it didn't hurt him.
Yeah.
But that was one of those, like, you just filed that away as, like, it's a missed opportunity.
Hey, credit to Jaleel McLaughlin, by the way, who has been on the shelf all season, right? He hasn't had a chance to do anything. I mean, he's only played in 2 games, I believe.
Yep.
And not only did they run him, but they ran him in the red zone between the tackles.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the biggest guy. This isn't Derrick Henry here. He's running between the tackles and gets enough push with help to get in the end zone.
You know, watching the Chiefs and what they do, and again, there was no Isaiah Pacheco yesterday, but, you know, the Broncos only ran the ball 21 times, and outside of Nix and Mims that one rush, it was only 17 times with backs, okay?
I didn't feel like that was – I didn't feel like they were calling the game incorrectly, though.
Okay.
The rhythm felt okay to me still.
Okay. On the other side, though, you realize how many times Kansas City handed off to Kareem Hunt? He was the only back to carry the football yesterday. How many rushes do you think he had total?
I'll say 11.
Yeah, it didn't feel like that. 14?
13.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were going. These guys were throwing the ball. Like, I mean, because the Chiefs do it as well. They use the pass game like a run game with the RPO stuff.
I've got an experiment. We're going to do this one more time before we go to break. Moj, you play the role of Sean Payton. And guys, we're just joshing around. This is fun. The Broncos won. It's just fun. Brett, you're going to be a local scribe who can't ever get a question. I'm going to be Kay Adams. We're going to ask the same question one after another and see what his reaction is. I'm Kay Adams. You're a local scribe. Go ahead. You're first.
Sean, J.K. Dobbins has been hurt. You guys put him on IR.
Yeah,
is he done? Is he done for the?
I'll let you know when I find out.
Is he done
I'll
for
let
the
you know
year?
more
Though?
later.
Is he going to be on IR?
I'll let you know when we have more information. Next question.
Sean, J.K. Dobbins. When do you think he'll be back?
Oh, you know, we're really hoping that, golly, that it's not a long-term thing. I know he had to be opened up a little bit, but he's unlike Moj. He's a real fast healer. He's not a slow healer, and he's a valuable part of our offense. And our running game, I think, honestly, when he's out, it takes a little bit of a hit. We may have to throw a little bit more than we like.
Let's try this one more time. Just ask the exact same question as me, Vic.
Okay.
Sean, how's your day going? Like, are you having a good day?
Whether I have a good day or a bad day doesn't really matter, does it? We're here to win football games next.
Sean, how's your day?
It's great, Kay. How you doing?
I'm good.
That's good. Yeah, I had a great cup of coffee this morning and nice driving. On the drive over to the facility, I was thinking to myself,
it's not the
it's
question.
great to be 9-2.
And therein is that it's not the question, it's who asks the question. And he doesn't.
I'm wondering how your day is going. But how's your day?
Evan. It doesn't matter how my day is going. We're here to win football games.
My name's Luca, by the way.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you.
What Kay said? My name's Luca.
Hey, listen, and we're doing this, and I want to do it with all due respect. If Sean Payton is listening, and I know he's not listening, but if he is, dude, there are so many things about you that I like as a dude. I love your honesty.
He's actually a good dude personally.
Yeah,
he really is. I've hung with him personally. He's a good dude. He is. He's
just
a dude.
You do have a Jekyll and Hyde thing that happens, okay? And so we're just saying to you that the Jekyll and Hyde is obviously noticeable, and to us it's dill holish and somewhat funny at times.
Vic's impression of Kay Adams sounds just like a Valley girl. Just, hey, girl, how you doing? All right. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the NFL in Westwood 1 tonight. That thrilling Cowboys and Raiders game that you guys can't wait for. It's going to be on AM 950, and don't miss a second as Dak Prescott and the Cowboys face off against Geno Smith. It's going to be a thriller.
I mean, absolutely tune in.
Is Kevin kidding me here? I'm just going to read this exactly as it said. Dak Prescott and the 3-5-1 Cowboys, second in the NFC East, face off against Geno Smith, Pete Carroll, and the 2-7 Raiders. It's going to be a thriller, and it's all on AM 950 tonight, starting at 5.
It's Monday Night Football tonight.
Look around the league next. It's a Rally House Football Monday, Victory Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town.
Couple things. We're going to look around the league here. Vic, I want to wish a happy birthday to my beautiful baby girl.
Beautiful baby.
She turned 20 today.
Happy birthday.
But that's beside the point. I mean, enough of that crap. If you followed along for Lay It Down on Friday, combined, Brett and I were 5-1 on the weekend. 5-1.
That Brett Coin lock of the week?
Iowa. We were 5-1, Vic. The lone one. I FaceTime her for her birthday early this morning, and the first thing I say is, "Your Bearcats screwed me."
Yep.
She's like, "Yep, sorry about that. They stink right now." I said, "Yeah, I realize they stink right now." Of course, she goes to school at Cincinnati. That's why. But the Bearcats losing at home to Arizona was my only blemish.
Let's take a look around the NFL, and we'll start with the early game in España. It was terrible. It was Dolphins and Commanders, and it was a miserable watch if anybody even tried to watch that game early Sunday morning. The Dolphins do win in overtime 16-13, but those are just two really bad football teams.
That was one of the wins, though.
Yes.
Fins were laying 2.5. Mike McDaniel, I think he's trying to get fired. Some of the decisions at the end of that game, not to just kick and take, I was blown away.
Also,
and maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's just throwing caution to the wind because they stink anyway. But, dude, I don't know what they were thinking.
Trying to get fired, Moj, while winning 3 of his last 4 games.
I reckon.
It's an odd way to try and do it. They're now 4-7. The Commanders are 3-8. Panthers, Falcons. The Falcons, if you guys remember, the first time they played Carolina, they lost 30-0. And they said
nothing.
They said that's a wake-up call. Well, they've awoken to going 2-5 since then, with another loss to Carolina, this time a 30-27 loss in overtime. You know what's really weird? Every time I'm about to give up on Bryce Young, he throws for 448 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Go back 3 years ago, okay? And I give you the stat line for Bryce Young. 448 yards passing, 10 yards a pop, and 3 touches, a quarterback rating of 123.2.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's not Bryce Young because Bryce Young can't play the game. You know what? Give the kid some credit. He's only 24. He's maturing. And look, man, some guys develop at their own pace. Guy had a hell of a game yesterday.
You talk about a disappointing franchise.
Oh, bring him back.
The Carolina Panthers as they keep pounding against these Green Bay Packers. Yeah.
Come on.
Also, I had
150,000.
I want you to know exactly what I would do, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Check it out. Spent 150,000 on a football team. Wait a minute, that's not enough to buy a team. Spent 150,000 on a tricked out Porsche. Wait, what? Minnesota, it snows too much. Build me a tennis court outside.
All right, that's good. Cut it. What a song, though. What a song. What were you going to say, Vic?
Oh, I was going to say, what a crap show in Atlanta, right? That team had so much promise and hope a couple years ago. They bring in Kirk Cousins, pay him a bunch. Then they oddly draft Michael Penix. And now it's just what are they? What is that? They got all this young talent. They can't put it together.
Panthers win. Panthers a game above 500 again at 6-5. The Falcons now 3-7. Bucks and Bills, probably the game of the weekend. Like, it was phenomenal. It was, I think, 9 lead changes in the second half alone in that game. If you're watching Red Zone in that early window, you're just watching Bucks and Bills. that was the entire thing.
The Bills' defense is not good.
No, it's been a problem for them all year. Here's the other thing. I know that Tampa Bay was this darling early in the season, and hey, if you give Baker Mayfield a chance to win at the end of the game, they're going to win. They've suffered injuries. They've lost 3 of their last 4.
Well, Godwin's not playing, and who else is? I mean, they're missing.
Well, Mike Evans is out.
Yeah,
they've also had a tough schedule.
They're missing some key dudes. I'll say this: the Buffalo Bills, man, are they a hard team to figure out? Because I watched Josh Allen and what he did yesterday, dude. He was insane. He threw for 3 touchdowns. He ran for 3 touchdowns. Yeah, their defense may stink, but that offense can explode.
Yeah. So the Bills are now 7-3. The Bucks are 6-4. Man, it felt like the Titans were going to pull a miracle out at the end against Houston. They get that touchdown with about a minute and a half somewhere around there left, And the Texans drive down, get into field goal range, kick the game winner. They win 16-13. As the Texans are a 500 football team, I don't think they're very good, but
Davis Mills,
they're
man.
hanging around.
It's 2 weeks in a row, he got it done. Davis Mills.
So Texans 5-5. The Titans are 1-9. Bears Vikings. If you guys didn't see this, it was a sloppy game. I still have a lot of questions about Caleb Williams and about J.J. McCarthy. But McCarthy throws a touchdown pass that gives them a 17-16 lead with virtually no time left. And the Vikings return a kick to like the 35.
Bears.
Or I'm sorry, the Bears.
Yeah.
Return the ensuing kick to the 35, get in a field goal range, and they boot the game winner.
Why aren't you kicking that out of bounds through the end zone? Why are you giving teams a chance? Why?
I don't know. So the Bears now lead the NFC North at 7-3.
Can you believe? Again, this season is so wacky. You're telling me that after Week 11, the Bears are on top of that division,
and
it's illogical.
Well, look at all the standings. If you looked at the teams leading their divisions, and you told me that you predicted this back in August, I'd say you're loony.
Broncos and Pats and Colts. Come on, man.
The Bears are winning in the screwiest of fashions, but they continue to win. I mean, they're 7-3. Vikings dropped to 4-6. Man, did the Packers want the Giants to win that football game. They were begging Jameis Winston to do something, and Jameis, I think, played okay, but he did the Jameis thing. The Jameis giveth, the Jameis taketh
away.
It's exciting.
End of the game, Giants are at, the 20-yard line, need a touchdown to tie it up, and it was, what's the guy's name? It's been kind of disappointing from Ole Miss. Forget his name, the wide receiver. It looked like he's supposed to run a corner route. So he hits like a post corner, he takes a step in, and then he basically just shuts it down. Jameis already lets the ball go. It's an easy pick for the Packers. They win the game.
I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Ooh, and that Packers team, that offense was teetering on blowing up on each other early in that game because they looked miserable, dropping passes, turning it over.
Love left the game
for a minute. He came back, and when he came back, the offense found their rhythm again. But Packers, 6-3-1, Giants 2-9. Steelers, Cincinnati. So Steelers, this game's a lot closer than the final score says it was. It was 34-12 at the final. But, man, when the Steelers and the Bengals face off against each other, there's always some sort of fight that breaks out. So Jalen Ramsey gets ejected for throwing a punch at Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is going to get suspended, though.
Well, he spit on him, he says, yeah.
Yeah, and judging by who was Jalen Carter the first game of the year, right? Yeah. You spit on somebody, you're getting suspended.
100%.
And there is clear evidence of him doing that. So I don't even know what Cincinnati does now. They're 3-7.
They're done.
Do you even bring back Burrow, or do you just tell him to sit down for the rest of the year?
Well, he's going to want to play. If he's healthy, he's going to want to play.
Yeah, I don't think you sit him.
Okay.
I mean, if a guy's ready to go, you play him.
But they're done. They're absolutely done.
Steelers 6-4, Bengals 3-7. This was the Los Angeles Chargers remembered that they're really hurt because they lost 35-6 to Jacksonville.
And Herbert did not do a thing in this game.
Nothing. In fact, they pulled. You realize they pulled him, Vic, and put Trey
10
Lance
completions, one pick.
Yeah, he was off.
81 yards passing.
If you saw any of Harbaugh after that game, he's like, nobody came to play. Our entire team did not come to play.
They had 7 first downs as an offense. They got 1 off of a penalty. And 135 total yards against Jacksonville.
Hey, Broncos still got to play Jacksonville. That's no gimme.
Yeah, Jacksonville, you talk about schizophrenic. I mean, really good, really bad, really good, really bad.
Thank goodness that game is here, though.
Look at how they ran the ball, though. Jacksonville, they had 2 guys rush for over 70 yards each, another guy for 36. They ran as a team for 192 yards.
Yeah.
Ran it right down their throats.
Jacksonville 6-4, the Chargers 7-4. This also a really good game, but really weird. So Seahawks and Rams. It's a battle between two teams that are very much jockeying back and forth for who wins the NFC West. This game's in L.A. Sam Darnold, who's had a really good year this year, throws 4 interceptions in that game, and they still got a shot to win at the end. The Rams pull it out 21-19, but that game featured, and we rarely talk about stuff like this, I think the most perfect punt I've ever seen in my life at the end of that game.
Saw that.
It hits at like the half-yard line, bounces out, and hits the white in front of the pylon with like 2 inches to spare.
It's like that Raiders punter last week.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy landed one like at the 1, and it completely went sideways out of bounds. Couldn't believe it.
Did you see that catch by Jackson Smith in Jigba?
Dude.
On the sideline?
Yep.
Another 100-yard game
Smith
for him, by the way. He legitimately, I think, is going to set the all-time record for receiving yards. He's going to get to 2,000.
It's crazy.
He's getting 100 yards every single week.
Hey, real quick, because I'm a laundry fan, I like those Rams midnight unis.
The blacks?
Did you like them?
Yeah, they're okay.
I like their regular ones better.
Yeah, I liked it.
Rams 8-2, Seahawks 7-3. The Niners get Brock Purdy back, and they throw up 41 on the board.
This was another
beating the Cardinals.
This was a lay it down, was it not?
Yes.
This was a lay it down, and boy, did they lay it down. And you know what the whole key is? Look, Kyle Shanahan is probably some sort of miracle worker, but as long as you've got a healthy Christian McCaffrey, you can do pretty much anything.
Can I just read?
It's crazy.
Can I read a stat to you guys?
Yeah.
About the Arizona Cardinals, who are now 3-7, and they lost by 19 points, 41-22, in a game in which their quarterback Jacoby Brissett went 47 of 57 for 452 yards.
That's crazy. I mean, if you just told me those stats, I'd be like, what, they score 50?
57 passing attempts, 10 incompletions, 22 points, blown out by 19.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense at all.
So the Niners, I mean, we just said they're jockeying back and forth, the Seahawks and the Rams for the NFC West. The Niners are hanging in there, 7-4, still there. Ravens beat the Browns in a game
where... real quick, are they getting anybody back? Is anybody going to come back for San Francisco?
I honestly don't know.
Ricky Pearsall finally came back in that game.
Yeah. It sounds like Ayuk is just, he's never getting off that IR.
Who cares? The bigger game is that Browns game.
Well, Shedeur made his first appearance. He came in after Dylan Gabriel had a concussion. That game, I think at the time he came in did they have a 3-point lead or were they tied?
I think it was 13-10 when he got concussed.
And Shedeur looked miserable. He was 4 of 16 with an interception. Now, you can look at it one of two ways. All of the reasons why Shedeur wasn't playing were confirmed by that appearance, or the fact that he has taken 0 first-team snaps, Kevin Stefanski said, since being drafted.
Nobody does.
A lot of
nobody
quarterbacks have to do
that.
I understood. I said there's two schools of thought. If you're in the camp of Shedeur's not playing because he's not good enough, well, that's a wealth of evidence for you.
Well, since training camp, how many first-team snaps has Jarrett Stidham taken?
Yeah.
I think the answer is probably 0. Those all go to Bo Nix in preparation for your starter that week.
Yeah.
Right?
Look, it doesn't help that the Browns trot out 2 rookie quarterbacks.
Agreed, but he looked unprepared. He didn't look ready to go.
You know what was lost in that game?
When they called his name, he's like, what? I don't know.
Did you see how the Ravens won the game with the fake tush push?
Yeah.
Did you guys see that play?
Yep.
How cool was that?
Little Mark Andrews scrambling around the outside. So the Ravens win. They're back to 500. They're 5-5.
Hey, man,
and
they've
look
won.
out Pittsburgh.
They've won 4 in a row. Now, I know these Ravens aren't what they used to be, perhaps, but they've won after what they lose, 5 in a row or lost 4 in a row. They've won 4 in a row now. I don't know. If I was Pittsburgh and Aaron Rodgers had a bad hand, I'd be nervous.
And then finally, the Sunday night game was another ugly, no offense type of game. The Eagles win 16-9 over Detroit. A lot of people making guff about the pass interference that pretty much ended the game.
One of the worst calls I've ever seen.
And Vic, I don't care. The Lions played terrible. Didn't deserve to win. I
know.
I no care about that, but it was terrible.
It doesn't change the fact. Even Chris Collinsworth's like, what on earth?
No, he said that is terrible. Like he said it twice. The Lions
ball was way overthrown. It was ridiculous.
The Lions have a real problem. Is that they've been winning the last 2 years with elite offensive line play, and their line isn't good anymore. And Jared Goff is horrible under pressure. Like I don't think the Lions are very good. I don't. They're good enough for a playoff spot, maybe, but they got a lot of different issues. Now the Eagles, I saw in the post game. They went in the locker room. They stuck that camera right in A.J. Brown's face, and it looked like an A.J. Brown game of like, yeah, we won. At what cost? Our offense is still really bad.
Hey, man, the Eagles are winning the way the Broncos are winning.
Yeah.
And they're the defending Super Bowl champions.
Jalen Hurts was 14 of 28 for 135 yards. But Eagles 8-2, Lions 6-4. That is a look around the league back after this.
You know, low testosterone causes a host of problems. It's Moser, and you hear me talking about it. It includes perhaps a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. And a lot of guys just say, I'm getting older. Well, there's treatments for that can give you back your vigor and your vibrancy, and it's at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're feeling like that, maybe it's time for you to treat that low T, figure out if you have it, and change your life. I did, and I'm incredibly happy with it. Guys, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year in your early to mid-30s, and before you know it, you just don't feel the way you used to feel. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. There's no need to wait. Most guys wait a year or more. Take care of it now. That number again, 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, it's that time. We take a look at the Broncos player who was in the groove over the weekend. Brought to you by Groove Toyota. Moshe, you got? Who's your player grooving?
Well, you know what? A guy had a couple sacks yesterday, and I want to give some love to Jaquan.
No, Jaquan was great.
Is that okay?
And a pick.
Yeah, he
was fantastic.
He was terrific. I thought he was in a big-time groove. And let's be honest about it, man. That sack that closed out the game, awesome.
Vic, who you got?
You know, say what you want. I know he missed that kick in Indy earlier this season, but 5 for 5, including that 54-yarder. Forget the last one. That was within range, but the 54-yarder was no gimme. Before the game, I'm watching him. He's hitting him from 65. You sort of got the sense that yesterday would have been productive for kickers. By the way, the weather was perfect.
Yeah.
When I say perfect, You will not find a better November day in Denver for a football game.
Yep. I'll give it to Bo. I thought, you want to talk about being in a groove. He looked like he was in a groove most of the game. He was stepping up in the pocket. He didn't have happy feet. He felt comfortable. He looked comfortable. Also, I want to give a shout-out to somebody else. I don't know if this gets noticed or not a whole lot, special teams gunners and guys like that. J.L. Skinner's a really good special teamer. The block that he laid, spring loose, Marvin Mims on that big, 70-yard punt return.
The one where he turned around like this?
Held the hands up, just gave a little shoulder into the body of, I don't know if that was the punter or what. But if he doesn't do that, Mims might get tripped up and get stopped 40 yards short. So he gets one too. That's Groove, or Broncos players in the Groove, brought to you by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. We'll talk to Adam Schefter here in a few minutes. I do want to give some love to the Broncos and Nuggets over the weekend, both with really big wins and Moser last night. Or I'm sorry, the Avs. I loved the FU goal from Brock Nelson at the end of the game, but that was a game that was a little bit of a struggle, and they found a way to pull it out again.
If I was behind the bench, what would I say? You got a 3-1 lead with 30 seconds to go in the game. What would I say? Which is why I'm not behind the bench.
Stick it up their stick hole.
Stick it in your stick hole.
Yeah.
Keep going. That's exactly what they did. It was just seemed like a harmless little play. Birds kind of throws it at the front of the net. Nelson with a perfect little redirect. He had 1-1 against his former team. That's pretty darn cool. But listen, man, even when they don't have their best, and I'm not saying they didn't last night. I'm just saying even when they don't, they're finding ways to win.
Yep.
They have points in 10 straight games. No regulation losses on the home ice this year. 31 points. Dude, they're playing good hockey, man. They come to the rink every day expecting to win, and how good last night was Scott Wedgwood?
Oh, fantastic.
Wedgie was amazing number one star of the game, 28 saves. He was very square to the shooters all night, and when he couldn't be because good puck movement by the Isles, he made some spectacular acrobatic saves. Great game.
Yes. Wedgwood is, what did Bednar say to us the other day? About or was it, DMac's question after the last game where he was asked about Mackenzie Blackwood, and he's like, not my problem.
Yeah.
If Wedgwood's playing good enough, he's going to play, and he absolutely deserves it because all that guy does is win. Puts up winning performances.
Did you guys see the Islanders' first goal of the game, Emil Heineman, 2:05 in? Did you see that with his skate?
Yeah, he made the kicking motion, but that's allowed, right? I didn't have the audio on, but
it's not a kicking motion. He put his foot out and redirected it.
Yeah, is that allowed?
To get that called back, you basically have to be Will Lutz on ice.
Yeah.
Like literally boot the puck in.
Yep.
Not when there's a shot coming. Like if the puck's laying there and you boot it in, disallowed. But if the shot or the pass is coming to the slot and you put your foot out and you redirect it, whatever, deflect it, no problem.
It was odd to see somebody else score immediately after the game started that wasn't the Avs, because that's been their calling card.
It was the first time all season long that the Avs did not score a goal in the first period at home.
Yeah.
It was also the first time since October 16th at Polumbus that they didn't score a first period goal.
Yeah, they've been rolling early.
Crazy. Anywhere.
To the other side here, Vic, the Nuggets, who are missing 2 starters in Minnesota, no problem, which
Biggest
I
win of the year.
didn't think was possible. And I got to tell you, Tim Hardaway Jr. is unbelievable to watch. He has
revelation.
The quickest shot I've ever seen. Just like hits the fingertips and it's out in half a second. It's crazy.
He's shooting close to 46% from 3 and a high-volume three-point shooter. Not just a couple, high-volume, 46%. It's ridiculous. Again, when you look at the MPJ for Cam Johnson trade, it's important, everybody. Don't look at it one for one. Because when you traded away MPJ, it allowed you to sign Tim Hardaway, Bruce Brown. It allowed you to make the trade for Jonas Valanciunas. It unlocked the door to all those other moves. So it's not a 1-for-1 trade. It's a 1-for-4 trade is what that is. And the Denver Nuggets right now are benefiting mightily. Listen, Minnesota tried to play bully ball on Saturday. They tried to get physical. And the Nuggets are like this new version of the Nuggets. Okay, You want to play that way?
Yeah.
Let's go. It was a glorious win against a team that, frankly, owned the Nuggets last season. And now Denver's gone into their place and beaten them twice in a month.
The Mikko Rantanen trade did the same thing for the Avalanche. You wouldn't have Brock Nelson. You wouldn't have Jack Drury. You know, I mean, it allowed you to do more things. And Marty Necas. And by the way, you got Marty Necas. Okay, so you got Marty Necas, not just a one-for-one. Mikko's playing well. He's a power play merchant. That sounds like a pejorative. He gets fat on the power play a lot. He's got 26 points. Marty Necas has 25 points. You like that?
Can I mention one other thing about the Nuggets? I do like that.
Okay, good.
Just there's two things about that game. Number one, I have like the ultimate envy of Naz Reid. I just think that Naz Reid is such a fantastic player. And every time it feels like he has a big game against the Nuggets. Like a guy of his size being able to shoot the way he can shoot is crazy. But Vic, I howled when Chris Marlowe said something on the broadcast.
Oh, I know where you're going. It was
And it was deadpan, straight face,
it was
not
perfect.
A smile.
It was perfect.
Rudy Gobert misses like a 2-foot bunny. And Marlowe, without skipping a beat, goes just a little bit out of his range.
So good. So good.
It was so subtle.
And I don't know how many people picked up on that, but it was one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
That's why he's the best. Hey,
Vic, I self-admit that I'm not the most handsome man on the planet. I realize that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to look at Dante DiVincenzo's face. I don't like to look at his head.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to look at him. Number one, number two.
Well, I don't like the way he spells his first name with an O.
Yeah, I don't need that. He should be an A there for sure.
Yeah.
Ant had a bad game, man. I know he got to the free throw line, but he could not make anything from outside.
Yeah.
So now that the Nuggets have beaten the T-Pups twice in the first month of the season here, Vic.
Both at Minnesota, right?
And the next time they meet will be Christmas night.
Okay, can we say that Minnesota Dragon has been slayed? Can we say that yet? Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, good.
Yeah. All right, so let me cap that all off with a great weekend of Denver sports. All three teams winning by saying, if you're driving your kid to school, number one, you're going to be late because it's almost 9 o'clock. Number two, turn around and go home. I decree this no school day because the fate of Denver sports in this November, we've never seen anything like it. The Avs are 13-1-5. The Broncos are 9-2, and the Nuggets are 10-2. The three of them are 32-5-5 collectively. You won't see that anywhere else in the country. And on top of all that, listen to this one. The three teams combined have won 21 straight games. No school today. Empty the schools. Empty them.
We'll talk to Adam Schefter in a second.
I'm not sure you have the authority to do that, dude.
Oh, really?
I just did. I'm not sure you have the authority to just proclaim things like that.
We'll talk to Adam Schefter in a second. By the way, he just tweeted this out, that Michael Penix might have suffered a potentially season-ending knee injury during the Falcons game. Remember, that's a guy... How many surgeries has he had?
He already had bad knees.
Yeah. So we'll talk to him about that in a big Broncos win. Adam Schefter joins us next. Send out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we're joined, as we are every Monday, by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, how are we doing this morning?
Hello there, guys. What's going on?
You know, we're doing great because the Broncos in a game that felt like, and the way I've put it is, I've never seen Mahomes lose a game like that, which is their backs are against the wall. They need a win in the regular season, and the Broncos were able to stop them from getting one. Does this legitimize the Broncos, who were maybe skeptics before, in a lot of people's eyes, you think?
Well, I think if you beat the Chiefs like that at home and you're in first place, look, if you want to feel like the Broncos aren't legitimized, they're the number one seed in the AFC right now this morning. So if the season ended today, which it doesn't, the road to the Super Bowl would go through Denver, Colorado. So, I mean, that's about as legitimate as it gets after 11 weeks. Now, they've got time to play and games to play. We'll see how it works out, but they're in a great spot right now, and we'll see how it plays out from here.
What do you say about the culture shift that has taken place under Sean Payton? And I don't know if you've paid close attention here, Adam. Sean Payton can be rather abrasive with media folk, and we've had to deal with it on a daily basis. But there's no denying what he's done as a coach. What do you think his special sauce is? Because in 2 years, in 3 years, I mean, look where he's taken this team.
Listen, he knows what he's doing. And when they hired him, you know, there was something to be said for just the experience he brings, what he's been through, establishing a culture. And, you know, that's what he's done. He did it in New Orleans. And he's done that in Denver now. It's the same thing all over again. They're, again, the number one seed. Listen, year after year, these teams hire these inexperienced coaches, these hot coordinators. You never know what you're going to get. You just don't know. And at one point in his life, that was Sean Payton. Mm-hmm. But he's coached in the league. He's been established. And there are certain guys that know how to do it. You know, like there's a reason that veterans have been successful and hung around. They've hung around as long as they have. Andy Reid, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Sean Payton, like Kyle Shanahan. They know what they're doing. They know what it takes.
You know, outside the – oh, go ahead, Vic. I'm sorry.
Very quickly, Mark, can you please – because I want to get Adam's advice, his counsel for media members in town who have to face Sean Payton on a daily basis. Can you play the initial response yesterday, if you don't mind, Nelly? And I want Adam to hear it. And you've been in those shoes before, Adam, where you've dealt with coaches who may be unwelcoming. What advice would you have for Denver scribes who have to deal with this? Listen.
Sean, what can you say to us about J.K. Dobbins' injury situation? And if he's...
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Is he out for the season?
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
Next question.
With the running game today.
Next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today.
Thought it was good. Good enough.
What do you do there, Adam?
Wait, that was after the win, after they beat the Chiefs?
Yes. That was yesterday.
That was the first thing out of his mouth.
I'm going to have to call Sean here and tell him to kind of, enjoy the victories a little bit more here. I listen, again, like it, don't like it. He wants it done a certain way, and that's how he does it. I think, if I'm telling Vic, you've done it a long time. You've been around all sorts of coaches. All you can do is keep showing up and asking the right, responsible, professional questions. That's all you can do. And sometimes, you'll get short, curt Sean, and sometimes you'll get expansive Sean. Like when Sean is on, there's nobody in the game that's better and more interesting and more insightful to talk to than Sean. But sometimes he's going to be like that too.
Yeah, he's an interesting cat, Adam. He really is. It would sound flippant if I just said, "Well, Coach, what can I ask you where I'm not going to get yelled at?" That's all I want to know. But I would never do that. Hey, I want you to expand on what you said initially here, because I mentioned this right at 7:00 this morning. I don't care if you think the Broncos have issues still. I don't care if you're worried about, the future, whatever. As we sit here, Adam, there's going to come a time when we got to start thinking and looking, who do you want to come to town first, right? And, do you get a bye and so on? And maybe they're doing that in New England. But 9-2 at this point in the season is 9-2. The Chiefs are gone. The Chargers are banged up. You got to start thinking about division wins and where you're going to position yourself when the postseason rolls around. Is that not accurate?
Well, I don't think you're thinking like that. I think you're just thinking, first of all, you're thinking, let's win this game Sunday. I don't even know who Denver plays this Sunday. Like, that's your focus.
Yeah, they have a bye, and then they have Washington after.
Oh, they have a bye, and then, okay, well, they're in a good spot. And by the way, that's the showing you want to stay on this team for after the bye for when they play Washington, because Washington is in the midst of a down season, and Washington's struggling. So, he'll be on them. But to me, if I'm Denver, I'm focused on winning the division. If they win the division, things will take care of itself.
Adam Schefter with us, and all conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. Adam, you just sent something out before you jumped on with us that Michael Penix might be having season-ending knee surgery. I know he had a whole bunch of issues like that in college. How many would this be if it is indeed that?
If this is going to be that, and I think it's going to be that, he will have basically his 5th season-ending injury for him in 8 college and pro seasons.
Wow.
This would be the 5th time his season has ended due to a knee injury, and that's what I'm expecting it to be.
Wow.
So it's a bad deal.
That's crazy. So with Atlanta and some of the scores that we saw over the weekend, by the way, Atlanta's obviously in a tough position right now. But when you look at a team, because there's no really elites right now in the NFL, who would you say is the most elite out of these teams?
In the AFC or the NFC?
I'm really talking about both, like teams that you think are like no doubter. These are big time contenders. Like there's,
I think the NFC is loaded with them right now. I mean, I know that Seattle lost, but I think Seattle is really good. I think the Rams are a really good team. I think the Eagles are a really good, tough season team. I think the Lions, even though they lost last night, are a really good team. The Buccaneers are still going to be heard from really good. Like the NFC is loaded this year. The AFC has got a lot of really strong teams. Like Denver's been really good. New England's been really good. Indy. Like the AFC is a little bit upside down. Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo, not where we thought they would be, not where many people expected them to be. But the division or the conference just flipped around a little bit with Denver, Indy, and New England emerging on the scene. Even Pittsburgh's in first place in the AFC North, though. Everybody wonders whether they'll hold on to that, especially with Aaron Rodgers having a broken bone in his left wrist.
Adam, if I put you in a football game, put stripes on you, could you call a pass interference without some sort of controversy? Because I don't know what pass interference is across the league.
Yeah, that was a terrible call. It was, I mean, not even close, and it helped decide a game. Now, who knows if the Lions would have even scored if they gotten the ball back, but they never got the ball back thanks to that call. It's a moot point, and I'm sure they're very salty about that. They wear those salty shirts in Detroit, probably still salty.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. I'm just looking around the league, getting back to what Brett says. Do you ever have a year, Adam? I mean, it just feels like we always say, okay, these 3-5 teams are the elite, and they all can win, and then everybody else kind of filters in maybe a puncher's chance. Right now, I look at it, and I agree with you. I think the Rams are really good. Seattle's really good. Hell, what Kyle Shanahan is doing with the Niners and that banged-up crew is really good. I just look around and I say, it just feels maybe right now more wide open than it has in a long time. Is that a misconception?
I think what Kyle has done has been incredible. They've lost so many key players to injuries, and they're winning. Like, even the Lions last night, they're missing the whole secondary, and the defense played very well, very tough, very strong. There are some teams that have really overcome the loss of key guys, and there are some teams where it's gone the other way, and they've been unable to do that and unable to overcome some big losses.
Two-part question here, Adam. Number one.
Yes, sir.
Jalen Ramsey was ejected from that game. A closer look is that Jamar Chase spit on him. If we're taking the Jalen Carter approach to this, is he suspended next week?
Look, we're waiting to hear from the NFL today, but that's kind of what I'm expecting today. I think it would be a surprise if he wasn't ejected. We're going to wait to see how this plays out today. But that's kind of where it's at. And if the league is going to base this off of what it's previously done with other players and emphasizing sportsmanship and talking about how important sportsmanship is going to be, then he's going to be suspended for a game.
Okay, second part of that question is this. If he is suspended, they got the Patriots next week. That's likely going to be another loss. They'd be 3-8. Do you think there's any sort of thought process to not activating Joe Burrow this year?
I think Joe Burrow wants to play. But I don't know. I mean, I think he wants to play. But, yeah, if they lose next week and they lose Thanksgiving night, like, what are we doing? Why are we exposing this guy? Like, now he's worked so hard, and I think he wants to be rewarded. But if you're out of the playoff chase, there's really no reason to do that. So I think that there's going to be more conversations about that to determine whether or not it's worth bringing him back.
Josh Jacobs is on my fantasy team. I need to be alerted. What is his status?
Mine too.
Yeah, what's
Mine
going
too.
on?
I hope you have Emmanuel Wilson on your team as a handcuff.
I don't.
You just spoke a foreign language to him, Adam.
I have no idea what the hell you just said there.
Means, yeah.
It means that when you have a workhorse running back in fantasy, you often carry his backup, not because you're ever going to play him, but you might need him in the event that the starter, i.e. Josh Jacobs, suffers a injury here. And so in this particular case, I have Josh Jacobs on my fantasy team, but I also have Emmanuel Wilson on my fantasy team as what you call a handcuff in fantasy.
Well, I don't have all these little nerd things going
See,
on.
Vic, Adam can't be with you every single week, buddy. You're going to have to learn to fly on your own, little bird.
I guess I'll go pick that guy up now if he's available.
Adam, one last question for you before we let you go. The Steelers still lead the AFC North, but Rodgers went down with an injury. What do you think the extent of that is?
Look, Rodgers, he's got a break in his wrist, in his left wrist. He's undergoing more tests today. They'll figure out exactly how long it's going to sideline him for, but he's going to be out a little bit of time, I think, and we'll see how much time he misses. But they're going through the test today to make that determination.
Hey, Baltimore's on the way. I mean, their defense was abysmal to begin the season, no doubt, but they've won 4 in a row, Adam. Watch out for those Ravens. Watch out for Lamar.
They've been coming on. They're coming on right now. Baltimore is and if Rodgers is out, Mason Rudolph's starting. We'll see how that works out.
It's Adam Schefter. ESPN joins us every Monday. Always appreciate the time, Adam. Thank you.
Guys, have a great week. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you next Monday.
You too, buddy.
That's Adam Schefter. And all conversations with Adam are brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Isn't it amazing how your perception changes as the season goes on? Like, the Chiefs. It's funny because even before the game this week against the Broncos, Kansas City was still the betting favorite to win the AFC West.
I know. There's still a 63% chance of making the playoffs at 5-5.
They'd have to go on a hellacious run to do that, Vic.
I'm just telling you what this.
Oh, come here. It's just, but it's crazy how the perceptions change. Baltimore, dude.
Chiefs lose next week to Indy.
I think it's over.
It's over.
Lose.
Yeah. But Baltimore couldn't stop anybody. Remember, we're going, that defense is a shell of its former self. Now look at them. Well, 1-4 in a row. They can smell blood in the water with Aaron Rodgers with a broken wrist. I mean, this is, all of a sudden, things are changing.
Here's a better number for you. I did not realize this. I just pulled up my fantasy app that you nerds had me join, and I'm looking at my games this week. I took on Steve Nelson, and right now, leading into Monday Night Football, the score, Steve Nelson is at 85.36. I'm at 85.80. What the hell? What's the point stuff? What? I'm winning by a point something?
Yeah, well, I've got 112 points, and I'm getting killed.
Guys, hang on a second. I need to share something with you.
Oh, no.
This week, I have played Andy Lindahl, who is by far and away the most dumpster fire of any fantasy team in our league. He is 1-9.
Where do you get the record? What's my record?
Just hang on a second. He is 1-9. Andy Lindahl started Michael Penix Jr. at quarterback, who left the game with a knee injury.
Jeez.
Andy Lindahl started Tyler Warren at tight end, who was on a bye. I am currently losing to him by 27 points and will lose by more than that because Brock Bowers is still left in his lineup, and I have nobody left. He is going to beat me by probably 40 points in a week where he's the worst team in the league. He had a quarterback that was injured mid-game, and he started somebody who didn't play this week.
Do you know who Andy's one win is against this year?
You?
Victor Lombardi last week.
Yeah, but I'm going to beat you, and I'm going to be moving in. I just looked at the standings. I'm going to be in third place after this week.
Well, since we're doing this, should we air out every dirty laundry? Moser, did you see what I did to you last week? How'd that 40-point loss taste, buddy?
It tasted like dog urine.
Did it taste like your pigskin?
It was awful, Nelly. I'm well aware. I'm 3-7. I'm about to be 3-8, unless Tucker gets off tonight somehow.
Guys.
What?
I need you to hear a stat that I have found that is it's going to turn your house into a gazebo. Why, Moj? Because all of your doors will be blown off when I mention this to you.
Blow my doors.
We'll get to it next.
I've been monitoring it, and snow is flying in the high country today. Also, coming up on Thursday and Friday, more snow. What does that mean? It means Summit County's getting really, really busy. If you've been thinking about a mountain property, a second home, a rental, even your dream home up in the mountains, you need a total pro, and I've got her. Her name is Anastasia Bell. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge, and you've got to understand that her market expertise, her experience, well, that's all very impressive. And that really does matter when you're dealing with a sale or a purchase like that in Summit County or any mountain property for that matter. You've got to know that you can trust that agent on such an important decision, and you got to know that they know exactly what they're doing, and that is Anastasia Bell. If you're thinking about a mountain property, write this telephone number down, 970-968-7646. You can call her right now or text her, 970-968-7646. She's the best you'll find. Personalized guidance, exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So, Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House. Shop every team in town. Broncos with a huge win against the Chiefs yesterday. That is Adam Troutman calling you a coward. Dragon Slayer 69, 7-Eleven Slurpee, which, by the way, those Slurpees, delicious.
God, that is the perfect description of Mark Moser, isn't it?
Hey, I don't judge anybody about those 7-Eleven Slurpees. Woo!
Hey,
you
man,
get the Coca-Cola one?
Yeah,
Oh!
but the problem is I like to slurp them down so fast.
Oh, brain freeze.
Dude, I brain
They
freeze
get you.
my head on a 7-Eleven Slurpee every single time.
But then you get like all the flavor out, and it's just like sort of the ice left, and you got to wait for it to melt a little bit. Anyway, I have... No, you hold.
Okay, I'm holding.
Because I have a stat that is going to make you a gazebo. Nelly, you have stat of the day music for me?
1, 2, 3.
Here's the stat of the day.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The Denver Broncos have last lost a football game on September 21st. That was against the Los Angeles Chargers. Since September 22nd, they have not lost a football game. The Rockies lost 6 since that day.
Oh, my God. No doors, okay? No doors.
Again,
Fine. No doors.
The Rockies have suffered 6 losses since September 22nd. The Broncos have suffered 0.
Denver teams currently in action, pro teams, Broncos, Nuggets, and Avalanche, are on a 21-game win streak as we speak. 21 straight wins for the Avs, Nuggets, and Broncos. Nuggets are back at it tonight.
You know, Vic, our old buddy Spencer Smith. Great dude, DNVR, All City Networks and whatnot.
Big drive Spence. Can I drive the ball further than him?
You probably can,
Okay,
although
good.
he's a pro.
But
and
he's
you're not.
consistent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, he's a pro and you're not.
Yeah, well, suck it.
Anyway, he's got a kid, and he tweets this out about an hour ago, and he says, quote, "Dad, do our teams win every game we go to?" "Yes, son, it's Denver sports in the fall of 2025. We call this the Golden Era." And he's got pictures of him and his little guy at the Broncos, at Avs, and at Nuggets. And it's pretty awesome. I mean, yeah, these are the good old days, right? These, as we sit here in this November, these are the good old days. It's pretty crazy what's going on with these teams in this town, man.
I just want to keep going down this rabbit hole of how many games the Rockies have lost.
All right.
I just keep wanting to do this. They're all road losses, I guess. Hang on. So the Broncos, when they lost to the Colts, that was on the 14th. So since then, if you add the 10 losses. 10 losses since they lost their first game. It's remarkable.
It's crazy. Hey, I will say this, though. I guess I'm surprised this morning, Vic, about how many people have texted in and still say, "I'm not believing in Bo Nix yet," or, "You know what, I still don't think he's that great," or, "You know what, the offense still drives me insane." We've had a lot of that this morning with a 9-2 football team that just slayed the Patrick Mahomes Dragon.
Well, that's fine. Again, I just find it amusing. One win on a field goal is crap. Another win the next game on a field goal is art. You beat the Raiders by a kick, and you're like, what is this? But you beat the Chiefs by a kick, and it's just who you beat.
But hang on. Those were entirely different games. The Broncos looked good yesterday. They looked like a good offense and a good football team.
Yes, the offense, there's no mistaking that. And isn't it interesting, you're missing all these guys. You're missing your leading tackler. You're missing Patrick Surtain. Your leading runner, he's out for the rest of the season, it looks like. These are the games where it seems Sean Payton finds a way, man. It's almost like he looks for this type of stuff.
Yeah.
He enjoys it.
You know, it's something that I mentioned earlier, but it bears repeating. 2 things. Number one, Patrick Mahomes has never lost that game. He has never lost we got to have it because we're teetering a little bit and we need to get back on track. So in the regular season, it's never happened. He has always won, and especially given the moment that he had. 4 minutes left in the game, tie ball game, that is Kansas City winning every single time. Every time. And you bring the corner blitz with McMillan, get the ball back, and you slam the door in their face with a drive to close out the clock with a game winner. So that's one thing. The other is this, and the difference between the Raiders game and the game yesterday. The Raiders game looked like a terrible offense going against an even worse team on the other side, and that's why you won. Yesterday looked like a good offense going against a great defense. Bo Nix was good yesterday, really good. And, yeah, they didn't put up 40 points on offense, and it didn't look like the Cowboys, and it didn't look like Cincinnati. Why? Because the Cowboys and Cincinnati are like the two worst defenses in the NFL. You faced an elite-level defense, and you moved the ball consistently against them.
You know what else I got yesterday? And tell me if you guys felt this. When the game was tight in the fourth quarter, I felt a sense of calm because the Broncos have proven they can win close fourth quarter games. Yep. They've rallied in the fourth. That sense of calm and confidence, if we're feeling it, imagine what the offense and Bo's feeling.
Sure. I completely agree. I just felt like the worm was turning yesterday, and I felt calm in that fourth quarter as well. I'm looking at the schedule, guys, bye week right now. Who knows where these guys will scatter to. But dig this. When they come out of the bye, on the road at Washington, how do you feel about that? Will they be a favorite?
Yes.
Yep. Then they'll go on the road at the Raiders. Will they be a favorite?
Yeah.
Yep.
Then they're going to be home against the Packers. You think they'll be a favorite?
Yes.
If Green Bay's offense continues to look like this, yeah.
Home against the Jaguars.
Should be.
On the road at the Chiefs, who may be out of it by then. Who knows?
Or really competing.
Or they've got to win out to make the playoffs.
Who knows?
Who
knows?
What you're saying is there's a lot of season left.
And I'm saying there's a lot of wins left, dude. Right now, as we sit, Adam said it, but I can reiterate it. The Denver Broncos, right as we sit right now, are the number one seed in the AFC.
Yeah.
Okay? They're the number one seed in the AFC. If the playoffs started tomorrow, they would have a bye. That's the reality of where we're at. And then I'm looking at this.
It's kind of,
Washington, dub. Raiders, dub.
Yeah. See,
Packers, double Dutch bus, dub.
Turn them
Big
off.
time win. Why are you turning me off? Don't turn me off.
Turn them off.
Here's what's
feel it down in my
Here's what's going to be nice, because you're going to be kicking with your feet up next Sunday with nothing to watch for the Broncos. You got a chill week. And then you have this game between the Chiefs and the Colts that I think is a win-win. Colts win, it knocks the Chiefs out of playoff contention. Chiefs win, it keeps you at the number one spot in the AFC.
Right.
I'm not playing those Moser reindeer games, though, man. You just got to play each week like nothing else matters. I don't like that. I don't like what you do. I don't like you.
The great North American Freddie Cat?
I mean, to make those assumptions.
Vic,
it was a tough
Vic,
climb to get here.
No, let me defend you. Let me defend you for a second. Can I defend Moser?
Such a dork.
Vic, we don't lose in this state anymore. Why wouldn't he feel the way that he feels? We never lose games.
Out of the bye, you're playing a suckhole 3-8 football team that is out of it, and they have the worst defense in the National Football League in Washington.
Ask me if
Moj, where's that game?
At Washington.
You know what? I'm now in the Moser train. Moj, ask me if the Broncos are going to win.
The Broncos going to win?
9,000%. Yes, they're going to win. How about ask me about the Nuggets?
What about the Nuggets?
Yeah, the Nuggets, of course, are going to win.
Tonight against the Bulls.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, who else?
Avs got the blue shirts in town on Thursday.
They're going to waste that team. Why wouldn't I feel that way? We don't lose anymore. Don't you understand? Losing is now illegal in this state.
You realize the Nuggets tonight are a 15-point favorite against Chicago?
Speaking
Wasn't that law passed on Election Day?
Yeah,
Losing
I think
by
so.
pro sports is now illegal.
Yeah, I was voting for some city council members, and then it was later, there was an amendment that was down there. I think it was 4B.
Right, I think that's what it was.
That said, is losing allowed in the state of Colorado from professional sports teams? And I was like,
no.
No, but it was worded weird. It was that, are we not going to disallow the losing of not winning? It was weirdly worded, but you know what? Game tonight, Vic.
Do whatever whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Game tonight, Nuggets take on the Bulls with coverage starting at 6:30. Vic?
Don't get cocky. Don't pull a Moser.
We don't lose anymore. What do you not understand?
That.
Would you stop for a second, though?
This is my segment. I'm told to preview the game. You pipe down. Don't get cocky. Don't get arrogant. Same young Chicago team beat you at home last year. Now, the Bulls have not played well of late. They started the season 6-1, and since then have lost 5 in a row. Hell, they lost to Utah. They've not been playing well at all. But it's the NBA. Anything can happen. Nuggets play the way they did in Minnesota, they'll wipe them off the floor. The Denver Nuggets are the only team in the NBA, get this, the only team to have led every game by at least 12 points. Every game. And the 2 losses they have, one was an overtime, one was a pathetic call down the stretch. Take care of business. Don't get cocky. Beat the Bulls.
Well, you just convinced me that the Nuggets could beat the Broncos in football. I mean, everything you laid out there says they should slaughter the Chicago Bulls, who have lost 5 in a row coming in. They're 1-5 on the road this season. The Nuggets are playing great basketball. And by the way, I never let the listeners dictate on this program what we do, right? But I'm going to have to ask. He said it. I don't think I want to do the voice anymore. Should I just pack the voice away and not do the voice anymore?
Whatever you want.
Well, I think it's probably been done a little bit too much. What do you think?
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
I mean, what am I missing, Vic?
So you're not missing anything. I just don't like messing with fate.
Ain't nobody messing with no fate. The Nuggets are a better team. They're going to
I know
smoke
they are.
them.
I know that. You don't think I know that? Thank you for speaking the obvious.
All right, fine.
So just quickly here, because we've been waiting to see this, and then we finally saw it, and then we get the result. Shedeur, thoughts?
Unprepared. He looked unprepared to me.
Underwhelming.
Well, that's worse than underwhelming. Vic, he was awful. He looked unprepared. Yeah. He looked like when they called his name, like, huh, what, who, me? I mean, if you're Shedeur Sanders, you've got to be, I don't care if he hasn't practiced with those guys. You've got to be chomping at the bit to get on the field, and when your number is called, you better make the most of it.
I agree.
You need to run on the field and take command of that huddle and say, I've been waiting for this opportunity for months. Here we go, baby. And he just looked unprepared to me. That was my initial reaction when I saw it.
He wasn't
when
just
I watched him.
4 of 16 for 47 yards and a pick. He also immediately, when he entered the game, if there's one thing that people criticized him for when he entered the league was that he holds on to the ball too long. He took like 2 sacks immediately upon entering the game, right away. But yeah, I think underwhelming isn't enough. It was straight up terrible. And I don't know what they do now. I mean, they probably got to start him next week if Gabriel's got the concussion, right?
Depends on how bad the concussion is.
What's his face? Who's the 5th quarterback? The other guy.
Bailey Fizzy.
Bailey Zappi.
Bailey Zappi. Yeah.
You know, and the whole thing about not getting enough reps, that's the case for every backup in this league. You're not going to get starters reps.
There's no backup that takes starters reps.
When Payton Manning was here, he wouldn't allow backups to have reps with the starters. He wanted every rep.
Did somebody tell us a story? Did I read this somewhere? I can't remember. But when Payton was in Indy, his offensive coordinator, forget who it was at the time, said,
the old guy,
are you going to allow their backup, I think it was Curtis Painter, to get reps? And he goes, no. Because Peyton Manning gets hurt, then we're bleeped, and we don't practice bleeped. And it's true. It's like, why would I practice for something that would be a disaster if it happened anyway? Yeah. Now, is it a disaster that Dylan Gabriel is out and Shedeur's in? No, it's pretty even, but still. You have a starter. Starter gets the reps. There you go.
By the way, Mo, Susie on the text line sees it my way. You're right, Vic. Let's not get too cocky here. Like Travis Kelce, who taunted the Broncos after he scored that touchdown yesterday, And there was nothing more glorious than watching him and the Chiefs lose. Tell me you didn't feel the same way. So he's pointing at the crowd after scoring. And at the end of the game, they show he and Mahomes and everybody with their heads down. Tell me how glorious that was.
It was very glorious.
Like on a measure of 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 10, what was your glorious
11.
meter?
A billion?
11.
Like, I have had, look, this is like 2 straight years of Kelsey fatigue that is coming to a head up for me.
Oh, I've had Kelsey fatigue for years.
And I'm like, there's nothing that makes me happier than those.
You know, throw his brother in the mix, too.
No, that's what I'm saying. All Kelsey fatigue. All.
There's way too much. Jason Kelsey is overexposed. This guy's all over my everything.
Yeah. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys that tonight, the Nuggets take on the Bulls, are riding a 7-game win streak as Jokic hunts his 8th triple-double of the year. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show, sponsored by Ramos Law. Fact checker next.
You know,
I sent out a tweet after the game on this Rally House Victory Monday, and I think this is the truth. Hey, look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. It is what it feels like. It like, legitimately
That's
to
so
me.
overplayed on a movie that I didn't even think was that good.
Oh, it was a good movie.
I thought it was not that great.
It's a good movie.
Eh.
You're waiting and waiting for years about the changing of the guard in the AFC West. And to have that combined with a game where the team that was a game behind you in the Chargers get absolutely smoked from start to finish. You're 2 games clear of the second-place team in your division, 11 weeks into the season with a bye week coming up. I mean, it really felt like a chance to put the Chiefs so far behind in a deficit that they can't come back. And they closed the game out. And I'd be lying if I didn't think it was a little bit nervous time towards the end of the game. Like, Vic, you said you were calm at the end. I think that was calm. But everything that I've known in my head about 4 minutes left in the game, tie game, and Patrick Mahomes has the ball, it's Chiefs win that game.
Yeah.
Really without exception.
You know when you have arrived, and this is a message to Neil on the text line, who has fired off a few pro-KC tweets. He hates Bronco fans. You know you've arrived when you got KC fans listening to Denver radio after a KC
Oh, are they here?
Oh, yeah. Neil's here. Hey, Neil.
Neil.
Those tears taste.
Last night, did see some Broncos jerseys at Ball Arena for the Avalanche game. I thought that's cool. I like the double dipperoo. I like when people spend the afternoon
Double dipperoo
over at Mile High, then they saunter their way across 25 and come on over to the Avs game. I like those days. I did see as well a couple of Chiefs jerseys in the stands.
Well, of course, it's right down the road.
Yeah, it's pretty bold though. You just got
There's Broncos jerseys in Kansas City too.
It'd be like wearing your Broncos jersey after you go to the Broncos and the Chiefs to a Royals game. I don't know. It just
give me a peer of the Kansas City Chiefs right now. Give me a team in the NFL that you think is the Chiefs.
A team that is the Chiefs?
Yeah, like if you were to make a comparison, like who are the Chiefs most akin to? Because they aren't akin to like the Rams. They aren't that level of a team right now. So what are they?
But Baltimore's having kind of a similar path this year.
Yeah,
although
I'd say Baltimore.
But they've won 4 in a row.
They've got the
they
same
dealt
record.
with injury. They dealt with Lamar
They've got the
being
same
out.
record.
Yeah.
By and large, I mean,
yeah, but
Baltimore,
they're doing this, and Kansas City's doing this.
Yeah, but they're both 5-5, same deal. And Baltimore was missing their quarterback for the bulk of their season.
I'd say maybe the Lions too. The Lions are.
Yeah.
The Lions they're not as good as they're supposed to be. They're dealing with a bunch of stuff, but they last week they went crazy with Dan Campbell calling the plays. This week they stunk.
You have no comparison because the Chiefs they're a multiple champion. They're a perennial champion. None of those teams we just mentioned have that kind of resume.
I understand that in total, but the Chiefs are a 5-5 team. At least heading into the game yesterday, they're a 5-4 team that was being discussed as a team that is still very much in the Super Bowl hunt. And I wonder how that changes things. Like, I know that this is we can't mention Nick Wright on this show, but that group of people out there that thought, hey, all the problems that we find with the Broncos or with the Colts, yeah, they're good, but these flaws will kill them. Now, there's very obvious flaws with the Chiefs, but don't worry, those aren't a big problem. Like, they're a big problem for the Chiefs now. Their offense is better than it was last year, but it's still – that's not a daunting offense.
No, but to the Chiefs' credit, though, Vic, to the Chiefs' credit, they've always been able to overcome those issues. Now, again, they don't not win the Super Bowl every year, but they're always in the AFC title game. They're always right there. They've always been able to overcome them. Right now, they can't. The magic is gone.
Like
Gonzo.
The question really is just how good are the Chiefs? Do you still consider them like if they sneak in the playoffs, they're going to win the AFC again, sort of thing, or be in the AFC title game?
No.
Yeah.
No, those days are over.
Yeah, Nelly said a caller called in with this question. I don't want anyone dare. This this sentence, this paragraph is not coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, don't say it.
Yeah, I'm not. Nelly, you don't even dare speak these words.
Even though it's a decent question,
it's a
you don't
great
say
question.
this.
Well, there's a reason I didn't put that caller on the air. That's some bad juju right there. But it is an interesting question.
Now, nobody knows the question that we're talking about. I don't want to utter it. I don't want to say it.
Yeah, whoever
it
that
has
guy-
to do
whoever
with
that was-
superstars in this town not being healthy, and I'm not going to do it.
Not doing
Well,
it.
it doesn't have to be injury related. It could be Nico Harrison trades Jokic to the Lakers for a Kit Kat.
I got it. Hang on. I'm leaving very soon for Baby Boval. Okay? If the star players for each one of these teams were to go on paternity leave for a
So
day.
if they had 12 weeks off during the season for paternity leave
Correct.
each?
Yes, if they had that. Would the Broncos miss Bo, the Avs miss McKinnon, or the Nuggets miss Joker more?
I mean, come on. Everybody knows the answer to that question.
I mean, Joker's number one. It has to be, I think.
For sure.
McKinnon's number 2, I think. And I don't know, though. I haven't seen Jarrett Stidham enough. I don't know the answer to... It's a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but that's a three-time MVP
Vic,
off
what
your
you
team.
What you just said was that the quarterback of a 9-2 football team would be missed the least out of those three, and that seems really hard to believe, too. I'm not even saying that I disagree with you. That seems insane to say out loud.
Because it's not normal.
Because it's a football. It's a quarterback.
If the Broncos were winning predominantly because of their offense, it would be a different story. They're not. They're predominantly winning because their defense is awesome.
That is true.
Could you imagine if Bo showed up and said, I'm done for the season. I'm on paternity leave.
Gotta take care of that kid. What do you mean? You know what I really need? I really need Bo Nix to be a really good quarterback here for like a decade, or Baby Boval is going to be a bad name to carry on for a while. So Bo needs to play well. He needs to continue to.
The new kid is Boval?
That's going to be Baby Boval, yeah.
Okay. It's sad that now you're going to have 2 kids, and I don't know your kids' real names.
What do you mean? That is their real names. I put that down on the birth certificate.
Jamal Cale and Boval.
Boval is actually like, Bo is could be a girl's name. Beau. Val, short for Valerie. That could be one. Like, that works. Jamal Cale's kind of rough to explain about, your daughter. But, like I said, it's already been decided. She's in the government system now. There's no changing this. Anyway, huge win yesterday. We had the Nuggets tonight, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town.
The 0090. Is that Susie? It is Susie. Don't get cocky, Moser. Susie, calm down. Number one.
They
number
don't
two.
lose
Big time win.
anymore. What do you guys not understand about this?
Big time dub. Number 2. Baby Boval, when she do, Brett, well, it could be, honestly, not even
Could be
kidding.
2 minutes from now.
It could be any second, Susie. That's the God's honest truth.
I don't understand why you don't do what we did and just sort of sit in a bathtub together, holding hands.
Jesus, God.
Hold in a large tub and just natural birth. Just let it happen. Let birth happen naturally.
No. That's a big bag of no.
Head on over to the Parker Rec Center. They got a pool over there. Just hang out in the pool.
Could you imagine?
I can't, actually. I can't imagine that.
We have 4. The pool's closed. We have 14 births going on. Come on, man.
We don't need to know the recipe to the Lombardi family
I know.
minestrone
Come
over
on,
here.
man. Jeez Louise.
All I know is, dude, I had 3 kids we birthed. I'm looking for...
Well, you better have had a suit on.
I'm looking for 36 weeks.
Is that retroactive?
Yes. 36 of them.
My daughter turns 20 years old today.
Yeah. And?
I got nothing.
Oh, okay.
I got nothing.
Happy birthday, Brookie.
Brookie Sue, 20. Unbelievable.
Can we hear one more time, Nelly? Can I hear Sean Payton respectfully and...
you want to hear Sean Payton or you want me to be Sean Payton?
No. I want to hear it first.
Okay.
Sean Payton's respectful and throw answer on J.K. Dobbins and how much time he's going to miss. Because, look, it's a big piece to your formula. And rumors were he could be out for the season from some of those insiders before that game started yesterday. And sometimes you just want a clear picture of what's going on with one of your better players on offense, and the guy's really important to your success. And so he gave us the update after the game.
Sean, what can you say to us about J.K. Dobbins' injury situation? And if he
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Is he out for the season?
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
Next question.
With the running game today,
Next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today?
Thought it was good. Good enough.
It really wasn't. I mean, they hardly rushed the football yesterday at all. Same with the Chiefs. But look.
My favorite is Adam Schefter coming on the show, hearing that and saying, "Wait, was that after a win last night?"
Yeah, I know. He's like, wait, that was yesterday? I'm telling you, there is not a panic, but guys, we kind of know you got away with it yesterday. I thought Bo played great in spite of no real rushing attack. They're going to have to need one. Is R.J. Harvey ready for that? Like, do they skip right over Harvey and go to Jaleel now? Or, like, what's the next move if Dobbins is out for the year?
Well, how about no more R.J. Harvey pass plays, okay?
Well, that's got to stop.
Okay.
I got to give Jaleel some kudos. He didn't have a crazy statistical day, but to not play all season and then at his size to carry the ball between the tackles in the red zone as he did on that scoring drive, that's pretty good.
Good stuff.
Totally agree. Like, to come in cold like that after being inactive every single week and be like, here, you're 5'2", run right up the middle and try and get a touchdown. And he did. Maybe that's something you should do. Should you just take a tiny guy for the tush push so they can throw him in the air?
Well, who was it? Oh, it was Mike Leach, remember? Mike Leach wanted to recruit
take a little person.
Take a little person on a goal line.
And throw him.
And throw him over the line of scrimmage. And he was serious about this. You can't do that. He said, well, why not?
You know how the cheerleaders do that thing where they vault
Yeah,
people?
exactly.
Yes.
Like, what if you put me in the backfield and I just got vaulted?
Yeah, dude, you can't help a guy
little
like
kid,
that.
a little kid trying to dunk, right? You just give him that little boost as he takes a step.
That's what he wanted to do, throw a little person over the line of scrimmage into the end zone.
All right, so here you go. We got that big tight end, that Caleb Lohner guy, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to line up at fullback. Jaleel's going to be right behind him. They're just going to do that snap under center and pitch it backwards to Jaleel. Lohner's going to hold his hand like this and just go, whee! All right, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Speaking of snarky Sean, you guys mentioned that Tracy Wolfson got Payton in her halftime interview. So
Yeah.
I pulled the audio. I didn't cut this in any way. This was her entire halftime hit with Sean Payton.
Coach, the defense has done its part, but the offense stalled after that first drive.
Listen, we've done a good job. Obviously, there's a certain way a game's going to unfold, and this is to our advantage, we think. Offensively, we'll pick it up here. We converted some third downs. We had good field position with the return game, but the team we're playing is more of a first-half team. I like the way our defense is playing. That's a key matchup.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Not so bad, but he had
It means. That means it stops.
Yeah.
He didn't want to get into that narrative.
What happens if that's Evan doing the halftime report?
Evan, I'm going to the sideline.
Again, it's such a huge win yesterday. We'll talk about it all day here with the morning sprint, PhD, Kreckman and Lindahl, all of that coming your way with the Nuggets and the Bulls coming later, pregame at 6:30. A 9-2 football team that leads the entire AFC 11 weeks into the season, heading into a bye week. I quite literally couldn't imagine that this is where we'd be.
Nope. We couldn't imagine any of this in November where we'd be.
Yet here we are, dudes.
Keep going, baby. 21 straight wins for the pro sports teams playing right now. Make it 22 tonight, hopefully, if
22.
the Nuggets.
Hopefully, if the
get by
Nuggets can
Chicago.
blow out the crap hole both, we can make it 22.
We don't lose anymore. Keep in mind, guys, tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Tune in all day for the keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to Thursday's game versus the Rangers. That's coming your way tomorrow. But check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Sean, that third quarter touchdown drive just looked like you guys were moving quicker, a little bit more offensively.
Here comes the tempo question. Let's go.
What?
I'm going to give you a call sheet.
35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it. They will meet again on Christmas night. Who knows where that division will be at that time, but Denver is so far out in front. They've won an 8th consecutive game. They have beaten both Super Bowl teams of a year ago, Philadelphia and Kansas City, coming from behind in both of those games in the fourth quarter to win yet again in a thriller from behind in the fourth.
Super Bowls aren't won in November, but holy smokes, did it feel like as close as you can possibly get yesterday. 22-19 is the final. Denver over Kansas City. They improve to 9-2, a staggering 6-0. Perfect at home at Mile High. The Chiefs now 1-4 away from Arrowhead. Their chances at winning yet another AFC West divisional title are all but dashed, and it was yet again a fourth quarter, come from behind, cardiac Broncos. Bo Nix goes 4 for 6, 62 yards passing, and gets in, yes, almost a year to date, Will Lutz from 35 yards out. And no, this one isn't blocked. It sails right through the uprights on a perfect day at Empower Field. That should feel cathartic.
Cathartic. And there was a receiving of a torch that you felt was passed, and it was the tears of Andy Reid, the tears of Patrick Mahomes, the tears of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift that were drowning all of Chiefs Kingdom as the Broncos take over the AFC West stranglehold. And what you can see now, this was a proof of concept game, Raj. Proof of concept that, you know what? As much as I've been talking about Darren Rizzi, his special teams units were fantastic yesterday.
You can make the argument it's the reason why they won the football game.
You talk about a year ago in the same contest, blocked field goal, you have the same opportunity to have retribution, and you do it. And you pass it with flying colors, not to mention Marvin Mims Jr. returning as a special teams demon that he continues to be. 3 returns for 101 yards, including a 70-yarder. You won the little field position battles all throughout the day. And then, of course, I think this is the best that the offense has played in a big spot for 4 quarters against a good defense. And that was proof of concept for Sean Payton and Bo Nix. And so I guess what? There's only one thing I can tell you. St. Sean, the patron saint of narcissism. We got to keep this puppy lit.
The light stays flickering. Buy more matches, coach. That thing ain't going off. And yes, the patron saint of narcissism, you heard him after the game. He would enjoy the win, brother. Enjoy the win. It's okay. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, we're cheering for you, man.
We are.
We want you to look good.
Everyone is thrilled.
Like, we want the offense to look good. We're not rooting against you. I promise.
And you know what the best part about it is? Like, we have so much to get into about this game. So much to dive into. Obviously, we will go through the big play replay coming up in about 10 minutes.
The return of Raj for the big play replay?
My favorite part of the week is a Broncos win big play replay. And we haven't been able to do that against a Patrick Mahomes-led Chiefs unit. We did it last year, right? In the final week of the season, and that's a fake win.
It doesn't quite hit the same with Carson Wentz, does it?
No, it doesn't. It hits absurdly different coming off of Sunday's win. We'll get into that in about 10 minutes from right now. We will dive into Riley Moss and what's happening with his pass interference a little bit later. We want your texts, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. We want your calls. Call us today. This should feel great. I want to feel your passion about this win. I felt the tingle yesterday. I was about to text you guys. I didn't. I don't know why. I had a brain fart.
Just know that our show thread is a safe space for you, Raj. If you need to verbalize or in writing express a tingle, We're here.
Like I didn't.
We're here to tell you that your tingle is justified.
I didn't have the tingle even last year in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree.
Going into the Buffalo game, I was like, you're here and you kind of already won your season already. It doesn't matter.
Didn't it feel like you were in the losers bracket or consolation bracket? Even though it wasn't,
like
clearly wasn't. You were in the playoffs.
Everything had to go your way.
You weren't winning.
You had to knock Josh Allen out.
It was like, man, look at us. We get a participation trophy, and it is awesome.
Yesterday felt more important than the Bills playoff game last year. And you know why this win feels so good to me? It's because I'd rather the offense look like that in that type of win. Do I want them to not score any touchdowns? Of course not. But like, Bo was solid.
Do you remember
34 or 24 of 37, 295 yards. Now, the rushing attack wasn't great. 21 attempts, 59 yards. You do get a score on the ground. But it's not like you had this game where the offense exploded and it felt like an anomaly. You won that game and you get to look back at it and go, that's kind of the offense I expect. That's average to above average 2025 Broncos offense. And you won with it. You didn't win with this crazy. There wasn't a 75-yard touchdown pass. There wasn't a 60-yard run where you have to look back and say, oh, the numbers are inflated. You won with who you are.
Do you remember our grammatically incorrect bit that we ran with pretty hard last week in preparation for this Chiefs-Broncos matchup?
Play good.
You got it. You know what you got to do offensively? You just got to play good.
You just got to play good.
Yeah. How'd they play? Hey, Raj, how did the offense play last night?
They played good.
They played good. That's all you needed.
Good.
Is that not true, though? Like, when you look at the 2024 Sean Payton, Bo Nix marriage, you know what it was? It wasn't a Nicholas Sparks love story. It wasn't passionate lovemaking and sucking each other's faces in the rain. It was a good marriage. Like, how are Sean and Payton, like last year, Sean and Bo, how are they? They're good. I just want good. I don't need the notebook.
They're getting the kids through college?
Yeah, it's good, man. Hey, you know what? They might even stay together for the kids. It's okay. They're good. They're good. And you know what? After a couple Super Bowls, that's when the kids go off to college. Yeah, it might end up. We might see a divorce. We might see one.
See each other at the weddings down the road.
It's funny, right? Bo had a QBR of 43 and no touchdowns. So, Army vet right here on the Shot Mazda text line. Keep him coming hardcore, 303-504-0925. He did enough not to lose. The defense won. Yeah, we're great with that. We wanted just good. He threw for nearly 300 yards, y'all.
And 62 of those came on a 10-play, 58-yard, 2-minute and 59-second drive against the Kansas City freaking Chiefs. Like, he gets it done when it matters. We talked about the offense being so bad last week in what was an abysmal performance against Las Vegas. But what did we say? The silver lining in all of this, through these now 8 straight wins, is while it hasn't looked good on offense, in the fourth quarter, you're learning how to win games. Mm-hmm. And that is a skill that has to be learned on the field in tight matchups. Why do you think it feels so impossible to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, even when you've been knocking on the door for so many years? I'm not saying you've been knocking on the door of a Super Bowl as Broncos fans, but you've kind of been a thorn in the side of the Kansas City Chiefs. But you haven't found a way to beat Patrick Mahomes when it comes down to it because, well, what's the thought process? Mahomes just wins in those situations. He just finds a way to get it done. All you have to do is look back at the 17 seconds left on the clock against the Buffalo Bills, right? That's Patrick Mahomes. They had to be in those situations and learn how to do that. That's what's happening before your eyes with Bo Nix. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, but the dude wins in the fourth quarter.
Raj, I want to ask you and KJ and all of our awesome listeners, our sprinters here, to get yourself in a DeLorean and just go back yesterday. Just take that DeLorean and time travel back when Patrick Mahomes gets the football.
Feels like a waste of the DeLorean.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it as much as you want. Nowadays, it's probably AI powered. It doesn't need a flux capacitor anymore. But go back and say, when Patrick Mahomes got the ball against this Denver Broncos defense, game on the line, was just inside of 4 minutes to go when he had the football. I think he ended up going 3 and out in that drive. Did you feel That same inevitability that you felt 5 years ago with Patrick Mahomes with the ball in his hands. I didn't. Not at all. I wasn't scared. I was not scared. It felt very different.
The morning show used the word calm. I was not calm, but I felt like they could do it. Calm was nowhere near my headspace.
What about just Pat? Just Pat Mahomes, ball in his hands, chance to really take this thing and go win the game.
They tried the 3 deep balls over the head of your safeties and corners, and obviously got the 2 pass interference calls on Riley Moss, the big 61-yard reception to Thornton over Jaquan McMillan. I was nervous about something like that happening. I was not nervous about Patrick Mahomes orchestrating this like perfect cut you up drive. I was nervous about it's 3rd and 20 and you think the game is over and he launches a 60-yard ball and then laundry flies in the air. That's what I was nervous about.
Did we not get to the point over the last 9 years, but certainly the last, like, I'd say between 7 and then even maybe 2 years ago, where you just expected Patrick Mahomes to be surgical in that moment on a 2-minute drive, 4-minute drive, whatever it may be, and even exhaust the entirety of the play clock and play 4D chess to give Harrison Butker a chance to win the game, and you never touch the football again. It didn't feel that way. It did not feel that way to me.
You did it without Patrick Surtain and Alex Singleton. You did it without the best defensive player in football.
And you actually did it on offense and had your most efficient, clean, and I'd say timely offensive day without by far your best running back. And we learned that yesterday.
Yeah, there was not a rushing attack.
We missed J.K. Dobbins.
As good as Troy Franklin was, there were a couple of drops in there.
He was targeted 8 times, and he caught 4 balls. That's not a good target to catch rate.
I mean, he had 2
They were
big
monster
time
plays.
catches.
And when you have a guy that can get behind the defense, 50% target to catch rate, you'll take it, but you don't love it. You love when you have days like Cortland Sutton has where the target to catch rate is nearly 100%.
That's why I'm saying this should feel awesome. You beat it's not like Kansas City's injured. You beat a healthy Kansas City unit today. Rather Sunday. That's the Kansas City Chiefs team that was in the Super Bowl last year. It's the same team.
They're not 15-2.
They're not missing Chris Jones. They're not missing
healthier.
Xavier Worthy.
They're healthier right now than they were for a majority of last season. Minus Pacheco, who was hurt all last year as well.
Yeah, they did it without Pacheco.
And Kelsey looked like a bag of milk a year ago. He looked like me playing tight end.
He's much better this year. And you know what? Kelsey had a good game.
He's awesome.
There was one drive where Mahomes and Kelsey went surgical. One drive. And you can deal with that. The defense is elite. The offense was good enough.
It was good.
And you know what?
It's good.
I know Kansas City, I chose them to win this game 23-20. My caveat was whoever has the football last is going to win the game. I just thought it was going to be Mahomes because for a decade, it's always been Mahomes who's had the ball in his hands last. Bo Nix is proving that he can do it. And the defense is proving that if you get the ball in Bo's hands with 3 minutes to go, he's going to get you in the spot you need to be in. What a feeling. What a feeling. 22-19. Broncos win over the Chiefs. Coming up on the other side on a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. It is a Broncos victory version of the Big Play Replay. Don't go anywhere.
Colorado, yes, you can just celebrate every single bit of these home victories for your Nuggets, your Avs, and most importantly right now, your AFC West leading Denver Broncos. You can celebrate it by getting up to newly opened for the season Loveland Ski Area. It opened last Monday, and the beautiful thing is after last week's warm temperatures that, of course, all of us loved and would take, we're about to get some snow and some winter, especially up there at near 10,000 feet. So this week's going to be a great week of snow. So make sure you take care of your ski plans, your snowboard plans for the season. And I'd say go out and buy yourself the best bargain in skiing, and that's the Loveland Season Pass. It offers perks and partners that rival all the big-name passes, and it comes with 100-plus bonus days at more than 30 partner resorts, which includes Monarch, get that all the way down south a bit, Purgatory, Silverton, Sunlight, Whitefish, get up to Montana for a little getaway around the holidays, and Schweitzer, I'd say get to Idaho. That's my spot. You also get access to free cat skiing along the Continental Divide and discounts on lift tickets, food, and rentals. I love Loveland because it's real Colorado skiing, real value, and no crowds, just the way it should be. Get your pass today at skiloveland.com.
That voice right there that you heard, the incomplete voice, double duty for Connor McGahee. He goes directly from Empower Field and a Broncos 3-point victory over the Chiefs to Ball Arena, where the Avs improve their league-leading point streak to 10 straight games. They get their 13th win of the season, 4-1 over the Islanders, but it's 10:15 on a Broncos Monday, and that means it's time for the big play replay. You know when I knew Bo had it yesterday? It wasn't when he was dropping dimes in the fourth. It wasn't when, he had a deep connection with Troy Franklin. It was his second throw of the game. It was the 21-yard laser on 3rd and 11 at the 12-18 mark to Cortland Sutton, middle of the field, finds a way to convert, and you don't go 3 and out. That's when I knew.
3rd and 11. Rushing 4, Nix fires a bullet across the way, and there's that third down specialist in Sutton picking up a first down.
That was the double whammy right there, Raj. You're exactly right. I just wanted to see this Denver Broncos team at some point in the first quarter get the first down of the drive. And guess when they got it? On the first drive of the game. And guess what else they got? They got a scoring drive on for the first time in 9 games. A scoring drive in their opening drive of the game. And that, to me, said, this is different offensively.
You know what is really interesting about that first 14-play, 54-yard drive? Takes 7.5 off the clock.
Is that you crap down your leg inside the red zone?
You crap down your leg twice inside the red zone and on the very first play of the game. Bo takes 2 sacks for a total of 12 yards. I thought sacks were drive killers, Coach.
Maybe it's almost as if the Sean Payton rubric for success sometimes might not be exactly what you think it is, right?
Didn't Bo feel like he stood in the pocket and took the sack? He wasn't trying to escape. I'm not saying like you just want to allow guys to hit you, but he was going through his read on that very first play, and he just ran out of time.
And that's been a bit of the national narrative with a lot of the quarterback gurus, that Bo is so obsessed with being risk averse and sack averse that he doesn't sit in the pocket. I actually disagree with that take. I don't think that's the motivation. I think there's just times where Bo just overall doesn't feel comfortable, either with the concepts that are being called or just could be the conditions, like the 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts against the Raiders. He looked comfortable, and he looked comfortable from the jump. And what I love about being comfortable as a quarterback is confidence and comfort in the pocket breeds more confidence and comfort in the pocket, both in that game and in the future that you have coming up.
Broncos turned that first drive into 3 points. The second quarter was kind of a snooze fest, just a little bit of field position back and forth. Broncos finding ways to get field goals in that first half. So let's jump all the way to the second half and go on to the defensive side. The defense were the stars of this game up until that fourth quarter. 3rd and 7, 14:09 in the third. We thought we had it. We thought Jahdae Barron's first massive play as a Bronco was going to turn the tide.
Wide to the right. Tries to chip before he's released. And now the pass is picked off. Look out. Here he goes. It's Barron, the rookie. The first rounder takes it home for a touchdown.
Bring it back. I don't think he knew that it was holding.
Illegal contact, defense, number 21. 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
This was the second penalty of the game on Riley Moss to that point. Remember that second quarter? Remember the first quarter? 40-yard pass interference on Riley Moss. We didn't play that for you guys. We'll play the second one coming up in just a few minutes.
I despised that call.
It was a bad call.
Because it's completely inconsequential to the actual decision and throw that Patrick Mahomes, who we've all been told and we've all been led to believe is the greatest quarterback in the universe. And he is. Okay, I get it. He is. That was the worst pass that I've seen in a National Football League game with my own eyes.
It was terrible.
Awful. And when he makes that decision and that ball is sailed like that.
You deserve to get scored on.
Yes. I could understand if maybe Jahdae Barron was the guy that gave a little hip tug and then say the receiver tight end fell down. It wasn't that. Had nothing to do with that. It was bad Mahomes play. And all I could think about in that moment was all of the AI graphics that are made of Patrick Mahomes tongue-kissing referees that are in red and white striped attire.
Well, luckily it's just AI generated and not real because, well, just a couple of plays later, Jaquan McMillan, for me, the player of the game, makes a massive pick.
There's a 3rd and 14. Looking for options. Trying to get away from Franklin Myers and throws, intercepted. That's McMillan with it. And a flag down. McMillan takes off, slips through the tackle, and Thornton's not going to let him get away. Thornton knocks him down, and the ball goes out of bounds.
McMillan takes the ball all the way to the Kansas City 32. There's 2 flags on the play. Unfortunately, one against Sean Payton. They don't end up taking that one, although coach thought it was a 54-yard penalty on the head coach. Happens to be a block in the back, a legal blindside block on Patrick Mahomes, which, you know what?
Who was the one who threw? Was it JFM?
Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
Dude.
Worth it.
JFM.
Yep.
Worth it.
Yep.
You
good
got
job,
your
kid.
brother.
Love that penalty.
Hell yeah.
That was a good one. I know that.
Hell yeah.
It's really good. Do it again. I mean, that's what happens. Anytime that there's a turnover-worthy play, defensive players are just trained.
Find a quarterback.
Yep, find 15.
Find a wide receiver.
Find 15 now. Wherever he is, go find him and go give him the...
Just tee off.
It's the one time where you can kind of just give them the business. Typically, they still are semi-protected. Of course, the refs in those graphics that are created by AI, still thinking about the love of their life, Patrick Mahomes. But Sean Payton, all right, listen, pal. You're 9-2 head football coach. But you do have a blind spot. Every college, high school, and pro football team has a get-back coach. Your get-back coach sucks. And you want to know why? Because you probably tell him, stop grabbing my belt buckle. Get off me. That's the problem with Sean Payton, man. When you are in his emperor's new clothes in every sense of your life, you got no get-back coach that is willing to tell you, hey, bro, get the frick back or you're going to get a penalty. Luckily for Sean, he didn't break his hip. Luckily for the ref, he didn't tear his meniscus. And also luckily for Sean, that penalty wasn't assessed on him.
Instead of the Kansas City 32, the ball goes all the way back to the Denver 11, and they have a 3rd and 8 at the Denver 25, just 4 plays into this drive. And this is where the drive where the game changes, right? You get an interception, a turnover of the Chiefs, and you don't have to flip the field and punt, and Kansas City starts on the 7. You don't flip the field and maybe just get 3 out of this. You get 7, and in large part, it's because Troy Franklin makes a monster catch at 35 yards.
It's 3rd down. Maybe it's Sutton time. He's got only 1 catch so far. He's going down the field, and it's caught over the shoulder by Franklin. What a catch by Franklin with Fulton on the coverage. These two go back to college together at Oregon, talking about Nix and Franklin, and they are really becoming quite a connection.
It's a dot from Bo.
It was a great throw from Bo. It was a good play call. At that point in the game, I was getting a little frustrated with Troy Franklin. Be very honest, because a lot of the previous drops and or just, if you notice this about Troy Franklin, a lot of those near misses on deep balls or those kind of awkward 50-50 throws, there's oftentimes, I tweeted it out. I said it looks like instead of wearing wide receiver gloves, he actually puts on oven mitts. And the reason I use that illustration is oven mitts are huge. Therefore, your hands are really far apart. Whereas receiver gloves, you form the noose. That's what we call it. Call it the noose. Think about like a noose that would go over, obviously bad things. But sorry. Well, I think that Troy Franklin is such an inconsistent catcher of the football. Hand placement's part of it. But overall, it's worth it because he gets behind the defense enough. And 4 catches on 8 targets, less than ideal. But the ones that you did come down with changed the outcome of the game. So I stand corrected on Receipt Street.
You keep plodding your way down the field, 13 yards, gets a first down to Cortland Sutton. You have a little 1-yard run from Harvey, a 7-yard pass to Harvey as well on back-to-back plays. And then Jaleel McLaughlin comes in the game after 3 straight touches for R.J. Harvey. And it's not a tush-push, but the big uglies got behind him on this one.
It's McLaughlin. Straight ahead. Jones has a hold of him. There's a push, and they push him across for the game's first touchdown. Jaleel McLaughlin.
Jaleel McLaughlin caps an 11-play, 89-yard, 6-minute touchdown drive. Denver takes a 13-6 lead.
It was so good to see Jaleel McLaughlin back on the field. You and I, doing the show from training camp last 2 years, you fall in love with the player. He is the guy that has a massive chip on his shoulder, and you could see how much that moment meant to him. And the Broncos are going to need Jaleel McLaughlin to continue to be the guy with a huge chip on his shoulder with something to prove, and I think he'll do just that.
Moving on, next drive, there's a 61-yard pass from Mahomes to Thornton right over McMillan's head again. Still my player of the game. Yes, there's one play that's a chunk play. He undercuts it a little bit, but obviously has the interception, the 2 sacks for me to wipe that out. They end up scoring a touchdown that from a goal-to-goal situation. We move on into the fourth quarter, and this is where Broncos fans probably got a little puckered. 3rd and 20. 11 minutes and 25 seconds to go in the game. 47-yard pass interference call on Riley Moss.
Not again.
Time for Mahomes. Time to launch it deep. And Brown is there, and a flag's on Moss for the second time.
Pass interference, defense, number 21. Ball will be placed on the foul, automatic first down.
87 yards of pass interference calls on Riley Moss in the game. You can also make the argument that if you add the 41 yards that would have been a Jahdae Barron pick 6, you can throw that all the way up to 128 yards.
Riley Moss had a no good, awful, very bad, terrible, whatever day. It wasn't good. Now, the thing about him, he had a good coverage day. That's the craziest thing about
he's elite everywhere else, but he just gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar all the time.
And this is the thing that I had a chance to talk with him during training camp at his presser availability during one of the days in the dog days of training camp. He said the change from being exclusively a zone defender in quarters, cover 4 at Iowa, to being a major man cover defender. Dude, he had the best ball skills at Iowa. I mean, every time the ball was in the air, the difference being is he was facing the quarterback. He was facing the ball. Now in man coverage, which I love, you know that. I love taking away easy completions from defense, from the opposing quarterback. But the problem is that there's times that he gets so aggressive, he panics. He's just got to relax in that moment. He's got to lean into the receiver and look up at the football and then go let your elite ball skills take back over. A lot of people are trying to say that Riley Moss needs to be evaluated, not part of this defense going forward. I think you're a moron. I think this defense is largely where it is because he is such a dog. But he's got to reel it in just a bit.
They turned the 47-yard PI call against Riley Moss into a 21-yard touchdown for Travis Kelce. Looks like the Travis Kelce of old probably got a little nervous there with the touchdown for Kansas City as they end up taking a 19-16 lead. The Broncos would then have a 6-play 19-yard, 2-minute, and 20-second field goal drive after a big-time punt return from Marvin Mims. 24-yard punt return from Marvin Mims. We've been talking about the hidden yardage from Rizzi's group in the special teams. That was largely the biggest play. We move on to the fourth quarter. 3 minutes and 53 seconds to go. Jaquan McMillan already has a pick in this game, already has a sack. 3rd down and 10, and they send the corner.
Let's just listen to this. This place is going to go insane right here.
Barely beat the play clock. Here comes the blitz, and they got him back at the 14. It's McMillan for the second time in this game. Vance Joseph calls the blitz, and his defense delivers.
I love this pressure right here. So what you had is another bunch set. So it looks like it's a true corner blitz, but it actually is a nickel pressure. And when you got Travis Kelce and I believe that's Rashee Rice that are bundled up next. Oh, that's Xavier Worthy.
I think it's number 4.
Yeah, 4 might be down here.
Oh, the 4 is down. You're right. That's number 1. You're right.
They're bunched up there together, so it's easy to disguise who could potentially be coming. The harder part about this, what I love, is that Vance Joseph used a bunch of double A-gap mug looks. So you see those 2 inside backers that are right in between the D linemen. That makes you have an answer. And what you end up having to do is you ask your tailback to either go block one of those 2 guys, and it takes his eyes off the nickel because typically the running back is responsible in protection for that guy that's out there on the island. Beautiful play call design again.
Jaquan McMillan, a huge sack. They forced the punt, so Denver takes over with 2 minutes and 59 seconds to go. It looked like they were going to give the ball right back to him. 3rd and 15, 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go.
Here we go again.
It's the last play before the 2-minute warning. Here we go again is right. But who else other than the safety blanket? Courtland Sutton.
And a 3rd and 15 for the Broncos. Nix had all kinds of time, couldn't find anyone. Now he does. That's Courtland Sutton, Mr. 3rd down, to move the chains. With 1:58 to go, 20-yard pickup on 3rd and 15.
They end up erasing the Alex Palczewski holding call that he did not have to take. R.J. Harvey was through the hole for a first down. It felt like a drive killer. But you know what? When things go wrong, go to court.
And that's what I liked about this game from beginning, the very first down of the game, to the last extremely important 3rd down conversion of the game. It was number 14, Courtland Sutton. Bo Nix leaning back into one of the best, if not the best, 3rd down chain movers in pro football. The stats add up right now that in the last 2 seasons, the best 3rd down chain mover in pro football is Courtland Sutton.
He would do it again on this drive. Remember the 3rd and 5? Nick Bolton's right there to stop him. Sutton makes what we thought was an ill-advised move to go backwards to get the first down. Finds a way to get through by the nose of the football. Maybe it was a bad measurement or a bad spot on the field by the referees. Regardless, the Broncos get the first down. R.J. Harvey goes to left guard for 2 yards. And then they take a shot here. This is the ballsiness of Sean Payton. 2nd and 8 at the KC 47. And this one basically puts the game to sleep.
Here's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game. 32 yards. A perfect strike from Nix on a 2nd and 8. With the game on the line.
Great read, great play design by Sean Payton. I loved, watch that boundary safety number 6 over there. You can see that he is opening up his shoulders to take away the big field, working to Courtland Sutton's side. And now you have a 2-man concept, a circus route by the outside receiver, which is Troy Franklin. He's going to work inside and they switch release. Pat Bryant's on the quick out. I loved the ball placement here from Bo Nix because he saw the defensive back was actually trailing on the outside, and he really put more of a 50-50 inside, kind of a back shoulder type of a throw on a corner route, which frankly, that's pretty high-level quarterback play in the biggest of moments. I love seeing what Bo Nix put together on that play.
Denver centers the ball, and lo and behold, it's a 35-yard field goal attempt to beat the Kansas City Chiefs nearly a year to date. When the Broncos had one blocked at Arrowhead, Will Lutz comes on for the win.
35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
Big Nuts Lutz from 35 yards, and the Broncos win 22-19, and that is your Broncos victory. Big play replay. That's the coach. I'm Raj. You guys are listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So much more to get into on a Broncos Victory Monday presented by Rally House. Rally House, shop every team in town. 303-504-0925. So much more to get into the rest of the day on the Morning Sprint. Rally House Football Monday rolls along here on a morning sprint with Raj and Coach. Broncos 22-19 win. I was listening to the guys in the morning, and they're going over all of the wins that the Broncos and the Avs and the Nuggets have had since the last Broncos lost on the 21st of September. I did the math. My daughter was born on September 22nd. She has seen 32 wins in 2 months of being alive. She has not witnessed a Broncos loss. She has only seen 3 regulation losses combined between the 3 franchises.
Good time to be alive.
Little spoiled.
Really good time
to
breathe your
Cam.
first on this earth here in Denver, Colorado.
Sure is.
You know what else is cool? Since your daughter's been alive, the team that I'm coaching right now hasn't punted.
You have not punted in 2 months. I love that for you. I hope that stays the case this weekend against Legend.
It probably won't. We have potentially a murderer's row coming up if we want to win this.
I was going to say there's a handful of games that are going to be tough.
It's a Jay Keeps Garrett Bulls, the matchup with the Legend Titans, and then most likely Cherry Creek if we get through Legend, and then we're going to probably face a team if we get past Cherry Creek somehow, some way that beat us earlier in the year. So yeah, here we go.
All right,
it's that
Coach.
time of year.
It's time for Who is in the Groove, the hottest players for the Broncos right now, presented by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway, and find them at groovetoyota.com. I've been teasing it all day. Dude, it's Jaquan McMillan. That was nearly a flawless performance from him. I know he has a 61-yard reception over his head that he barely undercuts, but he kind of does the same thing. I know it's not a deep ball, but in the red zone that forces Mahomes to throw the interception. He undercuts it. He goads him into, hey, are you actually going to throw this thing over my head with coverage behind? He knew he had safety coverage in the end zone. And then the 2 massive sacks. That dude's in the groove.
He's in the groove. And you know who else is in the groove? Is both George Payton and Vance Joseph for the selection of Jahdae Barron that we all thought was nuts, right? You already got Jaquan McMillan. That makes no sense. You know what I saw Vance Joseph doing yesterday? I saw Jahdae Barron in blitz packages playing middle linebacker. That's what we talked about. Like, you can actually play dime with both those guys on the field at the same time. Jahdae Barron gives you the physicality and the tackling chops to be able to play inside the box. He was one of those mugged up linebackers in those blitz packages. With Jaquan McMillan playing outside in coverage or outside as a possible edge blitz threat, it was absolutely brilliant. Remember back at training camp, Jaquan McMillan had a chance in a media availability to talk about what's your role now that you are now kind of on the outs with a first-round draft pick coming in as a nickel, Jahdae Barron. And he had something really cool to say back then that I thought at the time, like, all right, bro, that's not true. He said J-Mac's gone J-Mac. And this was from J-Mac yesterday, just kind of bringing that exact moment back up.
Obviously, over here, going back to the spring, Broncos take a first rounder at your position. You just put your head down, keep working, continue to work, hold on to your job, and play at the level that you have been. Does tonight feel like, just continued kind of vindication for you in that way?
Yeah, I think I told you guys earlier during camp, J-Mac's going to be J-Mac, no matter who they bring in. I love Jahdae. He's been a great add to the team, and he's going to be a good player, But I just do me, keep working hard and go out there and do what I'm told to do. I never worry about the outside noise. And, yeah, I just go out there and compete the best I can.
I think giving Vance Joseph more arrows to throw at his opponent is it's an underrated thing that Payton did in the offseason. And I understand the anger at, like, why would you take another defensive back when you're already completely stacked? It allows you to bring on Jahdae Barron slowly, use him in different situations, and then showcase Jaquan McMillan, where would he be a number 2 corner on 20 other teams in the league right now? 15?
Jahdae?
Is that too many? No, Jaquan McMillan.
I don't think that either one of those players have any design to be outside cornerbacks. They're both legitimate nickels, dimebacks, bonus package players in a defense that utilizes personnel so aggressively and creatively. You're undisputed. Guys, you knew who was the best cover player last night? Chris Abrams-Drain.
He was fantastic.
He was
wasn't
so
he?
good. Like, think about every time you saw number 31 at or around a Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy, it was legitimately wide-on Rice coverage. He was inside of the mind of the receivers and playing phenomenal coverage position. So here's what I tell you is that even the Jahdae Barron draft pick that you say, why you got that when you got Pat Surtain II and you've got opposite him Riley Moss? I said it all along. The nickel position is like the new Brian Urlacher. It's the guy that is the eliminator inside the box, can do all the things, create takeaways, and you got two of those guys, and it frees up a guy like Chris Abrams-Drain to be next man up, and he was phenomenal.
I count 6 different, and you guys know my crazy exhaustive notes on Broncos games. I count 6 different spots where Chris Abrams-Drain has a star next to him in my notes, and that means big-time coverage or pass defense. 6 times. That's more than anyone else in the defense.
And every time...
I'm not saying like I'm the be-all, end-all, but like this is just from like my personal watch.
Every time that you saw a Patrick Mahomes throw in the direction of a receiver that was covered by number 31, it didn't look like it was any doubt that it was going to be either broken up or be incomplete. That's how tight the coverage was.
Deep right, Thornton, overthrow, Abrams-Drain. Deep right, Rice, Abrams-Drain. Rice right on Abrams-Drain, 7 yards but held. Like he's all over this score sheet. He's all over it. The defensive backfield has been phenomenal. You see the stat that since 2023, the Chiefs in the red zone have scored just 3 of 14 touchdowns.
That's wild.
Against Vance Joseph. Just 3 touchdowns on 14 opportunities.
When you watch Patrick Mahomes, because Patrick Mahomes, by all accounts, he's a different Patrick Mahomes this year than last year, and that's actually a better Patrick Mahomes this year.
And the numbers for Mahomes are 3 of 11. So it's not just
he
like
looks
Carson
like
Wentz.
Patrick Mahomes looks like he has a legitimate Vance Joseph problem. And I would say that goes back to the matchup in 2023 when Sean Payton, in the first year that the Broncos took on with Russell Wilson and Justin Simmons, that was a completely different team. But schematically, Pat Mahomes does not love seeing the pressure packages, the man coverage, and or match cover 3 that Vance Joseph so eloquently uses here in Denver.
What do you have to do as an ownership group, as management, to find a way to keep Vance Joseph from going back into the head coaching pool?
Pay him like a head coach, like a head coach that's going back as a second time.
You do like the Wade Phillips thing. We'll give you just underneath what you could get on market for head coach, but you just get to be comfortable here, and everyone looks at you and goes, that's the best defensive coordinator in the game. Because that's what happened with Wade when the Broncos won the Super Bowl in 2015. I know he was much older, Wade Phillips, but with how good he was as a DC, I'm sure there were some teams that were like, hey, Wade, come be a head coach for us again. Try it. You've failed in other places, which he had, but come try it. Much like Vance Joseph has failed other places. I would love to keep a vice grip on Vance Joseph. It works.
I also got to give some credit to the defensive staff. In addition to Vance Joseph, Jim Leonard, safeties coach, phenomenal football coach.
Phenomenal football player.
Great player and
that
great
dude
coach.
Was so much fun to watch.
I coached against him at University of Wisconsin when he was the D coordinator there. He was a tough guy to prepare for. And a lot of the same stuff that we're seeing does have some of the imprints of Jim Leonard. And that shows you that there's a good camaraderie on that defensive side of the ball. Vance Joseph's open to continually hearing new ways to attack defenses or offensive and especially protections. That defense is, you got to keep it as intact as much as you can.
Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, and tonight's thrilling is a word. Cowboys-Raiders game will air on 9:50 a.m. Don't miss a second as Dak Prescott and the 3-5-1 Cowboys, who are second in the NFC East, face off against Geno Smith, Pete Carroll, and the 2-7 Raiders. It's going to be a thriller.
Can't wait.
I'm sure.
I asked Amory, I was like, hey, babe, let's do something fun tonight for Monday Night Football.
It's on AM 950 tonight, starting at 9 or rather 5 p.m.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Sanford here. And right now, the real estate market is primed to be a buyer. In fact, had a lot of heat on my own property that I am posting right now with my favorite real estate agent, my favorite dude that played at the University of Colorado, led all CU Buff linebackers in the history of the program, tackle-wise, and that's Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. It's worth a 2-minute phone call to reach out to Barry and discuss either what you're looking for in purchasing a home, because we all know that sellers are highly motivated. And also, if you want to potentially find out the value of your home, rates are starting to turn around. This market continues to rebound and find itself in a better spot. But the other thing you got to know is if it's a good time to buy, you're looking for a home, Barry's working night and day for his clients, and he'll do the exact same for you. I can speak to that. After a slow start on the market, he's been grinding, marketing our home, finding creative ways to get people in, and we had 4 showings up there in Weld County this weekend. So you could call Barry and get a 2-minute phone call at 720-373-9297. That's 720-373-9297, and get started with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Tell them that Coach Sanford sent you his way, and he will take care of you and whatever you may be looking for. So Barry Remington and the WK Real Estate, they will work hard, and they will be all about integrity and honesty with you and get your house moved or get you in the dream home that you've always been looking for. Visit BarryRemington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
Rolling into hour 2 of the morning sprint. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy, hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD, noon to 3. Nate and Andy on a Broncos victory Monday, 3 to 6 p.m. Tonight, you'll have a 30-minute Berto's Blitz before the Nuggets take on the Bulls, riding a 7-game win streak as Nikola Jokic hunts his 8th triple-double of the year. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. with the pregame show sponsored by Ramos Law. Again, 7 straight victories for the Nuggets. The Avs have points in 10 straight. The Broncos have won 8 straight football games. We just don't know how to lose here in the Mile High City, Coach.
Just say, let's stay humble.
No.
Stay humble.
No. Why?
Because
Why?
Because those that start gloating get humbled quickly. Just got to stay about the business, man. We got to keep them. You know what? No, let's not stay humble. We got Nikola Jokic. We've got Nathan McKinnon, Gabe Landeskog, Cale Makar, and Valdichushkin, the Russian.
Makar.
And right now, we got the best defense on planet Earth. We've got a cocky Sean Payton that hates our stupid little internet shows and all of our conspiracy theories.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
And we got Vance Joseph dialing it up, man. Patrick Mahomes hates seeing Vance Joseph on the other sideline laughing at him as he puts together another AA gap mug, nickel pressure. Let's go.
Vance Joseph gets the last laugh.
What would the narrative be surrounding Bo Nix and Mahomes, or Bo Nix and his ability to unseat the Chiefs? Right? Because it's happening right now. It's too early to go, they're dead. The Wicked Witch of the West is dead.
They're definitely not dead.
It is too early. In terms of like longevity, they could be dead this year.
My feeling is there's going to have to be a New England Patriots style rebuild. That's the thing that Patriots did so well is they kept rebuilding.
Like Andy Reid would have to leave. He'd have to retire.
I think of it a little differently. I think it's personnel. Because if you think about back in the early Patriots days, who were the surrounding skill players that were synonymous with Tom Brady and the success? Early Tom Brady.
Marshall Faulk, Deion Branch.
Wes Welker.
I would call Wes Welker the middle of the Tom Brady saga.
Really?
Yes. Because Wes Welker, am I correct? Wes Welker and Randy Moss kind of overlapped. I'm almost positive they overlapped. I think early.
In 2007? Yeah.
Yeah, that's early.
Yes.
No, that's not early. That's middle for me. That's the middle ground.
That's not over. It's not over. It's early. It's not early.
Over. It's not over.
It felt like that soundbite. I mean, 2007 is pretty early Tom Brady, right? That's when Wes Welker got to New England. He played 2 years in Miami, and he was there with the Patriots in 2007. What was the first championship?
The first year that Brady took over as starter was 2001.
Okay. Yeah, so it's middle-ish.
It's middle. It's not early.
Yeah, early middle.
Early is Falk.
And then of course
not Marshall Faulk. It was his brother. What was his brother's name? Another Hall of Famer, isn't he?
Kevin.
Kevin Falk?
Yeah,
Kevin Falk.
They were not related. Just randomly.
What?
Yeah, both, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kevin Falk played at UCLA. Marshall Falk's a West Coast guy.
You
played
learn
at
something new every day.
San Diego State.
Yeah, Marshall Falk of
but
Rams.
same exact spelling of the last name.
Okay.
I believe zero connection whatsoever. Because actually my dad coached against Kevin Falk and LSU in the Independence Bowl. I'm like, oh, it's Marshall Falk's brother. This is back in like 2000 or like 98.
I've lived my whole life thinking they were brothers.
Yeah, zero relationship. So he is coaching football now. So when you think about the Patriots, there was like a 15, 20 year stretch of time where Tom Brady and Bill Belichick were the co-faces. But Tom Brady's like ride or die homie. That changed a bunch. Gronk was kind of mid-late, right? Mid-late Tom Brady was the Gronkowski side of things. There were, Randy Moss, of course, was that middle. You even said it, Kevin Falk early. Who's his receiver? Deion Branch. Right now, it just feels like the Chiefs, they're hanging on to the Travis Kelce thing maybe a little bit long. It doesn't appear like, even watching the game yesterday, who is Patrick Mahomes' go-to dude in the pass game? Like legit, like I can count on you like I used to count on Tyreek Hill.
It's always been Travis Kelce. He doesn't have a wide receiver. They're trying to make Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice into that.
So it's not working. Tyreek Hill was his goat, like that was his dog, his explosive playmaker, like make things happen for me guy. They've got to I think they're getting to the point of having to rebuild it from a personnel standpoint.
AI says all of the Falks were cousins.
Okay. All right. AI. Good.
Grok says they were cousins.
It is cousin, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's funny. This is funny because Marshall Faulk, he's a Louisiana guy. They're both Louisiana guys. Just Marshall Faulk was born in Louisiana and ended up going to San Diego State, which is wild.
They're not dead for the long term just because Mahomes is still so young. They're not dead for the long term.
Definitely not dead.
I think they're dead this season. The home game against Indy is brutally hard. I think they have wins against Dallas. I think they have a win against Houston. I think they're going to lose to the Chargers at home because the Chargers are going to be in a legit position to push the Broncos for the AFC West. And at that point, maybe the number 1 overall seed in the AFC.
Yeah, but things aren't great in
no, they're not.
In sunny Los Angeles,
they got
are they?
Piss pounded by Jacksonville.
You know why they got piss pounded by Jacksonville yesterday by 28 points, 35-7? It's because Jim Harbaugh, who's a great football coach, I coached for him for 2 years. His teams, they practice longer, harder, more violently, more physically, and that's why a lot of times they end up being the bully in the block. But it can go the other way where all of a sudden bodies are breaking.
Oh, they're the Blitzkrieg version of the NFL.
Yes.
You run rough shot all the way through enemy lines, then you run out of oil and food.
Correct. And you know what Jim says all the while? Today is a great day to hit each other and play football. Another day, another opportunity to go live tackle on a Wednesday. You guys with me? And a bunch of the vets are looking around like, dude, my body's done. Like, I can't go anymore. We lost our entire offensive line. We're on our fourth running back. That's the problem with Jim Harbaugh. There's two sides to it, and also Jim doesn't care about rules. And NFL players do care about rules because the rules are in place because of the NFL Players Association to protect them so that they can elongate their careers. So I worry about the Chargers, man. And that's been my thing all along. And I'll stand by it. The Denver Broncos, I said this at the beginning of the season. Sean Payton and the Broncos, the season will be measured as a success if you can finally take down not the Chiefs, but the damn Chargers and Jim Harbaugh.
It is the one thing left on the resume right now.
And guess what? What happens if you do that?
Oh, you guarantee the AFC West.
You win the AFC West.
There's a really good chance you win the AFC.
And you have a home bye. A bye week and a home field advantage until the Super Bowl.
And then you would play you'd play the Steelers if they get through.
Didn't Aaron Rodgers get hurt yesterday?
Aaron Rodgers got hurt yesterday.
Like hurt, right?
I mean, he got pounded. And that's not good for a dude who's north of 40.
I don't even know who. Is it Mason Rudolph still? Is he still there?
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
No idea who the backup is for Pittsburgh. The 1 seed is everything in the AFC right now. Everything. Now, it's funny. If the Chiefs find a way to run to that 7 seed, you might run into them. And that's the last thing you want.
You know what, though?
Is you get a first-round bye, and the first playoff game is Kansas City, but you get them at home. You don't have to go to Arrowhead. You don't have to go to that frozen tundra and what is legitimately one of the toughest places to play in the NFL right now. That's the only thing I'm looking at is, God forbid, they rattled off wins against Houston and LA and Indy, and then you're looking at now an 8-win Kansas City team, and the game on, was it Christmas Eve that the Broncos play, or was it Christmas Day on that Thursday? One of the two.
I have a feeling
that matters.
I have a feeling they'll be 7-6 after those 3 games. I think you're going to go 2-1. I don't think they're good. They'll beat Houston, and I think they'll beat LA. I think LA is a shell of who they were at the beginning of the season.
So you have to find me 2 more losses on the schedule for Kansas City. Denver's 1. Who's the other? At Vegas, at Tennessee, at Dallas. Dude.
Dallas scores points, man. They score freaking points. They find a way to score points. No, watch them tonight. Just curious.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find the read. A thrilling Cowboys-Raiders game. So you're banking on Dallas beating Kansas City and that being the team that keeps them out of the playoffs.
You realize where that game is?
It's at Dallas.
It is in the house that Jera built on the backs of oil men in the fields of Oklahoma and West Texas. That's where it's at. You're going to see the pride of the star on display there, Jared Jones.
Now, I suppose Dallas is like
and glory hole.
Still technically alive. They're second place in the NFC East, but they're Philly's 8-2 and they're 3-5-1. They're technically alive if you can rattle off some
You just never
wins.
know, man. You just never know.
The NFC's too good, dude. The worst team in the NFC right now that is in the playoff picture is like San Francisco.
And they just
or Green Bay.
Yeah, Green Bay looked like they were back yesterday.
Like the Lions at 6-4 are on the outside looking in.
Isn't that crazy? I called that before the season. You remember that?
I know. I had the Lions making the Super Bowl.
Do you remember what I
against
said
the
about the
Bills.
play calling brain trust of I was worried about it. Ben Johnson is pretty good at calling football plays, is he not?
The Bears are 7-3.
Yeah. I watched them play yesterday. Went on a game-winning field
They're
goal.
figuring it out.
Ben Johnson's the real deal. You know who's not the real deal? Unfortunately, play caller Johnny Morton, who already had it stripped. You know that? Dan Campbell's calling the plays. And it looked good for 1 week. Didn't look good yesterday.
You know who is real? KJ Granderson. He's got his NFL notes coming up on the other side. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. It's the morning sprint on Altitude. We've been through the big play replay here on a Broncos Victory Monday, a Rally House Football Monday, and it's 11:20 on the morning sprint, which means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what do you have today?
Well, Sean Payton is well on his way to accomplishing his preseason goal. Lead and put yourself in position to win the AFC West, check. Be a top seed in the AFC, check. Now it's time to focus on winning a playoff game and obviously eventually winning the Super Bowl. Here's Sean Payton talking about his team moving in that direction and how they've got to continue to grow towards being a championship team.
That 09 Super Bowl team, we lost the last 3 games of the regular season. We lost to Dallas, then we lost in overtime to Tampa, but then we had the 1 seed, sat our starters, everyone was up in arms. We had the 1 seed. I felt we needed rest, and then we went on. And so I think, and you guys have covered this game long enough, you could pick seasons, and there's going to be those heavy wins. And so part of culture is finding the right ingredients. Everyone wants to talk about it, but I think it's really important to identify those traits with either your rookies or your free agents. You guys have covered the team, and you get a chance to, I don't know how you think, but I think that's important.
The traits are this team wins when it matters. The traits are Bo Nix, even though, yes, the large picture this year for the offense and Bo has been quite bad. Yesterday's game, from start to finish, was clean, and that's what you need out of a team that has the number 1 defense in the world, is just be clean as a quarterback. And he was clean 1, 2, and 3 in quarters 1, 2, and 3, and he was borderline elite in the fourth quarter. Those are traits that you have to slowly learn as a young quarterback and as a team that is finishing its rebuild. I love where they are.
I've been very critical of Sean Payton, the play caller, Sean Payton, I'd call it the steward of the relationship between he and his second-year quarterback, his franchise quarterback over the last 2 weeks. I don't think it's looked great, felt great until yesterday. And so as much credit as I give to Bo Nix for responding yet again, I got to also give a lot of credit to Sean Payton. I thought Sean Payton called a much better game. I thought that Sean Payton had some bangers, some wide open things. I loved the involvement of Patrick Bryant early on in this game, using some of his route running chops to be able to create separation against match coverage. Sean Payton was really good yesterday as well. So the two of them were much better. And you know what? I felt like Sean Payton knew that he needed to be better because a lot of what happened in those last 2 weeks were on him. And he learned more about Bo and what makes Bo go than just what he wants. And he called a game that I think fit more of Bo's style. It was more in rhythm.
I liked the design QB run that they had with Bo. That was fun.
Which one was it?
It was earlier on in the game.
I kept looking for it, especially in the red zone. I'm like, can you just run this?
Well, it's funny. I texted you guys it was right before the Troy Franklin catch, the 2nd and 8. I just felt like, I want a design Bo run on 2nd and 8. Get yourself 6 yards here. That's all you need. Make it 3rd and 2, and maybe you turn that into 2-down territory that late in the game. And then they open up a 35-yard pass to Troy, and it basically ends the game. I was begging for it. I'll have to go back and look at where that designed run was. But yeah, it seems as though they just called a better game for Bo than they have almost all season. And again, the fourth quarter is just elite. 69 completions, 112 attempts in the season for nearly 62% completion percentage. He's got 750 yards, 7 touchdowns in the fourth quarter this year. He's only taken 3 sacks.
Generational fourth quarter player right now.
Generational is.
Right now. I mean, the sample size that we have. We don't have a huge sample size. So you got to go off of what he has shown because the best indicator of future events is past events. And he has been fantastic in the fourth quarter. And if he continues that trend, he's going to be a legend here in Denver.
KJ, what's next?
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
I'll double check here, but I'm almost certain that scramble that you guys were talking about with a design Bo Nix run was right there towards the end of the first half.
It was 3rd and 3 right before the end of the first half. He gets him to 4th and inches, and then they punt to the KC 24.
There you go. So Bo Nix, man, he did his part yesterday. And speaking of Bo Nix, Obviously, he didn't throw any touchdowns, as we've previously mentioned yesterday, but he had almost 300 yards passing, and he ran really well when he needed to. And the conversations about, is he Sean's guy? Is he the guy? Is it Sean versus Bo? I think the locker room is tired of hearing that stuff, and Adam Troutman made sure to put his foot down about his quarterback yesterday.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So, Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
Dragon Slayer 69.
It doesn't get any better.
So good.
Troutman's a dude, isn't he? Think he's a guy that probably fun to drink one beers with.
Probably.
Usually the blocking tight end.
The block, because who is the blocking tight end?
He's an O-lineman.
He's an offensive lineman.
He's a little lighter.
He's a better looking offensive lineman. So when they go out to the bars to have one beers, the girls are likely looking at Adam Troutman rather than looking at the 300-pounders.
Yeah.
Dragon Slayer 69 with.
They're looking at Adam Troutman, but the offensive linemen typically love going out with him because a group of 5 comes over. He might get the 9 or 10 in the crew. He's probably married, by the way, but that's neither here nor there. So hypothetically, the 9 or 10 might be all about Adam Troutman. But you know what? That 6 or 7, yep, said it. That 6 or 7 might be the best that you've ever had, in your lifetime. Best looking gal that you've ever hung out with.
Adam is married. Was that 6 months ago? Maura Troutman?
Yeah, congrats. Congrats, man.
Congratulations.
She was the 9 or 10.
She was the 9 or 10. There you go. KJ, what's next?
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
Oh, gosh, man. Adam Troutman, 9 of 10. That is hilarious. Browns rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders made his NFL debut yesterday against the Baltimore Ravens, coming in for Dylan Gabriel, who sustained a concussion. Sanders finished the game 4 of 16 passing for 47 yards with an interception, a sack, and a fumble. And he also carried it 3 times for 16 yards, and they lost 23-16, unfortunately, after leading 16-10 before he came in. And here's Shedeur after the game, quote, "I don't think I played good. I don't think I played good at all. I think there's a lot of things we need to look at during the week and go and just get comfortable with even throwing routes with wide receiver Jerry Jeudy and throwing routes with all of these guys. I think that was my first ball to him all year. But other than that, I just think overall we just got to go next week and understand so that we have a week to prepare stuff I like to do," end quote. What do you guys think of Shedeur's first NFL regular season performance?
Terrible.
It
was
an F.
buns.
It's an F.
It was awful.
3 and out, pick, 3 and out, 3 and out.
You know that if he had just caught the shotgun snap and spiked the ball on every pass attempt, he would have had a higher QBR.
Stop it.
Dead serious.
Not great, Bob.
Not good. Are we going to see, do we know for sure we're going to see Shedeur next game? Starting?
Well, if Dylan
without
Gabriel
question.
is concussed, there's no reason not to, right? As the Browns, isn't it your duty to look at the players that you've drafted and the players that you currently have as a 2-8 football team and go, is there something here for the future?
Yeah.
There's no reason to start Bailey Zappi. There's no reason to go sign a guy who's not on a roster right now to start for you. There's no reason to look at Cincinnati and go, hey, we want Jake Browning, although they can't do that because the trade deadline is come and gone. No, you play him. If Gabriel is concussed, you play Shedeur, and it's likely going to look terrible. It's a shame, but I know the sample size is tiny. Was the league right?
We'll find out more this week.
At the Raiders.
Yep. It'll be fun.
It's an easier defense to see, I guess.
Does that game become watchable now?
Yes. I'll watch that game.
Yeah.
Just because the tie into Colorado. Yeah,
Well,
I'll watch
also,
that game.
I mean, Shedeur Sanders versus Ashton Genty. It's the battle everybody talked about last year between Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders versus Ashton Genty and the Heisman and all the award shows. How far have those two programs fallen with the absence of Ashton Genty? Boise State,
Yeah, they've tanked.
Stinks right now. They've scored 7 points in 4 games, and obviously the Colorado Buffs, the best weeks they've had have been bye weeks. It's the reality.
Talk about spiking a football.
It's not good.
KJ, keep it going.
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. And speaking of cornerbacks being cornerbacks, Steeler defensive back Jalen Ramsey was ejected for throwing a punch at Cincinnati Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase after Chase appeared to spit at Jalen Ramsey yesterday with around the 12-minute mark of the fourth quarter. Obviously, Pittsburgh went on to win 34-12. Ramsey, after the game, went on to detail just exactly what happened between those two.
He spit on me, so it's up. I don't about football after that, respectfully. I'm always going to be all for trash talk and stuff like that. I actually enjoy that part of the game. I think people know that. But and that's what we was doing. I mean, after the first one, the first little thing, the play before, he tried to like crack block me or whatever. You know what I mean? I got up off that. And then we got up talking or whatever, and he snatched my mouthpiece off my face mask. And then that's when I mushed his face mask, and then whatever. That was just a little scuffle. But the refs told us right after that, like, hey, y'all chill, no more of this. Cool, so, you know, I'm knowing, like, all right, no more, you know, just talk let's keep it clean so everybody's staying in, whatever. The next play, same, we was talking for real, which I'm cool with. And then, yeah, as soon as he spit, it was that. I ain't gonna tolerate that part of it.
All right, it looks awfully spitty.
It's a spit.
It looks like a loogie.
It's a looch. It was like a 45-degree angle downward looch that ended up hitting more right on the number 5 of Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey gave him a little piece, a little dot. Give him a two-piece combo, huh?
Well, to a face mask and a helmet. Like people
still though.
Punching with a bare hand essentially or a gloved
but
hand.
He was smart. Jalen Ramsey, a big follower of UFC. He didn't try to punch him in the face mask. He went with the button, that area kind of right near the jugular, underneath the face mask.
Not bad.
Smart punch.
Not bad.
Smart punch. You get spit, man.
Yeah.
You get spit on. It's on, man.
Jalen Carter essentially got suspended, right? He got kicked out of that week 1 game and then had to forfeit his game check. Jamar doesn't get kicked out of this game. He should be suspended for the next one. You spit on a dude, you get a game. That seems right to me.
Is it assault?
No. It's not assault. Come on. It's a scummy move.
You ever been spit on before?
Yeah.
Really?
I spat on someone.
Whoa.
Had my own coach suspend me for 5 games. Saw me do it. Never did it again. I was like 12 or 13. Never did it again.
I love 12-year-old spitting Raj.
I was not happy.
Damn camel.
My coach saw it. I tried to
what? Hey, you camel. Why are you spitting on people, you 12-year-old?
I tried to do the same thing as Jamar Chase and like explain it away. He goes, you were 3 feet away from me. I saw it. I didn't play for a week.
It's good.
Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. KJ, one more.
J-Mac's going to be J-Mac.
Well, what has turned into an unfortunate situation in Atlanta, quarterback Michael Penix Jr. suffered a potentially season-ending knee injury during Sunday's loss to the Carolina Panthers, according to Adam Schefter. NFL Network, they have confirmed that he did re-aggravate that bone bruise and knee sprain from earlier in the season, and they do believe from their sources that his ACL has been affected, but they cannot determine the severity until they get more results from the test at this exact moment. Here's Adam Schefter this morning, kind of just further detailing Michael Penix Jr.'s injury history thus far.
I know he had a whole bunch of issues like that in college. How many would this be if it is indeed that?
If this is going to be that, and I think it's going to be that, he will have basically his 5th season-ending injury for him in 8 college and pro seasons.
Wow.
This would be the 5th time his season has ended due to a knee injury. And that's what I'm expecting it to be.
Wow.
So it's a bad deal.
If it's an ACL, it's his 3rd ACL.
Yeah, it's not good. Falcons are in trouble.
Penix
as a
is
franchise.
Well, Penix is in trouble.
Penix is, of course, in trouble. Falcons are too, though. Spent all that money on Kirk Cousins. You end up replacing him with the quarterback that you drafted after you spent all that money on Kirk Cousins. You guys know I love Michael Penix Jr. I coached against him at the height of his career. What I saw with my own eyes, I will never unsee. One of the most dynamic, beautiful throwers of football I will ever witness in my lifetime. But the downside of his game was that, for whatever reason, his body just can't play his game in the long haul.
The good news is they still have a starting quarterback on their roster. He's paid like it. $57.5 million on his cap hit. And you can't, you thought that Atlanta was going to get out of it this year, right? Because you could have gone for a 2-year buyout with $35 million in dead cap space. Do you get out of that contract now? I don't think you do. I think you hold on to him.
Yeah.
You hold on to Kirk Cousins because he at least can stay healthier than Michael Penix Jr.
Are the Falcons out of the playoff race?
They're
Falcons third in the NFC
now,
South.
At 3-7,
yeah,
I would have to say yeah.
I mean,
they're as alive as the Cowboys are.
The division leader 6-4.
And the Tampa Bay Bucks, right?
Yeah, and they've lost 2 straight.
But Atlanta just got swept in the season series by the Panthers.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Panthers, man. What's good, Panthers?
We talked about the end of last season, man.
Hey, as their hashtag says, keep pounding. That's what their mantra is.
We talked about it at the end of last season. There were some bright things happening with Bryce Young.
Bryce Young and Dave Canales, their head coach, done a nice job. Every time I turn on a game with the Panthers recently, I'm like, oh, they're in.
They're
that
kind of
game.
fun.
They're good.
They're kind of spunky.
Kind of like that team.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. That is Mountain High Appliance. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap up a Rally House Football Monday, a Broncos victory Monday on the other side. Hand things off to PhD. Broncos beat the Chiefs. Is the witch dead? Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Make sure you tune in all day for new keywords every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to Thursday night's game against the New York Rangers. The Avs continue to pace the NHL in points. They get a 4-1 victory last night over the New York Islanders. I won't bore you with the details. It was a snoozy hockey game. They do lead the NHL in wins, in points, in goals. They have the fewest goals against. They have the most expected goals for, and they have the best goal differential in the NHL by 18 goals. The Avs are a wagon. The Nuggets just went into Minnesota and beat the Timberwolves, who were healthy this time. Anthony Edwards playing, did go 0 of 8 from 3, without Christian Brown, without Cam Johnson, and got another triple-double from Nikola Jokic. They had 4 different players with 20 or more points.
Just another laugher.
Like, we don't lose here anymore. The Nuggets don't lose. The Avs don't lose. The Broncos don't lose, even if it's against the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. You know what we haven't talked about yet today? The play of the game. It wasn't Jaquan McMillan's sack. It wasn't even his interception. It wasn't even the big-time third down throw to Cortland Sutton that got the final drive moving. It was a special teams play.
Frank Crum.
Frank Crum blocking the PAT keeps that thing a one-score game.
Wyoming's own Frank Crum.
It changed everything. I guess that's what you needed to do. You needed to have that type of magic that happened at Arrowhead last year go in your favor. A field goal block it's magic, right? It's obviously there are techniques to it, and we went over it exhaustively last year when the Broncos lost that game on the road. But it is sort of magical. You needed something to go your way. That went your way.
This is actually a really well-designed block.
Okay, so bring me through the earthbound blocking and executing a field goal block.
Well, typically it's just mano-a-mano, brute strength, leverage, which is a terrible word in these parts, but creating knockback on anybody besides the short snapper, because that's the penalty. But what happened here, and I can't see the exact player, Raj, turn around. Over the right guard, there is a Denver Bronco, go back, KJ, to the very beginning. Okay, there is over the right guard of the field goal unit, there's a player for the Denver Broncos that's flanked very closely by Frank Crum. The right guard, the right guard player flashes all the way across the short snapper and kind of almost short circuits the right guard. Let that play. And then that's where Frank Crum finds the little tiny window to be able to get into that B gap, which is the gap between the guard and the tackle.
KJ, play that again for me.
That's exactly what happened. I mean, watch that quick movement from it's like a stun on field goal block unit. So the quick movement, boom, and then there's Frank Crum just found a tiny sliver to be able to get inside the B gap.
I think it's 97.
Is that Roach?
Right, that's Malcolm Roach. Where's 97?
Yes.
I think it's Malcolm Roach. There's a lot of moving bodies and it's kind of pixelated, but I feel as though it's Malcolm Roach.
It's either 90. It could be 96. Is 96 Jordan?
96, I think, is Wazirike.
Wazirike. That might be it. It's one of the two interior players. But either way, it was just incredible attention to detail in a critical moment. I found out last night, pretty interestingly, when I was on Broncos Tonight on 9 News with Mike Kliss and Scotty Gaines. Mike Kliss was saying that randomly he and Scotty Gaines saw Patrick Smythe, who is the awesome director of communications for the Denver Broncos. And Patrick's like, Frank Crum's going to block a PAT or a field goal today. Like, what? He called his shot. So they must have known something. It was almost like the revenge game for last year when the Chiefs knew
it was
something.
The same thing. The same thing played out. To the yard. It was nuts that it was to the yard. 35 yards. And Will Lutz after the game said it was odd that when I lined up, I was on the exact same line.
Do we all agree?
But they were on the right hash. They were centered.
Do we all agree here in Denver, Colorado, that even though sometimes we get our eyes focused on the wrong things, that we all like Will Lutz, and we cannot lie. You cannot deny. Will Lutz is that dude, man. He's clutch. He doesn't miss kicks.
And we haven't talked about the 56 yarder that he hit.
It was a no-brainer, 54, but He was 54. It's no brainer.
Center would have been
It's like,
good from
cool.
60 plus.
Yeah, got him. Will Lutz. Guy's been so clutch, man. Saints Mafia, baby. Sean Payton, Saints Mafia. Darren Rizzi paying off. Will Lutz paying off. Little Jordan Humphrey changed the game yesterday.
Can you do
Just
that
kidding. He didn't
again?
change the game.
Can you do that again without a running game? Can you do that in Kansas City, short week, without a running game again?
Can I have a running game?
No.
Okay.
You get the same running game you got yesterday on a short week in Kansas City. Do you win the football game? Pat Surtain's back at that point.
Alex Singleton may be back.
Alex Singleton is back at that point.
Yes. You get the same bow?
You get the same bow.
300-yard bow? 295-yard bow?
300-yard bow.
0 interception bow?
You get 0 interception bow.
How many total sacks? 2?
2.
2 sacks? Big deal. That's below the league average. Yeah. You can beat him. You can beat him.
That might be the final nail in the coffin of Kansas City. And you think Kansas City was playing for something yesterday, and they were. Like, this is not a win against KC when they are snoozy and waltzing through the regular season.
This was like survive in advance.
Right. That was the biggest game in the regular season that Patrick Mahomes has ever played in. Probably, right? Because it was AFC West is now dead for them. They're not winning it. You can't get over the Broncos. You won't get over the Chargers. And now you have to get over Jacksonville to get into the playoffs.
I want to talk about wild narratives. And Sean Payton yesterday addressed all the wild narratives, some of which might have come from my mouth. Apologize. But narratives a week ago. Pat Mahomes, gosh, you can't take the witch down. He's hot. He's back to being Pat Mahomes.
And now he has
His
to play
numbers.
for something.
Yep.
Now
and
he's
then,
awake.
And then what was the narrative a week ago, Raj? The real narrative, not just the one that I made up. The real narrative about Bo Nix was what? Let's be honest. Just a week ago on this show, it was Colin Cowherd saying that you got to go draft a quarterback in the first round in 2026. That was the narrative. Who's Colin Cowherd's best buddy? Sean. It was a narrative. It was a narrative with old freaking Chase Daniels. I get so sick of that dude. You talk about a guy. He's the receipt street guy that actually talks out of both sides of his mouth. A week ago, he's saying, everything's open. It all looks great. Something's got to change. Broncos can't continue this way. And now all of a sudden he's saying, why did you ever doubt him? No, you doubted last week at the very end of the game. You're another mouthpiece. The narrative. You want to know what the narrative about Bo Nix was? He's probably not your franchise quarterback. And now what is he? He's the only quarterback in NFL history in 2 years to have how many fourth quarter comeback wins? 8? He's the only one. And what's the narrative in Kansas City right now surrounding Pat Mahomes? He lost us the game.
He can't beat Bo.
Can't beat Bo Nix.
Because if you look at the game a year ago, he basically did it to you there. It took magic for Kansas City to beat Bo Nix at Arrowhead last year. If that changes, the narrative around Bo and Mahomes and the Broncos and the Chiefs changes so drastically if that kick goes through the uprights, if it doesn't get blocked last year. Because now, not only are you're 2-1, right, Bo, against the Chiefs, but you're largely 1-1 against them. The last game from last year doesn't really matter whatsoever. But if you change that one piece of magic, now it's, are you the heir apparent? Are you the one that's actually going to take over the crown of the AFC West from Patrick Mahomes?
Well, right now you'd have to say yes. Because Bo Nix right now is 2-1 and should be 3-0 against the Kansas City Chiefs. Am I right?
Should be 3-0.
Should be 3-0. Not, but should be. Proved out. Kansas City Chiefs have a Denver Broncos problem. You know what else they have?
He hasn't turned the ball over against the Chiefs.
No. You know what else the Kansas City Chiefs have? They have a Patrick Mahomes problem. Because they don't know what to do with it. They don't know if they go all in on all defense like they kind of did a little bit. Do they go out and try to get new play? Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, and an aging Travis Kelce with the oft-injured Isaiah Pacheco? That ain't it.
Yeah, it's dime store versions of what you won Super Bowls with.
They have to hit the reset button and implode and rebuild. And you know what? That might take a couple of years. And all the while, a young Denver Broncos team with a second-year quarterback, it's got a chance to continue with arrow up, baby. 9-2.
That'll do it for us today. For the coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson and the patron saint of Sean Payton, the pious? Sean Payton, the ordinary? Sean Payton, the victorious. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. This is the Morning Sprint. PhD's coming up next. Love you guys. Broncos win 22-19. Nuggets tonight, 7 p.m. You can hear it on 92.5 if you want to listen to the Raiders and the Cowboys. You can get that on AM 950 this evening or worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Don't go anywhere. More Broncos reaction is coming up next with PhD. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
And he's on the near side on 3rd and 7. He's looking his way, and the pass comes instead to Bryant. The rookie has the first down, so they get out of a 2nd and 16. Rushing 4, Nix fires a bullet across the way, and there's that 3rd down specialist in Sutton picking up a first down. Crawshaw on the hold, the kick drilled dead center. For an opening field goal, they finally produced points on their opening drive. First time in 9 games. Denver fans are tired of seeing him, but the Chiefs love what they're doing with Leo. Here's the kick from Lutz. Again, another chip shot. This one 24 yards, and it's 6-0. This is the second from 31 he's attempted in the game. I mean, 4 chip shots. A pair of 31-yarders by Butker, a 24 and a 29-yarder by Lutz. And it's 6-6. 4.5 to go in the first half. It's 3rd down. Maybe it's Sutton time. He's got only 1 catch so far. It's going down the field, and it's caught over the shoulder by Franklin. What a catch by Franklin with Fulton on the coverage. It's McLaughlin. Straight ahead. Jones has a hold of him. There's a push, and they push him across for the game's first touchdown. 3rd and 6. There's the pass. Caught, breaking the tackles, Kelsey, and Travis takes it to the end zone. What an effort by Travis Kelsey. He was tied with Priest Holmes. Extra point blocked. It is blocked. Barely beat the play clock. Here comes the blitz, and they got him back at the 14. It's McMillan for the 2nd time in this game. Vance Joseph calls the blitz, and his defense delivers. Here's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game. 32 yards. A perfect strike from Nix on a 2nd and 8. With the game on the line. And the Chiefs will call timeout, their last.
Is a big-time throw.
35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So,
take that!
Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement. I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
Well, what's the country going to say now? They can't say anything. So our record speaks for itself. The guys in this room know who we are. And the only people that we care about is the people in this building, through our owners, through our coaches, through the front office, to the players. Proud of this team, a bunch of fighters. And if nobody else believes in us, we're the only ones that care that believes in us. So everyone else can think what they want.
Pound sand, Scott.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, we want to dedicate this show to Dragon Slayer 69.
From his mom's basement
his mom's
with
basement.
Cheetos.
Well, specifically the Slurpee.
The Slurpee,
Maybe
that's
the
right.
Cheetos probably go with the Slurpee,
Yeah.
but, you know. But what up, Dragon Slayer 69. So, guys, when I look at, I got this AC Hotel by Marriott, San Jose, Santa Clara. Aloft, Santa Clara, Wild Palms. That looks pretty nice. Just 109 nightly for Super Bowl week.
Get ahead of things.
Guys, Slant Indy.
Look at you.
You know, I got the Element Santa Clara. That's $139. They got a pool, though. It looks all right. We could stay at the airport.
Hot tub?
Yeah, though they got a hot tub. The Element does. I don't know about this joint. Just like Dragon Slayer mom's basement. That one's cheap, but I don't think there's a hot tub.
It's a bread and breakfast.
That's a bed and breakfast with all the video games you can play.
Yeah.
Guys,
can we get two things first before we get into the game
and hotel reservation Super Bowl week in Santa Clara?
And
before we get to that,
and the high wave again, right? We're back up on top. One, don't say you're bothered and you don't watch the media when the first thing you do, Adam, is just attack the basement dwellers. That's one. That means you are paying attention.
He was talking specifically to OrangeStickyFingers.com, by the way, which I did not appreciate.
Yeah.
Well, but two, the people that were the hardest on him were Sean Payton's boys from the week before.
Damn, son.
So to me, that was like they saw what all the and I loved how Chase, who was on both last week, this week, they're legit. Callan Cowher. Those are all Sean Payton's guys.
They're all Sean Payton's guys.
And they were the one hammering. So was Troutman's message to Payton's peeps?
Well, Sean was like, "Oh, the narrative made me want to cry last week." I'm like, "Oh, okay, Sean.
We quit putting the narrative out there."
But you know what? Hey, go ahead. But hey,
No, listen, man. I mean, you win 9 games. You're 9-2.
Say whatever you want.
You deserve the right to feel yourself. You deserve the right to feel a little bit cocky. This game is hard. This is a magical year. No matter what you look at it, I don't mind these guys feeling a little bit after the game. I don't mind Garrett Bowles talking tough. I don't mind Adam Troutman calling out the critics. I really don't. Whatever, it's fine. We've all been in locker rooms, and whether you hear the noise or not, you always act like you don't, but you do.
Obviously do.
But you do, and it's fine, and it's okay to use whatever external motivation you gotta have right now. You just beat the Chiefs, man. That's a big moment. Speaking of Dragon Slayers, there you go, buddy.
There you go.
Let me, and I really want to get into Bo
More
Nix
of a barbell slayer personally
today, but I was sitting there thinking about, I was taking a shower this morning, getting ready to come here, and I was thinking,
you and Jerry.
Thank you.
And I was thinking,
for the visual.
You know what we forget? 2 things. One, this is Bo's second year. You've said it 100 times. There's still a growth process.
Yeah.
For all the critics out there and stuff, myself included. Dude's won 19 games. He's got 6 left in this season, and he's already won 19 games in 2 years. Any other quarterback done that?
I know. Keep going.
In 2 years, won 19 games?
Not that I recall.
Payton won 2 his first year. Mahomes only played in 1 game his first year. So I know they didn't. I mean, I don't know if anybody's looked that up, but has any quarterback won more games in his first 2 years in the league? Not just his first 2 years as starter, first 2 years in the league?
Based off no research whatsoever, I'd say absolutely not.
I would, right? So that hit me today because here's where I've changed. I'm not ready to put the Bo Lever hat completely on.
Oh, should I go get it?
I've dusted it off.
Should I keep it on the console
but
between us?
I'm going to tell you where I have a problem. And Tony Romo talked about it a couple times. He mentioned Bo's footwork that, by the way, our very own Tyler Polumbus. What's your real name? Polumbizio. Our very own Tyler Polumbizio brought out in training camp that his footwork looked a little hectic, scattered, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted having a conversation with Bo, and Bo admitted it. Bo knows, right?
Bo knows.
But then he mentioned in-game a handful of times about Sean being slow getting the plays in. I'm sure Bo talked about that too, and the who's on the field and who's in the positions, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you're a second-year quarterback. You probably haven't seen it all quite yet. You've seen a lot of what the NFL is bringing, but you probably haven't seen everything. Wouldn't it make sense that you want to get him to the line as quick as possible to give him a chance to identify the mic, maybe identify where pressure possibly is coming, maybe reset protection if he needs to? Or do you want to pull him out there with 4 or 5 seconds because the play call is so slow getting in there? Here's where I'm turning around. And I've already asked that Sean Payton didn't call the plays, 8 months ago, 9 months ago.
We've been through it. It's been asked.
Bo struggles. They're on Bo. I mean, it's his footwork. It's his throwing mechanics. It's him having to release the ball. We can't pass it for him. But I honestly think now that I would say over half of his struggles have been because of play calling. Not the plays are bad or good, but in the timely manner with which he's getting them, and now he's able to process. And I look back. We know Russell Wilson's a horrible processor of plays, right? And reads and stuff like that, Tyler. That may have affected their relationship also.
Sean was asked about it and got testy about it.
Which usually means, why do we usually get testy when somebody accuses us?
Sean was unbelievably testy the entire press conference. I mean, my gosh, I thought if there was ever going to be a time that Sean might be kumbaya with the media, might have been after beating the Chiefs.
How about today? Did he do his thing?
No, they're on bye week, so they don't do that. Yeah. But guess who he got? He got testy with a couple people. Chris Thomason was one, but guess who he got testy with about tempo?
Leggy.
No.
You.
No.
Daryl, Steve.
No, my name is Luca.
Luca.
So here it is.
Sean, that third quarter touchdown drive just looked like you guys were moving quicker, a little bit more offensively.
Here comes the tempo question. Let's go.
What?
I'm gonna give you a call sheet.
Did you run? Did you go more?
No,
tempo
no. There were three plays basically. We tempoed. One, I felt sometimes you hurry to beat maybe a challenge, and so anyway, next question.
Next question. Moving on.
My name is
what Scott's talking about versus tempo are two different things, right?
Yes.
So tempo can be at the line of scrimmage. Tempo can be, hey, we're gonna call 2 plays in the huddle. Next play, we're staying at the line of scrimmage. What Scott's talking about is getting the plays in on time, getting to the line of scrimmage. It doesn't mean you got to snap the ball quickly. It just means that you give them 12, 13 seconds at the line of scrimmage rather than hustling up there. As Tony Romo pointed out multiple times, when you get up there with 6, 7 seconds, you no longer have the ability to audible. You no longer have the ability to go kill. Hey, whatever your audibles might be. It's just call it a run it type of situation. So Sean's been called out for that numerous times over the course of his career. That being said, I don't have any beef with Sean Payton in this game. There's 1 or 2 plays that I thought got in a little bit late. That's going to happen in a football game.
Yeah, I'm also starting to turn the corner to thinking that's been almost 75% of Bo's problems. Okay. I really do. I'm listen. Peyton Manning would get to the line of scrimmage 15 seconds, or if they even went to the huddle. And what'd he do? And he'd still snap the ball at 3 or 4, 2 or 3, whatever. Mm-hmm. What's he doing for those 12 or 15 seconds?
Yeah, there's kind of 2 schools of thought, right? If you're going to be a call it and run it team, well, it's not really that important that you get to the line of scrimmage quickly. If you're going to be a team that's going to give check with me's, that's going to give audibles, well, you got to give them at least probably 12 seconds at the line.
Well, it's funny. Chris Jones of the
Chris
Kansas
Jones
City
had a
Chiefs.
freaking game, dude. That had to have been. Sorry to interrupt you, but that had to have been the worst game I've ever seen Quinn Miners play.
He killed Quinn on that first sack.
Oh, he killed Quinn. He killed Quinn all day long. And Quinn Miners is a hell of an offensive lineman now. Chris Jones gave it to him.
He said that on the big pass to Cortland Sutton late in the game that they were too readable. Bo checked out of something. He knew what was coming. Like they knew it. Bo knew it. To your point, at least near the end of the
15,
game,
his best pass in the game.
They had time to read what was going on. So not about necessarily going fast, but time to read what's, happening out there. And Bo, according to Chris Jones, read it perfectly and knew what they were in, checked to whatever they needed to, got the big pass. So not only was it a clutch pass to Cortland Sutton, but according to Chris Jones, it was pretty good recognition by Bo Nix as to what they were doing as well.
But does he get that if he's up in the line at 5 seconds?
No, he does not.
It's a run and read at 3rd and 15, which usually means he's going to throw a bubble screen and hope you get lucky.
It was pretty awesome, man. We're here to talk all
that
about
was his best throw. That might have been his best throw of the year.
Sure.
Counting the importance,
Sure.
game on the line. You're going to give Mahomes another, and the defense was great, so we'll get into that too. The Broncos defense is a little bit like Joker. It's like, they're so good every weekend, you just forget to talk about them and give them the praise they deserve.
Well, we'll get in the groove here in a second. We'll have time to go in on whoever stood out to you guys and for you to react. 303-504-0925. It's a Rally House Football Monday. It's one of the, man, in terms of a sports Monday in November, bro, I challenge you to find a Monday where the 3 big teams that are playing right now are playing this well all at the same time. Like, if you ain't happy with Denver sports right now, it's a you problem. It's not my problem, as Bednar said. It's a you problem. Along those lines. It's PHC here on 92.5.
Yeah, it was ironic. It happened the same exact way it feels like. We just got a resilient team that just believes we're going to win. And at the end of the game, when it's close, that belief goes a long way. Yeah, I thought there were some critical moments to where it got really loud. Obviously a home field advantage is second to none against a really good team like that and against a good offense. So when you play at home and when you have a crowd factor like that, it's huge.
Loud is loud. I don't know. It's hard to tell from loud. But here's what you can tell. It's been a minute since I just felt the entire building like shaking. And it was like, oh, okay, because I think it's probably a little structurally sounder there at good old Empower Field rather than Mile High Stadium. Oh, my God.
The whole thing would vibrate.
That was on water.
It's like it was going to collapse or something. Yeah. But, yeah, that girl was rocking yesterday, man.
Well, Sean Payton said that was the first time since he's been here that he's really felt it loud.
Yeah.
Respectfully, that was the first time he's felt it that loud.
Well, A, you have a great record, and B, you're playing with, even though it's not Sean's hump, this is still one of the historic, rivals.
And you know what?
Since 1960.
The game unfolded like a playoff game, too. It really did. I mean, it was neck and neck. It was tight. It felt like one mistake here. Field goals. I mean, my gosh, like you settle for 2 field goals at the beginning of the game. Although I'll take a field goal rather than the 3 and outs that we typically have had with the first drive. But you got those 2. And then you're like, okay, well, you got to make it even. The only way that this is not going to hurt the Broncos that they didn't score a touchdown there is if our defense can make it even. Lo and behold, our defense gets 2 lower red zone stops against the Chiefs. So it's back-to-back and back field goals. And then you get to the fourth quarter, and it's anybody's ball game. It really did unfold like a playoff game. That first drive, though, really quick. Oh, my gosh. Everything's great. Everything's amazing. Everything's going perfect. We got a beautiful drive going. First drive of the game, we got a first down. Didn't know we could do it. We got 2 first downs. We're in the lower red zone. Everything's easy. Keep it simple, stupid, right? No, let's go with the halfback screen pass to Bo Nix. That's a good way to
the most dangerous pass Denver threw.
Let's go ahead and just drive kill this sucker right now with a stupid trick play in the lower red zone.
Did Bo audible that?
No, God, no. Are you kidding me?
Well, so that was called?
Of course, and as Bo said, it was funny. He goes, it was a lot more open in practice, which was kind of a funny line. And hey, listen, I get it. I agree with you. We were saying the same things, like, hey, maybe a good place to, I don't know, like run the ball. That being said, at least Bo, credit to him, acted like a corner and knocked that ball away, and it wasn't worse. It wasn't a pick six.
Oh
it wasn't an interception.
RJ Harvey throws the ultimate floater out there. Like, just somebody go take this thing. Somebody in a red uniform go steal this football.
Was so slow in developing. Literally, people in the Bo, look at Bo. Here's Bo. I mean, it was like so easy to. Oh my God!
Well,
it was
RJ
ridiculous.
didn't sell it at all. I mean, when you catch that football, you got to act like you're running it. The second he got the toss, he's slowly jaunting. He's going backwards, looking back over there. Sell the play, dude.
But not a turnover, not great, but not horrible. And you get 3. There was another interesting play when the Broncos had it at midfield and they didn't go for it on 4th down. And it was like, man, that's like a spot like, oh, man, we could kind of go, nah, we're just going to punt it away. And Sean said later, the whole strategy of the game was about field position with the Chiefs. So even though it might be a little painful, okay. Sean also said now they lost the toss at the beginning of the game, but they were going to take the ball. The plan was to take the ball to stay aggressive. So it was about staying aggressive and being careful kind of at the same time. Which against the Chiefs, you pick up 3. Listen, it's not great. You were 1 for 5 in the red zone, but they were 1 for 4 in the red zone, including an interception.
Well, this is a different Chiefs team, so I think it's a good strategy. You know, years past, you couldn't necessarily play the field position game because the Chiefs have been too explosive on offense. They're a good offense, but they're a ball control offense. And when you face off against ball control offense, well, you want to make sure they got to go the entirety of the football field. So I actually think Sean Payton went into this thing with the right game plan. But the first drive for the Chiefs, Mahomes had 2 deep throws on the first drive. He just overthrew him by 3 or 4 yards.
4:05 to go, and the Chiefs have the ball. The game is tied. Who here thought the Chiefs was going to just move down the field and get a field goal and whatever right then and there?
Well, it didn't feel great. I mean, history would tell us that's a dangerous situation.
You got Mahomes with the ball with 4 minutes to go, right? Game over. I mean, for his career, game over.
Well, instead, they took 50 seconds off the clock.
3 and out. Unbelievable.
All 3 passes, too.
Including a sack.
But then you know what we did when we got the ball back? And listen, I'm not trying to brag about our running game here because the lack of even attempts of it is just incredibly frustrating. But when we needed to eat up clock, what did we do? All of a sudden, R.J. Harvey had a couple nice runs there in the 4-minute drive.
Yep.
You were able to take that clock down. The Chiefs didn't take a timeout when I thought they were going to take a timeout.
One of those runs was right behind Miner, as you said, had a rough game in pass protection. And I don't know if you watched that play. He blew whoever was in front of him. I don't know if it was Jones or whatever, blew them back 6 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, he was wearing whoever was in front of him out on that one run. I think Harvey picked up 6 or 7, something like that. He ran over the defender in front of him.
Tyler, how cocky was Andy Reid not taking that timeout? I know exactly what you're talking about. That went from a minute 58 to a minute 18. Now, there was an incompletion, so the clock did stop. But Andy Reid was just saying, we're going to get it back. We're going to get the ball back. We're going to wait on this timeout.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, So that made that a juicy play to get the first down there on 3rd and 5. And that's that was such a joke to Cortland Sutton. And then they're doing the measurement thing. This is where, if you're a conspiracy theory about the Chiefs and the NFL.
That was going to be short.
I was thinking of you, Tyler. Like, the NFL is not going to allow the Chiefs to lose. And I'm like, here it is.
I know.
Here's the proof right here.
Listen, it was all game long. I will be fair that the refs were just bad, and they were bad going both ways.
Oh.
But my goodness, were there some calls in that game? And my guy, listen, I'm still standing on the hill that Riley Moss is a baller. I might not be willing to die on that hill anymore, but I'm still standing on that hill. Riley Moss gets called for some of the most ticky-tack pass interference calls you've ever seen. And the Chiefs are freaking holding our dudes left and right. I mean, the fifth
Franklin
was
had
in.
one defender with his arm. He's on his back. His arm is all the way around him and on his stomach.
Yeah.
Never turned to see the ball.
Yep.
No call.
Yeah.
How about Riley Moss? I'm going to play a little Riley Moss for you.
That dude has got a mindset that I'm jealous of.
Riley Moss?
Yes. That dude he don't care, man. He does not care. He's going to keep playing ball. You know what 9 out of 10 corners would do if they were Riley Moss? They're going to start playing off. They're going to start They're going to start giving cushions. They're going to give room for the wide receivers. And then you're like, okay, well, I didn't get a flag thrown on me, but I did give up a 40-yard bomb. Riley's got a mentality that I'm jealous of.
I love our guy Shannon Sharp, but he clearly
Shannon's just wrong.
Yeah, he's wrong. He was ripping Riley Moss for sucking, basically, more or less. And here is Riley after the game.
Congrats on the win.
Yeah.
What do you make of the PIs?
Listen, I will absolutely own up to that last one, the underthrown ball. I can't be grabbing them like that. It's tough. It's already a tough position, and I got to be able to in those situations not panic and play the ball. And in practice it's gonna be a big emphasis. We're gonna put the boxing gloves on me. We're gonna tape them up. So there's no chance of it's a repetitive thing, and people can have their opinion on it, but me as a professional athlete, I need to be able to realize, okay, this has happened multiple times, and yeah, it's unfair sometimes and it sucks, but I can't be in that position as much as I have been, and so that's something to work on, and again, like, everyone has their opinion, but as a competitor and as an athlete, I got to own up to some of it and get better from it.
How about Jaquan? 2 sacks.
All right, there you go. And our guy Riley Moss.
Here's the problem Riley's got now is that he's got the referees trained. So now the referees are going to be trained.
Bowles did back
exactly.
in the day.
Yeah.
I was just going to go there. He's got these referees trained. He's got the target on his back. Referees are going to view it as a soft target. Hey, if I got a question, I'm just going to throw the flag anyways. It's exactly what happened to Bowles back in the day.
All right, let's get in the groove.
Although Bowles was actually holding.
Let's get in the groove. Start here. Well, even Moss admitted, hey, you got me there. But, I mean, kind of like, you got to be kidding me. Because it's not happening both ways, and it's happening on him at the, drop of a hat. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Who wants to go first? Who's in the groove?
I'm going to start with the easy one, only because we've reached out with him early in the year. Crawshank left the building after that last game, his first 2 or 3 punts. I thought, again, he was fabulous. And you talked about a while ago, Sean's plan was to change the field on
Yes.
him. He had a couple of them that were down inside the 15, 10-yard line.
Will Lutz talk to Crawshaw. Let's be nice. The guy's balling out.
He is balling out.
And he said, listen, it's not an excuse, but you got to understand there were 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts happening in that Oakland game. And I'll tell you, last night, guys, there was nary a breeze in the building.
Gorgeous weather.
It was unbelievable.
Which was ironic because later in the night, it was freaking blowing.
Well, okay. It was great. It was ideal weather. Did you guys catch the flyby, by the way? Like, dude, that was like the lowest flyover I've ever seen in my life. It was unreal. It was intense. We got no skydivers last Thursday because it was too windy. Skydivers, low planes. I mean, the weather was just perfect. So does that make you cut anybody a little slack for the Thursday game against the Raiders or not?
Well, I thought I've said it last week. I thought Thursday I was giving them a little bit of a pass because the short week, the number of games they'd played in a short period of time, I think it all kind of just caught up with them.
Yes, I think
and I
so
didn't think
too.
there was a lot of juice. Somebody said, or did we have a texter or somebody said that the drop on the punt is actually really tough in wind. And
I'm
one
sure
of them,
it
he
is.
barely hit his foot. So
I'm not giving him too much slack for last week based off the win, but I'm going to give him a lot of credit for being mentally tough and bouncing back.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
I'm willing to do that, but no, I'm not giving too much slack for the win.
In the groove.
I got to just go with Vance Joseph. Vance Joseph, defense coordinator for the Denver Broncos, lights out all year long, doing it against the best offenses in the NFL, doing it against bad offenses in the NFL. I hope that Vance Joseph gets another crack as a head coach. I know he's going to be on the circuit this year. I know he's going to get 3 or 4 different interviews. I don't know if he'll get hired or not, but Vance Joseph is in the groove.
A game is a collection of many, many plays, but sometimes there's ones that are easier to pick out than another. And Scott, sort of in your vein with DeAndre Tillman should play tight ends, let's stick our tallest dude in field goal block. Why not? And they've
Had he
done
not
it
been on it?
second week.
Okay.
Second week that Frank Crum was there, who's a tall dude. I'm not exactly sure if he's
At
taller
least
than you or
6'8".
not. He's your height. And
I was the tallest Denver Bronco in history.
Yeah, I know.
And nobody ever put me on that team.
Well, it might have been a good idea, and I don't, but you got short arms, right? So I don't know if you.
Still tall, buddy.
Still, not trying to talk down your tallness. Frank Crum, though, how about it? Just a couple plays, gets out there, blocks that extra point, and that turned out to be kind of everything. You don't know if
really kind of stopped their momentum.
Well, because the Broncos were down 19-16, so are we going for it on fourth down? Down 4, maybe. Are we getting that? Are we really going to kick a field goal and still be down a point, or are we going to go for a touchdown and try to take the lead? No, that was absolutely gargantuan by Frank Crum. So way to go there, Mr. University of Wyoming. Other than that, I mean, you could in the groove to all sorts of guys.
Well,
I mean,
Cortland Sutton, again, kind of quiet in the first half, but when there was a big third down, that guy found his way to get open and hang on the ball, didn't he?
Tell you who's not in the groove, and I don't understand why he gets 15 targets per game. Troy Franklin, not in the groove. Troy, that boy, he had a tough go with those hands.
Can you tell he's slowing down some, like when he's going out on the pass?
What do you
Because
mean?
it looks like he's misjudging the ball a little bit live, and it looks like he's just.
Well, he got hit in the chest on a few of them.
Like he's just slowing down a pinch. Listen, there were a couple that he needed to catch. Ain't no doubt about
Well,
it.
the one diving one he could have caught, and it would have been a great catch.
I thought he had a great effort on that.
Yeah, that'd have been a great catch.
He had a phenomenal effort. If he comes down with it, it's a miracle grab. I got no beef with him dropping that one either.
Yeah.
Well, the deep
Of course,
one.
where'd they go on the 3rd and 8 when you getting deep into their territory?
Listen, I got you what you're saying, and I agree with you because he had a couple drops as far as I'm concerned too, but he had 4 catches for 84 yards, 8 targets. He did have the most. Well, Cortland Sutton had 8 targets as well.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton needs more targets than Troy Franklin. And it comes down to who's reliable and who's not. I got no problem with trying to take deep shot, despite my petition that I got signed by all of Broncos country, never to throw another deep ball to Troy Franklin. They connected on a semi-deep ball in yesterday's game. That was good to see. I really don't have an issue with them attempting it. He is the burner, but your most targeted wide receiver needs to be your most reliable wide receiver, and that is Cortland Sutton.
How good was it to have Marvin Mims back, taking kicks back?
Oh, dude. Yeah. I mean, you killed him on one great return. You get a funny penalty, right?
Anybody got an MRI on Sean today?
That was so funny.
How's Sean Payton doing today?
Do you know, I didn't even realize.
I think the official tried to hit him too, by the way.
Oh, that's a fun conspiracy right there.
I thought he kind of glanced and saw him and just
really
kind of put a shoulder into it.
Kind of like that cop in the Texas A&M game.
Yeah.
Oh,
He saw him coming.
You know, they didn't actually. Yes, they were penalized for that, but that's not the penalty they.
They got when he pushed
blindside
Mahomes,
block. Yeah,
which really wasn't much of one either.
Can't do it. You're not supposed to do it. You got to stand there with your hands up in the air. You can't.
Sean can't be standing there for the record.
He's pretty casual.
See the guy move over.
Oh man,
I don't know.
The guy moves
Boy,
over.
we want to do some Zapruder film to it. We can see he kind of
looks like he moves over,
like
doesn't he?
edges to his right a little bit, like he kind of leans into Sean. Boy, he doesn't look back at him.
My question is, where's the get back coach?
Where's the get back coach?
Every head coach has got a get back guy, and your only job is to get him back out of dangerous situations.
What assistant strength and conditioning coach wasn't doing their job?
Seriously,
he moved over into Sean.
You know,
Sean don't need to be in the white stripe, but he moved over.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he's
didn't.
He slides over.
He didn't even change his path at all.
Watch,
he doesn't move.
Elbow. Look at the elbow.
Okay,
Look at the elbow.
He does toss an
Look at the
elbow.
elbow.
He does toss an elbow for good flavor.
Elbow.
He knew Sean was there. And then,
look at him
then
roll.
fell.
Really, you're rolling around.
And then you got a perfect roll. He's look.
Oh my God! I play soccer.
He did that on purpose.
God, you know
Sean
what?
don't need to be out there.
Well, a few years back, Mike Tomlin got in big trouble because he was looking up at the Jumbotron. Do you guys remember this?
Yeah, man.
There was a punt. I think it was a punt return, and Mike Tomlin's looking at the Jumbotron. He's trying to figure out the right timing, right when he could just step on out there and get in the way. And he ended up getting a big fine. I don't think Sean Payton's going to get a fine for that one because I think that this one actually was not intentional. This one was accidental.
No, this ref tried to run into him.
We got to look into this ref. Like, what's his deal? I get you, everybody blaming Sean and all, but what's that ref's
I've seen
deal?
dudes hit other dudes when neither one's looking, and it doesn't come out pretty for at least one of the dudes.
Wouldn't it be something?
He's got his arm ready, his shoulder ready, moves a little bit to the right, just a little bit.
Let's get this guy's name, his background a little bit.
Yeah. No, that was. I'm going to prove Sean Payton's. Shouldn't be there.
Where was he during Bounty Gate? That ref, like you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the FBI.
We gotta get on that.
Find some more tips of the icebergs.
Speaking of tips, how funny was it with that football in the line? Like, just the tip. That's all you need.
Oh, I know, because they didn't go back.
The virtual measurement.
If that had been short, Sean Payton's got to challenge that.
Well, because they did a great job on the broadcast of showing, and the guy's got his hand underneath Cortland's leg.
Yeah,
he should have been a yard and a half past the line.
Yeah,
but they're showing that was slightly pornographic. Just the. All right, we'll move on.
Whoa, you're lonely right now, aren't you?
What?
Actually,
how did you get to pornographic?
I had a pretty spectacular weekend.
Really?
I mean, out of the blue.
I'm happy for you.
I'm
sad that I know, but I'm happy for you.
Probably TMI, but All right, let's get into Bo Nix. And what is Adam Troutman talking about? What's going on here? What was the real deal behind the scenes? Details next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. And you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
I mean, just having an opportunity at the end of the game and not coming through. Getting the ball back with 4 minutes and all you need is a field goal is a spot that we've been in a lot, and we've been able to do that. But obviously the first play, I tried to get a completion to Trav, but probably should just hang in there, and I think Hollywood would have opened up down the field. So just being better in that scenario. I mean, there's hit things here and there, but I think that's the biggest one. That's what you want. You want to get that opportunity at the end of the game, and we didn't. I didn't come through.
Patrick Mahomes, 29 of 45 for 276. Bo Nix, 24 of 37 for 295 with a couple of drops. Could have even been more, right? Mahomes, 6.1 average per pass. Bo Nix, 8. Touchdown and a pick for Bo. Clean sheet for Patrick Mahomes. Bo, nothing. No touchdowns, no interceptions. Sacked twice. The only 2 sacks coming on the first drive, which was kind of weird, right? Like, first play of the game was a sack, which was highly unusual. But other than he got sacked on the first play of that drive and the last play of that drive, and that was it. The rest of the game, Mahomes sacked 3 times, like I said, the interception. QBR out of 100, Mahomes 56.4, Bo Nix 43.2, but quarterback rating, Bo Nix had his higher quarterback rating, 89.4, 79.5 for Mahomes. Who had a better game? Mahomes.
Does that not delegitimize the what was it, the first one, the QBR? Was that the first one? The 100
QBR
one?
is out of 100, and it's made up of like 100 different metrics.
And you throw a pick and you're rated higher?
Yeah, what can I tell you?
A pick in the red zone,
What
basically?
can I tell you? Who had a better game?
I'll tell you this for Bo Nix. You know, I thought that as the season has gone on, he has not handled pressure very well, and he's not been under pressure very often. For the most part on the season, he's created a lot of his own pressure. In this game, he was under pressure. He was. Chris Jones had a great game. Both of our tackles had 3 or 4 reps that got dangerously close. We had 1 sack to start out the game. And I'll give Bo Nix a lot of credit. I thought he handled the pocket, manipulated the pocket, didn't panic, kept his feet where they needed to be. The best that he's done all season long. I'm not saying that their defensive line crushed our offensive line. That's not what I'm saying. But there were at least 5 or 6 moments that I thought Bo Nix was just really, really clean in the pocket and with manipulating it. So I got to give him a lot of credit for that. Who had a better game? Well, Bo Nix just put together his 5th game-winning drive of the season. And I guess I'm going to give it was both quarterbacks played fine. I don't think either quarterback played unreal. But Bo Nix did string together a game-winning drive, so I'd give it to the dude that had a game-winning drive.
Well, they were put in similar situations, weren't they? Here's the ball. A field goal may do it if you can drive the ball far enough. Patrick Mahomes went 3 and out. Bo Nix took it down the field for Will Lutz to knock it home, ironically, from 35 yards, same distance where he got a block last year.
With a big-time throw to go win the game.
A big-time throw to go win the game. How did that happen?
They're showing that on television right now. Stand in the pocket, feet set, threw it inside where the defender wasn't.
Who caught that? Was that Pat Bryant? Oh, that was Franklin?
So how?
I thought Pat Bryant had a good game.
Pat Bryant did have a nice game.
Pat Bryant had 10 catches on the year. He had 5 yesterday.
I think 4 in the first half.
So yeah.
And he got a few more first downs as well.
Yeah, Pat Bryant definitely had a good game.
Straight up first down merchant.
Yep.
How does Bo Nix outduel objectively Patrick Mahomes? How did that happen?
I don't know that I'd call it outdueling him.
Well, he won the game because Denver's defense is much better.
Yeah.
You are ignoring what happened at the end of the game.
That wasn't a duel.
You got the ball with 4 minutes to go. You get the ball with 3 minutes to go.
I know what you're saying, and that's why I gave. No, it's not.
Sure, it is. It's a ball at the end of the game. Okay. I've got to drive. It's not.
No.
Hold on a second. That's not a similar situation.
Hold on. I already gave credit to Bo. Like I gave credit to Bo. I said Bo was the better quarterback. He put together the game-winning drive, but that was not a quarterback duel. We know what a quarterback duel looks like. That ain't it.
Okay, let me rephrase. How did Bo Nix come through at the end of the game better than Patrick Mahomes?
I don't think he's going against the defense. Stefanski was bringing a lot of different stuff early, and I thought they kind of figured it out by late. And I think there's a confidence that is born out of this season, late in games.
Yeah,
that it's a tie game. There's no pressure to get a touchdown, which is the hardest thing to do in football. There was just pressure to move the ball, and even the pass to Franklin for put it at the 14-yard line or whatever it was. I mean, they were already in field goal range. That just solidified it, right? Instead of having to hit a 55-yarder or whatever, now you get to hit a 35.
Look, some people come to life under pressure, and I'm definitely not saying Pat Mahomes folds under pressure. I'm damn sure not saying that. But we do know that Bo Nix comes to life under pressure. So I wish he could get that mindset in the first, second, and third quarters, but we've seen it 5 times this year already.
Somebody broke down, and we just talked about, or I talked about Bo Nix getting the plays earlier, get him to the line of scrimmage, let him see what's going to go on. That last sack on Mahomes, somebody broke it down, and he said, look right here. They're showing that they get to the line of scrimmage like 4 or 5. And he circled stuff. Already it's too late for him to change what they're going to do. You ain't got enough time. 4 seconds on the shot clock, pass clock, the game clock. All of a sudden he goes for it. Now it's down to 2. And you see the first little flinch of the cornerback showing, okay, now I'm going to run. He said he's already scanned over there. He's got him lined up on the tight end. He's assuming that guy's staying on the tight end. He's now moved off of it. And he said by the time he snaps a 1, all of a sudden you can see there's a McMillan. All of a sudden it starts coming in, creeping. And said, he's got him. And he doesn't even know it's coming or where the protection's coming. So I would go back to that last sack. Same thing that I was saying about Sean Payton, Andy Reid. They didn't get that play in time quick enough for Mahomes to kind of get up to the line of scrimmage and see stuff.
Well, that's something else to get them, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, rattled. That's pretty good. Who is Troutman talking to with this soundbite?
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So, Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So,
well, I mean, clearly you care a little bit if you're bringing it up, but we get the point. Who's that directed at right there?
Chase Daniels,
Colin Cowherd,
the national guys, not us,
no.
not the local yokels.
You know, players are not that different than coaches. Inside the building, I swear to you, first time in my entire life I ever listened to sports talk radio was after I was retired. I'd been on your show once or twice as a player, but I didn't even know who the players were within the local market. It's the national guys that you hear.
Okay. So if they're upset at the national guys, and we think the national guys are being fed with Sean Payton, is that some anger against their coach too? Or do they not put that together? They might not, actually. They may not put that together.
You asked a question here recently. The decision came down to Sean Payton or Bo Nix. And this one, Bo Nix had kind of had some struggle games, though they won.
Mm-hmm.
I was told today the locker room loves Bo. So if it came down to it, I think they understand what Sean did this past week or two. Now, in his narcissistic mind, he might take credit, see, I fired him up.
Mm.
And I did have a coach one time tell me that you need as a team a constant, a similar enemy.
Well, Sean was definitely mad at the narratives going on. That said it made him want to cry.
Yeah, no, that's, And then he wrote letters. I was just kidding, boys.
I'm just wondering.
Hey, thanks a lot for doing what you did.
Yeah, like who are you
Maybe
guys?
that was Sean. I mean, seriously, in his mind, do you think Sean Payton said, because there's no doubt in you guys' mind that he sent out some of those messages to Cowherd and
no doubt
Chase
in my
Daniels?
Mind. I believe it.
I do too. So do you not think he wrote back and said, hey, thanks, guys?
I don't
Maybe
know.
he was doing it to try to get them PO'd?
Hey, man, did you guys feel that this past week? Like it was an overwhelming national media onslaught against the Broncos?
Well, yeah. And it was fair. We just witnessed one of the worst outings of offensive football I've ever seen in my life.
All right, the big question is, Scott, here's the Bo Leaf hat. Just gonna.
Well, I told you I'm dusting it off.
Dusting it off. Not
getting
just dusting it off.
DMac sex jeans out of it.
Sure, sure. That is what I wore this weekend.
Well, no wonder.
That and a smile.
That and a sweater.
That, a smile, and now a sore back. But should I just leave it here for you to peruse if you want to?
No, I'm not gonna. I don't change midstream. I'm still. Are you still holding your?
You ever stop midstream though?
Yeah, like when somebody comes and you're where you ain't supposed to be.
So these days,
Car turns a corner and you're out by the big tree in front.
Yeah.
You know, you have to kind of pinch her off once in a while.
These days need a stronger stream. Like, let's go. Anyways, so no on the wearing the bow hat.
No.
Not quite. Not quite.
I'm still superstitious.
Okay. What are you superstitious about?
Sports. I carry superstitions with me. I don't know, but do you still carry any superstitions?
Always.
Yeah. I no.
I'm not sure what Bo has to do after that game yesterday.
Did I not just say that I'm thinking 75% of his problems has been the late calling in of plays?
Yeah.
After that game, and Tony Romo pointed out.
I mean, 5 come from behind victories in 1 year, including wins over the Eagles and the Chiefs. I mean, 8 wins in a row, first place in the NFL.
And now a week off, and then you go to Washington, right?
Sunday night against Washington, who looks terrible. Like they ain't the same team. Lose to the Dolphins and where Spain or wherever they were, and then the Packers. I don't know. They're okay. And the Chargers now lose to the Jags. I mean, got thumped by the Jags.
But then you have the Jags. So if you're going to diminish the Chargers,
I got you. Yeah, fair enough. But all of a sudden,
listen, there's wins on the table. Now you're probably at the point where if you could just win 4 of the 6, 3 of the 6, you're probably going to win the division.
Let's get to it. What's next for this team next?
Yeah, and people are always entitled to their opinion. They're always going to say what they think, and that's also what makes our country great. But at the end of the day, you just got to block it out. You just can't involve yourself with what's outside the building, and because if you do, man, it'll just bog you down, and it'll get you distracted, and you start worrying about things that you shouldn't be worried about. But everybody's always going to say something. For some reason, we're always going to be talked down upon, and that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know if Dragon Slayer 69 drinking that Slurpee in his mom's basement makes this country great. But, I mean, I suppose the laws that allow him to say whatever he wants makes the country great. But Dragon Slayer 69 himself, that guy's a turd. So up yours, Dragon Slayer 69.
Tyler.
That's what I...
You said Scott earlier, so I thought I'd give you.
Fair.
You were slow to get that in there that time. I'm telling you, it's Chase Daniels. And would it surprise you? Would it surprise you if modern day players didn't know who Chase Daniels was?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
You think everybody knows who Chase Daniels is?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. He doesn't seem that big to me.
Yeah, well, I didn't either. I'll look him up, but I didn't think so either.
I think that could fly under the radar of most NFL guys these days.
I don't think it'd fly under the radar of definitely not quarterbacks, that's for sure.
Oh, well, that's probably fair. It's time to check the injury report. We're going to do this in a very...
Do you know how many games Chase Daniels started in his...
It was like 6.
13 years?
Less than 10.
Five.
Yeah.
Five.
How many years did he get in?
13, it says.
That is...
He had a legendary career.
That is amazing.
So he's stinking.
I bet Stinkham has more than 5 starts. Probably not
Probably
many
right
more.
around there.
I know he got some with the Patriots there. I don't know. Probably not much more than that, if even that. My favorite guy who was drafted by the Bills was Todd Collins. Do you remember Todd Collins played like for 16 years more or less as a backup?
After starting for a while, didn't he start for
I mean, there were a couple in there,
Stidham has 4.
He has 4 starts.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
See, but he's got 7 years of cat.
Well, he's on that path. He's on that path. Let's see if he can become a jackass like Chase Daniels.
Or Sticky Fingers.
I mean, Chase came right back around after the game. He was he was all over Bo in a complimentary way this time. I don't blame him for the record. Like this is what gets lost with the Dragon Slayer 69 comments from the players. Like, hey, if you're 4-letter wording on Bo Nix right now, blah 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 blah. Okay, well, or you could just be giving analysis of how the dude played in the last game. I don't know. Is that really 4-letter wording all over Bo Nix, or is it just giving true proper analysis of what actually happened?
So you got Dragon Slayer 69's back just a little bit.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't think that Chase Daniels has done anything inappropriate as an analyst. I think he has been very high on Bo Nix for a very long time, probably being fed some information. Fair enough. When Bo Nix was not good, that's what good analysts will do. They will change their opinion based off the evidence that is in front of them.
I want to get to what now for the Broncos here in just a second, but let's check the injury report. We're going to do so in a humorous way. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
Because nothing says humor like injuries.
Well, let's hear Chris Thomason try to get injury information out of Sean. Talk about weird timing. Of all the questions to ask Sean Payton after a win like that. Dobbins, out for the year? Here we go.
Sean, what can you say to us about J.K. Dobbins' injury situation, and if
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Is he out for the season?
No updates. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
Next question.
With the running game today.
Next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today?
Thought it was good enough.
Good enough. We won the game.
Well, now I've been waiting to break this down. Tyler?
Yeah.
As a former NFL offensive lineman who saw the world 2 feet, 3 feet above the turf.
Yes.
Basically. They're going to miss Dobbins.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
God dang. I watched it through the third quarter. You mentioned that last drive. There's a couple good runs by Harvey. And I was through the first 3 quarters going, do not let him run the ball ever again. I like him out in pass patterns. I have no problem out as a receiver. But, boy, the whole game I said, boy, they missed Dobbins.
Well, R.J. Harvey only gets 11 touches on the whole game. Jaleel McLaughlin, I thought looked pretty good with his first couple
carries,
touches,
yeah.
right? He ends up with 6 touches for 19 yards. At some point, you have to actually attempt to run the football before you can actually call it a bad running game. But as a team, when the game is all said and done, he got 59 yards. So, Sean's like, good. If you want to say good enough to get a win, cool. If you want to say fine, you're lying. It was not fine. It was not even close to okay.
Yeah, they're going to miss Dobbins.
Big time.
Sucks that injury happened 1 week after the trade deadline.
Yeah, I was
because you absolutely would have made a move of running back if this had happened a week beforehand.
And are you not scouring right now, just like you did with your tight end, who, by the way, came in on the touchdown run?
I don't know. There might be some practice squads out there. Who knows? I guess you could look. Yeah.
Why is Tyler Binet just continuing to get every halfback screen we've ever thrown?
Who knows?
Because he's the new little Jordan Humphreys. Now we got 2 of them. Humphreys came back in the game late.
Yeah, he only had like 6 or 8 snaps though. I mean, the whole game. He was hardly a difference maker. He was no Frank Crum. Humphrey 9 snaps.
How many did Bidet get?
Bidet had 8. So not that many. McLaughlin had 8, but one of them was a touchdown. So that's kind of cool. Way to go, Jaleel.
So McLaughlin actually touched the ball on 6 of his 8 snaps.
Well, he's in the game. You kind of know what's going to happen. There we go, Jaleel.
Yeah, they got to figure
I was
that
glad
out.
to see him early on, though, because to me, he deserves as many touches as R.J. Harvey.
Yep.
Okay.
Harvey doesn't know how to run the football yet. I'm not willing to say let's give up on him. He's still a rookie. When I say run the football and I go, and listen, I was spoiled. I started calling the Broncos game and I got a guy like Terrell Davis, and they're running the type of offense where you could cut guys and he could read a backside cut better than any running back that maybe he's ever played. He's in the Hall of Fame. I just don't think Harvey has that patience yet. Maybe that's a young guy. I don't know.
I think you just got to wrap your heads around that Dobbins is going to be out for the year, and you kind of go from there. And if you can come back before then that's amazing. But I don't think anybody's going to count on it.
Still got Watson on the practice squad, right?
Sure. Listen, there's running backs all over the place in terms of practice squad running backs. If you want to take a run at them, and maybe they will. And they probably are looking at them right now, as a matter of fact. Like, who else is out there? I mean, I'm sure they are. So it's unfortunate because we all love JK, and he was having one hell of a year. So it's just a downer.
Well, they haven't officially put him on the IR, have they? Or
Yeah,
did
they
they? So is there a spot open on the roster?
Mm-mm.
Because you brought up
They brought up 2 linebackers. They
brought up a corner.
They got rid of Trent Sherfield.
Yeah.
You brought in obviously Humphrey.
They do have guys that kind of go back and forth between the practice. Like officially, Mercedes Lewis was officially on the practice squad and had to be elevated for this game. I mean, there's things they can do. If they find somebody that they want, they're not gonna have a problem finding a spot for him. That's not the issue. It's the issue is finding somebody who could contribute. But this late in the season, I mean, you're gonna lean on R.J. Harvey. It's gonna be your guy. Kind of has to be. So figure it out.
Well, get ready for Bo to throw the ball 38 to 40 times per game.
Yeah, probably. That's what he did last night. That's what Patrick Mahomes did too. It's not like they were running the ball. You want to look at something sad from them? 13 carries from Kareem Hunt, and that's it. And Mahomes got credited for a rush. 13.
What was he averaging per
carries.
Yeah, which was stupid because
4.5, not bad. Actually,
Kareem Hunt was actually getting some good runs, especially right up the middle.
So that's the Chiefs for you. They gave up on the run. I know they're freaking out a little bit in Kansas City. It's hard when your dynasty comes to a slow drizzle.
Told you Kelsey was going to get 70.
He sure did, didn't he? 9 for 91, actually, with a touchdown. Yeah, he was good. And on 13 targets and a lot of smack talk happening out there on the field,
I don't know why they
too.
went away from him. I mean, it was just like pitch and catch out there for a couple series.
They made it look easy with Kelsey, yeah, for sure.
Well, it was after the one play where the cornerback actually had great coverage on him. No, that wasn't even on Kelsey, though, was it? Oh, well, no, yeah. Didn't one get deflected away from him?
The one that are you talking about when he was talking trash?
No, there's a play to him that somebody came in and deflected, knocked it away. And it's like after that, they never really came back at him.
Whatever, man. I'd rather have Kelsey get 91 yards than Rashee Rice get 140, that's for sure. So that didn't happen. Rashee Rice, 6 catches for 38. Great. Sounds good to me. Hollywood Brown, 4 catches for 40 yards. Hey, okie dokie, Smokey. No problems there. And Kareem Hunt being useless, more or less.
Shout out to Jaquan McMillan, have the game of a life.
Oh, first time in Broncos history, corners had an interception and 2 sacks in one game. First time in Broncos history. It's pretty wild, right? So, yeah, Jaquan, and no offense to Jahdae Barron, that's what he was saying, but I have confidence in myself, and J-Mac is going to J-Mac. Actually, do you have that, Dan? He put himself in the third person. Hey, J-Mac's going to J-Mac. J-Mac has total confidence in J-Mac. It's good. You got to be cocky to be a corner, right?
Yep.
And if you're Riley Moss, you just, flags get thrown at him for, he goes to blow his nose, and it's a yellow flag, not a Kleenex.
Some BS calls, man. He's just got a target on his back now, so he's going to have to deal with it.
Well, you got certain guys that are like, yeah, I love that target thing. And like Bowles did, now anything close, you're going to get held.
Yep.
I mean, do you want to talk about offensive holding? There was one time, got a great pass rush. The guy's got the defensive end, the outside linebacker right around the neck, tackles him, brings him down, no whistle. I'm like, is that not a hold?
I mean, if I got 3rd and long and I'm game planning against the Denver Broncos, you got Riley Moss on you. Let's go deep.
Every time.
Let's just throw the ball deep, and probably not going to catch it, but we'll get a flag.
All right, well,
that's a play now.
We'll ask you next, where does it go from here? Tomorrow, a reminder, it's a Avs Ticket Tuesday.
They're
and they're unbelievable. They played last night too. Went over for that one. Wasn't quite as exciting as the Broncos game, but they got her done.
But they were down 1-0, weren't they?
Yeah, that was really early in the game, and then I don't know, man. Even when they're down, it doesn't feel like it's all that bad. They are just rolling. It's kind of crazy. It's Scott Wedgwood. You guys know the numbers Scott freaking Wedgwood is putting up as a goalie? It's insane what's going on. It's PHC here on 925. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Find the right treatment. That can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED, terrible. Man, just ruins your nights, ruins your weekends, just make excuses and just, oh my God. You don't need that to happen. You don't. You certainly don't need to have it happen anymore. They work, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. So listen, get back in the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, if advised a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, a reminder, the Nuggets take on the Bulls tonight. 7-game win streak going on. Denver Sports, yo. I mean, everybody wins. Jokic going for his 8th triple-double of the year. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show, sponsored by Ramos Law. So tune in for that. Monday Night Football on AM 950. So we got you covered. Okay, guys. 9-2. First in the NFL. Tied. What's the fair expectation at this point?
Talk about championships now, man. That's the only expectation. I mean, that's the only dream at this point. You're not even talking about AFC West championships. Like an AFC West championship feels like a gimme at this point in time. You're talking about number 1 seeds. You're talking about trying to get the best matchups you possibly can in the playoffs. And what's the easiest path you can find? I don't know how you could possibly be talking about anything other than a Super Bowl.
I think I'm going to take the David Adelman approach, and it's enjoy this week. Don't need to think about any ball. Get your batteries recharged, get your feet unsore, and all the different stuff that's bogging you. Get ready for a road game. Your next time out, as healthy as you've been in a while. And literally, let's take every game one at a time and let's clean things up. You still had 10 penalties last game. Got to clean that up. If you want to be serious about a championship, got to clean that up. You got to be able to function a little better probably in the run game. How do you clean that up? How does Sean Payton continue to get the plays in quicker? Got to clean that up. So I don't even think championship. I'm thinking, dude, one at a time. Next game's 10. Next game's 11. Next game's 12. And just ball. Let's see what happens.
Here's my one hope. And this is not me being a hater, and I hope it really does not come across that way. I really truly do. After the game, we're feeling ourselves, and I'm cool with that. I'm down with that. Garrett Bowles is talking big. He's acting tough. Adam Troutman's calling out Dragon Slayer 69. That's cool and all. I don't recall our offense in 2015 ever getting cocky. I recall us being very aware of our limitations, being very aware of our problems, being very aware of how far the defense has carried us. I recall having an environment, and I'm not saying that it was even totally healthy the way that we went about it, but I recall having a building that was, you want to talk about a polar divide of a locker room. I mean, literally just walk in the locker room in 2015 and you're going to see the defense having a great time and you're going to see the offense is silent. Like we were stressed out, So I just hope that the amount of success that our team is having is not going to the offensive players' minds like, hey, we don't have any problems. You still got problems. You do. And it doesn't mean you can't overcome them. Clearly, you already have. I think you're good enough to win a lot of games, almost every game that's left on your schedule. But do not get arrogant to the point that you are in denial of the fact that you are not where you need to be yet as an offense.
Yeah, it was interesting for you guys 10 years ago. It was the Chiefs on this weekend. It was where Peyton Manning went out after a 0 quarterback rating and getting booed off the field. And it was this week that you guys were getting ready for Chicago with Brock Osweiler. And you had lost 2 games in a row. So I don't blame you guys if things weren't just rosy behind the scenes. I mean,
dude, it was stressful.
I got you. It wasn't stressful in the Broncos locker room yesterday. That's for damn sure.
Well, listen,
that was not a stressed out group yesterday.
There's no better feeling than winning a game before a big break.
And enjoy it. Enjoy it. I'm not trying to take that away.
Yeah, no, you got and listen, we can poo-poo it, and I think social media and the overcoverage of all pro sports that's going on right now is watered down rivalries. Yes, they just reminded all the Bronco fans it's still a rivalry. They're still people, enemy number one. I think they've surpassed the Raiders, and it's because let's give the Chiefs a lot of credit. They've been really good for a long time now. But that game showed you yesterday what beating the old AFC West opponents is about.
Yeah, boys, do you know how crazy this world is right now? The Kansas City Chiefs, there you go, are dangerously close to not even making the playoffs. Dangerously close.
They are. If the playoffs were to start today, they'd be out.
If they drop one more game, they might not make the playoffs. If they drop 2 more games, I don't think it's even a possibility that they make the playoffs.
I'll say this, and it's really funny because you got a 3.5 game lead on them. You're going to be able to sit home on drinking a Mai Tai next Sunday, and the Chiefs could really help you out.
Yeah, that's true.
They're hosting,
we really should be rooting for the Chiefs next weekend.
They're hosting the Colts at home next week.
Yeah, that is true. By the way, the Broncos do have first place in the AFC right now because, as I'm looking here, they win the tiebreaker over New England based on best win percentage in conference games. So at week 11, your Denver Broncos have the number 1 seed.
Well, for now, until the Colts play.
Yeah, if the Colts win, then all of a sudden you don't.
All right, you guys.
That's why.
The Colts had a bye week.
Well, I'm just saying what it is right now. I mean, just look at it.
10 or 5.
That's a very misleading stat.
That's what I focus on.
You got 5 or 10?
5 or 10?
Toes hanging off the edge of the surfboard. Are you hanging 10 right now or just 5?
I'm probably hanging 10.
Okay.
I'm just saying, man, I'm fired up. I'm excited for this team. I thought it'd be a low-scoring game. Most of us did. I think we all of us kind of predicted the Broncos.
We all, I think, predicted a 3 or 4 point game.
Yeah. So it was pretty cool to see it lay out.
That really does suck that we need to root for the Chiefs next weekend. That's an important game. We need the Colts to lose. That sucks.
Doesn't it suck?
That blows. I want the Chiefs to be out of the playoffs so badly. And honestly, if I'm being honest, I really don't want to face them in the playoffs ever either. You know, like that's a team that you don't want to see in the playoffs, even with a bad record. We need the Chiefs to beat the Colts.
The Colts have a rough schedule the rest.
What's left?
Chiefs, Texans, Jags, Seahawks, Niners, Jags, Texans. Hey, man, you survive that, you're okay. I might believe you then. That's a tough road to hoe right there, man. That's not easy. I think you could root for the Colts to beat the Chiefs, and the Colts are just going to lose other games here, man. They're just going to lose other games. I'm not worried about
the Broncos are probably going to lose other games too. I mean, maybe not multiple, but they'll probably drop another game. That's just like this is not a perfect football team.
I'm not saying they're perfect either. They're going to drop 1 game or 2 games or 3 games. They got 6 left. What do you think?
I would call it at least a game.
So they're going to win 14 games? That would be awesome. Amazing.
Right? So at least a game, and there's a chance you lose a couple. I mean, do you think it's guaranteed we beat the Chiefs on Christmas Day out in Kansas City?
No, I think that game sucks. That to me is the worst game left on the schedule. Short week, Christmas in Kansas City, a little bit of revenge.
You think it's a guarantee that we beat the Chargers? Packers?
Even
the Jags?
I think they should be. I think they're better than Washington, Vegas. Green Bay is going to be tough, but it's home. Jags are tough, but again, it's home. So that works to the advantage. The fans are going to be nuclear. It's going to be incredible. At Kansas City, sure, that's a loss. I'll throw that as a loss.
My point here is...
The Chargers game, I don't know if that's even going to matter. We'll see.
There's probably at least a game or 2 left that you're going to drop, which means you need the Colts to lose a couple games.
Well, I think the Colts are going to lose a couple games, though. All right, hold on.
Well, you need the Colts to lose one. You need the Colts to lose 1 more than whatever you lose. So if the Broncos lose 2, you need the Colts to lose 3.
Do you guys believe in the Colts?
Yeah.
I think they're really good, but I don't think they're any better than Denver.
I don't believe in the Colts. I don't. I'm not wrapping my head around Daniel Jones. I think Jonathan Taylor's incredible.
In comparison to the Broncos?
Yeah, I think the Broncos are a better team. And I think it was a BS call that equaled the loss to the Colts. And you play that game again, the Broncos whoop up on the Colts.
I see on the Colts' remaining schedule 3 should wins, and I see 3 tough games, right? If they win 1 out of those remaining 3, that means they probably drop 2 games. We really need the Chiefs to win.
Hey, by the way, what's going on in Kansas City is pretty funny right now. It's just sweet, man. Like, boy, the shoe is on the other foot. Like, people are melting down in Kansas City about their Chiefs. Did the Chiefs fans just think this was going to go forever, Scott?
Yes.
Just like, as long as we got Mahomes.
Sort of has.
Yeah.
So we're just going to keep going no matter what.
Yes.
Like, we're not going to get older. We're not, that's it.
Yes.
So the meltdown's going to be epic.
Yes.
Okay, here's a little Chiefs meltdown via the Pat McAfee show.
The next overreaction is from Aaron Clinton at Hi, my name is Ninja. What's up, Ninja? Hashtag I don't want to overreact, but Chiefs are dead. O-line worse than last year. Nagy hates winning again. Defense looked lost all game. What are we doing? Trade Rice, X, and Brian to Chicago. Bring Joe back here and run the ball under center. Hashtag same old chefs.
Wow.
Jeez. A lot of Chiefs fans bummed out, Ty?
Yeah, a lot of Chiefs fans bummed out.
How great is that?
You know, I haven't even talked trash to my boys yet.
You got to talk some trash to them. I mean, you know.
Hey, how about we get on our boy from Kansas City again, the dude that the radio guy.
Yeah. Hey, Dan. Call him up, huh? Maybe get him on the 2 o'clock or something? Yeah, that's a good idea. Forgot about him. Yeah, but what are you going to do if you're a Chiefs guy? You got to try to milk it as much as you possibly can.
It's not over for Kansas City, if that's what you're trying to insinuate.
It's not?
No.
Oh, I think it's done.
The season might be done.
Oh, well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, but what they're going to have to do to retool is kind of, it's painful. You got Mahomes, you got a shot, you got Andy Reid, he's a great coach, but Kelsey, he's probably done. The fate of Ophelia, he's probably hanging it up after this.
They're going to be fine.
Whatever.
They lose this week, they're done, though.
Yeah.
The Colts beat them. They're completely done.
Tyler's saying they're done,
start to go for the
period.
first pick of the draft.
No, I'm saying they're not done, period.
No, I gotcha. So what does that mean? They reboot in 1 year and they're back?
That's what the Patriots did.
It's taken more than 1 year for the Patriots. And they had...
Tom Brady averaged over the course of his career being in the Super Bowl every other year of his entire career.
Yeah, okay. I mean, but it took him a little bit to get Drake May, but that took a total reboot. That took a new...
Well, that's losing a quarterback. They're not losing Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, okay. So it's a year and they're back.
Probably, yeah.
Fine.
Andy Reid going anywhere?
No, I don't think so, unless he wants to retire. He's old, though. They don't have much to prove. They're probably pretty exhausted.
Yeah, as long as Andy Reid and Mahomes are there, they've got the capability of rebounding in a year.
I'm just telling you, the Broncos made them look human, which was awesome.
For sure.
Well, I think a lot of teams are 12-0 last year and one-score games, 0-5 this year.
Right?
There's been at least 5 teams made them look.
Right? The Broncos do nothing but win one-score games this year.
It would be pretty fun, though, if you looked back at this game and you pinpointed it as that's when it ended.
Listen, here's what yesterday felt like, and Sean did express this, that everything they've been building on kind of resulted in that game. All of your battle scars, the legacy of everything you've done kind of adds up to something. The question is it enough? I remember when we had Elway talked about levels. You've got one level to make the playoffs, to win in the playoffs, to get to a Super Bowl, to win a Super Bowl. We talked about the Nuggets, right? You can't skip a step. And we were questioning that about Oklahoma City. Have they climbed all the requisite steps? Well, it turns out the answer was yes. So I'll ask you guys, have the Broncos climbed enough steps, climbed enough levels so that...
Probably not. Probably takes a devastating loss. I think Oklahoma City was losing that series to somebody the year before they won it last year. I think there's, to me, this part of the process, that step is always a devastating loss somewhere.
Okay. They're 14-4 since that kick got blocked in Kansas City. Was that devastating enough?
Well, I mean, you moved the needle after that, didn't you?
Was that the devastating step?
You know what I think? I think you saw that game, and you really do probably feel you should have won that game.
No doubt.
We did.
Cost a couple people their jobs.
And I think they thought that also. And I think, listen, we can go into Kansas City and play this well and have a chance to win. Maybe we got something going here. Now, they didn't believe in Buffalo when they went in the postseason. They sure didn't feel like they really.
No, but nobody really believed that Broncos were going to do anything against the Bills in Buffalo. Who really did? Come on now.
Well, how about after you score a touchdown opening drive?
It helped. It was nice, but the Islanders led the Avs 1-0 yesterday too. Yeah. Listen, early scores in games are the easiest to overcome. No doubt about it. Do that in the fourth quarter and let's have a conversation. But yeah, okay, that did happen. Have the Broncos climbed enough steps Probably not, but boy, it's fun watching them climb.
Probably not, but it is fair to say the expectation should be a Super Bowl after the steps that they have already climbed.
Right.
So that doesn't mean you can't get heartbroken. There won't be disappointment in there, but to be at this point, 9-2, shoot. Teams, players go 10, 12, 13 years playing in the NFL without ever experiencing a start to a season like this.
It's awesome. Awesome. And you got the Nuggets tonight against the Bulls. That's awesome. The Avalanche won 4-1. We're not even really talking about it. That was a cool game, too. They had a little, up yours goal to the Islanders. I don't know if you guys caught it. They score the empty netter, making it 3-1. There's 30 seconds left. Usually that's, okay, now we're just going to play pond hockey and skate around. Put one on net. Brock Nelson gets the tip. I don't think the Islanders were expecting any shots on goal at all. Because in general, sort of the end of a basketball game, 30 seconds, you just dribble it out. Or, I got a hockey puck. No, let's put it on net and score another goal.
Unless you're an Anthony Edwards and you're down 16, say, let me hurry up and get 3 or 4 more points before the end of the game.
Well, he's got to get his.
Yeah.
But the Avs just you're not going to pay attention? You're going to ease up a little bit? Hey, up yours. Take that. You like that? You like those moments there? Little bully action by the there was a big fight last night too. It was a physical sort of game against the Islanders. Josh Manson got in a tussle.
How'd you see any of the game when you were podcasting from the stadium?
It was really quirky, the whole situation. So I had that set up in the press box.
DMac was doing a Broncos podcast at the Avalanche game.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the king of podcasts.
I mean, that was actually impressive. I'm not going to lie. It was actually kind of impressive. I just don't know why you even went to the Avalanche game if your only goal was to podcast.
Tyler, as it turns out, that is right, my friend. I should not have bothered going to the Avalanche game. You are correct. And trust me, when I realized that was a massive mistake and it was too late for me to turn around at that point. But, you're right. I should not have gone for a million different reasons.
Oh, 2 nights in a row.
Tonight's different. Tonight, I'm curious to watch the Nuggets in action. But last night, yes, you are absolutely correct. I should have just gone home like a good boy.
It was stupid.
It was a dumb idea.
Did you get yelled at?
No, I didn't get yelled.
Were you doing that podcast just next to all the other media members?
No. It's hard to describe. There's almost an entirely empty row. It's for the Islanders personnel. They watch 5 minutes there, and then they go down to the locker room. And it's, no.
So did you podcast at the end of the Broncos and the Avs game?
Yes. Well, I didn't podcast. Yeah. All right, fine. But I mean, I'm on for 5 minutes on the Broncos thing. That's hardly a thing. What's that grin for? What you got something to say?
God bless you.
Yeah, tell me. I do stupid things. Last night was dumb. I'm not going to argue with you, but I did it. I can watch the game fine. We were done and you know what? It was dumb to do. I hated doing it. I'm pissed at myself. So, you got me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we all make mistakes. I make plenty of them.
Can I tell you something too? As long as we're going to do this for 5 seconds.
Season 2 of Landman's out.
Yeah.
Is it out?
Yeah.
I took the wrong.
Joe, wait. Did they release? They didn't release them all at once, did they?
I do not know, but I know they were coming out on either the 15th or the 16th.
Okay.
They were releasing it. I think they put the whole season out.
Well, we can get into no dumb questions if you want to go Landman and Billy Bob. Get to that.
Sam Elliott's in this year too.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Who's Sam Elliott in Landman?
Well, he's probably just some oil cowboy dude. Right?
Talking slow.
Yeah.
Big mustache.
I do love me some Landman.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back with no dumb questions next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question. Whose fault was it that the referee ran into Sean Payton?
Sean's. You guys got your conspiracy theories. I didn't even see that dude take a single step trying to intentionally run into him.
Well, hold on.
All right, you know what? Hold on. Let me back up. Let me back up. Not Sean Payton's fault, actually. The get back coach's fault.
That's what I was gonna say.
Where is I don't even see the get back coach in the line of sight. If I'm being honest, I've actually never noticed with Sean Payton a get back coach. I don't know. I'm not saying there's never been one. But some coaches are like religious about it. Like Sean McVay is famous.
McVay's a riot.
He's famous for having a dude. You see that guy, he's squatted down. He's in a triple threat stance at all times. He's got a leash on Sean McVay.
Yeah, doesn't he have some sort of loop or something that
he's got like a literal leash on the dude, and he is constantly yanking him back. Sean Payton might be just old school enough that the idea of a get back coach would drive him insane. Have you guys ever noticed a get back coach with him?
That was going to be my next dumb question. Is there a get back coach for the Denver Broncos?
I don't know if there is.
Probably. But
I don't.
Maybe he's afraid of Sean when he tells him to get back and he said, "Don't talk to me." Although that ref tried to hit him though. You can't tell me otherwise.
Do the Broncos have a get back coach?
Everybody does.
I've never noticed it with Sean though.
I haven't either.
Well, there's a dude with a headset that was right behind him, helped pick him up real fast.
Well, that's Paul Kelly. So I know Paul Kelly, and that's the assistant to the head coach. He was out in Washington with me for a long time, but he's definitely not a get-back coach.
Okay.
No dumb question.
Yes, sir.
Joker win back-to-back players of the week?
Sure. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's stupid. Like, who's having a better week than Jokic any week? Okay, sure, yes, I guess. I mean, who? Seriously, actually, that's my dumb question. Who's having a better week than Jokic any week?
Well, if you count team wins, which is always the barometer they use when they don't vote him for MVP, except for the year they gave it to Embiid, which they decided not to use that year on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He was fabulous when they won that 4-game homestand. Then you go on the road on a 3-game road trip and you win all those games by double digits.
By the way, I'm not saying tonight's a lock, but the Bulls have lost 5 in a row and lost in double overtime last night to Utah.
They're getting Giddey back tonight, and they're getting Kobe White back tonight.
Okay, fine. But I'll just tell you. Okay, fine. If this was last year, maybe this is a game the Nuggets fall asleep and they lose. But I'll be stunned if they drop this game.
Good, hope so.
This would be a game last year that, hey, you never know, whatever, something weird could happen, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Chicago played them tough last year, actually.
Correct. And they lost 15 games at home. It doesn't feel like this year this is the type of game they would drop. Like, this is a game they should win. A little bit rested enough.
I'm not sure they shouldn't win all their home games.
Well, that could be the case.
So far, I mean.
When you're off to like a 65-win season, which, that's kind of the pace right now. But Oklahoma City may win 74 games this year. How about that for a no dumb question? Could you see the Nuggets winning 60+
Just get there.
And Oklahoma City winning 70+ this year?
Joe wants to. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, it's a funny thing with Oklahoma City, they're 11-1, I think, or did they win their 12th? 11-1 or 12-1.
Just looking at it. They are 13-1.
13-1. And their one loss, they were up by 21 in the second half.
There's something, man. They're one hell of a team. They've won 5 in a row, 9-1 in the last 10. Nuggets have won 7 in a row. Broncos have won 8 in a row. Avalanche, Dan just told me it's 21-0 in the last 21 games for Colorado sports teams. Wow. 21-0 in the last 21 games combined.
Is that the best stretch in the history of Colorado?
It has to be.
I've been here 26 years. You guys have been here longer. At least in my 26 years, I have no recollection of a better fall than this. So, anybody? Bueller? I think this has got to be the best fall in Denver sports history.
I don't know if we've ever had a season with all three of the teams on top.
Well, technically the Nuggets aren't on top, but
you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. Like arguably the best team in the league. Avalanche are on top by a nice little chunk now at 31 points. They're on top with some room to spare. Broncos are on top with the Colts and the Patriots, but still they're the number one team today. No, I can't recall a time like this. And none of this is fluky. We're in mid-November. Like, this ain't fluky. Here we go. Or do you think you need more games in the NBA season than 12? I mean, what do you need? Do you need 20?
Well, Adelman told us on his show that he'll know more about this team after 10 games. I've always used, so I'll stick with it, the barometer of 20 games. But it sure seems like you know these guys are. You've won 2 games, one in a tough place that you've struggled to play in Minnesota without 2 starters. You beat the Clippers in L.A., with the second half, you played without 2 of your starters.
Here's the craziest thing to know about the Nuggets. It's easy to remember the 2 losses. No problem. I got it. Portland and Golden State. Done.
Yep.
I can't remember.
And leads late in both of them.
You're going to stump me on a bunch of the wins right now at this point. I know the one regular season loss by the Avs. It was in Boston. That's it, man. That's the only regular season loss they've had. And we can talk about the Broncos' 2 losses to the Chargers and the Colts. We literally can remember the specifics of the 5 regulation time losses. 5 by 3 teams. Now, the Avs had these quirky overtime loss things, but, so what? Who cares?
But they got points in all those games. That's why they got 31.
They got points in all those games. So, what are we talking about? They don't get the wins. We're talking about 5 points. That's it. I mean, it's nothing. All right, anything else, Dom?
I will say this. I heard something about McKinnon. McKinnon, Dan, you put up behind us the stats of the Avs. Look at what McKinnon's doing as an individual.
He's the MVP.
I mean, he's
the Hart Trophy.
Been unbelievable. In fact, I watched some sort of podcast, or portion of it, who said basically, has McKinnon turned into the best player in the league?
I don't think there's any doubt about it right now. He's the best. Well, but him and Joker have actually done this before. They've won dueling MVPs. I mean, if you're voting right now, they would both win it again.
I mean, McKinnon. I mean, listen, Connor McDavid's great. This guy's won multiple, I think, MVPs, but Nathan McKinnon's played 19 games. He's got 33 points.
It's one hell of a fall, no doubt about it. The big question of the day is what's next? After an incredible win by the Broncos over the Chiefs, this is PhD on 92.5.
Hey, is it time for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle? If so, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think relationships matter in life. That's why I've been going over to Phil Long Ford ever since my rookie year in the NFL. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. I send all my family and friends over there. I always have a fantastic experience. They get me in, they get me out, and I always find the vehicle of my dreams because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep that in mind after you buy that new vehicle. Keep it in tip-top shape for as long as you possibly can with my friends at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
And he's on the near side on 3rd and 7. He's looking his way, and the pass comes instead to Bryant. The rookie has the first down, so they get out of a 2nd and 16. Rushing for Nix, fires a bullet across the way, and there's that 3rd down specialist in Sutton picking up a first down. Crawshaw on the hold, the kick drilled dead center. For an opening field goal, they finally produced points on their opening drive. First time in 9 games. Denver fans are tired of seeing him, but the Chiefs love what they're doing with Leo. Here's the kick from Lutz. Again, another chip shot. This one 24 yards, and it's 6-0. This is the second from 31 he's attempted in the game. 4 chip shots. A pair of 31-yarders by Butker, a 24 and a 29-yarder by Lutz. And it's 6-6. 4.5 to go with the first half. It's 3rd down. Maybe it's Sutton time. He's got only 1 catch so far. Going down the field, and it's caught over the shoulder by Franklin. What a catch by Franklin with Fulton on the coverage. It's McLaughlin. Straight ahead. Jones has a hold of him. There's a push, and they push him across for the game's first touchdown. 3rd and 6. There's the pass. Caught, breaking the tackles, Kelce, and Travis takes it to the end zone. What an effort by Travis Kelce. He was tied with Priest Holmes. Extra point blocked. It is blocked. Barely beat the play clock. Here comes the blitz, and they got him back at the 14. It's McMillan for the 2nd time in this game. Vance Joseph calls the blitz, and his defense delivers. There's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game. 32 yards. A perfect strike from Nix on a 2nd and 8. With the game on the line. And this Chiefs a call timeout, their last.
Is a big-time throw.
35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
First off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But it says a lot. He blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. We don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
Well, what's the country going to say now? They can't say anything. So our record speaks for itself. The guys in this room know who we are. And the only people that we care about is the people in this building, through our owners, through our coaches, through the front office, to the players. Proud of this team, a bunch of fighters. And if nobody else believes in us, we're the only ones that care that believes in us. So everyone else can think what they want.
I just want to let you guys know, and I'll show you this. Somebody started the Twitter handle DragonSlayer69.
Nice. Guys, good idea. Why didn't we do that?
We should have. At Slurpees with Bo. I'm the only follower of this particular. This is like within the last 15 minutes. Here are the tweets from DragonSlayer69. I'd like to think we had something to do with this. I'd love to have a talk with the Dragon Slayer disrespecting Bo. Help a guy out. We'll celebrate with Slurpees in the basement. So he's saying he's Dragon Slayer 69 pro Bo.
Oh, see that? Whoever got that account, they need to go all in on just the criticism.
The anti-Bo?
Yeah.
No. You kidding me? The guy that started this wants people to find him and know who he is. This is his 15 minutes of fame.
It was a good idea.
Somebody will get his
Did you just randomly look it up to see if anybody had it?
Well, somebody will get his handle and start talking about it on a radio show.
They tweeted me.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. I feel attacked. Go Broncos. From Dragon Slayer 69. For the record, I love Bo. Would love to grab a Slurpee with him. I see what you're saying, though. If you're going to take this handle, go all in anti-Bo.
Yeah.
I mean, that would make
like,
more
hey, Bo,
sense.
nice job converting touchdowns in the lower red zone.
Yeah. And you should probably
You should have been the guy.
and whoever this is should probably really hate Adam Troutman.
Yes,
like
for
he
sure.
should have a major problem with Troutman. So you can't go masquerading as Dragon Slayer 69.
They should cast like a Dungeons and Dragons spell on him.
You gotta be super, super snarky, like, hey, fish head, ease off or something like that.
Okay. See, well, I'm sure this person is listening to us right now, so we'll see if
Well, he added you.
they take the advice. Yeah.
Sorry to change the subject, but what did Dragon Slayer 69 have to say about Shedeur Sanders' debut?
Oh man, we'll get to that. We'll get to that coming up in Let's Football Go for a little bit. We'll get to that in a second. Big question of the day for the Broncos is really what's next. What are the fair expectations? And how did yesterday happen? So what's next and how did that happen yesterday?
Great defense. It's how it happens. It's how it's happened all year long. You've won 9 football games with an incredible defense and at times bad offense, at times an okay offense. Last night was an okay offense. I don't think it was particularly good. I don't think it was particularly bad. It was good enough, right? Bo Nix was fine.
It's starting to reveal itself more and more like 2015 in the sense that the defense keeps you in every single game. And at least for the last 4 or 5, offense, I need a series. Right? And that, as you said a while ago, 4:05, Patrick Mahomes has the ball. Next thing you know, you've got the ball with 3:23 left, right? And all your timeouts. And you're like, I mean, I'll ask you guys this. Did you not know they were going to go down and kick a field goal?
Well, I
Even when
certainly
they got
didn't
3
think,
and 15.
I certainly did not think they were going to go 3 and out. I'll tell you that much.
I had more confidence they were going to do that against Oakland than yesterday.
Oh,
But
I just felt – in fact, I was shocked when it got to 3:15. Now it was a penalty to put him back there. But then, seriously, that little move, and you said one of the Chiefs players said he knew what we were doing.
Chris Jones.
He had enough time to change the play. He rolls, cleared the pocket a little bit, rolled out of pressure, and he threw a dart to Cortland. 3rd and 15, you get 18, 17.
Yeah, and then another dart to Troy Franklin to win the football game.
Yeah.
You know, you were getting close.
And that was second and 8, and you pick up 30.
Yep.
20, 28, 30, something.
And I'll say the same thing about the running game. I don't know what it is about this team, but when they've gotten into 4-minute situations where they've got to eat up the clock, they successfully are doing that. They put Andy Reid in handcuffs a little bit. They made him try to make a decision when there was a little bit less than 2 minutes on the clock. Andy Reid decides to let that clock tick down. He doesn't utilize the timeout. And right then and there, I was like, all right, well, at the very least, because Andy Reid didn't use his timeout, the odds of this game going to overtime is like perfect. So worst case scenario out of this drive is that you don't score, but at least you took the game to overtime.
Did the Broncos just need a little bit of a rest and a little organization?
Yes.
Okay. Were the issues, do you believe, or were there issues between Bo and Sean Payton?
Yes.
Okay. We're working together now, or we're resolved? We're making compromises, or we're good?
I would have loved to have a microphone on Sean and Bo and all their interactions with an extra 4 days. Because I got to believe it just felt different. Felt like even the communication on the sideline to those guys were actually talking with each other as opposed to one guy lecturing, another guy lecturing back, and then they go their separate ways. The Oakland game, it was like them 2 guys didn't even say a word to each other. And that just feels weird from quarterback to – or from coach to a young quarterback anyway. So I thought it felt different. I still say – I'm telling you, I'm putting 75% of Bo's struggles – still 25% he's got to figure out himself, or on the plays not getting in quick enough.
Okay.
I'll give it some of it. I think that's pretty dang high, but I'm not saying it doesn't factor into it.
Are these issues you think in the past, or are we just?
I'm a believer almost.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean,
here's the hat. We're done.
I'll dust it off.
We're dusting it off.
Not putting it on, but dusting it off.
All right.
Just in case next week you got to wear that thing.
February, I might be having that thing on.
It's just in the coat rack. You know, it's easy to find.
Well, there might be another one ordered if we're playing in February.
Okay. All right. I believe he still has his
dumb question,
YouTube merchandise shop up.
How many Broncos show up at the game tonight?
Oh, that's a fun one. This would profile like a great let's go see the Nuggets game. Yeah, for those not getting out of town. Yeah, that's right. You probably have a nice little chunk tonight. You probably have fair representation.
Have 2 or 3, yeah.
There'll be somebody that can't hit that free throw at the beginning of the game. I've seen Nick Bonino biff it this year. I've seen Surtain miss it.
It's not that hard.
You're cocky. You got yours.
It's really not hard. You stand up the line, you shoot it, and it goes in.
I'll tell you, man.
It's my experience.
90% of people that take that shot miss it. Maybe more than 90%.
Well, unlike Adam Mares when he came on here, I am a 1%er.
Hey, there you go. The expectation for the Broncos is what now? By the way, you did guarantee yourself a winning season. It was years where getting a winning season was just not happening. You
got
actually did
back-to-back.
it. Yeah, back-to-back winning seasons.
Expectation is an AFC West championship. Your goal is to be the number 1 seed. I wouldn't necessarily say that's an expectation.
Okay, so you'd be disappointed if they didn't win the AFC
I don't
West.
even know how it's possible to not win the AFC West.
Okay.
I mean, you would have to fall apart to not win the AFC West.
All right, so
listen, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but Tyler, I think we'll agree with this. Sure would be a lot easier to go to the Super Bowl if you have home field all through the playoffs.
Yeah.
Than if you've got to play, you get a game here, and then you've got to go somewhere else.
Well, not to mention you literally have to play one less game. So that factors into it pretty greatly.
You know what's crazy right now? To have the number 1 overall seed, you got to be better than the Colts and the Patriots. That is a funny thing to say here in mid-November.
You know what it is? It's like flashback 1990. It's like 94, 95 right now, right? Or no, I guess it'd be 2000. It's like flashback 2005.
Yeah.
Right? And it's Manning and Brady.
All right.
And it was always
we got Jake Plummer.
It was always Colts and the Patriots for who's going to win the but back then both 1 and 2 got a bye, I think. Right?
You know what sucks? If you look at the Patriots schedule, you realize just how good you have to be finishing out this season. Patriots really only have 2 games that they could lose. I mean, yeah, I got it. They could lose any of them, but they go Bengals, they go Giants. Okay, should win those 2.
2 more wins.
Then they got 2 tough games. They got the Bills and the Ravens, but then they follow it up with the Jets and the Dolphins. Like that's the remainder of their season. They've only got 2 challenging games.
They're 4-2 to finish the year
at the worst, right? And if they win one of those games against the Patriots or the Ravens, well, now it feels really difficult to get the number 1 seed.
Would that be crazy to have the AFC Championship Broncos Patriots? And you got
that would be unbelievable.
2 quarterbacks from that draft class.
That'd be fun.
Each other.
Let's not sleep.
Maybe that could be the start of something.
Let's not sleep on the Bills though. They had a rocky little stretch there. They didn't look good, but they're
still dangerous.
They put it together yesterday, and they
and they didn't the week before, and then they did the week before that.
Yeah. I think they may be a little bit more quiet, but they're still winning.
I think they're a team you don't want to go to Buffalo in mid-January.
No. Although Russell Wilson ain't scared of that game.
Well, we don't have Russell anymore.
By the way, Shedeur Sanders, we're going to get to him. Did you hear what happened to him personally?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oof. Find out next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone can cause all sorts of issues. And if you've got kind of a foggy head these days, bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, unproductive workouts, it's just not really happening for you the way you need it to. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are there. And you'll feel your energy return. The brain fog will go away. The sleep will improve. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. It happens gradually, and before you know it, you're not the same guy that you used to be. Okay, well, you can fix this. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and find out where you sit. Take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. Then you schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, talk about the options, and you make the decision together with their medical team. The cost of the appointment is only $99. You get the consult T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, we dedicate this show to Dragon Slayer 69, and the fact that you knew that reference, Dan, off the top of your head, maybe is worrisome for you. But that being said, thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's football go.
Well, speaking of the guy that was allegedly getting criticized so often by Dragon Slayer 69, Bo Nix. How did he respond after a poor outing against the Las Vegas Raiders? Here's Sean Payton after the game yesterday on Bo's big day.
I think real well. He won. That's his job. He won. And against a pretty stingy defense that can give you problems. Yeah, there were some big plays there. We had some early field position in the first half, and I'm like, man, there's a couple of those field goals. One of them just needed to be a touchdown, but I felt at halftime good about where we were relative to the matchup of our defense and their offense. Their early start, first 15 type team, and I felt like, aside from some of the penalties, we did a good job in all three phases.
Guys, with Bo Nix, is this the formula for the rest of the season? Just don't turn the ball over, don't take a ton of sacks, maybe a rushing touchdown, maybe a passing touchdown, or would you like to see Bo Nix continue to up his production in the passing game as far as passing touchdowns and all that? Or are you guys good with the formula with winning games 17-13, letting the defense take over, and Bo, just don't mess it up?
Well, here's what I said going into the Chiefs game. If you play mistake-free, it'll give you a chance to win the game. Okay, check mark, they did that. If you play good complementary football, that will win you the game. It's exactly what they did. That was the formula. They were counting on the defense. They were playing the field position battle. I do think that he's going to have to throw for more touchdowns moving forward. I don't think you're going to win a lot of games without Bo Nix throwing for touchdowns because I don't think the running game is going to get significantly better without J.K. Dobbins.
You get the ball in the red zone 5 times. Listen, man, you probably are at worst 2 for 5, which would mean if you play exactly like yesterday and say you go 2 for 5 instead of 1 for 5, you put up 26 points. You're going to win a lot of games. A lot of games with this defense scoring 26 points. And getting the ball in the red zone 5 times, you're probably closer to 26 than 22. So, yeah, I'm fine with the way they played yesterday.
Yeah, I'm with Sean. You got to get at least one more touchdown in there, especially in a close game. But obviously didn't have to.
I mean, more times than not, I think they actually are. So, hey, the way they played yesterday, first of all, they were +1 in giveaway takeaway. They've been kind of on the negative side of that all year, so start there. They did give up 2 sacks, but it was only on the first drive. The penalties are just the killer. And what's happening with Riley Moss seems to hurt you. But still, that's on defense, which has been extraordinary. And nobody's really worried about the Broncos defense. And now, theoretically, we get Pat Surtain back. Awesome. And hopefully Alex Singleton pretty soon.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, you were able to beat the Chiefs without Pat Surtain, and that's not something that we should dismiss. I thought Pat could be the difference between winning and losing versus the Chiefs. They pulled it off.
They're 3-0 without Pat Surtain, which is remarkable.
Who do we play before the Raiders?
The
Texans,
I believe.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 2 bad teams, 1 good team. Texans are bad, but
hey, listen, man, you get wins without Pat Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year, you're doing all right. It's extraordinary what's going on with this team. Next story, Dan.
All right, we finally saw it, guys. Scott, what was your prediction on when Shedeur would get into
week 7?
I thought it was a bit later. I was going to say you got pretty close.
Definitely 7. 100% 7.
So he ends up making his NFL debut yesterday, guys, because Dylan Gabriel went out with a concussion. Shedeur goes 4 for 16 for 47 yards and an interception. He had 3 rushes for 16 yards. But however, during the game,
one great pass of those 4 completions. One of them was a fantastic pass.
Pro Football Talk is reported that Shedeur Sanders' house was broken into during the Browns' loss to the Ravens on Sunday. So Shedeur goes 4 for 16 in his debut, throws a pick, and his house gets broken into. Thoughts on Shedeur and the Browns moving forward? Do you guys think if Dylan Gabriel is good to go for their next game, Is he the starter no matter what, or do you think Shedeur finally gets his shot here?
I think they'd be idiots to do anything but start Shedeur. And he said, like, he completed a pass to Jerry Jeudy. He's like, that's the first time I've thrown him a ball. Like, they have not done him any favors in terms of preparation to play. So I think it's unfair to judge him off what, just numbers-wise, you'd have to say was a bad game. But why not at this point? You're 2-8. Like, your season's over. What in the world do you have to lose? You know what you have in Dylan Gabriel, okay? I think you know, and I don't know what the upside is. I think it's a no-brainer to play Shedeur the rest of the season.
We already know the answer to the question, though, because Stefanski was asked it after the game. He was asked if Dylan Gabriel is healthy. If he's healthy, is he your starter? And he said yes. So they will go back to Dylan Gabriel if he gets out of the concussion protocol. Look, Shedeur didn't look good, and I'm not going to cut him any excuses. I didn't cut Dylan Gabriel any excuses, so I'm not going to cut Shedeur Sanders any excuses. Is it a fact that he didn't have reps with the ones? Yeah. Wyatt Teller, their guard, he said after the game, he had only ever heard Shedeur's cadence once or twice ever. So at halftime, they had to do like a practice cadence just so the offensive line knew what his cadence sounded like.
Wow.
But I say all that, and I'm saying I'm not gonna make any excuses because Shedeur Sanders isn't any different than any other backup quarterback in the NFL. Everybody's making such a big story out of this. This is normal. This is commonplace in the NFL. Backup quarterbacks do not get reps with the ones once the season begins. Simple as that.
Here's what I tell you. I agree 100% as far as a backup quarterback thing. Not ready. Get thrust in there. Here you go. Mike Vick. Remember the first time Mike Vick had to play backup quarterback in a game, and he came in and was just absolutely horrible after having MVP-like years, prison. And then, he looked – of course, he admitted, yeah, I didn't really pay attention to the game plan this week and got better as he played more. But Stefanski's a Richard. Stefanski, in that post-game press conference, doesn't like Shedeur, didn't want Shedeur on this team, and is stuck with Shedeur. And that's the only reason you say what he said. He wants the guy to fail, and if I were the Browns, I would have fired Stefanski 3 weeks ago, to be honest with you. And you may like him and think he's a good coach, and that's great, but he personally does not like Shedeur Sanders. And if that didn't come out in that press conference, I don't know what did.
You're right.
Did you like Paul D. Podesta, our new guy with the Rockies, when asked about the Deshaun Watson deal, goes, well, I was the one calling the plays. Like, he was taking shots at Stefanski, basically. I don't know how Stefanski still has his job. Got me. But I have no idea what the Browns are trying to do. Like, what is their plan? Aside from bottoming out and just drafting another quarterback this year.
Well, you got
it?
You got 5 games left, 6 games left. You just had one of your rookies that was a third round, wasn't Gabriel, third round pick? You got your third round quarterbacks got to start 4 or 5 games. Why not let your fifth round pick start 4 or 5 games?
I don't know.
And then have a clean evaluation going into the offseason.
Well, that would seem to make the most
sense. Unless Stefanski doesn't care because he doesn't like Shedeur, doesn't care about Shedeur, and he knows he's not going to be here for Shedeur.
Why didn't Gary Kubiak start Paxton Lynch in a meaningless game against the Raiders?
Paxton Lynch was a dummy.
Oh, okay.
Paxton was bad.
Okay.
I mean, apparently Stefanski's opinion of Shedeur as well.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Adam Schefter on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. Michael Penix exited the Falcons game yesterday with a knee injury. Kirk Cousins took over. Here is Schefter on Penix's injury.
If this is going to be that, and I think it's going to be that, he will have basically his 5th season-ending injury for him in 8 college and pro seasons.
Wow.
This would be the 5th time his season has ended due to a knee injury. And that's what I'm expecting it to be.
Wow.
So it's a bad deal.
So Schefter's saying he believes Penix will be out for the remainder of the season. Just your guys' thoughts on how Penix's NFL career has gone thus far, and do you guys think he is still the potential long-term answer there in Atlanta?
I don't know, man. I mean, what's the That's another organization that doesn't seem to have a clue. But I think he's a nice player. But his injuries are I don't know, man. You're out, what, a year? We're talking another ACL? I don't know, man. Doesn't look great.
It's tough, man. I mean, that's a lot of knee injuries over the course of his career.
For a guy who's 24.
Yep.
Or 3 or 5 or whatever he is.
Well, he was like a 6-year guy, I think.
Oh, I have no idea how old he is. He feels like he's old, but who knows? No, it doesn't look great. And hey, Cousins, there you go, I guess. I mean, it was funny in the offseason, Tyler, how adamant. No way he's staying there. He's definitely going to get traded. He'll be out. Kidding. But there he is. He's starting now for the Falcons. But Kirk's best days are behind him, too. I think. But they're the Falcons. Like, who gives a crap about them anyways?
Do you guys think Sean Payton feels a little vindicated? Not factoring in Penix's injury, but just he didn't play that well when he was in there. McCarthy struggled. Do you think Sean feels a little vindicated with his selection of Bo Nix?
Yeah, because he's Sean and he's cocky.
This week or last week?
You're right.
Should he feel vindicated?
No, I know what Tyler's saying because his relationship with Bo, who knows how it's really going.
Does anybody realize, by the way, the Carolina is 6-5?
Yeah, they're doing all right. Bryce Young's looking okay.
Carolina.
How about the Bears?
How about the Bears?
They were staying in our hotel. They were checking in when we were getting ready to go to the game.
Really?
In Minnesota, yeah.
Say hi to Caleb Williams.
I didn't see him.
I mean, you can go around the league. There's a lot of hey, how about this team? How about that team? How about the Rams?
Oh, I liked them.
The Niners won a game. I mean, I don't know. There's a long way to go in this season.
Unbelievable. The Seahawks still had a chance to win that game against the Rams, and Sam Darnold throws 4 interceptions.
It's unbelievable. The league's been a lot of fun this year, man.
It's 2 good football teams right there.
But nobody is running away with this thing. Nobody. But here we are in week 11.
The Colts would be the closest, but the Jaguars are still 6-4. The AFC North Steelers are 6-4, and the Ravens, who we'd counted out 3 weeks ago, are now 5-5.
I'll be surprised at this point if the Ravens don't win their division. Who do they got to be better than? Pittsburgh? Mason Rudolph is now the quarterback for the Steelers. Rodgers got a hand injury.
He's got a fracture in his left wrist.
It's a fracture.
It's believed to be a slight break in his left non-throwing wrist, according to Schefter.
Holy cow! How does that impact a quarterback?
Well,
snap.
Yeah, you need both hands to catch a football, right? So I think he probably can play through it. Miss a little bit of time, though.
I mean, not great, though, obviously. No, the Ravens are probably going to roll and win that division. God, can you imagine if the Ravens go from what they are to like a contending team this year?
And they'll be a tough team, tough out at home.
All right.
Let me ask you this real fast. NFC East, give me the second-place team in the NFC East.
And the NFC second play, well, Philadelphia obviously would be the first-place team.
Cowboys?
The Cowboys at 3-5-1 or whatever.
Cowboys at 3-5-1 or the second place team. Yeah, think about right there. All right, then we go this.
That's crazy.
What? Give me the second place team in the NFC West.
Second place is the Seahawks.
7-3.
Seahawks are.
Yeah, 49ers 7-4.
Right,
and then the Rams 8-2.
Wow. Cardinals are pulling up the.
That's a good division.
Pretty good division.
How about the AFC East?
Look
at them right now. Look at that division.
Who's leading the NFC North?
NFC North? It's the Packers, isn't it? Is it the Bears?
Bears 7-3.
The Bears have a better record. What are the Packers?
6-3-1.
Oh wow. Okay. Yep. Wow. Caleb Williams.
Ben Johnson.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Sure. It all goes together, right? Where are the Lions?
Third at 6-4.
They're third?
Man. Okay.
Brett Kane.
Yeah, did you guys watch that Lions game?
No.
Boy,
I haven't seen anything.
I have not seen Jared Goff look that bad since his rookie year, maybe. Yeah. I mean, he couldn't connect on anything.
He had a game like that 2 weeks ago, too, though.
He was under duress. I'll say that. But, man, he got rattled.
So the best team in the AFC is who?
AFC?
AFC. Come on.
New England.
Tyler?
As it stands today, I'd put the Colts.
The best team in the AFC is the Denver Broncos. It's the Denver Broncos. Tougher schedule than New England. They've won 8 in a row, and they've come from behind in 5 games in the fourth quarter. And being clutch.
And they still couldn't beat the Colts.
Yeah, on a leverage call. That was total BS.
Ifs and buts or
what
candy
was
and nuts.
What was the other leverage call this year?
Yeah, well, we learned,
The Denver Broncos are the best team in the AFC, in my opinion.
They got a fair argument for it. Any one of those 3 teams could make their case for it.
Well, here let's.
I got to give the nod to the team that won. That's why I said the Colts.
So let me ask you: those 3 teams, we'll do Colts, New England, Denver. Who's got the best defense?
Denver.
Broncos.
Who's got the best running game?
Colts.
The Broncos did out of those. Colts.
Who's got?
Thank you.
Who's got the best? Who's got the best quarterback?
Colts. No, New England.
So flip a coin, boys.
Okay.
Go ahead. You answer that one.
Who's got the best coach?
Who's got the best?
Let DMac answer the quarterback one.
Who's got the best fourth quarter quarterback?
Okay.
You want Jamal Murray quarters 1 through 3, or you want Jamal Murray in quarter 4? What do you want?
Well, I'd prefer to have somebody that plays the whole game.
You're not going to get it. You're going to get Jamal Murray.
What do you mean you're not going to get it?
Into the fourth quarter, Jamal Murray is going to be 4 of 16. But in the fourth,
he's going to go 4 or 5.
That's right.
With 2 threes.
Correct. That's what Bo Nix is doing right now.
Yeah, but Drake May is playing start to finish.
The guy in Indiana is playing pretty good.
I'm going to take the dude that's playing the full game.
Daniel Jones is playing pretty good.
Drake May, if it weren't for Matt Stafford, Drake May would be leading for MVP right now.
How do we know Drake May can come from behind? How do we know he can win in the clutch?
Well, he hasn't put himself in that situation.
Okay. So he's not as battle tested.
I would much rather have a dude that doesn't put us in that situation, if that's what you're asking me.
I would much rather have a dude who has figured out a way to win in the clutch.
Hey, I love it. And I'm not discounting it. That's a skill set that is uncoachable. The ability to win in the clutch is something you cannot coach. So I'm not taking it away. But you can't sell me on that's more valuable than a dude that plays start to finish.
I just think that at some point in pressure situations, championship situations, you're going to have to come through in the clutch in the fourth quarter at some point. And I think experience and the ability to have proven that you can do it, it's pretty cool.
I think it's kind of naive to assume that Drake May can't do that based off the way he's been playing.
Don't know. He might be able to. I mean, he's a really good quarterback. I'm not trying to put him down. I'm just trying to compare what Bo Nix has done to what Jamal Murray has done. And Jamal will drive you nuts.
So answer the question.
What's the question?
The quarterbacks.
I'll take, I don't know. I'm kind of Bo-leaving right now, man. I'm Bo-leaving in that fourth quarter.
What week is it?
11. I don't know, bro.
What day is it?
It's hard to not be watching
You've
Bo.
been on a hell of a roller coaster this year with Bo Nix. I have been far more consistent with Bo than you have.
Well, I get together with Dragon Slayer 69, and we just go around and around and around. I got to admit, I was a little surprised with how angry the locker room was at Dragon Slayer 69.
That's what I was saying is
I didn't really anticipate that.
You've earned the right to have the confidence. You've earned the right to be a little bit arrogant right now. I'm actually okay with it, but I hope that doesn't mean you're delusional to the issues that you still have on offense.
You know who was not mentioning Dragon Slayer 69? Anybody on the Broncos defense. None of those guys was those guys have been in pretty good mood this whole year, by the way.
Yeah.
But yesterday was cool. Yesterday was finally there was a locker room that everybody was kind of happy at the same level. Everybody was in a great mood. Club Dub was going. We had the smoke machines and the music and all that. Everybody was whooping it up. Crowd was going nuts the whole time. And then there was a bunch of Chiefs fans at the Avs game last night. I'm thinking, who's out there who's an Islanders Chiefs fan? Who are those people?
They were wearing their Chiefs gear.
A bunch of people were wearing Chiefs gear at the Avalanche game.
Hey, let me give you some stats. Can I give you just some stat head stuff? Teams scoring by quarter ranks. First quarter, Indianapolis 2,
Okay.
7.2. New England 9, 5.7. Denver 15, 4.5. Teams scoring in second quarters. Indianapolis 3, 19.2. New England 4, 9.1. Denver 22nd. Team scoring in the third quarter. Come on. Scoring offense. Well, this stupid thing decides to.
I'm sure you were going to finish this strong, though.
I mean, don't give up at this point.
Well,
Never
the
give up.
stupid ad popped up right in the middle of all the things.
Just power through it.
Like DMac on Saturday. Deep press.
All right, here it is. I found it. Okay, are we in the third quarter yet?
Sigh on the exhale.
Third quarter, Indianapolis 3rd, New England 5th. Denver.
What time is it?
27th.
We'll get there.
I'm backing your argument up.
He's almost there.
I'm backing your argument up. Now we go offense by fourth quarters.
Here we
So
go.
New England and Indianapolis.
They've
two
been
other
great
teams we're
first,
comparing.
second, and third.
First, second, third are top 10 in every position, top 5 mostly. Now you get to fourth quarter. Denver 3rd, Indy 9th, and New England 30th. Which either means they don't need to score
or
in the fourth quarter because they've got leads and they just hold on and win.
It means they've put themselves in positions to not have to make comebacks.
Right. So really the only time the Denver's in a top 10 and scoring in a quarter is the fourth quarter. It doesn't hurt that you had a 33 and a 19 in the fourth quarter, right?
Yep.
They're Jamal Murray.
That might be a good analogy.
Bo might be Jamal. But Jamal's clutch, man. Jamal's clutch. Jamal's going to be an all-star this year. Keeps playing like this, man.
No, he's not. Doesn't have a chance.
All right, and on that note, it's
Well,
PhD.
I'll tell you why when we get back.
Okay, it's PhD on 925. Oh, we have a bit of breaking news. And you're about to tell me why Jamal's not going to be an all-star. This kind of fits into it. Strained calf for Wemby, expected to miss a few weeks. Wemby going to miss a few weeks, according to Shams, with a calf injury.
And just by the way, the Spurs come to Denver Friday, November 28th.
That must be a cup game, by the way, if it's a Friday night. Got to be.
Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a forever thing. I mean, he's going to be doing this forever.
It's going to be one thing or another with this dude, unfortunately.
Well, the NBA's scared of calves. We've learned that in the last year or so, right? Couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
They're afraid of those calf injuries.
You want to tell me about Jamal?
Also, Ja Morant, I think he's out for the next couple of weeks, too. And I think you play Memphis Monday or Tuesday of next week.
Okay. And by the way, the Bulls tonight lost in double overtime to Utah. They've lost 5 in a row.
Yeah. And by the way, here's why with Jamal. Not that he doesn't deserve it. He's been great. This year they're changing the format in the All-Star game. You have eight foreign players. 8 foreign-born players make the foreign team. They're going to have 2 8-man U.S.-born teams, I guess, and 1 foreign team. So 3 teams of 8 playing a round-robin.
So it just got harder for Jamal because he's a foreign-born player.
Yes.
That's pretty interesting.
Because I had you list the top 5 in the break. Top 5 guys, most people's list for the MVP right now are Joker, in no certain order, Joker, Luka, Shea, Doncic, and Giannis. Well, there's 5 of your 8.
Yeah, and Wemby, well, we'll see with Wemby.
How many points did Lekkonen get last night? Or not Lekkonen?
Oh,
what's the guy's name in Utah?
Lauri Markkanen.
Markkanen.
Yeah, he in that double overtime game, he had 47. Oh, forgot about that. Guy you're going to see tonight, Josh Giddey, averaging over 20.
From Australia.
Sengun, we're going to see on Friday night from Houston. From Spain,
he's got to be
or Portugal, Spain.
He's got to be a slam dunk guy.
He's in there. Danny Advia from Portland.
Don't know him.
He's averaging
Is he killing
20.
it?
Oh, he's a good player.
Okay. So Jamal's not one of the top 8 foreign-born players.
It's just
that's where you're going.
He's playing well enough, and yet this year he may get numbered out.
So if he was born over the Peace Bridge in Niagara Falls, it'd be better off than being from Mississauga or Kitchener or wherever he's from. Yeah. All right. That kind of sucks. Then, doesn't it?
He is playing as an all-star, but with the.
So does that mean Aaron Gordon has to be one of the top 16 American-born players?
Well, is he? That could be a good opportunity for him.
I mean, he's not? Is AG not one of the top 16 Americans in the NBA right now? I mean, that's a tough list to just go through off the top of your head, but, I would think he is.
So, yeah, I mean, it is interesting. It makes it easier for some cases, makes it harder in other cases.
If Aaron Gordon's not one of the top 16 players from the United States, that is messed up if he's not this year. I mean, that is kind of crazy when you think of it like that. Name 16 better players, American, than Aaron Gordon. Good luck.
Anthony Edwards.
Okay, 1. You want to keep going?
15 more.
Brunson.
I'm not really asking you to do it.
Oh, okay. That was more rhetorical.
It was definitely rhetorical.
Yeah, so it's almost a bad year for Jamal for them to decide instead of having 2 teams of 15 to go with 3 teams of 8.
It's KKSC, FMHD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. That being said, we have an Avs Ticket Tuesday tomorrow. They won nicely yesterday. So on the 20s for that, we'll have Nuggets tickets Thursday. You do see the Nuggets winning tonight, though, correct?
Listen, I'm hoping so.
Okay. Well, that's tonight, 6:30 pregame, 6 o'clock on Altitude TV, 7 o'clock, here you go on the old 92.5, and 9:50 we'll have the Monday Night Football game. Favorite moment from yesterday's Broncos game?
Third and 15, fourth quarter.
The pass to Sutton?
Yeah.
Okay. You like that better than the pass to Franklin to get down the field?
That was great. That became giant maple syrup on a pecan pie, caramelized just perfectly with a little whipped cream.
We haven't even really talked about it. Did Franklin get away with a little OPI on that?
No.
No, that wasn't OPI. It was a false start.
Oh, yeah, so you're not hands extended, push off, nothing?
No.
No big deal?
But did you see before the snap?
I did.
That's what he got away with. He had a blatant false start that the defensive back, Tony Romo, was like, oh, he's trying to figure out if he's in man coverage, which guy's his guy. No, he's not. He was pointing with two hands that Troy Franklin had a blatant false start.
The answer is yes, he got away with OPI, but also you should always commit OPI if you're a receiver.
That's probably true.
Yes.
Roll the dice?
Yeah, just they're not going to throw the flag.
I don't recall it. I guess I didn't look at it that closely. It was blatant.
It was
a push.
It was
separation. I didn't think it was as blatant as who was Detroit playing? The big first down late in that game where the receiver just shoves off the quarterback.
Oh, you're talking about the last play of the game?
And they call a pass interference on the quarterback and not the receiver?
Yeah.
We saw the worst defensive pass interference at the end of that game I think I've ever seen in my life.
That was absolutely brutal.
That was unbelievable.
That made Riley Moss's look legit.
Seriously. Just an absolute joke. Collinsworth was going out of his mind, and my God, he was right about that. How you guys doing? What a day.
Fired up.
What a world where, I said it 1-2. I was like, they will go into the bye at 7-4. They will go 6-2 over the next 8 games. Look at this list of quarterbacks that this defense is about to go up against, and they made me look stupid. They went 8-0.
Let's go.
They won every single one of these games. This is a 9-2 football team going into the bye. Their next 2 games are Washington and the Raiders. Their layups, go get a 1 seed and make somebody have to come in and play you in Denver. Where you have, what have they won, 11 in a row or whatever it is at home right now?
They've won 11 in a row at home, which is crazy. The Patriots have a soft schedule as well. What do you think the number is to get the number 1 seed?
Oh, great 14. Question. Yeah,
14.
Probably 14. You probably have to win 14 games to be able to get there because, I think
that's what the Patriots are going to get, by the way.
New England and Denver will pretty much be head-to-head the rest of the way.
So we can lose the game at Kansas City, short week on Christmas, and no big deal.
If you – I would prefer they didn't.
Which game would you prefer they did?
I don't want them to lose any games the rest of the way. So the next 2 are the layups, and then you got 4 legit opponents to finish out. Those are 4 playoff teams to finish out the season, but I think Denver will have done enough work by that point that the division will be theirs for the taking. 1 seed could be tough, but in the very least, you're gonna win the AFC West.
The cool thing is you could drop 2 games and still be in contention for the number 1 seed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to be right there. Indianapolis is
who you rooting for? Chiefs versus Colts.
Tyler, didn't you look at the schedule? New England has talk about a schedule that's pretty easy.
New England's got 2 tough games. They've got the Bills and the Ravens. The other ones, it's Bengals, Miami. I forget. It's a bunch of bad teams with 2 tough ones with the Bills and the Ravens.
Yeah, no. Next week, I'm rooting for the Chiefs.
Are you?
Yeah, you got to get the 1 seed. It's a seeding situation at this point. I get the bitterness of wanting it's fun to watch the Chiefs be mortal and make dumb mistakes and fall to 5 and 6. That's great, but come on, Broncos fans have got to be thinking about bigger things right now.
You want them to win the game, but if they're going to lose it, get beat by 30. It just announced the end of the run with a major kind of blowout parade type thing.
There you go.
You believe the Colts are good?
I do. Yeah, I think the Colts are good.
Colts are legit.
Yeah,
I
think they're very good.
I got over that a few weeks back. I was kind of down on the Colts for a while. I think there's legit of an opportunity at 1 seed as anybody.
I think the Colts are really good. I think the Patriots are really good. I think the Bills are really good. I think the Ravens are really good, and I think Denver's really good. That's your AFC race to me right now. The Chargers they're just too beat up. Herbert is just getting his bleep rocked back there way too consistently.
It'd be stunning if the Broncos didn't win the AFC West at this point.
It would be.
I don't even know it's a possibility to not win the AFC West. That's why I say AFC West is an expectation. The hope is to get the number 1 seed.
Yeah, well put. No, I like that. And you asked the question, best moment of the game. Jaquan McMillan and the interception. Because what that play was Mahomes panicking and thinking, I need to try and force something right here because I'm on their end of the field. I'm in their red zone. I have to make something happen because it's too damn hard to move the ball and score against these guys. Also, if you guys go back and watch that play, he's trying to throw that thing. It was it's the rookie back 25, whatever the hell his name is. Dude wasn't even looking for the ball. Mahomes was throwing the ball to nobody.
He was open, but it would have taken a pretty delicate pass to. You'd have had there was actually a weird gap between McMillan and that guy. So I guess he could have got it to him, but it would have taken a pretty special pass because the ball would have had to hang in the air for a little bit.
He was not looking for the ball right then. It was Elijah Mitchell. That's who he was trying to throw it to. Dude wasn't looking back for the ball. It was pure panic by Mahomes, but that's what the Denver defense does to these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what they did to him yesterday. He had one magical moment. He had the throw to Thornton, which was a great throw.
Chiefs have the ball with 4 minutes.
I couldn't believe the amount of opportunities that Mahomes missed.
Oh,
the first drive, he had 2 home run opportunities that he just flat out missed.
He missed in another one that he put behind Noah Gray that would have been like a gain of like 18.
Oh, yeah. Gray was coming across the middle. Yeah.
It was a bad throw, but like that's, again, the Broncos front makes everything rushed. They speed guys up, and even the great Patrick Mahomes gets sped up by them, and your rhythm is off, and it forces your pass game to be perfect. Like dumb things like Rashee Rice's drop. Like, again, you put it right on the money, but the play is off schedule, and because you're flustered, your operation isn't clean. So even though the Broncos only sacked him 3 times yesterday, the pass rush just it befuddles these teams, and even Mahomes gets messed with out there.
Benito should have had at least 2 or 3 holding calls on him.
Yeah, and he drew a few of them yesterday.
Did he draw multiple? I forgot
yesterday,
that. But there was 2 or 3 that they missed for sure.
One of the things that really dawned on me was when I was yelling over the summer that Denver can win the AFC West, that I'm not buying Kansas City. It was based on I'm looking at this Chiefs offensive line and I just see holes all over the place. So Josh Simmons played his first game back. He didn't play well. Juwan Taylor is like always getting false starts. Sumataya, the second-year guy that they drafted to play tackle, who now has to play guard, he ends up getting hurt in that game, and they go to a backup, and they can't hold up. The last sack of the game, where McMillan came off the edge and got Mahomes, again, like Kareem Hunt was in there to chip, like he was just confused. It was the same thing that happened to Genti in the Raiders game, where it's like these guys go to chip somebody in the middle, and then the edge is wide open because Benito stunts inside, and Josh Simmons is just like, I don't know who to block right now, and boom, suddenly Mahomes gets sacked on that play. That's what they do to these teams.
Super Bowl?
Hell yeah, let's do this.
Okay.
There's no reason why not. Seriously, there's no reason why not. There's also, what this defense can do right now, if Bo Nix can play good game managing football and then hit the shots when they're there, Sean Payton is one thing that I will say for Sean Payton. And again, he had moments in this game where I hated him, but what he's.
But you didn't like the throwback pass to Bo Nix on the first drive of the game.
What's wild about that
when
play?
Everything is great when you just keep it simple, stupid.
Right.
We're finally got a first
We got a
drive that's
going.
working.
We got rhythm.
Let's do the double pass to the quarterback.
They were so lucky that wasn't a pick six too.
Oh my gosh, Harvey just throws a floater up there. Hey, somebody in a red shirt, come catch this.
Bo
thing.
had to go full DB on that play, and good on him that he was able to break up that pass.
Kidding.
But my God, that was stupid.
How do you feel about Dragon Slayer 69?
I didn't know Josh Fogg was talking about the Rockies on the internet.
He followed me on Twitter.
Dragon Slayer?
Yeah, he's out there now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, he did. He's listening
I'm
to
sure
the
he
station.
follows you.
But here's a problem with Dragon Slayer 69 on Twitter right now. Too positive. The concept of Dragon Slayer 69.
Then he hates everybody.
And he should really hate Adam Troutman. And he's coming out instead saying he's a big Broncos fan. Dragon Slayer 69.
He's not a Bronco fan.
You're right. You've got to. Well, no, he could be a Broncos fan.
He's a miserable Broncos fan.
Correct.
Which I see a lot of those people on the internet.
Again, I know you guys started your show with this, but the top Dragon Slayers it's all Sean's national people. So
we talked about it.
Makes it real interesting.
We talked about what kind of weird conflict that is, that you're after Dragon Slayer 69, but you really should be after Colin Cowherd. Well, where's Cowherd getting his juice
Chase
from?
Daniel.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are they getting their stuff
We know.
from? Where are they getting their confidence to say what they're saying?
Right. Because, look,
it ain't somebody hanging in their mom's bedroom. It's somebody on Fox Sports.
Well, Cowherd was the first one to say Sean's taking the job, and I'm almost positive he was the first to say he's going to be into Bo Nix. And then Kay Adams jumped on. Kay Adams is another one. Kay Adams is the only one of his mafia that hasn't really said much lately. So,
Yeah,
whatever.
because I think she really likes Bo Nix.
She does like Bo Nix.
She's a big Bo Nix fan.
How many guys do you think on the Broncos sideline yesterday after he got trucked on the interception return? How many guys kind of saw Sean Payton down on the ground and like faked like they were going to go help him up for a second? You okay? That looked rough, coach.
Well, I think the guys on the defense, but the problem was the defense was on the field.
Right.
They love him. Like, if you
That's
talk to
true.
guys on the defense, they think he's the best.
Yeah. Because they don't deal with it.
It's going to
Correct.
Yeah.
They don't have as many meetings.
I remember I worked over at the Evil Empire, and there was a guy over there who was, oh, God, how do I say his name without saying his name? Anyways, when I didn't have anything to do with him because he was running the Fox and I was over on KBPI, I thought this was the greatest guy in the world. We had things in common. We're both from Massachusetts, blah, blah, blah. Well, he becomes my boss. And I was like, oh, my God, this guy's the devil. Like, he's the worst guy in the world. But before I worked directly with him, do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I'm trying to remember now.
Really? It's okay. It was you were always an AM guy.
It's not
but
a bad rush situation.
Isn't that
is it?
funny?
No, he was just a complete incompetent psychopath. He was out to lunch. This dude was just he was like Sean Payton. He was meticulous and attention to detail that if you had to work with a guy like that, you really wanted to strangle him.
Sure.
Because he would make big deals out of nothing and he wouldn't really get it. And he didn't seem to relate to human beings. But if you just sort of had him around, he was just, kind of wacky. He was kind of fun. I think that's how the defensive guys think of Sean because they don't have to work with him.
Well, the other part of it, too, is all the guys on the defense got paid. And so they like Sean for that
they're
reason.
Fine. I don't have to deal with this dude.
Yeah, they're all rich.
Poor Bo has to talk to this guy all the time.
Is it 2015?
No.
Did yesterday cement 2015?
Dude, it's a different rhythm than 2015. There's similar things. Winning one-score games is happening. But you realize in 2015, at this time, we had just lost Peyton Manning and we were relying on Brock Osweiler. Like, there wasn't like this crazy, we're at the top of the mountain right now. In 2015 at this time, we were like, how's life going to be without Peyton Manning? And it was against the Chiefs, by the way, at the same exact weekend.
Yeah,
and then they played the Bears before Thanksgiving.
I just think.
You're saying is it 2015 you could win a Super Bowl with a defense and a modern
because
offense?
I'm getting to the point
Gotcha.
now where you can't wait. You can't waste the defense. And quite honestly, who are you afraid of? Who are you afraid of?
Nobody.
There is no dominant team. Everyone's got warts.
Yeah.
Everybody's got warts.
I'm afraid of a matchup with two teams.
Who?
Baltimore and Buffalo.
Yeah.
Until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
But what
Otherworldly,
if they have to
athletic
come
quarterbacks
here?
that can.
Yeah, but where's
If
I
they
agree.
come here, doesn't
I agree.
that change it? See,
A
that's
lot.
what I'm talking
A
about. If you
lot.
go screwing around and get a higher seed than
It
they
changes it completely.
You
Also,
realize the
though-
Ravens and Chiefs may be fighting for the same wild
insane.
card seed?
To that point, though, like Denver played Kansas City really tough last year. Those two guys beat the ever-living crap out of the Broncos.
Yeah,
So-
that's a great point. Like, the Ravens may sneak up and win that division, but they're not going to have a better record than the Broncos.
No, sir.
No, they'll
So
have to come
if
here.
you face them, they'll have to come here.
Yeah, Buffalo will have to come
Buffalo's
here.
on that track too.
Yeah, most likely.
If the Patriots keep doing what they're doing, Buffalo's not winning that division.
I don't. As if the Broncos are at home, I don't care who they play.
That's what I'm saying.
I feel the same way.
How about with Sean?
It's a really good point, Andy.
I really think, guys, what we saw yesterday was, I think, just like a tale of two organizations, of one going in the wrong direction, the other one going in the correct direction. One of them poorly managed, the other one excellent roster construction and good decisions. And I'm, of course, talking about my fantasy football victory over DMac yesterday.
All right, as he got out of here.
I know, he bailed just in time.
Somebody sent me a message on Twitter saying, because I'm not looking, apparently I'm about to get my first victory over Kane.
Are you really? You're going to get a dub?
I don't know. I don't trust it.
I'm not a
Hold on.
lifelong fantasy guy.
I'm looking. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're winning.
Bet guy tutties
Oh,
are
you
about
won?
to notch.
Andy, you had a really good week.
How'd that happen?
You had Travion Henderson.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
You also started a tight end on his bye.
I think same with the quarterback.
Yeah. And you still have Brock Bowers to go tonight. No, you played Penix, that's bad by you, but still.
I do. Go look at my roster. I got no choices. Got no food. Got no jobs.
Actually,
my quarterback's heads are falling off.
You got Stephon Diggs and didn't even play him?
Yeah, I didn't look.
Yeah.
I didn't look.
Who knew?
I mean, when you're over, you just kind of like,
yeah, you're just to the point of like,
Honestly, dude, like, your roster's not that bad.
Just the roster management.
Okay, does Joe Burrow come back?
You played the Cleveland defense yesterday, which Myles Garrett had another 4-sack game.
I did go pick them up.
By the way, he's going to win Defensive Player of the Year on an absolute trash team, and he still deserves it. He's unbelievable.
I'm telling you, dude. He's the Benito DPOY is out the window, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Seriously, is Joe Burrow come back at this point? With what Cincinnati's got going on now,
No.
Jamar Chase is suspended a game for the spitting incident.
You might as well take
the
a
magic
pass on
loogie,
it.
we'll call it.
He thought he was going to get away with it too. He was so close, and then somebody looked at it and they were like, "Oh, I understand why Jalen Ramsey was that pissed." And then after the game, Jalen Ramsey's like, "What?" They're like, "Why'd you punch him?" He's like, "Because he spit on me." Why do you think? Jalen Ramsey's been playing football his entire life. He's like, I'm not that dumb, okay? I freaked out because I got a loogie in the face. What do you want me to do?
So gross. So gross.
How does one decide they're going to do that, by the way?
Yeah, it is a bold move. I've been pretty heated in some of that. I've never thought I'm going to spit on you.
It's also like a clear indication of just like, I'm out of good burns to throw back at you right now. I have no words. I quit. This is all I've got.
And what's funny is I feel like, I lived through the Romo thing around here back in 1997. Remember, who was it? Was it Alomar? It was the first the baseball player. The old Orioles shortstop or whatever. Remember when he did it?
Mm-hmm.
That was the first time I ever saw a guy do it to anybody.
He did it to the ump, wasn't it?
Was that a
No, I thought he did it to another player.
Was that Roberto Alomar?
I think
was that
so.
That
wasn't
Sandy.
Sandy. It was
Sandy's
Roberto.
a good dude.
Yeah.
Sandy is a non-spitter.
What is it about the football culture that we get this going? You got it. You're all
Dude,
lathered
you know
up
what's so
anyway.
weird is
Yeah, it was John
It doesn't-
Hirschbeck. He spit on the ump.
Oh, he did spit on the ump?
Yeah.
It doesn't hit my brain spitting on another human.
Right.
No, I wouldn't. It
Raj-
never occurred to me.
Raj admitted that he spat in a hockey game when he was a youngster.
Yeah, hockey players are animals. I don't know.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Like how do you even get trained? Like, are you doing this in a
regularly?
Yeah. Like, does it happen in school or during a pickup basketball game? Like, how do you develop that?
Where do you get the
habit?
idea? It would have never even crossed my mind.
I told you.
That's the question.
I've been spit on as a head coach.
Uh-huh.
In Bowling Green, Kentucky. Yeah, that was fun.
Who was it?
Just coming down through the home crowd.
Ew.
Yeah, I had a big old fat gnarly loogie on my hoodie. That was fun.
Life gets vicious in the Sun Belt.
I'll tell you what
doesn't
though.
it?
You know what's great about? Well, it was Conference USA.
Oh, excuse me.
And CUSA's had a lot of fun Tuesday nights this year. Wild Tuesday nights.
CUSA.
But what I've learned about getting a loogie is that same guy that hawked a loogie.
Uh-huh.
Boy, was he awesome in church the next day. Hey, coach, it's so good to see you.
So
Welcome
you
to
saw him
church.
did it?
Yeah, man. All these same drunken idiots that were calling me everything. The worst name in the book was at the nice Southern Baptist church the next day, saying, "Coach, that was a tough one last
It's kind of like
night."
BYU fans.
I don't know. BYU fans I think they are who they are, though.
You know what I found out was a big church guy? Philip Rivers.
Oh, big time.
He used to go to the one downtown.
Yeah.
I mean, like on game day, like my NFL experience, everybody just went to the chaplain.
His whole
or
thing was
something.
he didn't cuss,
Yeah,
too.
I know, but
Yeah.
like he literally got like an Uber to the church. I
Sure.
guess.
Oh, yeah. Didn't mess around.
That didn't make me hate him any less.
The
but,
man,
you know,
the
good
man
for you,
upstairs
guy.
is taking attendance.
I guess you'd wear a bolo tie. I had
Oh,
some
bless
friend
your
that saw he
heart.
had his bolo tie on.
You just got to drop the old.
Do you
oh,
peace be with you, a Philip Rivers on game day? You can't do that,
Peace
can
be
you?
dadgum
ain't
with
peace,
you.
ain't peace with nobody.
And then the old.
Peace with you on Monday, pal. Not today.
Bless
Not
your heart,
today,
young
guy.
man.
It is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. We are talking about the number 1 seed Broncos, a victory over the Kansas City Chiefs, and we are smacking rears when we come back. And there are many a cheek that requires a palm to it when we return. We're going to do it over the pants, Coach. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are with you until 6 o'clock today. Jeff Legwald coming up at 4 o'clock. Highlights at 5:20. Rally House Football Monday. Shop every team in town. This is the place to be for football talk this afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, you know how good you feel after the Broncos beat the Chiefs and surely firmly take control of the AFC West? How about you feel that way in the bedroom again? If you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction and you've been feeling like, your play calling's not right, everything's just a little bit off, you need to get the old play calling mojo back. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you with problems like ED. Matter of fact, they got options for you. They've got treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail. So if you haven't felt that victory in the bedroom in a while, time to get over there, get it handled. Time to feel like the Broncos and get that love and feeling back a little bit. Over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, remember, they do have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that'll have you last an hour or more. Plenty of time to call plays there. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED's been affecting your intimacy, make the last time the last time. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a teen and PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. But if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the visit's free, so nothing to lose. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you up in Fort Collins, in the Springs as well. They have a great revamped location in Castle Rock you're going to want to check out. Couldn't be easier to get a hold of these folks. Call them today at 720-440-7900. They'll take you through the 5 locations. You can choose the one closest to you. They'll route you to that location. Or go and schedule a visit online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
But it's finding those guys that can tune out the noise, and there's been a lot of noise, like a lot of just, I won't comment on it, but anyway. And I hear some of the narratives, and I just want to, like, cry. But anyway.
Nice going, Mike Sanford. You're making Sean Payton cry.
Yeah, man. That I don't know. See again whether it's Juice Box Sucker 25 or whatever we got going on there. All the narratives came from guys that seem to have an awful lot of working knowledge of our buddy. So, hey, you know what though? Smack on the rear to Sean Payton. How about I start it out this way?
Okay.
You realize he's never lost a home game to the Chiefs?
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Now we all, for good reason, threw out the one last year at the end of the year. The Chiefs didn't play anybody, but think about it.
3-0 guy.
He ended the streak when we got it wasn't our hump.
Yeah.
One of the famous drops at our guy. Holy cow, Mark Springer got a haircut.
He did. I asked him, did you want it to look like that?
Oh, come on.
I'm just kidding. It looks really good, Spring. It was just so glorious before.
It was glorious. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, I give Sean a smack on the rear. He's not lost a home game to the Chiefs. They're on a 3-game home heater versus the team that they once could not beat.
What was the difference in that game yesterday, ultimately? What was it? It was Kansas City blinked. It was the Chiefs made the big mistake, and the Broncos never did. That's the difference in that game. The 10-point swing of the Jaquan McMillan interception, and then the Broncos put together a touchdown drive right after that. That 10-point swing. That was where the game was decided, right there, because it was, the first half was kind of the two prize fighters circling each other. I think both teams, first 4 drives, went 2 field goals, 2 punts, from 6-0 to 6-6. The Chiefs had a really crappy possession at the end of the half that I want to highlight a little bit more coming up later in the show. But Mahomes made the mistake. He tried to play hero ball. He tried to force the ball into a receiver that wasn't even looking at the football. And McMillan made the interception and had a big return. It sucked that got wiped out, but still, the Broncos put together a touchdown drive after that. That swing was where the game was won and lost right there, because it was just going to be 2 teams trading jabs until somebody made a mistake.
I will tell you, I had to be annoying to watch the game with yesterday because there was more yelling going on. I have not entered fan mode like that for quite some time. Because really, honestly, for the most part, the fan part of me has died a slow death for a while. You know what I mean?
I know the feeling.
Because and it doesn't mean I love the team. I got jerseys, hats, the whole deal. I loved working for the team. I loved all that stuff. They're just, you get behind the scenes. Anybody that does something, you get a look at something that's generally thought is cool. I don't care what part of life you're in. You look at it differently after. You know what I mean? You know why. That guy doesn't care as much as you think he does, or that coach and that player don't get along, or there's stuff going on in the room that you're not aware of. So I completely understand why things happen on Sunday that to some people are like, I don't get it. Well, I'll tell you why. I don't know what it was yesterday, man, because I don't. Maybe it's just it's the
Chief
Chiefs.
eight.
It's that damn logo,
Chief eight.
Stupid red helmet, and then it really got ratcheted up when Travis Kelce had to give really go. Oh, let me hear you. Let me hear. I was so happy to see his sad, sorry face sitting on the sideline at the end of the game. Go home and cry to your billionaire soon-to-be wife. Anyway, I'm
he's like, cool, I will.
I'm just, he will. Yeah. I will buy you soon and fire you. No, but seriously, it was weird because what was getting me worked up was they kept giving him a chance. I'm like, you're going to let him take it on us. And it didn't happen, Nate. To your point, he didn't have that drive where they stacked the scores and then you're out of the game.
Right. It never happened in that game. And in fact, when they had an opportunity to put a stranglehold on the game and they scored the touchdown to go up 19-16, and there's Frank Crum. I want to give my first smack on the rear.
It's a good smack.
It's also, I would have to reach up to smack that guy in the rear because he's about 19 feet tall. But
exercise your 4-inch vertical jump to get up there to Frank's backside.
Seriously, Frank Crum and his outstanding blonde Thor-like mane going up there and blocking that thing, it set Denver up to keep it a field goal game. They could just kick the 54-yarder after that, and they could tie the game at 19. They could stay conservative the way that they basically need to stay in games, And because the game script stayed in control, the Broncos, like, when the Chiefs had the chance, and again, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this Chiefs team is not impressive.
They really aren't.
Denver, and this is going back to your Sean Payton comment, Andy, is like the Broncos don't make dumb mistakes to blow football games. They almost wait you out. They're like a Floyd Mayweather kind of back there, just waiting for you to make a mistake, and then pow, they get you.
All right, on your play though, and I need your coach's eyes.
Are we talking
on
about
this,
Crumb?
Mike, on the Crumb block.
Yeah,
I got some juice for you on that.
Well, real quick though, did we not know the rules? Why was there not a man? And I thought Hufanga had the best scoop and take it. That's 2 points for you.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's 2 points, and they just fell on it.
Which
like,
is
guys, do
crazy.
not know the rules. You can
Okay,
make this a 1 point game. Go.
So you know that I've had to learn that there are different rules in high school football. You can't return
in high school
an extra point in high school. I had no idea. I was screaming at the officials, eviscerating the officials. Like, my guy's got to get 2 points there. You're like, coach, you can't return an extra point in high school football.
Guess this.
Why?
I was on the sideline the last time it happened because I was in New Orleans when Simmons hopped the line, blocked it, and Will Parks, thank
2
God,
points
was
the other
wearing
way.
wide shoes and took it the other way. We're still not sure if he stepped on that boundary, but it didn't matter. They put 2 on the board. I was just like, guys, take it and go.
I'm not going to get that worked up over it. I don't trust Talladega Hufanga's hands to do anything.
What is going on? He's like my favorite new player. Oh, my God, I love him as a safety.
hands.
I screamed twice at that guy and not being able to pick him. There was the one in the red zone where he could have picked it and had the pick
Oh,
six.
I know. He's got.
Can we get you on the jugs machine, my guy?
He's just like, I think that he's so focused on destroying dudes that it's like, oh, I got to catch the. Like, he's not worried about the ball.
All right, give
he
him
just
a
wants,
smack on the rear,
He
too,
wants
though.
to hurt somebody is
Smack
all he
him.
wants to
Smack
do.
him again.
Yeah.
So
That dude is a difference
I
maker,
agree.
man.
Can I go back to the actual
got big
play?
crumbs.
Oh, yeah, the block PAT.
So watching that play, usually it's just a big human being gets knocked back on the guard on the field goal block unit and then just sticks up a big paw and sweet. This was the Riz master with the Riz special. It was a scheme. So Wazarike, is it Levi Wazarike? Is that
Ioma
Iyoma,
Yes,
I don't know.
Levi.
I don't know. Levi
really,
Wallace. I was thinking
listen,
of Levi
you really
Wallace.
pulled a Lindahl there. I don't know where the Levi came from.
I don't know why. So I believe it was a Wazarike was lined up over right guard on the field goal unit. Instead of going quickly right through that, the gap right there or taking on the guard, they ran a field goal block stunt where a Wazarike crossed the face quickly and drew the attention of both the guard, the short snapper, and went on the other side of the short snapper and did not touch him. But really, the eye distraction, it took this right guard, the short snapper, and the left guard's attention, creating a tiny crease for Frank Crum to just sneak in and then elevate. It was a beautiful design.
I think what you're talking about. I think Rizzi called field goal block number 73 on that one.
It was,
and he was able to make the play. He's got 80 of them. So it's good
Is
that
that
one
actually
worked.
what's been told? He has 80 or no?
It's what he said.
Well, because they talked about that. I didn't believe it. I was like,
Oh, that's right, because he's got like 900 of them in his list.
He
I
pulled
forgot
out.
about
He
that.
pulled out one on the play that was the reason you lost the game to the Colts. Yeah, we hadn't run that one. We hadn't practiced it until this week.
Yesterday was a great special teams day for
Dude,
the
it was
Broncos.
fantastic.
It truly was. Crawshaw had a great day. Marvin Mims had a 70-yard punt return. God, is he good.
Can we get him the ball on offense?
More, please. Yes.
My headline was so close.
Okay,
to
so
coming
that's
true.
Can I would love to smack Nate Kreckman's new, I guess it's a Friday tradition coming up.
Headlines.
What are you going to call it? Just purely headlines or
We're
write
workshopping
Monday's
that.
headlines on Friday?
And we're working on it. We, I for a moment there, I was like, ooh, is this game going to go to Bover time?
Wow.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
So the headlines, 2 of the 4 were spot on. Andy Lindahl, I'm going to start by smacking you and your headline square in the rear. What
Marvin
was it
Mims.
about? Marvin Mims. Do you
Very
remember
good.
the actual headline?
Yeah, but he didn't get involved on offense. Like
I don't
thought,
care.
So.
But he was awesome. He had 3 returns for 101 yards. And then I got to go with mine. The reign of terror is Bova. And I
did
said,
get a Bover
and
throw,
you
by the
remember?
way.
You remember my what do they call it? The footer on the headline?
Sub-headline?
My
Sub-headline?
sub-headline?
Yeah.
It was Bo Nix outduels Patrick Mahomes en route to AFC West supremacy.
He was better than Mahomes yesterday.
He was.
He was.
He had the key throws down that critical drive that got them the points.
Yep. And
not Kansas City.
And Mahomes didn't make the critical throws. Mahomes had 2 3-and-outs in the fourth quarter when he had to have it, and that's where Vance Joseph gets the next smack on the rear out of me.
God, it's a good smack.
He is, first off, it will be criminal if he's not an NFL head coach next year. He's got head coaching experience. He is one of the best defensive play callers in the game today. Like, get him interviews. He absolutely deserves it, and he deserves another opportunity. He's done a great job with this defense, but when they had to have it yesterday, he was there. And this guy has gone 3-0 without Patrick Surtain, which
at times, though, yesterday you're like, man, they miss him.
Oh, without a doubt. But Andy, I didn't think there was a planet in which they would win every game without Surtain. They've given up 15, 7, and 19 points in 3 games without Patrick Surtain out there, without the best player on your football team. That's freaking special.
Now you do that, you smack the backside of George Payton and I guess Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Because you drafted Jahdae Barron.
He had a very good day against Kelsey yesterday.
He's becoming an answer for your tight ends.
Yeah.
And if the refs... you know who needs a smack in the face? Just smack all the refs. Like 5 smack sounds.
In the rear
but
or
it's
the
in
face?
the face right now. Hey.
Jeez.
One more. Yeah, Nate and I had them both counted. There we go. Seriously, fellas. Quit talking about every call. You threw the flag like you were damn sure what you were doing. Then we all had to get together. I was losing my mind. Quit talking about it. Just call it. Can we get on with this game? You were ruining this in so many ways. Not only do you have bad calls, but then you got to talk about your bad calls. And then it's just taking forever.
NFL
and you're not sure.
Officiating
Good God.
had a bad day
A
all
real
over the
bad day.
league
Like
yesterday.
And look, they screwed the Chiefs too. There were plenty that I hated for us. That crew sucks.
Yeah.
Disband them. Get rid of them. Anyway, good draft in a Jahdae Barron. For those who wonder why do you take a corner with that kind of, why do you just go ahead and have a luxury pick, as we called it? Yesterday's why. Because you know what? He may be your tight end answer. Remember, he's the one that took care of the big Dallas tight end, Ferguson. Look, man, it just
and
Brock
Bowers,
6.
right? Brock Bowers just had the one catch, and it was
because
on
again.
It was cover. It was not even a man coverage call. It was the cover 3 match. And he was passing it on to somebody that wasn't there, and it does happen in 3 match. So it was the only time that he gave up it was a schematic bust by the roster, not just by him. I also love the fact, and can I just give another just nice square juicy smack?
You're
I'm aggressive.
Yeah, you're really
Vance Joseph. Can I give me another?
You're going to do it again.
Smack in the rear.
You're going to get the old other cheek.
How about a second one? Give it to right. That third
you can
one
punch
right
the
there.
bruise, as they like to say.
Right there.
Wow,
so here's why. When Jahdae Barron was drafted, everybody said, you got Riley Moss and Pat Surtain II. What are you doing? And then you look a little bit deeper and you say, no, this guy's actually a nickel. And you're saying, well, you got Jaquan McMillan. What are you doing?
Depth.
Not just that. It's how Vance Joseph is employing the personnel.
Different roles.
Listen, on some of the impactful plays where Jaquan McMillan is either involved in a PBU or an interception or a sack, you realize where Jahdae Barron was playing? What position he was lined up as? A Mike linebacker.
Yeah.
He's playing as the middle linebacker lined up over the center in the A-gap on a double A-gap pressure look. And I said, that is really hard to deal with. If you're an offensive coordinator, you're trying to figure out, where's my nickel? Okay, it's 29. Oh, wait, hold on, it's 23. Wait a minute, where's my Mike linebacker? Oh, wait, it's 23. Wait, that doesn't add up. And you start having some issues with identifying pressure looks. That's what Vance Joseph's doing. What I love is that every week there's a new wrinkle. Every week there's a new something, and he had some more. And that's been the criticism on him, on Vance Joseph, is he shows his hand early in the season. He's a big pressure guy, tons of man coverage. What he said last week is true. I'm actually not just a cover 1, cover 0 guy. I play cover 3 match. So it looks like man match. But we end up pressuring, and then we end up letting guys pass on and shallow crossers.
He's got the personnel to be able to do it.
No question. That's a George Payton smack right
there.
I
want to give him one more smack while we're there. We'll just all smack all his rear everywhere.
He's up to 5.
Because I was upset with him there was the one play, one big play where he didn't bring pressure on the 3rd and long.
Yeah.
And I'm like, your identity is pressure. Yeah. Why did you drop back? And then they ended up picking it out, passing or whatever. But you should have brought pressure. Part of the reason why they got the PI was Mahomes had all day to find the guy because you only rushed 4. When they got a second big one like that, he brought pressure and stuck to his identity.
Luca Evans from the Post had this. according to his charting, Barron was matched up on Kelce 6 times, 2 catches on 3 targets for 14 yards. That's it. Out of Travis Kelce in that game yesterday. And Kelce had misses. He had drops in that game yesterday. He got the 1 touchdown. And I know Hufanga, like, you'll mark that as a missed tackle, but, like, he had no leverage. He hit him high.
Left his feet.
Yeah, you can't tackle Travis Kelce high, but also he didn't have time to tackle him properly. So it's like, you know what? Sometimes the Hall of Famer is going to get you. And that's what happened on that play.
Shot Mazda text line smack in the rear coming from the 412.
The CAD.
I love this one. Chris Abrams drain. Every time I saw Chris Abrams drain in a cover rep, it was extremely sticky in coverage. That dude is playing at a high level.
Hey, we said a couple 3 weeks ago, people were saying maybe you trade one of the corners, and we said don't do it.
Keep them all.
There's been plenty we've been wrong about this year. That's the right one right there.
Keep the corners.
I need you to, and you know what? Maybe we do it after the break because I'm going to need an explanation for you. Did we finally see a bad Riley Moss game yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh,
and I love my guy. I really do.
We're in the fan club.
That second one, bro.
Not good.
You were handsy as a first date. What are you doing? You got to calm down.
Hollywood Brown while the ball is in the air.
You were as handsy as Nate Kreckman, ready to hold hands during a movie.
It's like Andy Lindahl's first date with a 6 or greater. Super handsy.
Tonight,
7.
The Nuggets take on the Bulls, riding a 7-game winning streak as Jokic hunts his 8th triple-double of the year. By the way, scheduled win. The Bulls were in Utah
and
last night.
Congratulations to your guy, Joker. Another Western Conference Player of the Week.
Just name the award after him.
Yeah, at what point do you just go, he's out?
Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show sponsored by Ramos Law. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Rally House Football Monday.
first off, if you're talking about Bo online, you're a coward. Absolute coward. But just want to say that and guard him a little bit. But, I mean, it says a lot. You know, he blanks it out, and we talked about it this week. You know, we don't care what other people think. We know what we have in the building, and we know what he's made of, and we don't really care what people have to say. So, Dragon Slayer 69 with his 7-Eleven Slurpee in his mom's basement, I don't give a what he has to say, right? And Bo doesn't either. So, yeah.
I'm just glad Josh Fogg is back in the conversation.
That is true. Dragon Slayer, the Dragon Slayer. I'm glad that Adam Troutman was a Rockies fan back in 2007.
I know, right?
Because that was the only fall that Josh Fogg was Dragon Slayer.
Josh Fogg, by the way.
For those that don't remember.
Random number 37.
Yeah.
Remember some number 37s, Josh Fogg.
That's tough to do. There's
also,
not a lot of them. Oh, Cecil Sapp wore 37 with the Broncos.
He was a 37.
Yeah.
Also,
Ram.
elite sideburns.
Fogg?
Yeah.
Yeah. For those that don't know the story, Josh Fogg, during the Rockies 07 playoff run, took down the ace like 4 of his starts.
Yeah.
And so they called him the Dragon
Kept
Slayer.
beating Brandon Webb.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Was Rodney Harrison not 37?
He was. Good
That
call.
was a
There
great
you go.
37.
Yeah,
you
for
go.
both the Chargers and the Pats.
All right. Remember some number 37s.
Dude, he had the most, like, I interviewed him at the Super Bowl when still a player back in 03. The famous, who's that quarterback I ran into that now no longer plays? The story, who was the old Niner?
Jeff George.
No, Jeff, you're halfway there. Jeff George.
Oh, Jeff Garcia.
Jeff Garcia.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Galooly.
Yeah, I interviewed Jeff Galooly. No, Rodney Harrison. Rodney Harrison is like the most mesmerizing, unique color of eyes.
Oh, dude.
You're just like,
you get lost in him.
Well,
So,
yeah,
so he
but you're
played. He played for the Chargers when my dad was coaching there, and he used to. I was like a high school senior, skinny. I mean, just he and Junior say I would ask like, get in here and just try to put these these 100 pounds and bench them. I'm like, dude, you guys are great. You remember John Perella?
Oh yeah,
the D lineman John Perella. He would have 200-pound dumbbells just ripping bench press. I'm like, these guys are otherworldly. I loved Rodney Harrison. Great dude.
Did you ever get to the 100-pound dumbbell bench press?
No.
Really?
I was not a good bencher.
Oh, okay.
I had the Tyler Polumbus problem. Really long arms. It's a long travel. I was more of a cleaner. Hang clean, power clean guy. Explosiveness. Hip explosion.
Let me ask you something. You were sucking at bench presses back at Boise State.
Correct.
Okay. Boise State. That's where you matriculated. That's your identity. You're Mr. Boise State, okay?
I'm not happy. Not proud of it right now.
Probably not. But the identity of Boise State football is we are better at calling trick plays than anybody else.
It's always been the deal.
Okay.
And as the play caller, when you're the offensive coordinator,
yeah,
there is a tangible burden that you feel every game to have a chef's kiss trick play that works.
Yeah, your
every
fans
game.
expect that. That's the identity of your football program.
You know who else expects it?
Who?
Your opponent.
Oh, exactly.
Okay. It led to some ugly trick plays.
So
say I know where Nate's going.
So Sean Payton decides yesterday, well, I've got to go trick play. Opening drive of the game. We're in rhythm. We're moving down the field. It's a 1st down and 10. We are in the red zone.
And I got something for you.
And I got R.J. Harvey tossing the ball back to Bo Nix, which the Broncos are so fortunate that was not a pick six.
Hey, man. Bo may be our next white corner at this
Seriously.
point. How about him just calmly keeping the hand up and simply tapping it? Because that was a pick.
Yep.
That was a pick.
He was going to be
Bo
gone.
Nix.
You know
he
that
should get a PBU.
You know that Bo, after the game in the locker room, all's fair after a big W, looks over at Riley Moss like, hey, that's how you play the ball.
You got nothing, bro.
Hey, just so you know.
Hey, that's how you keep a hands off a guy?
Yeah.
No flag.
This is how you avoid
I
penalty.
didn't PI him.
No flag.
That's how I do it.
So you got to settle for a chip shot field goal.
Did he also go up to Harvey and go, you will never throw the ball again?
Well, you should have just thrown it away.
Okay.
It was sniffed out from the jump.
You're a play caller.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You have these plays on your sheet.
Correct.
Yep. You're Mr. Boise State.
Maybe even currently. He's not saying.
Okay. How like put me inside the mind of the play caller, Sean Payton, yourself, anyone, that it's like, okay, we're hammering away. Success rate is clicking. Boom, boom, boom. We're moving down the field. First down, second down, first down. We're going. And now it's trick play time. Now they'll never see this one coming. And it just the problem with it is when it doesn't work, it makes you look like such a moron.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
The mind of the play caller is more about where those calls live on your call sheet.
Yeah.
And that was probably a call that Sean had in his red zone. I'd call it high red, which is probably, what was it? Probably 20-12. Where was the play called? Was it on the 14?
God, I thought it was near I thought it was our half.
It's on the 12.
12. There you go. Yeah.
It was on. Wait a minute.
It was the red zone. It was tight red.
Kansas City 12.
So I would say you're knocking on the door of the tight red zone.
So that was after the long punt.
I call.
No. Opening drive of the game.
So the way I break down red zone, I call the tight red zone 11-yard line down to the 4. 3 and in is goal line.
Okay.
So 4-yard line to the 11 is tight red. High red is 12 to 20.
Okay.
And then I call the red zone fringe the 21 to the 40, where you can still get some shot plays. On your call sheet, that massive Waffle House menu that's on corkboard with Sean that actually now has flaps. Have you seen Sean has flaps coming off of his call sheet?
Hey, real quick,
he's
guys.
keeping Kinko's in business.
How the hell is he reading that thing with the amount of lattes that he's having
dude,
before
the shaking
a
was
game?
out of control yesterday.
It was a leaf. It was a leaf. It wasn't the win this time.
Yeah,
not the win.
Easy on the lattes, Sean.
Yeah,
Too many lattes.
So what I say is that on that call sheet, it was probably right there on the red zone fringe, 20-12.
Yeah.
And it's one that he probably had the circle on it, the star.
He was looking.
You go back through, you dot it.
He's looking
not
for
a
hash
field
mark.
Thing. Like I'm curious what he's saying. Don't you have a field? I would think there's some. Oh, I got you here. When you're going to call that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you just calling it for the hell of it.
No, but I'm telling you is that you game plan those areas based off the tendencies of the defense you're playing.
Don't you need a look that says I'm going to?
Yes,
this is going to work.
Okay, so 2 things why I hated the play call. I didn't hate the play call because it was a trick play. I didn't. I'm a Boise guy.
You're a Boise
I
guy.
love
You
a
lived
freaking
off.
trick play, right? What I hated, number one, was I think there should have been a kill or a can, as they call them in the NFL, for 2 overhang players weak. If there's a safety and a corner that have basically zone eyes, the play should be dead, and you should just check it to outside zone right. And that's what
And just run the ball.
Run the ball.
Yeah.
Run the ball.
Take your loss of 2 or
Easy
whatever
to go.
you were going to have.
I've had the amount of times I've had trick plays up that I've gotten out of and checked to some run, and sometimes the run goes for like a 30-yard gain, and I'm like, oh, thank God I checked to that. That was a good check. That was better than a trick play. I've done that probably 30 times in my career. This year I've done it 5 times. I've checked out of a trick play. Or I've banged a timeout, or I've yelled out at, hey guys, let's just run power here. The second thing I hated about it, who runs toss? Like, you have to think about what you're trying to show. You're trying to show the toss play to R.J. Harvey. The Broncos haven't run that from pistol. They've run it from under center.
It's a good call.
And they've run it from same side gun action where it's a toss sweep. It's a terrible run play as a standalone from pistol because you're so far back behind the line of scrimmage, so far to get in phase to be able to make an efficient cut. By the time you toss the ball, if it was a run play, R.J. Harvey's like 11 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
R.J. Harvey's sell job on that was not strong.
It sucked.
Yeah, quite bad. Quite bad. And as
the
soon
pistol was gross.
As soon as he stopped to throw the ball, I was like, don't do it. No. Because it was, and again, you could just see it coming from a mile away. And Kansas City saw it coming from a mile away. But the frustration of it is it's like, okay, now you're behind schedule when you're in the, you're in the red zone, you're at the 12-yard line. So automatically things are getting tougher for you, and you've just screwed yourself.
Yeah, I hated the call right there. Also, wouldn't that be one? I don't know. Look, the red zone needed some help yesterday, so maybe we shouldn't criticize him for that.
He's a 9-2 head football coach in the National Football League that's won a Super Bowl and has had some of the best offenses in the history of the game. And yet, the stupid high school football coach, I am clamoring for a quarterback designed run inside the 20-yard line.
Boy, I was thinking that late in the game, right? But I will tell you this: he stuck with Harvey late. I liked it. Would liked a couple more runs, but I don't. And you know what? Say, smack on the rear to R.J. Harvey. Won a perfect game. That throw certainly is one you want to get rid of.
That's not setting up a rookie for success, though, right?
Yeah, but you know what? He had some great runs. There were a couple times. There weren't a lot of gaping holes. He had that one where he got to the line, got patient, just kind of like he was excusing himself through a crowd in a department store and found his way to the first down.
He converted a couple of first downs. The run game yesterday was quite puke.
It was not good.
2.8 yards per carry in the long
What
run of
did
the day
RJ
was 8 yards for a Bo Nix scramble. Harvey, 11 carries for 30 yards, a 2.7 yards per carry average.
But they were not. Now,
it was
you know
not
what?
good.
He also had a couple lanes, though. Like, I felt like there were a couple times, didn't you feel like, and I think maybe even one was McLaughlin. I don't want to label him.
I thought Jaleel looked good.
Yeah, but there were some
had a little
lanes
burst
where
to
they
him.
could have really got more. That's where you're like, man,
I saw
Dobbins
that
would have
cutback.
turned. Oh,
The
there was
cutback
one where they
if
gave
he
the alley.
If he rides the wave,
Yes.
Terrell Davis style, that's Jaleel McLaughlin.
Oh, it's just one guy, just make one guy miss like Dobbins. They are going to miss Dobbins.
But we can't agree on this. Sean Payton called his best game of the year yesterday.
He had a really good game. I completely agree with that. He schemed things open, and Bo made the throws when they were there. There were a couple of Bo overthrows yesterday, but for the most part, he
quieted his feet down.
He made the plays when he needed to.
I felt synergy
All right,
between
where do you
Sean
fall
and Bo.
on Troy Franklin?
I tweeted it yesterday in the fourth quarter, and I believe this to be the case. Troy Franklin is good sometimes.
I agree.
Yeah, he's
But not
good
always.
sometimes.
The problem is you don't know when.
I tweeted out that
he's quite good sometimes.
I tweeted out in the second quarter when it was really ugly that he chose to wear oven mitts on his hands as opposed to wide receiver gloves. And the reason I say that, how often does he catch the football with his hands so far apart?
Coach, I'm telling you, isn't that like the first thing you learn in Pop Warner football is put them together?
Right here, man. Form the diamond, baby.
He's good sometimes.
Spread the noose.
Mike Sanford, everybody, just hung 70 on the Erie Tigers. What do you got? Legend this week?
Legend. Jay Keeps, Garrett Bowles. Garrett Bowles on the sideline.
This is going to be a big one.
He's going to be looking across at me and going,
Give you
you
the
want a
crazy
piece of
eyes?
this, buddy?
Oh, that's right.
Hey,
It's his
easy on
bye
the
week,
easy
too.
guy. Huh?
Yeah, you've
Oh,
got
yeah.
you've got creepy playoff energy right now. I can see it. It's radiating off of you.
Mhm.
You should probably go to football practice.
I am going to right now.
Okay, that's Mike Sanford, everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold coming up next. Yes, it is a Rally House Football Monday, big voice guy. Rally House shop every team in town. That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer producing the program. And Jeff Legwold is with us here from ESPN on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, when did the Chiefs lose that game yesterday? When did the Broncos win that game yesterday?
I think the Chiefs lost when, like the Broncos, they kicked too many field goals early and did not have the Broncos defense backing them up. I think in a game where they, I've heard the image sort of made already from other people I know, but the first half was just kind of like the old circling each other, hoping somebody makes a mistake where you get the opportunity, and that didn't really happen. And the second half, they really went at it. I thought both teams, but when the Chiefs don't hit those early big play shots, and I think only one of those was really open early. The one to Worthy was that throw. If he makes that throw, that's a touchdown. But I think when they didn't hit those in the first series, then the game kind of settled into the rhythm the Broncos wanted.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs never really got that back.
Jeff, what was the most impressive part about yesterday's win? How about that? From your football eyes, what was maybe the most undervalued part of what they did there? The Broncos, that is.
Yeah, I don't know if it's undervalued because everybody saw it, but they took their leading tackler and the reigning defensive player of the year and the best player at his position in Pat Surtain. Alex Singleton, their leading tackler, didn't play. They took those two guys out of the equation and still played elite, title-worthy defense. And I think that tells you the depth of what they've assembled there and the care they've taken to build it, to build the depth chart, and just the number of difference makers they have deep into the depth chart. I think that's what, look, the Chiefs aren't, the advanced metrics say the Chiefs aren't playing that much differently than last year when they won 15 games. It's just they're not winning the close ones like the Broncos are. But I think defensively, it's hard to argue that was not a really impressive performance. And I'm not sure I care what people think about the Chiefs offense right now as compared to last year, years before. In this moment, that was a really, really good defensive performance.
No, it really was, Jeff. And to that point, it was Mahomes who, as you said, he was missing the throws early. He overthrew Worthy. He overthrew Thornton. He threw behind Noah Gray. Those were all going to be splash chunk explosive plays that he missed out on early in that game. And I think he got frustrated to the point where he eventually made the big mistake by trying to force the ball into Elijah Mitchell. And instead, Jaquan McMillan comes up with the interception right there. If he just holds his water and Kansas City takes their field goal, the game stays on schedule for them. But that's a 10-point swing because the Broncos scored right after it. And that got Mahomes on his heels the rest of the way. And then when they get the lead and they have a chance to make it a touchdown game, well, Frank Crum then blocks a PAT and keeps it a field goal game and keeps it in the place where Denver has to have it. And then you force 2 3-and-outs in the fourth quarter. Vance Joseph and his game plan yesterday, this defense plays so sound. They're such an excellent tackling group. The tackling on this defense, Jeff, we talk all the time about the pass rush, about the coverage. But yesterday, the tackling that was on display was absolutely marvelous. There's almost nothing that this defense doesn't do at a completely elite level.
Yeah, and I think the ultimate compliment was paid by probably the most accomplished coach in the NFL right now with one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen. And what they choose to do immediately, they took a couple early shots just to see, and then the ball was out of Mahomes' hands so quick. They wanted no part of the Broncos pass rush. In no way did they think if they played how they usually play, would they hold up? I mean, they had more moving pockets yesterday with Mahomes than I saw in any game I charted leading up to Sunday's game of the Chiefs. So they forced Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes to play differently. Before the game even started, they forced that hand. And I think, in the offensive world we live in, a play call like Vance Joseph bringing a corner blitz with the game on the line, that is equivalent to going deep on 4th and 1, with the game on the line. And I thought that really spoke to what you're saying. Their play sound. I mean, they didn't just blitz Jaquan McMillan. He did it exactly right. He hit it as long as possible before he took off and came clean and basically unseen by one of the best quarterbacks, people have seen.
Well, to that point, Jeff, like we were talking about this before, they're 3-0 without Surtain. Like you talked about at the top of this conversation, they are 3-0 without Patrick Surtain. Last year, I don't believe this defense could have done what they have done over these last 3 weeks when they have given up 15, 7, and 19 points over 3 games without the Defensive Player of the Year award winner out there. Everybody on that defense right now is so good at what they do and so extremely sound. Like yesterday, an absolute clinic in Kansas City. Kind of to your point, Jeff. Like you look up at the end of the game, Rashee Rice, 38 yards. Hollywood Brown, 40 yards. Xavier Worthy, 25 yards. Like he got the one shot to Thornton. Great play by Mahomes. Well done. But outside of that, like anything that he was trying to open up in the intermediate part of the football field, he just flat out didn't have time to be able to do it.
Yeah, and I think the other interesting thing about this defense you don't always see is I've seen a lot of defenses have a lot of sacks, but some defenses, whether they admit it or not, chase sacks. They leave their rush lanes. They pursue wide. They try to get the loop around and come back and get the quarterback. They didn't leave Mahomes any room to escape, and that was a big part of the day. I mean, he came into that game with the most scramble yardage in both passing and rushing of any quarterback in the league, including Josh Allen. And they limited those opportunities for them. And I think that all frustrated Mahomes. And he basically said after the game, he shouldn't have taken that chance that Jaquan McMillan snagged. And probably he doesn't take that chance if he feels better about how things are going in that moment. But I think his mindset was, I got to take the risk or we're not going to get the score.
How healthy do you expect him to be after the break? They talked about it on the broadcast yesterday. I think it was Nance. I think it was Nance who made both notes that they thought Singleton might be back, or at least Singleton seemed to signal to them he thought he'd be able to play. They made a comment about possibly having Surtain back for the Commanders game. How healthy is this team when they get back?
I think they'll be pretty healthy, Andy. I mean, they won't have Dobbins, but I think I've told you guys all along, the timetable I've heard on Surtain all along has been coming back right after the bye.
Otherwise, they would have put him on IR. This is the only way it makes sense.
And I saw him in the locker room last night after the game, and I probably wasn't at medical school the day they taught medicine, but I think I know a football player who's about ready to play, and that's what I saw last night in the locker room from Surtain. And I think he'll be ready. And Singleton has given the indication, when we had him on a conference call, a few of us, that, it was, he said he did not have all of the tests back and the doctors didn't have all the pathology back. But I think all indications as he's gotten more of that information is my understanding is he has told the team he believes he'll be ready to practice when they come back from the bye, that his doctors will give him the thumbs up to practice and that he could play against Washington if that all goes well.
Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Leggy, Next Gen Stats had Bo Nix yesterday, 5 of 8 for $156 on throws, 15 or more yards downfield. It was a cleaner effort out of Bo Nix yesterday. How much of that was his own improvements, and how much of that was an offensive line that I thought held up really, really well yesterday against Spagnuolo and his pressure looks?
I think both.
Yeah.
I think, Bo deserves some credit. I would argue it was his best footwork day of the season as
I would
well.
agree.
Other than the Cowboy game. I thought he was really sound in the Cowboy game, but they didn't have much resistance, and he didn't get a lot of those exotic looks. But I thought he reacted well to the pressure Spagnuolo tried, and I think he was more settled with his footwork, and the results were clear. I've said I think it's there. It's a question of footwork and his comfort level. I still think he gets frustrated at the pace of their operation, and I think the coaches know that during the bye week, and when they come back, they've got to at least have a discussion about, are you getting them to the line of scrimmage with enough time on the play clock that he feels comfortable? Like, it doesn't matter if the coaches think he should be comfortable. It's if he is really comfortable with that. And I see him spinning his fingers an awful lot.
Yeah.
Like, let's get this in. Let's get this going.
Yeah, it's funny because, Jake Plummer had said something to the morning show about how you got to speed it up for the guy last week. Then Tony Romo was interesting. Leggy, I know you're in the press box. You don't hear the commentary. But there's another former quarterback saying, yeah, I'd like to get to the line of scrimmage. I'd like to see this. Get the personnel in and out of there quicker. So I do think, I'm glad to hear you say you think that they'll have a conversation when they all get back. Since this is the only time we're talking to you this week, because it is the bye week for Jeff Legwall too, what are they going to do with the run game? Run game, yesterday was a day where unfortunately you're going, man, this team is really going to miss Dobbins. Not that you didn't know it, but unfortunately I just felt like it showed up in some spots. What do you think happens? They keep working with RJ Harvey? Do you think we see the mixed bag get back? What happens?
I think they'd like to roll with Harvey getting most of the carries, but I think you're gonna see McLaughlin a little more, and I think there'll be a little more concerted effort that's sort of catering some things to Harvey. He's still trying to find that sweet spot between patient and planting your foot and going. You see it at moments, but a rookie is a rookie, and it is a big adjustment, whether we like to think it's not. And I think he's trying to do it in real time. But he shows flashes, and I think he's shown them enough flashes that they want him in there to try and get it going. But they still, yesterday was a great example. Not a lot of carries in the first half, and they really only start putting the carries up when they up the tempo a little bit, and it's run, couple pass, quick to the line, run again. I mean, that's when you see the carries, and that's when you see the carries have success. And I think, again, it's just one guy's, Timmy, the sports writer's opinion, but I think the whole offense would benefit from being at the line of scrimmage when the play clock's at 15 instead of 7. And I think that limits a lot of the run pass checks that get you those favorable looks on run plays, is when you see the safety drifting or leaning and you make the run check that you have. Every quarterback has a run pass check. And when you have time to make those, I think you have better run plays.
Talking to Jeff Legwald here on a Monday afternoon. Leggy, the Broncos are 7-2 this year in games decided by 8 or fewer points. And they are the only team who have played in 9 games that close this season. We know that there's variance when it comes to close games and one-scored games in the NFL. Just ask, I don't know, the Kansas City Chiefs about that. But for Denver, when you look at what Sean Payton has put in place and Vance Joseph has put in place with this football team, what are the couple of things that you would single out of, okay, this is why Denver is good in these situations?
Well, I'll defer to Bo Nix, who said they sit on the bench at times in games and know their defense is going to get the critical stop, and that they will get, he phrased it, they will get opportunity after opportunity, which means they believe, every guy in a helmet on their sideline believes their defense is just going to get enough stops that eventually you're going to get the opportunity on offense or special teams to make a play. And that's how they're living right now. And it all works as long as the defense can hold the line. And that's a hard way to live. And it's not sustainable, really. I mean, look at Minnesota has had, the difference between close wins you get and the ones you don't get. Kansas City, there's no better example right now in the league is again, all of the numbers, all of the advanced metrics say the Chiefs are basically playing the same as last year, but look at their record. And that's because it's a tough way to live in the NFL to win all those games. But when you have a defense that's good, it's easier to live that way.
Yeah, they forced 2 fourth-quarter 3-and-outs by the most clutch player of his generation yesterday. That to me was the story of that football game. He's Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com. Get his coverage right there. He is covering a 9-2 football team that is the number 1 seed in the AFC. Leggy, excellent as always, man. Thank you.
See you, fellas.
Jeff Legwold with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Bo Nix, the good, the bad, and the overthrows. We will talk about the performance of the Broncos quarterback and what is sustainable from that performance yesterday and a victory over the Chiefs. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Bo, especially on that last drive at the one to Sutton, and then
It's outstanding.
Franklin. How did he perform tonight? Kind of in a big.
I think
moment?
real well. He won. That's his job. He won. And against a pretty stingy defense that can give you problems.
24-37, 295. No tutties, no picks. He was sacked twice. Both sacks, by the way, were on the opening drive of the game. That is the only time this year that Bo Nix has been sacked more than once on a single drive. Again, credit to the Denver offensive line. But big number 10, Bo Nix, gets it done yesterday, and the Broncos defeat the Kansas City Chiefs 22-19. Andy, you know me. I'm going to go delving into the numbers and digging into the throwing charts and everything else when it comes to Bo Nix. You generally fly by the seat of your pants. What did the seat of your pants tell you about that performance from Bo Nix yesterday?
Look, the kid made the throws he needed to.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, he had the better game over Mahomes, despite Mahomes having the TD throw. He did not turn it over. He did not take sacks. He did everything Sean Payton described when he got in there. And again, he quieted his feet down. Now, the deep ball, at some point, I'd love for them to figure out the deep ball. We got another one of those run towards the receiver,
overthrows.
The overthrow because you're running towards the guy and chucking it for all you're worth. He had some weird angles on the Franklin, although the first one, Franklin, you got to dive and catch that, man. You're a pro receiver. It's part of the job. Okay, Bo could have put it on you a little bit better, but he put it in your area, and you got to catch it. You know what I mean? I thought Bo had a great look. Bo got him down there. Bo led the game-winning drive. Big third down where that thing could have got ugly. Long field goal could have been like a real kind of, squeaky bunghole time for what decision do you make? And instead, he gets you a first down. You don't have to worry about it. He gets a huge smack on the rear. He's a big reason why they won that thing.
Bo Nix yesterday had a clean pocket on 72.5% of his dropbacks, according to Next Gen. 273 of his 295 passing yards when not pressured. So yes, the pressure rate was not terribly high. He was pressured 11 times on 40 dropbacks, but also that's kind of what he gets on a weekly basis. He's one of the least pressured quarterbacks in the entire NFL. This offensive line, smack on the rear to the entire offensive line yet again. Just another outstanding game from the guys up front. Garrett Bowles has been magnificent this entire season. McGlinchey has been great. Quinn Miners.
I'd give him a little. He gets not quite as firm as smack.
Who's that?
Quinn Miners. He had a couple problems with the All-Pro yesterday.
It's Chris Jones. What do you want him to do?
But you can't pitch a shutout on 3 plays. Got to get a hand on the guy.
I mean, Chris Jones is. I'm pretty sure Chris Jones is going to the Hall of Fame. That's
all right. That's fine.
That's a tough match.
Means Quinn Miners. Look, if I didn't expect a lead out of you, then I wouldn't care. I still expect a lead. Get in front of the guy a little bit.
Wow. Tough crowd over here.
And 69 jumped at the wrong time.
Well, of course he does.
Also, got a McFlinchy.
Also, poor Palczewski couldn't get his shoe back on.
Oh, I know. I was like, oh, no, they're going to have to call a timeout.
And then it got called for holding.
Yeah.
On the very play. Because he couldn't get his shoe on in time.
Our guy Palcho. We still love you, Palcho. That's all right. One rough play, it's all right.
What's weird about yesterday's game is by QBR, that was Bo's fourth worst game of the season by QBR.
What?
Yeah.
Did it feel like he was having a bad game?
Well, he didn't throw any touchdowns, which QBR tends to, value.
Yeah. Look, he managed it to a win, so I ain't complaining. That's
just it, Andy. That's what it looks like when he's good Bo. We have had a couple of weeks in a row of bad Bo. We got good Bo yesterday, and that's it. Is the game is managed? The game is not taking negative plays. The game is not making stupid mistakes. That's what it looks like when he is at his very best and hit the throws when they're there. And yesterday he made some big time throws. He made 2 throws yesterday. Well, one to Pat Bryant that was just an absolute, drop in the bucket. Good feet underneath him, made a perfect throw. And then the throw to Troy Franklin to put Will Lutz in very easily makeable field goal range. The symmetry of it being a 35-yard field goal was pretty incredible. Right? Pretty awesome. And he was able to get it done, which was great. Will Lutz, smack on the rear to Will Lutz, 5 field goals. I really like Will Lutz is going to be AFC Special Teams Player of the Week, and Jaquan McMillan's going to be AFC Defensive Player of the Week this week,
Well,
right?
you'd have to think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 sacks and an interception yesterday for Jaquan McMillan. No one's ever done that in Broncos history, by the way.
How about that? They've had some pretty good DBs in this town.
Was the note that I heard right there. So that's a pretty good game out of him. But yeah, manage the game. He said it afterwards, like, know your defense is going to get it done, and then hit the throws when they are there. That's the good version of Bo Nix. With that guy out there that played yesterday against the Kansas City Chiefs, to your point, Andy, it just goes back to, like, you will be in a game with anybody. You will be in a game with anybody, and your defense will give you a chance to be able to win the football game.
Yeah, and you play the offense the way you played yesterday, and you're not going to give up. You're not going to screw the defense into not, basically wasting their effort.
Yep.
And frankly, let's be honest about it. That Kansas City defense played pretty good yesterday too. Pretty good. That is why I'm a little surprised. The QBR maybe needs to take into the quality of defense that you're playing, because I don't think that's the best defense they face. I mean, I guess Houston, I can't say that. Houston was number 1 at the time. But when you're talking about, what were they, 5 or 6 in total defense there for Kansas City?
Yeah.
And they're a divisional opponent who knows you?
Yeah.
That's why I would say maybe his best game, despite not throwing a touchdown, because of what he was up against.
Speaking of good defense, by the way, Philadelphia last night with Nakobe Dean and Jalen Phillips in there.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Fangio's got that thing cooking.
Woo! Look, if the Broncos can handle their business, we may see a rematch between old Philly and Denver in the Super Bowl.
That'd be a fun one. I'll watch that game. I'll watch that game. I'll take it.
We might get another one of these 5 field goal Super Bowls.
That's
the
just
NFL
it, though,
may not
Andy.
get the fireworks.
But that's how the Broncos, if the Broncos are going to do the thing and win the Super Bowl, they're going to win a Super Bowl that the rest of the world is complaining about.
What did Ryan Clark tell us last week?
If it's cheeks,
it's for them.
Denver's going to win.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yesterday.
If this game is buns, move on.
I would argue yesterday was not cheeks, though. I
thought it was
that
a fun game.
Yeah.
I agree.
The first half was what was 2 teams kind of settling into the game. You know what? As long as we're talking about the first half here for a second, and I want to pull this up on the play-by-play really quickly, because when reviewing the game today, and I felt like I thought this at the time, but Kansas City yesterday, first off, this is the very end of the half, okay? So very end of the half. Broncos have they got a 3rd and 2, and Bo scrambles. Remember this, he didn't pick up the first down. He got hit, doesn't pick up the first down, setting up a 4th down and 1. All right? And Tony Romo, I thought Romo was great right here. He was all over this. It was, if Andy Reid calls timeout, you go for it.
Yep. Oh,
okay?
yeah, when he broke all that down.
Exactly. But Andy Reid didn't call the timeout. Sean called the timeout after the clock ran down to 37 seconds left. So basically, in that battle of the wills, Sean said, I'll play clock right here, and I'll let it run down. Kansas City takes over at their own 24-yard line with 27 seconds on the clock. Andy, this is a team that won a playoff game in 13 seconds. This is one of the best big play, explosive quarterbacks of our lifetime. And they get the ball with 27 seconds left, and I was just like, oh, yeah, the Chiefs can easily put this into field goal range. They have 2 timeouts left, do the Chiefs. On first down, Mahomes hits Hollywood Brown right on the sideline. All Hollywood Brown has to do is fall out of bounds. He cuts inside.
Reid was upset.
Andy Reid was so pissed, but also it's like, this is one of the things that's different about the Chiefs right now, is like they're not making the smart plays. So they have to burn a timeout with 21 seconds left. They come out of the timeout. Josh Simmons gets a false start. Again, where's the discipline? Out of Kansas City. He jumps. 1st and 15, Rashee Rice has a bad drop.
Bad.
This is the one to put you in a field goal range. But again, it's a playoff schedule, and they're disheveled, and Rashee Rice drops that ball. So now you got 12 seconds left. You're facing a 2nd and 15 at your own 32, and the rest of the half is just a mess, and it finishes with a Jaquan McMillan sack on a 4th down and 6 before Mahomes can even throw the Hail Mary. The Broncos just swallowed them on that possession right there. And that's the kind of possession right there. And remember, Kansas City was going to get the ball first to start the second half. That's middle four territory. That's where Andy Reid has always won. And instead, Andy Reid lost right there. He and Mahomes lost right there because the Denver defense just crushed them and because they made stupid mistakes. They made mistakes that basically showed a lack of composure in that moment. That's one where it's like, okay, I get it. The Chiefs they're losing all the close games this year, but also like that's why you're 5-5.
Yeah, they're not the same. You're not making plays you once did. And guess what? Denver went through that in 2016 when things started to fall off.
Sure did.
So there's a possibility that's going to happen. People have texted in about this. I got to ask this to you two. And I don't understand how we didn't get a replay of it. What the hell happened on the Bo scramble where he hit Prentice? I thought they picked up the first down. All of a sudden we get, it's not a first down.
I think it was ruled an incompletion.
Well, did he drop it? Like, we never even got a replay. Was he out of bounds? What happened?
The problem was on the telecast. God, was that when they started talking about Singleton? It might have been. Either way, Nance and Romo, or they might have just gone to like a two-shot in the booth. So they were doing all of that
Yes,
crap.
that was it.
And like they didn't actually explain what happened on the play.
That's all I wanted to know.
And all in my head, because remember, like Bo dumped it off to Prentice, and Prentice went. He just must not have caught the ball.
Or Bo was out of bounds when he threw it because it looked to me like he caught it.
No, it was he couldn't because it was 2nd and 1, and then it was 3rd and 1. So he would have lost yardage if that was the case.
So
they're
they're saying he dropped it.
So Prentice didn't catch it.
Was his foot out of bounds then? It looked to me like he caught the thing. I never saw the ball come out.
I don't know. It was far sided. Honestly,
it worked out for him because they ended up getting the first down. They got to kill more clock, but
it was far side of the field, and it was the fullback. I was kind of like, oh, yeah, he just didn't catch it.
No, I get it, but I'm just like, can we get an explanation instead of looking at your two faces?
No, if I'm going to be pissed about a play, it's going to be the Jaquan McMillan catch that was then whistled dead, even though he was escaping out of the tackle.
Oh, yeah, the Jaleel McLaughlin. Yes. I
had the wrong DMac. Jaleel McLaughlin. Thank you.
And I thought, you know what? Great explanation from the ref about no danger from a second hitter.
Yeah.
So you got to let that play go.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't blow that whistle.
Okay, Ryan said Prentice did drop it. We saw it on the Jumbotron. Thank you, Ryan. But at home, I'm going, what happened to the play? Because they never showed us a replay.
Yeah.
Because I had to look at Tony Romo's weird Botox face. God, Romo sucked yesterday. I hated Romo. He had a couple good points. But most of the game, I was like, I don't want to hear this guy anymore.
I actually thought Romo had a great day yesterday.
I think you're drunk.
I thought Nance and Romo were both pretty good yesterday.
I do think Romo, again, the quarterbacks are starting to mount against Sean.
Yeah.
The former quarterback's coming out and saying these plays are getting in too slow.
Right.
You got to let your guy have at least 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And guess what? We've got the audio from Chris Jones talking about how when Bo had time to look at everything, he was able to switch the formation and get in the right play for the critical first down.
Yeah, let's play that audio when we come back. It's a good piece of insight on the 3rd and 15 and Bo Nix's biggest throw, arguably, of his NFL career. We'll play that for you next. Yeah, Bo Nix, if you get the play call in time, he can solve some problems for you in real time, Sean Payton. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it.
The Broncos have won it. Also, Jim Nance. I'm gonna need more Broncos on that final call.
The Broncos.
Spring, give me the game-winning field goal Broncos that he gave us yesterday.
And the Broncos have won it.
Wasn't quite though.
More Broncos.
The Broncos.
More Broncos next time, Jim.
Well,
GM.
he was breathless.
He was.
Do you see me jump into the chair and then slide away?
Yeah,
like if I was trying to jump into the camera angle, I would have slid right out.
I saw you doing so here in our, let me paint the picture for the audience right here. So in our beautiful palatial studios here in lovely Lone Tree, the community of a single tree. We have these giant windows on the side of our talk studio, and I could see you were making your way. You clearly knew we were coming back. You were making your way from the other side of the building, and you did the move. I spotted this. I know this move. I've seen it from a mile away. You know when you're in a crosswalk?
Yeah.
And it goes from flashing hand to solid hand.
They can hit me now.
Yeah. And you do the thing where you make a motion to the motorist that's waiting at the intersection as though you're running, but at no point do your feet actually go into a run. You do the it's the shuffle, the jog walk move. That's what I saw you do.
I'm down 28.
Mm-hmm.
I have 20 to 25 to go.
Okay.
I haven't quite decided whether we're going to go 195, 200.
Okay.
Because if I decide to play a little spring lax or go to Vail, 200 is going to be required.
You're going to be doing a
The
lot.
last time I went down to 195, I was a little bit too much of a dainty.
You're going to be doing a lot of shuffle stepping out on
But
that
I'm
lacrosse
still not
pitch.
ready for the full burst. And the other problem for the full burst is you see,
Yeah.
like that's the problem. To go to talk to our boss, then there's no direct route back to continue to paint the picture.
Yeah.
You got to go around. It's either 10 down and over or 10 up and over. But either way, you aren't running. Like I would, if I could redesign, I need just a direct path, not cubicles blocking me both ways. And then when I got in here, you're right.
It's the path's fault.
That run I gave you that you're describing,
That you're afraid of tearing an
wasn't
Achilles.
for your benefit because I did. You tend to look like you kind of lock in. I'm
do.
more periphery guy than you are.
Yeah.
I laughed one time because our new big boss, you were just hand talking to me the other day, and he thought you were waving to him as he went by.
No, I'm.
And then I chuckled because he gave you a wave, and I was like, "Yeah, Nate is just a hand talker. We're both like Italian that way."
I pay more attention to my own radio show than any host in town, and it's not even close.
There's no doubt. And so I didn't think you saw the run. That was all I really got.
I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
You know what? We could
shuffle jog.
Maybe in the break, I'll do some very light stretching, and I'll give you a full run by the window here so Twitch can see it. We can put it so Twitch can see it. And we'll just see what I can get up to.
Okay.
I don't have new shoes, so I don't know if I'll run as fast as I could.
I was gonna say I don't have like I don't have like next gen radar. I can't tell you.
You're not gonna clock me.
Hit her top speed of 22.38 miles per hour on that 75-yard touchdown
science
run.
Guy off of ESPN for back in the day.
No, I can't do that. I'll take a guess.
By the way,
yeah,
we're kind of airing some grievances.
You
I
got
want to play this
grievances?
cut.
What else is
I got a
pissing you off?
grievance.
Who else has got you?
Yeah, that ref crew sucked. And you know what added to the misery of that ref crew sucking? Nate, seriously. We got rid of chain gang guys.
Virtual measurement?
So the dumb measurement can take like 3 times. What was taking forever on that dumb measurement?
I don't know
Can
why.
we just get measured?
I don't know. It was so long.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Just again, you know what? Sign up. Arthur Blank owns the Falcons. He also owns Home Depot. So help one of your own out. Let's get some laser measurements. You got the laser measure. Just put laser measures on the stick. We can have the cool red line, or you stretch it out. Boom. It's just as accurate. Chain gang, because I didn't think that chain gang guy could get any slower, but apparently the virtual measurement takes longer than old guy running like me trying to get back to the studio.
Penalties yesterday. Each team had 10 accepted penalties in the game. The Chiefs combined for 69 yards.
Nice.
The Broncos, 10 penalties, 147 yards. That's a Riley Moss stat right there.
That is, well, would they get like 100 yards off 2 PIs alone?
Basically.
Those were 2 50-yard bombs he threw, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now, the first one I thought was way too ticky-tack. The second one, though, Riley, get your hands off the guy. Once you know, like, here's where I got frustrated with Riley. He's still my guy, and I still think he gets way too much crap. But yesterday, that second one, that's on you, dude.
He tackled Hollywood Brown while the ball was in the
Yeah,
air.
man.
You can't do that.
Yes, you can't.
Come on, man. And the first one, Andy, like, was there an element of ticky-tack? Yes, but also the official had a direct line of sight to you grabbing the jersey. You're just not going to get away with it because one of the things that he has to battle, fair or not, is he's got a reputation. The officials are staring directly at him because he leads the damn NFL in DPIs.
And he's a white corner.
Everybody
said so.
Everyone assumes.
Even Aqib Talib's like, you're too rough on my guy.
He's doing it to keep up. He's still really good. He is
really good.
player.
Really good. And you're not going to be able to afford him, which is exactly why you got to hold on to Abrams Drain.
Yes, and Jahdae Barron and everybody else. Tomorrow is another Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Tune in all day for new keywords every hour on the 20s and your chance to win tickets to Thursday's game against the New York Rangers. Speaking of the Avalanche, so hour number 3, we're gonna fudge with the schedule a little bit here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do our highlights, which we normally would do at 5:20. We're going to do those right at 5 o'clock, right at the top of the hour, because we want to relive that entire victory and give that game the kind of attention that it deserved, because, man, there was a lot that happened in that thing. That game was a saga yesterday. So we're going to do all that, and then at 5:30, we're going to hang out with Scott Wedgwood for a couple of minutes. The Avalanche goaltender is going to stop by, and we're going to talk to him about his 6-start winning streak that he is on right now.
Yeah, man.
Pretty good.
He is, dude, he was Dominic Hasek like last night.
Yeah.
He had a really sweet save off the numbers. I kept trying to check in on that. I know you're so psyched for Detroit, Philly.
Yeah.
It wasn't really giving me what I wanted.
Yeah, I was all over Detroit Philly last night. I was pretty locked into that game. That Eagles defense is something special. Jahmyr Gibbs too. And really, like, you look up at the end of that game, and Campbell's like, 0 for 5 on 4th down. Shouldn't go for it on 4th down. He always goes for it on those 4th downs. If he hits them, it's a different football game.
I got to ask you, though, is their window closing?
I don't think so.
You think they're missing it?
No,
I think that just one of those weird Philly weather games.
I think it was
just chalk it
I
up?
think the Philly defense is really, really
It
good.
is.
Like, honestly, like the way that I felt about when Sunday was over, and we're looking at the NFC here for a second. If my guess was, is it more likely that the NFC champion that will be in the Super Bowl, did it come out of Philly Detroit, or did it come out of Rams Seahawks? I would take Philly Detroit.
Why can't Sam Darnold play against the Rams?
It's crazy, isn't it?
What is going on?
I know. And
then you went and picked their division.
That was the game yesterday where he
threw 4 picks.
4 picks. That's
somehow it's still a game, but he threw
Sam
4
Darnold
picks.
Game. Yeah, because their defense is so good.
Yeah. There's a lot of good defenses this year. Is there not?
When you look up at the end of the game, I mean, they outgained them by like over 150 yards in that game. Like Seattle, it was the turnovers that killed them. But how good is Seattle's defense that it came down to a 61-yard field goal with you have a chance to be able to win that game, and you were -4 in the turnover margin. Like, that goes to show you. And also, like, Sean McVay is just a hell of a football coach. That punt, by the way, that last punt by the Rams yesterday, maybe the best punt I've ever seen in my life.
Hey, and while we're at it,
Jeremy Crawshaw
smack on the rear. That one was destined to get blocked.
Yeah.
And I think he just is like, I'm just going to kick it wide to you, bud.
That was one of the best punting games I've ever seen yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, both Crawshaw and Ariza were just hitting bombs in that thing. We got to play this piece of audio. Chris Jones, after the game, 3rd down and 15. This was the play where Bo Nix hit Cortland Sutton for 20 yards, but Chris Jones admitted something in the postgame afterwards.
Great film study for them because they called it out. I heard them calling it out. They actually switched the line. If you watch the film, you can see both nets kind of switched the line. So they knew it. We got to do a better job at disguising.
Yeah, and Bo escaped the pocket right, and he was able to do it just long enough for Cortland Sutton to find that soft spot in the zone.
Well, why was he able to do it, period?
Because the call was in faster.
And he had plenty of time to look at things and move guys where he wanted.
Able to make the proper diagnosis. We have got all of the highlights of the Broncos' victory over the Chiefs yesterday. 22-19 to put a stranglehold on the AFC West. That's right, everybody. The team that I told you all summer was going to win the AFC West is going to win the AFC West. We're going to celebrate this game. We're going to relive this game. The best moments of Broncos-Chiefs when we come back. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Monday afternoon on a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's right. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Tonight's Cowboys-Raiders game will air on 9:50 a.m., obviously, because we're going to have Nuggets-Bulls on 92.5. But the Cowboys face off against Geno Smith and the Raiders. Going to be a thriller. It is all on AM 950 tonight, starting at 5 p.m. Let's dive into this. Andy, let's relive a 22-19 win. The Broncos over the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday to put a stranglehold on the division to extend the winning streak to 8 games to win yet another one-score game. Oh, it was a thing of beauty yesterday out there at Empower Field at Mile High.
No Burnham Yards graphics, by the way.
Nothing.
Weren't you kind of expecting it? They had like a high shot, drone shot, and I'd go, okay, here we go.
Right.
Little Burnham. Nope.
Nothing on the burn. It was they were focused on the game yesterday. So, opening drive of the game, Broncos settle after a 7.5-minute drive, settle for a field goal. Bo, missed a deep shot to Troy Franklin, and there was a lot of that. Stupid trick play, all that happened on that drive. The weird, RJ Harvey back to Bo. Almost a complete and total disaster. But it was a 7.5-minute field goal drive. So good opportunity for Denver to kind of wear down the Kansas City defense to start out that game, which I do think that helped a little bit in the fourth quarter. Mahomes missed a couple of deep shots on their first possession. He was a little bit out of sorts. They punted the ball back to Denver. Oh, what happened on that punt? First highlight of the first quarter, Jim Nantz, Tony Romo. Here we go.
Ariza to punt to Mims, who had missed the last 2 games because of a concussion. And he's one of the best. He's been an all-pro. Here's Mims cutting it upfield. This is what we're talking about. Here goes Mims with a block. He's at the 50, and it's a chase. There's an angle, and they take him down. It was Roland Wallace who was able to get him. There is a flag after a 68-yard run back.
Turns out it was a 70-yarder to be exact there, Jim. And the flag was an illegal block penalty on Kansas City, giving Denver a 1st and 10 at the Chiefs' 11. A couple of guys I want to single out on that play. Number one, Marvin Mims, whose instincts and patience are just so good. He knows exactly when to wait for a gap and then to just bust it. He's so good at that part of the job. J.L. Skinner had a great block on Matt Ariza on the punter on that play. And Dontre Tillman, really good block as well on that return. Broncos didn't do anything with the field position, but I was thinking about you during that punt return, Andy. That was the big Marvin Mims moment you were waiting for.
Yeah, I wish you could have put it all the way in. But again, that was it was what it was. He got him in good. It was a good Marvin Mims play.
Yep. Really good drive, and it set Denver up to kick another field goal and take a 6-0 lead. Couple of chip shot field goals to start that game. And again, one of the points that I kept hammering last week was red zone, red zone, red zone. And right there, I was just like, this is not how you beat these guys. These are not my kind of guys right here. Chiefs put up a field goal drive after that. There was a deep ball PI on Riley Moss. Butker kicked a 31-yard field goal, made it 6-3. Next Denver possession, that was the early whistle play on Jaleel McLaughlin where McDuffie had him wrapped up and they whistled it dead. And except he stepped out of the tackle and ended up being a loss of 5. Terrible whistle. Bad officiating right there. Broncos punted the ball back to Kansas City. Chiefs after that, they then managed yet another field goal drive. It was not terribly notable. It was 6-6 at the half. Let's go to the third quarter because the second half is really where this game got good. We start out with Kansas City's opening possession of the third quarter. It featured that illegal contact on Riley Moss that wiped out the Barron pick 6. Which, again, is one of those plays you look at and you're like, it didn't really impact the play, but also, like, CBS officiating guy, like, it's just like, no, you can't do that. Don't ride a dude. You cannot do that as he's trying to execute his route. Doesn't matter if it has anything to do with the play. That's a penalty.
Yeah, it was terribly frustrating. But, again, it is what it is.
Yep, they're going to throw that flag.
You know what? I think what frustrates people, to be honest with you, though, Nate, where it adds in is, like, if the flag's out early, what are you going to do? He's already called it.
Right.
Where people get frustrated is the pick six, like, he's already picked it off, and then the flag icon pops up. It felt like maybe he threw a later flag, and whatever. It doesn't matter. Like you said, unfortunately, in that case, something like that, the illegal contact, it does not matter. They could say, how do you know he wouldn't have chosen that receiver if you weren't holding him?
Chiefs get a 3rd and 14. They're on a 3rd and 14 now with just about 10 minutes to go, and this is how this drive ended.
There's a 3rd and 14. Looking for options. Trying to get away from Franklin Myers and throws, intercepted. That's McMillan with it. And a flag down. McMillan takes off, slips through the tackle, and Thornton's not going to let him get away. Thornton knocks him down, and the ball goes out of bounds.
There was so much that happened on this play.
So much. Because first off, I didn't think it was a block in the back on Mahomes. It was side to side, shoulder to shoulder.
That's what I thought, too.
It was like the CU fight song.
Mahomes gets flushed, rolling right, tries to force it to Elijah Mitchell, who I don't even think was looking for the ball.
No, he wasn't. He was getting ready to run to the other side of the field.
Cooper and JFM chase Mahomes out. Dumb pick by Mahomes. Like, that's just where the Denver defense speeds you up, and Patrick Mahomes if he just eats that ball and they kick the field goal, okay, you are maintaining in this football game. And instead, he throws the interception. McMillan returns a really good return. Tyquan Thornton actually chased down McMillan and forced a fumble. Mahomes tried to jump on it. He took a shot to the side from McMillan on that play for his efforts. Ball goes out of bounds. They threw the flag on JFM. Plus, on the other side of the field, the ref ran into Sean Payton and trucked him.
Who got it worse?
I think Sean.
The ref had Sean loses his hat and headset. The other ref lost his cap.
Yeah.
They're both just
nobody
was
looking.
Like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah,
neither guy knew what happened.
Nobody braced for impact.
No, they were both.
Yeah.
They were both.
Look out, Sean.
Completely oblivious to each other.
So instead of having like great field position, Broncos took over at their own 10. But from here, they put together their 1 touchdown drive of the game. Here we go. There was a Bo Nix to Troy Franklin throw, and then we'll finish it with the Jaleel McLaughlin touchdown. Roll it, Spring.
It's 3rd down. Maybe it's Sutton time. He's got only 1 catch so far. He's going down the field, and it's caught over the shoulder by Franklin. What a catch by Franklin with Fulton on the coverage. 2nd and goal. Spotted at the 4. It's McLaughlin. Straight ahead. Jones has a hold of him. There's a push, and they push him across for the game's first touchdown.
Didn't blow the whistle early there.
No, they sure didn't. Broncos go full rugby maul. Prentice was pulling on him. Miners and Troutman were in the back pushing the pile, and that just shoved McLaughlin over. Good to see him get a touchdown. Again, he's a good NFL story.
I like him.
Yep.
I told you I prefer him to Bidet, but I guess Bidet's the better blocker. I just feel like McLaughlin does more when he's out there.
Also, great throw by Bo Nix, the 35-yarder to Troy Franklin. That was a play where Spagnuolo sent the house, and Bo hung in and made a perfect throw to Troy Franklin. But to me, Andy, like that's the swing where the game was won. Right there. That was at minimum a 10-point swing. Potentially you could make an argument it could have been as many as a 14-point swing. But that was where the Broncos went from. Instead of giving up a field goal, they drive down and get a touchdown. Like that was what flipped the game right there. That was where the Chiefs blinked and made the dumb mistake, and the Denver defense pounced on it, and they got the one opportunistic drive where they needed to at the game. That was huge.
It was huge, no doubt. And getting that was their only touchdown.
Yep.
But that was a great drive.
Yep.
Great drive.
All right. Let's go now a little bit later in the 3rd quarter. And here we go. The Chiefs answered with a touchdown drive of their own.
And here we go with a 3rd and 7. Low snap. And Mahomes going to launch it long. One-on-one coverage. And Thornton makes the catch. Can Kansas City break a ridiculous streak. They have not scored a touchdown in this stadium in 11 quarters. Hunt.
Who's great at this. He's great in this situation, you said.
Says strength. They're going to ride him. It's Hunt driving, getting some help. That's close. Touchdown from the near side.
Butker made the PAT. It was a 13-13 game. That was a great throw by Mahomes to Tyquan Thornton. JFN clobbered him on that throw.
He did.
And he hung in and made that thing. A little bit of Mahomes magic right there. 13-13 game. One more highlight that we got to hit from the third quarter. This is on the Broncos' next drive. And this is one of the best throws of Bo Nix's career and a huge play to Pat Bryant.
You got Mahomes on the other side. They did it on the last drive, got in rhythm, get in and out of the huddle, stay aggressive.
Still has it. He's going to go down the field. He's got his man, Bryant. And Cook is able to wrap him up. Pat Bryant, the rookie, having his finest performance. But he's shaken up after the long pass play that went for 48.
Yeah, it was 1st and 10, and it was play action, and the safety, Shamari Connor, just got frozen by the play fake on that. Pat Bryant ran right by him. Brian Cook was late to get over there, not the Illini Brian Cook, the Chiefs Brian Cook, and boom, big play. Great design by Sean Payton. Bo made the throw. That's what it's supposed to look like when it's good, and Pat Bryant got shaken up on the play, but he was okay. That play was awesome, Andy.
Yes, it was, and I was glad Pat Bryant got back in there. We were a little worried about the shoulder and how serious that might have been, but it looks like hopefully he's okay.
Drive ended with a Will Lutz 38-yard field goal. It was 16-13 Denver. By the way, every time the Broncos have 16 points, people tweeted us to let us know.
We got a few of those, which is great.
Yes.
It's not great.
It's one of our things.
We're happy you all remember.
Yes.
We're none of us is happy at 16 points.
Yes. Next drive for Kansas City. And this time on a 3rd down and 19, Riley Moss rears his white head again.
Time for Mahomes. Time to launch it deep. And Brown is there, and a flag's on Moss for the second time. Benito is out here for this one. 3rd and 6. There's the pass. Caught, breaking the tackles, Kelce, and Travis takes it to the end zone. What an effort by Travis Kelce.
First off, Jim Nance, you don't got to tell the world that you're on a first-name basis with Travis Kelce. We get it, guy.
Your buddies. Your pals.
We understand.
And was it really that massive an effort? I mean, like you guys laid out earlier, Hufanga came in at a funky angle, kind of caught between, no leverage.
Hit him high.
Yeah.
You're never going to tackle Travis. Travis Kelce he could be 75, and you wouldn't be able to knock him over up high. He's just, him and Gronk, they're just like those two guys that just like have that thing. Unless you take out them at the knees or, below the hips, there's just no tackling those guys. They're massive. That's why they're going to go to the Hall of Fame. So that made it a 19-16 game, and Kansas City lined up to go for the PAT in order to make it a 4-point game, a touchdown game. This would have been a very critical point for Kansas City to add, but they didn't.
84th touchdown. He has yet another all-time cheat mark. He was tied with Priest Holmes. Extra point blocked. It is blocked. It might have been Frank Crum who blocked it.
Sure was. I gave Frank Crum, by the way, I gave him a smack on the rear earlier, so that was an all-time cheek mark that I gave him. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also,
but scoop and score, baby. Go get that thing and run.
I was really glad that Frank Crum got to make that play because I noticed Frank Crum on the telecast earlier in the game.
Yeah.
They showed the trip to the elementary school.
Yeah.
And it was Frank Crum and whoever
50.
Number 50 is.
50 made a tackle on special teams too, so I was happy about that as well. But like you, I was like, who are those guys? The Broncos did go. Okay.
Was that Garrett Wallow?
I think so.
Number 50?
Yeah. I just know it was 50.
That was a lot of underwhelmed elementary school kids.
There's a cheerleader in Miles there too.
They were.
Colfax Elementary got their shout out.
They got to.
By the way, did he say Brocked it at the end? Nance? Give that a listen. Come back. I don't think he said blocked. I think
extra point blocked. It is blocked.
Frank
It
Crum.
might have been Frank Crum who blocked it.
Blocked it right there.
Take that, Nance. How dare you misspeak?
Oh, hey, listen. All
I
the
heard
little
blocked.
things you get caught up in. Oh, yeah, now we're getting to the peanuts discussion. Go ahead.
I heard Yanni. Did you hear Laurel?
The dress is blue.
Rocked.
Kansas City, let's see. They took over. Mahomes missed Brashard Smith on a 3rd down and 2. They had to punt the ball away. Broncos got the ball back. They overthrowed, and Will Lutz had to kick a 54-yard field goal to tie it. But that made it a 19-19 game. Again, that PAT block was absolutely massive. So they're tied at 19. Chiefs take over. And or actually, wait, should we play? We should play a Will Lutz 54-yard field goal.
Darn right.
Darn right we should. Let's give Will Lutz a little bit of love right here. Will Lutz, 54-yarder.
I will admit, those 2 or 3 yards do matter.
It makes a big difference. 54 for Lutz to tie the game. He does.
5 for 5 yesterday for Will Lutz.
And they were talking about the 2 or 3 yards. Isn't that where they were discussing should he have challenged it or not on one of those plays because they could have got a little bit closer? Or
Yeah, it was the
something?
throw to Nix or to Nix to Sutton along the sideline.
Right.
Was that throw?
It didn't matter because Lutz said, I don't need him. What you think of that, pal?
You got Big Nuts Lutz on your
Hey,
side.
you go worry about your next Botox appointment there, Tony. I got this.
You don't got to worry about that. Okay, so Chiefs take over with 4:05 left at their own 26, Andy, in a tie game. This is Patrick Mahomes' time, right?
Yeah, yes. There's nobody that felt good if you're a Bronco fan after watching his history.
1st and 10. Hufanga breaks up a throw to Kelsey. 2nd and 10. Hits Kelsey out of bounds. Again, good pressure. They didn't give him any space to be able to throw the ball. 3rd down and 10. And Jaquan McMillan off the edge.
Let's just listen to this. This place is going to go insane right here.
Barely beat the play clock. Here comes the blitz, and they got him back at the 14. It's McMillan for the 2nd time in this game. Vance Joseph calls the blitz, and his defense delivers.
2 sacks and an interception yesterday for Jaquan McMillan. By the way, Andy, I said something earlier that was the first 2-sack, 1-interception game in Bronco history. I was incorrect about that.
For a corner. You're right about the corner.
Von Miller did it in the playoffs. Against New England in the AFC Championship game in 2015.
I remember that.
I guess January 24, 2016, technically.
But the 2015 season.
Yeah. Simon Fletcher had one as well back in 94.
Did he?
He did.
I want to guess that. When? 94?
1994 did Simon
the hell
Fletcher
would that
do
have
it.
been against?
He did it again. So let me make sure I got this.
The Raiders?
Called up correctly. It was in Buffalo in a 27-20 loss, September 26, 1994 on Monday Night Football.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a playoff.
2 sacks and an interception that day for the great Simon Fletcher.
And they lost?
And they lost. You don't want to lose that game.
Yeah, that was the Jim Fossil-led Bronco offense.
Game-winning drive for the Broncos. Let's get to it, and let's get to 3 of the biggest plays of Bo Nix's professional football life. 2 of them to Cortland Sutton, 1 of them to Troy Franklin. Let's do this, Spring.
We're coming down to the wire here in the Mile High City with 2 minutes, 5 seconds to go, and a 3rd and 15 for the Broncos. Nix had all kinds of time, couldn't find anyone. Now he does. That's Cortland Sutton, Mr. 3rd down, to move the chains. 3rd and 6, pass. Got to make a move for the sticks. Sutton, where they mark him, they give him the 1st down. Boy, it is close. Here's Nix on 2nd and 8. Going for a big throw, and it's caught by Franklin. And the Broncos are set up now to win the game.
Okay, so I know the 3rd and 20 or the 3rd and 15 for 20 yards. It was the big one. Like, that's the one. If you don't hit that throw, you probably lose, right? Or in the very least, you go into overtime. But the throw to Franklin, that play, like Jalen Watson was in coverage and he had the outside leverage, and Bo put that thing inside, and Franklin adjusted to the ball in midair and made that play. I think that's when I tweeted, Troy Franklin is good sometimes. Sometimes he's really good.
Yeah.
Sometimes he looks like a real live NFL wide receiver.
That's why he gets to keep playing.
Yeah,
But then there's other times.
That play that was really special. That was a perfect throw by Bo Nix. That was a perfect catch. Like everything about that play, it was like, okay, these are college teammates that have a mind meld, and it worked perfectly, and they got the first down. The 3rd and 15 throw to Sutton, that's going to be one of the, like, one day on the DVD of the season, you're going to replay that one over and over again.
Every throw, every play of that drive was huge.
Yeah.
Because you did not want to give the ball back to the Chiefs.
Yep.
I don't care if they're, struggling or not, whatever you want to say, they're still the Chiefs.
Still the Chiefs.
And I don't want to give them a shot to have it at the end.
Nope. And the Broncos held on to the football, and they set up Will Lutz for a 35-yard field goal. I don't know if anybody remembers last year, but when they were at Arrowhead, Will Lutz had a 35-yard field goal to tie it at the very end of the game. Or no, that was to win it at the very end of the game. It wasn't to tie it, it was to win it. And it got blocked by Leo Chenal. What would happen this time? Jim Nance, Tony Romo, CBS yesterday.
35 yards to win it. To put them in such a lead position in the division, they almost could not be denied. 35 yards, Will Lutz. He's already made 4 today. Lutz in the clutch, and the Broncos have won it. The Broncos!
Bigger Broncos next time,
that
Jim.
Would have been, it works.
You were close, though. You were close. 9-2 are the Broncos. Tied with New England, but Denver has the tiebreak based on best win percentage in conference games. Indianapolis is the 3 seed right now at 8-2. Pittsburgh at 6-4 is the 4 seed. Buffalo at 7-3 is the 5. The Chargers, who got their clocks cleaned yesterday by Jacksonville, are the 6, and then Jacksonville is the 7 seed. Kansas City is technically the 9 as we sit here today. And one more thing to remember here, Andy, is the Jaguars have the tiebreak over the Chiefs thanks to a head-to-head victory.
Yep. 2 games back are the Chiefs, and they've got problems with the Ravens trying to come up and sneak that wild card spot if the Steelers can hold on to the division.
And they got to play the Colts this week.
Yeah.
Chiefs might miss the playoffs.
Now the Colts are going to Arrowhead. I don't love that. But you know what? Jonathan Taylor can play. And if you
Sure
can
can.
see, you need to be able to run against that Chiefs team.
Sure can. Colts will be coming off the bye. Didn't work out for Andy Reid this go-around. He falls to 22-5 in his career coming out of the bye. The Avalanche, well, they just get points all the time, and Scott Wedgwood is red hot. We will talk to the Avalanche goaltender on the other side. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Monday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Barzell over for Schefter, fanned on the shot, able to get it back. Near side, Palmieri. Oh, what a save made by Wedgwood. Strolling like Dominic Hasek from right to left. 15 seconds to go in the power play. Oh, what a save by Wedgwood. He did it on Horvat. Wedgwood is wonderful as Lekanen pokes it back across the red line. 4 seconds to go in the power play. Barzell lost an edge.
28 saves last night as the Avalanche defeat the New York Islanders 4-1. That was Connor McGahey on the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Joining us right now, the NHL wins leader amongst goaltenders with 11 on the season. That's 3 more than anyone else. 3rd in the NHL in goals against average. Pleased to be joined by big number 41, Scott Wedgwood. Scott, welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay. The save right there against Palmieri, I believe Connor described you as Hasek-like right there. I think after the game you said some of your stuff is a bit unorthodox. How would you tell us, how would you describe to us what you did right there?
I'm just using all 6'2" and 195 pounds of what I got to get in the way of the thing. But, no, it's a tough play. I think, the Schefter comes over, fans on it a little bit, and then finds Palmieri on the goal line. And tough part for us goalies is getting back steep into those posts and stuff. And if I would have hit my skate with the post there, I probably would have anchored myself to not get a rotation. So chose to miss the post and just jump at it and try and get as much of my body in the way as I can. And like you said, a little unorthodox, but stayed out of the net, and that's all we really care about, right?
Yeah, how much of what you're doing right now is just improvising in the moment and just saying, you know what, it may not be the technique that they teach, but it's going to keep the puck out of the back of the net?
There's a good amount of it, but I also think, in the grand scheme of it, when everything kind of gets chaosy and you battle through it, there's a lot of situations where you got to keep your frame and feel the ice and no holes, the tips, the rebounds, the stuff in tight. But, the way the game's played now is so much east-west passing and quick release one-timers, things like that. A lot of the time it's just get something in the way, and it's kind of just, a recipe that you have to kind of mix and match to get the job done. But, I'm really proud of the way I've been playing. I've been a lot more calm in years past and getting set on, single-handed shots. But the times when it comes to be athletic, it's kind of the reason you play goalie, right? The big highlight reel saves and the fun splits and big glove ones. That what keeps you coming back. It's like your 18th hole when you get a birdie on the golf course.
I got a more serious question, but I got to know, do you have a welt from that save on that post? Because that caught the shoulder pretty clean. Did you have padding there?
Yeah, luckily now what they allow us to wear is a padded undershirt. So you have a full-on spandex undershirt that's got some shoulder pad like foam built into it, and then that kind of has a little bit of a barrier between the chest protector that we're allowed to use. So luckily nothing worse to wear. I've gotten the odd collarbone and neck and rib cage that somehow with everything we wear it finds a way, but that one actually no worse for the wear, luckily.
All right, obviously, and that's good to hear because we don't need you beat up. I know you guys, I had a buddy that played lax, and even through the pads, the welts you guys get are just ridiculous, and they're gross looking sometimes. But I'm curious, why did you decide to stay here with as well as you're playing? And we're all happy that you did. Don't hear me wrong. But why did you decide Colorado was the right place? Because I imagine next year could have been a really big financial year for you had you chose that route.
Yeah, we actually it was not a tough call, but it was a bit of a decision-making thing with a chance to win, obviously, first and foremost. I was the third goalie in Tampa, got to lift the cup with them. No name, but the accolades and ring and little miniature trophies are in the house, and very proud of that. But, a team that is built the way it's built, look at my career, right? I'm 33, 160-something games played now. David Riddick, the goal backup for the Islanders last night, same age, 260 games played. Blackie's played 200 and something games. I just haven't been in the net a ton, and it kind of, makes me feel like I've been underused. And I think when I was looking around the league, if the situations that are opening up this summer, and with Bobrovsky's, in Florida there, and then Merzinklis in Columbus are like the really only 2 starting jobs that it looks like goalies or contracts are up. So do you want to go there? Do they even want you? Do they want to pay you? You never know. That's a what if. But if I'm looking around the league into a team that I'm going to be able to play, 30-plus games, maybe more, depending on how Blackie and I, go, on a chance to win every night, a good situation, you get back to the negotiating table after a 1-year deal and potentially, keep playing this way with these wins and this team, after next year with the cap jumping twice, maybe that's when the financial stuff comes in. But $2.5 million is nothing to shy away from. Obviously a nice raise from what I'm on now, and my wife and I really liked it here. We got another baby coming in the end of January, and it's starting to feel like home. So from the outside looking in, it's a spot you want to be able to play and put your foot down. And I feel like with the room and the coaching staff, well liked here, I'm going to be used, and I think that goes a long way.
Scott Wedgwood is our guest. 28 saves last night in the victory over the Islanders. Avs back at it on Thursday against the Rangers. I mean, that's all well and good, Scott, but 11 wins right now. Let's look at the names that are below you on that list. Oh, look at that. Sergei Bobrovsky, 3 wins shy. Connor Hellebuck, 3 wins shy. Jake Ottinger only has 8 wins so far on the year. I mean, you are playing arguably the best quality of goalkeeping in the entire NHL right now. What would you attribute it to? Is it the greater opportunity and a level of comfort? Why are you playing so well right now?
I think it was a big mix. Obviously we have a great team. I think when you look at the statistical numbers of our team, we're I think first and probably top 5 in almost everything except power play right now. We're still finding ways to win. So, I think a lot of it's experience, and then I haven't had much of an opportunity to kind of take the reins. With Blackwood being hurt, wasn't sure how long he was going to be. It ended up being a little bit longer than we anticipated at camp, but my whole career I've been looking for a starting role and an opportunity. There's been a few times where I played, I think, 6 to 8 games in a row for Dallas and Arizona at different times, and felt I've done very well. But to get this opportunity of, I think I've played 13, 14 starts now to start the season out of I think 18 or 19 games. I've very rarely get that opportunity and trying to make the most of it. But we're playing a good game as a team, and still have to do my job, make some big saves, keep the guys in games, and keep us ahead. And it's been going great. And when you have the confidence and the ability to keep getting in the net and more consistent reps, it just makes you feel like you're ready to go and can trust yourself. And it's been a lot of that recently.
Was it cool at all with Juan in the house last night? I know he looked like he got a little choked up. I'll tell you, I've been an Avs fan. I'm a Denver native, so a fan before he even got in the media. Patrick was one of my favorite players of those Cup teams of all time. He just, his aura, his attitude. I think a lot of people remember the old, I got my Stanley Cup rings in my ears when Jeremy Roenick's talking noise to me. Was it cool to have a special night in front of Patrick? Was he an influence at all growing up?
Yeah, and obviously Martin Brodeur and his battles were, the goalies of my, visual stuff coming up through the years. I was born in the early 90s, and, they were the two guys kind of taking the reins through that. And, haven't had the opportunity to really shake his hand or talk to him much just throughout the years. But, it was a nice ovation from the fans there, and, obviously one of the best to do it. So he's probably, thinking that he's done it to a lot of teams before when you kind of feel like you get goalied, right? You go and you play a hell of a game, you come away with a loss and feel like your team's played well. But it happens on both sides of the net, and obviously with him in the building and things like that, it's obviously cool to do as a fan, and obviously respect his name up there in the banner and stuff. So see it around the rooms. Our practice rink, he's up on the walls, and game rink obviously at Ball, he's up there. So really cool to be in front of him, and they actually played a really good game. It was a tough night for us last night. It wasn't an easy win at all.
What happened to the butterfly goalie? What happened to the butterfly position? I think I saw you maybe get one where you kicked the leg out, and I don't know if it was true butterfly, but it looked like you dropped down there. Is it like a gone positioning? What happened to it? I don't feel like we hear about it as much.
Well, I feel like now, there's not much of the split save, right? Like everything now is a box control butterfly. Like you watch Blackie, you come in, he doesn't really create holes. It's more, that reverse position on the post, play the angle. Everything's high percentage, right? And I feel like the way I play, I like to take away space, use my feet, come across, make a reactive save. But at the same time, those reactive saves create a lot more holes. So I've had to tone it down a little bit where get into the right position with the right amount of depth, make them either beat you perfectly or just get a little bit of a shoulder on it. When I first came in the league, it felt like, everything was the splits, and I had to catch it perfectly. I had to make a blocker save perfectly. It's just like if it hits you and misses the net, you've done your job. So a little bit more of a frame, I think, control now with the game, but everything I still think is a lot more butterfly. It's just not as talked about because it's the new norm, right? I feel like when you make a half split or a post reaction with a knee high, that's like the new conversation of the old age is coming back a little bit.
Scott Wedgwood, everybody. Scott, you had an opportunity to step in, not a necessity, and, man, you have locked it down, and you are having an incredible season, leading the NHL in wins, third in goals against average last night, and another nice win last night over the New York Islanders. Scott Wedgwood, number 41. Scott, thank you so much. Congratulations on a great start to this season, and good luck coming up on Thursday.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, good to have Scott Wedgwood stop by here on a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We do have Nuggets Bowls coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And then, guys, don't forget tomorrow, Avs Ticket Tuesday. We'll have keywords for you every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to Thursday night's game against the Rangers. We doing I-5 next spring? We got NFL news. There's NFL news that's happening.
It's a Monday. Come
all
on,
over
baby.
the place.
I'll slap something
Abdul
together.
Carter's apparently taking naps when he's not supposed to. I'm on Abdul Carter's side.
That and Andy, I got a Shadur Sanders stat for you.
Okay.
That you will want to hear.
I don't know that I will.
We return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. If you sign up to bid at Roller Auction on our site, roller.bid/altitude, that's roller.bid/altitude, well, then you will be entered to win tickets for November 29th, Avalanche and the Montreal Canadiens to see Scott Wedgwood and company take on the Canadiens. And you can do it from a catered suite out at Ball Arena. You just got to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, and you are entered to win tickets. Also, that gets you on the email list, so then Roller Auction will email you and let you know when the new auctions are opening up. And you want to be on there because last week of the month, bidding opening on November 26th, it is the Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, the big one that they do over at Roller Auction. Pickup trucks, sedans, SUVs, cruisers, so much more that are available for you to be able to bid well-maintained vehicles at outstanding prices.
They got
anytime.
a snowplow?
If you want a snowplow right now, they got the City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment Auction going, and you can get in on one on the Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. So, Andy, if you're looking for a side gig as a plower, well, then Roller Auction to get you taken care of, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because you can win Avs tickets in a catered suite. Rally House Football Monday. Rally House shop every team in town. Mark Springer on the other side of the glass. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go.
Hey, the Broncos beat the Chiefs. They are 9-2. The
Broncos
beat the Chiefs. Thank you, Jam. Let's see. Sean Payton talking after the game, and he's sick of all the haters, all the doubters.
But it's finding those guys that can tune out the noise, and there's been a lot of noise, like a lot of just. I won't comment on it, but anyway. And I hear some of the narratives, and I just want to cry. But anyway.
Don't cry, Sean. You don't need to cry.
Yeah, quit telling your guys to say this stuff. We'll be okay.
Also, there are narratives because your offense has generally been pretty lame so far this year.
Yeah, and again, the 2 biggest culprits have been guys that you're connected to, and yes. Chase Daniel, your former backup quarterback, and Colin Cowherd, who seemed to know that A, you were going to take the job in Denver, and B, you were going to draft Bo Nix before anybody else.
I want to spend a lot more time on tomorrow on some of this stuff. Also, Sean got asked about J.K. Dobbins after the game. It's been widely reported that he's going to go on injured reserve. So after the game, a reporter tries to ask about J.K. Dobbins and then tries to ask about the run game overall. Listen to how cool Sean Payton was about all this after the biggest win of his tenure in Denver.
Sean, what can you say to us about J.K. Dobbins' injury situation, and if he
no updates, I'll keep you posted.
Is he out for the season?
No updates, I'll keep you posted.
Okay, and then just
next question.
The running game today.
Next question.
Your thoughts on the running game today?
Thought it was good enough.
He was asking the next question.
He was asking the next question.
It was so funny.
It was about the run game.
So I heard Adam Schefter's appearance on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane today, and Vic had them play that exchange for Schefter, and Schefter was like, "Was that yesterday after the win?" Even Schefter was a little shocked at how grumpy he was.
Yeah. He got all mad at our dude Luka Evans again yesterday.
He did.
AKA
Here comes the pace question.
Right.
Well, bro, I mean, everybody keeps talking about it, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
It's kind of a
Tony
thing.
Romo couldn't quit talking. He didn't like that you didn't go for it on 4th down.
Yeah. The Broncos.
Because you couldn't get personnel in.
7-2 in games decided by 8 or fewer points this year. Essentially one-score games. 9 one-score games, most in the NFL this year. They have won 8 in a row on this win streak by a combined 61 points. They win a lot of snug football games, which makes it so that these questions aren't off limits because basically the way that Denver plays these games, Andy, that if they don't execute almost flawlessly, then coin flip games flip the other way, and suddenly you're in trouble and you're not winning every single time out. Like if you had a point differential of like plus 200, if you were just the 2013 Broncos and you were smearing everybody every single week, then it's like, you know what? It is unfair that you're asked critical questions, but instead you are asked these questions because you're playing very close games.
Yes, and we all worry. Look, go back to 2015, Nate. Quite honestly, these questions persisted there.
Yep.
And Gary Kubiak just handled it a little bit differently. But Gary Kubiak was in Houston. Gary Kubiak had grown up not only as a player, but a coach in this market. Plus, he spent time in San Fran. He knew the drill. Sean is this way because I keep getting asked this a lot, and Twitch has brought it up again. Look, Sean had control of everybody in New Orleans because they were the only game in town.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember when the Pelicans showed up and they were the Hornets to start, right?
Nobody.
Whatever, but nobody was worried about that.
Yeah.
The Saints mean everything to that city. And so you don't want to have the coach deciding you're on the outs, telling his crew nobody talked to him because you had to have the information. So it was easy to control. Obviously, Denver is not that way. The too big a media contingent to control, and frankly, with the way the Avs and Nuggets are going right now, there's other stories to cover as well. So Sean is out of his element as far as I don't think he's used to having this many media. First off, there's a lot of people that come here that are never used to how much media there is in this town covering this team. Secondly, you're not going to control. You're not controlling Mark Kistler. You're not controlling Woody Page. You're not controlling everybody.
Also, the Monforts are not controlling Woody Page.
No. Well, and by the way, to finish the point,
yes.
Look, you and I both know, and everybody in this town that saw it, 2015, you were razor thin to not having it go your way.
Right.
And as good as this team is, and as fun as this is, we don't want a different ending. We want it to end the same way.
Yeah. So
but you're playing on the margins.
So play better offense. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, Shedeur Sanders saw his first NFL regular season action yesterday when Dylan Gabriel had to leave the game with a concussion against the Ravens. Shedeur Sanders, while he was playing, also had his house broken into. That sucks. His play on the field kind of sucked too. 4 of 16. 47 yards, 1 pick, 2 sacks, no touchdowns. Today, Kevin Stefanski was asked this by Mary Kay Cabot. First thing he was asked as the Browns get set to go to Vegas to play the Raiders. Raiders are playing here in about half an hour.
Yeah, Kevin, what do you think the plan will be with Dylan being in the protocol? Will you kind of lean towards turning it over to Shedeur so he can get that full week of practice and be ready to go on Sunday?
Yeah, we'll work through that in the next couple days and this week. Obviously, Mary Kay, I'll update you guys Wednesday as we get into Vegas preparations.
Yeah, bottom line, he wants Dylan to play. He does not want Shedeur to be the quarterback, whether it's because he likes him personally or doesn't like the player. It's very clear. And so